nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome to Finals Day at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. It's going to be a really exciting one. We've got some crazy conditions on offer and plenty of great waves rolling through here at Snapper, down from the rocks. And we've got a lot of surfers that have shown up early this morning. Dylan Moffitt getting ready, getting those wetsuits on, and getting a few waves bright and early, Jess.
Yeah, it is Finals Day. I'm pretty excited. I can't sit still in my seat, Shannon. It's a huge day of competition. It's like that little step just before the very peak of the mountain. We're about to reach the absolute pinnacle of surfing here for the contest on the Gold Coast, and there's still waves.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool. A couple of those guys getting ready to go for the men's round of 16, which we'll get the official call on how the whole day is going to roll through for Finals Day. Shannon Hughes in the booth here alongside Jess Grimwood, but it's been pretty unbelievable. And thinking of some of the women's performances we saw yesterday in the round of 16, the likes of Sally Fitzgibbons, Bronte McCauley, and then a few of those just off their rookie seasons like Betty Luce Kerr-Johnson and Gabby Bryan were outstanding. Yeah,
we saw some huge scores going down for the women, and they were really, really great conditions, and they have been throughout the whole contest, but I like the fact that the sweep and the chop and the bit of the rugged look about Snapper yesterday really challenged the ladies, and they were able to step up and still throw down 8s and 9s.
It was pretty crazy because it was so different from those perfect conditions that we opened up with, and the kind of conditions that would showcase the flaws in someone surfing were then those that are used to that QS grind, as you kept mentioning yesterday, they really took on to shine.
Yeah, Bronte McCauley was a standout for me yesterday. I thought just her backhand attack was incredible, and then the men, of course. I mean, there were so many good waves. There were so many almost amazing barrels behind the rock. I even saw one when we were sitting on the beach, like double spat out, and as somebody was taking off on the shoulder. So it was a pretty mental day of surf.
Crazy. Well, today is going to be another good one as we head down to Stace Galbraith. What's the call for official Finals Day?
Morning, Shannon. Morning, Jess. I'll get that out of Will. Will Hayden-Smith, Tours and Competition. What are we up to, mate?
Yeah, everyone's going to see a slightly different looking bank today, and this is why we've been rushing through this event, because we knew that there was a lot of wind and waves and weather coming, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. It's only getting worse over the next few days, so it's officially Finals Day, which is really exciting. And we had a few different options. We were looking at overlapping heats like we did yesterday afternoon with the women's, but we've actually made the call to go 25-minute man-on-man heats for the men's round of 16 and for both quarterfinals. We figured that with full jet ski assist for 25 minutes, it's basically like having a 35-minute heat. You're going to get lots of opportunity. There's still some really good waves, and we'll be crowning 2 champions, which is really exciting.
And obviously a robust decision with the surfers and other stakeholders this morning to make that decision.
Yeah, absolutely. I was on the phone to both Travis Logie and Jessie Marley-Dyer this morning, and I spoke to quite a few of the men's competitors. I haven't seen too many women down here yet, but they had a big day yesterday, which is understandable. And the general consensus was 25-minute heats with full jet ski, when potentially some of them are surfing 4 times today. So we want to make sure that they're still fired up and ready to go for the final.
Absolutely. Great job so far, Will. Best of luck today, mate.
Thanks so much for the call, and great to know that we're going to have that full jet ski assist, especially with the way it's been shaping up this morning, Jess, with those free surfers that we've seen just being blown down the point.
Yeah, I mean, that water safety is so onto it. They're really, really great to have with the surfers, and it helps us to see more surfing, I guess, and less Ironman or Ironwoman paddling. With this current now, you can see from that vision there, the swell's changed a little. It's picked up. There's so much energy coming through the point here at Snapper this morning, and so much weather, but there you can mind surf that little inside section. It's still peeling and running all the way through, especially a couple of little protected kind of angles as you move further towards Rainbow Bay. There's definitely some opportunities, some really, really big chunky sections. You can see like some live footage right now, some warm-up surfing. So, you know, it's still one of the world-class waves, even when we're challenged with these type of rugged conditions. A wave out here with 3 or 4 or 5 turns is still pretty much world class.
Yeah, it's still some of the better surf that this crew is going to encounter over the Challenger Series and just within their competitive opportunities this year, most likely. You can see Sheldon there taking a run straight off the rocks.
Yeah, local guy. It almost looks like a scamper and just kind of ditch everything, jump in as soon as you make the point to the rock. There's no time to wait around today with that swell pushing on over. And we see Vasco Ribeiro in the water as well, the Portuguese surfer, and he was here first arc. You know, I was walking around the contest site at 10 to 5 or 5 o'clock or whatever it was, and he was already here getting ready to psych up for finals day, and it's going to be on, Shannon.
And there we go. Buzzer has sounded. Vasco Ribeiro up against Sheldon Simkist for the opening heat of the morning. We've got 25 minutes on the clock to finish out the round of 16. We will not be running overlapping heats. It'll just be that straight 25 all the way through, then straight into the women's quarterfinals, followed by the men's quarterfinals, and a great day of surfing ahead of us. Looking at the draw and those left in on both the men's and women's side, Julian Wilson and Tyler Wright are those only two previous champions here on the Gold Coast left in the draw. So maybe they take home another victory, but we could likely be seeing a brand new champion on both the men's and women's side here at Snapper today.
Yeah, it's still wide open for that. There's so many names that would love to take the crown here for the Gold Coast. And what a good start to a Challenger Series season as well, to be able to kick off and kind of capitalise on all these different types of conditions they've been faced with here. If you can take a win, it really probably gives you a good inclination of the way the rest of your season's going to pan out, because this has been a really, really challenging and testing and taxing event.
As we got Sheldon Simkist, the local, into that first hard turn, linking it up for a second now and looking down the line. Just starting to find that pace, see what this wave has on offer early this morning. Starting to clean up now as he gets a little bit farther down the line towards Little Molly and into Rainbow Bay. Hits that frothy section again. And he's now looking for that jet ski, as we do have full jet ski assist in function.
Yeah, he'll be able to jump back on the sled when he's ready to opt to do so, and they'll take him wide out around the competition boys and place him back into the start of the lineup so that he can paddle in and take priority and try and position himself. But this is going to be the most important score to lock in pretty much for the day for the men, because this sets the scale for everything. So they're going to be looking at the work that he's done on the open face there and the wave choice. This wave cleans up really nicely through the inside. You can see there's still so much scoring potential. And he does get quite a lot of work done, but really, really important. It's so hard to gauge, because this sets the tone, obviously for this heat, but especially for this round for the men. So I think the judges might take a little bit of time, just assess that performance, opening up today's judging scale for the round of 16 for the men, and we'll wait for Sheldon's first score to come in.
Exciting times as the first wave has been ridden. Vasco now sitting with priority, waiting for an opportunity for something that he likes. You can really see how much wind there is blowing out the back. Now he's positioning himself for an opportunity. Has a look, decides not to go. That wave was just a little bit flat for him right at the start. And it's going to be a huge day of surfing ahead of us. We started out with 96 men in the draw. We're down to the top 16 on the men's side, as we have a strong paddle, Vasco, with an opportunity, a little cut back to position himself in the pocket. Really frothy section to start things off. He's going to hope that it hits that inside double up, gives him a little bit of a pocket to work with, and there we go. Nice snap to start, goes in for the second one, finds that clean face, goes for a big floater. Now into that full wrap, linking it up as he comes through. And there's a lot more scoring potential for this one down the inside towards Rainbow Bay and those free surfers, Jess.
Yeah, wow, he's ridden that thing so far down. He just looks so sharp throughout this whole event. This is why we're seeing the Portuguese champ here in the finals day conversation. That was a beautiful performance. Let's have a look at the score for Sheldon's one, which was a 4.5, and then compare it to this ride of Vasco, having to get that chin right to the stringer to scratch into the start of that wave. You can just see the amount of water pushing under him, and This is just a really, really nice open opportunity for him in this first heat, and speed galore up and over the foam. That turn is beautiful, just capitalises on beautiful timing and looked really nice with the spray and the projection as well. And just sharp surfing from him. It's going to go above Sheldon's. It was a little more critical. And most important scores, like we're saying, that's going to lock in for today and for the round for the men, these two scores right here. So a 5.67 for Vasco, Shannon, and the 4.5 for Sheldon. They've set the tone. That's the mid-range. That's all just below that mid-range scoring potential out here this morning.
And another opportunity for Sheldon with that steep takeoff. Negotiates around that wobble and now sets himself up. Projects through the section. Nice tail slide. Cuts back. Maybe we'll look for that inside double up. It's a smaller size wave, but it may start to grow down the line. He's doing so well to just stay with it, keep that momentum moving forward, now looking for the ski. So he's setting himself up with a couple of similar waves to kick things off.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be another similar one. I think just not wanting to waste the time. And as Will Hayden-Smith said, 25-minute heats is more than enough with the jet ski assist. You can all see how quickly they're able to get back into the lineup and find themselves a scoring ride. That turn right there, that was really nice and critical over the section. And then he gets a little dynamic on the end. So he's building on his momentum. Hopefully, although I'm not too sure with the wind and the conditions, if they can hear in the lineup or not. They might be able to intermittently hear as they move through into the bay and kind of get a little gap in the wind or a little bit of change of direction.
How much does that affect maybe their mindset within, what they're doing in the lineup? Is it that important that they know exactly the situations?
Oh, it's pretty important because I guess it depends on what type of athlete you are, but I mean, I find it really, really important. But of course, if you're battling with Mother Nature, you don't always get that luxury of being able to hear every single little score or how the heat's unfolding. So there has to be that aspect of you as a competitor and as an athlete, you're able to score or scale yourself at least within the heat and on your rides, and then also kind of have an idea tactically what you may need to do. They would have all these game plans going into this finals day. You don't make the finals without having some type of, strategic plan or game plan with the coach. So for Sheldon, I think it looks like he just wants to get a quick start, a 4.17 for the last wave, getting that ball rolling for him. He doesn't want to leave Vasco just sitting there and kind of having to hear scores just filter in, because that never goes down well when you haven't got a score under your belt as a competitor.
He's now sitting right in that conveyor belt. You can really tell how intense that current is just to stay in position, let alone to try and get yourself farther around into a deeper position through this week. We've seen a lot of really good barrels from that area where Sheldon's currently sitting just above the keyhole, not fully behind the rocks. But, he's really trying to push himself around there. And now I would love to hear Stace Galbraith down there with the conditions report. What's the go for conditions today, and what are your thoughts about where Sheldon's currently sitting?
Yeah, thanks, Shannon, here with an Oakberry surf conditions update. And you guys have been nailing it in the booth. There's so much going on out here with the wind and the announcing and the change in conditions. Sheldon obviously deep behind the rock right now, but I don't like to admit it, but I think the local knowledge is going to get taken out of play today. It's going to be a wave catching contest, not so much a wave selection contest. The more times you're on that jet ski, the more opportunity you're going to get for yourself. And as you can see with Vasco's first ride, he got that wave halfway down the point, but it just had the most amazing double up as we see Vasco executing his priority now over Sheldon.
Yeah, amazing to see Vasco. Now Sheldon just went down on a really hard takeoff. Absolutely nailed it there, Stace, as far as maybe Sheldon's local knowledge not playing off so much. Vasco now ripping into this one, and he's got some scoring potential opening up in front of him. He's going to wait for that double up. It's a bigger sized wave. It's going to connect through really well, and he'll be able to link into the pocket. Setting it up now for a big hit, starting to finally gain that speed that he would have been looking for. Maybe feeling a sense of frustration, Jess, that it didn't amount to everything he wanted.
Yeah, there's a lot of different lumps and wobbles in different parts of the wave now that the guys are going to have to contest with. Smart move from Vasco to block Sheldon. Sheldon was in a much deeper position and probably a pretty good position. I think he was probably maybe setting a line up to execute his first manoeuvre right where Vasco took off. So definitely keeping Sheldon out of the mix here. Look how chunky it is. I don't actually know if he jumped off because Vasco's on the outside or he fell off on that lump in there, but either way,
Either way, he had to give way.
yeah, he gave way for priority to Vasco, who got a bit of work done. Bigger looking wave. You can see his timing has just been really spot on. He's been able to fit himself and his board right in the little jammy parts of the wave and time it perfectly to make it look as crisp and as quick as possible. This turn right here, beautiful up and over the section, and you can see the difficulty. Here's a really nice angle of it, how well he's able to just source out those smoother looking little critical parts of the wave and kind of ignore physically the rest of the bump and the lump that are hitting him and going through his board and through his body as he goes.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive as we took a look at the slow-mo. Now Sheldon Simkiss with an opportunity. Nice and smooth to start off. Now just pacing himself as he starts to race down the line. Great couple of wraps connected together and driving harder off the bottom, straight up into the lip. This is where he needs to get the job done. Goes in for a second, straight into the lip, and a third. Adds a little variety there. Connects with it again. This wave continues to offer more of a pocket, and that local knowledge coming into play as he slides the tail around, leaves the rest of that wave to run through, and capitalizes on the pocket when it's in front of him, Jess.
Yeah, I think he's heard Stacey on the rocks or something just call out the local knowledge, not being a part of it today, and he's just gone, you know what, it actually is, and that was a really, really sick wave for him. A lot of critical manoeuvres. Have a look. It's nice and clean as well. It's one of those ones that's hit the inside really nicely, not as much chop, and it doesn't go wide out into that deep section of the bay, and he just looks really ready for this final state conversation. That turn right there, nice and critical, snap in the lip, plenty of speed, and then that timing that he has, able to throw so much spray, sharp top to bottom surfing right there for me. Really nice from Sheldon, and a bit of variety on the end as well. So nice wave choice from the local man, and there's a nice another little angle of how he's been able to connect with the lip out here.
Vasco with an opportunity, uses priority on a solid size section, goes up into the lip, makes the drop. Now setting it up, wrap back to stage, right tight in the pocket. Dealing with a lot of water moving, a lot of that foam pushing from behind. And now it starts to hit that next little bank. Vasco looking to build on a 5, 6, 7 that he already has as his high score. And that wave will fizzle out for him. I think it's going to be that wave for Sheldon that's really going to now start to set that pace and see if the guys can go even bigger than where Vasco opened up on that 5, 6, 7, Jess.
Yeah, you can see the differences in the wave choice there for Vasco. He's picking those bigger, kind of more rugged, rolling pulses as well. And they just pick up a lot of the lump and chop that's out there on the ocean. They seem to just collect it as they build through the inside lane. Don't really give him as much opportunity to show his kind of critical surfing.
Oh. Straight into the tube. Sheldon Simkiss stalls. He makes it out. Gets hit by a massive amount of whitewater, but stays so steady on his feet. Now just taking that low approach. He may be caught a little bit too far behind. That wave might, here we go. All right, he's got another opportunity. Little check to start off. Will he be able to link through? Some good critical turns on the inside. Puts that front foot forward. That was an incredibly impressive barrel to find. A really solid section as it kind of chandeliered down all over him. And now this wave grows as it goes down towards Rainbow Bay, and he ends off with a huge section for the local from Tweed Heads, finding some rhythm in the lineup. He is currently sitting, Jess, on his best result at an event of this level with 10,000 points on the line to win. Sitting in the round of 16 is the farthest he's ever made it. and he's looking like he'll be tough to beat today.
Yeah, we saw him this morning in the contest area, just with those resistance bands. And look at this, have a look at this. Really, really dark. It would have been a really, really dark, frothy barrel. Completely disappears for a second. Huge, huge, chunky amount of water as well to duck under. And gets the work done on the outside as well. He's stuck with it. I thought for a second that he might jump back out for the jet ski, but he's got 2 serious scores coming now. We had that smaller wave where it was a bit more of a workhorse wave, and then we had this with the flare, the barrel ride, and yeah, the local knowledge. His final maneuver, just perfectly timed on the lip there.
Amazing. We've got scores to come through. 2 for Sheldon Simkiss, 1 for Vasco Ribeiro. 10 minutes on the clock. We're going to go to a quick Bonsoy brew break, and we'll bring you back with that full situation update.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League Australia. And by Cooper's Brewery, official beer of the World Surf League Australia.
Finals day here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Sheldon Simkiss has jumped into the lead by dropping a 5.97 for his second to last wave, but we're still waiting for the score to come through for that barrel with a great end section to finish off on. Vasco Ribeiro has backed up his 5.67 with another 3. It's a little bit higher as a 3.83. But we are still waiting for last of Simkiss to come through. We've just got under 8 minutes on the clock, and so far it's that local knowledge that's taken Simkiss into that leading position. That smooth style coming through as one of those who surfs at snapper way behind the rock so many days. I mean, he's one of those locals out here that's just in the lineup constantly, and it's really starting to pay off as he's made it into the round of 16 so far and looking to book himself a spot in the quarters.
Yeah, finals day. Imagine if a local guy from Snapper Rocks is able to claim this Challenger Series event here. Can you imagine the energy and the level of excitement of the community as well? It would be a pretty exciting thing. I know it's obviously what he wants, but it's probably not the focus right now because look, Vasco into a really nice first critical section, Shannon.
Yeah, it gets a great snap to start. Frothy section, but unleashes a lot of power. Even just on these transitional maneuvers, you can see how much spray is flying off of the tail, out the back of the wave, without even going vertical and really executing on it. Now he starts to get busy. He's got that lip opening up in front of him. A few double pumps there to gain his own speed and momentum moving forward, and then Sheldon Simkiss answers back. Smooth rail work, up into the lip. Great connection. Cuts that turn a bit short to set it up for the next section. He's going to slide straight past Vasco and try to now get to that ski. The two of them will be getting themselves back out for priority. 6.5 minutes on the clock. And scores in for previous of Sheldon Simkiss with the barrel to finish. A 6.13 has him sitting now with Vasco Ribeiro chasing a 6.43.
Yeah, so 5.97, that was the turns through the inside. And there was a lot of critical surfing there, smaller wave, but cleaner, more crisp surfing. And then that 6.13 was the chunky, kind of throaty barrel on the takeoff. A little bit of work in between, and then that nice kind of lip line finish, sharp maneuver. So you can see it's just so important for the rest of the surfers, and I know all the coaches and the surfers just soak in as much as they can of this first heat, because it's just so important to set the tone for the day of competition. And here's a replay of Vasco's last one. He has this level of energy. He just brings so much excitement to the surfing, even when the sections are kind of lower and flatter and less energetic. He just seems to bring this whole other level of crispness and sharpness to his surfing. This final manoeuvre is similar to Sheldon's as well, maybe a little bit of a bigger, squarer section, but really nice for him. Here's Sheldon's last replay, a little bit of kind of just smooth rail work, open face work, really waiting for this bigger section, and straight up into the lip, vertical position on the board. And just a lot of variety. He has that kind of three-turn combo. You can see that's the middle scoring potential of the wave, and then he gets a bit more dynamic on the final manoeuvre. So really well matched, these two at the moment. They're kind of going blow for blow when we look at the scoring scale.
Yeah, it's pretty tight as far as those heat totals go. Vasco's dropped in a 5.63. He's now chasing that 6.43 to take the leading position away from Sheldon Simkis. It would be his biggest score for the morning in order to take the lead away. He's sitting with priority, as he was the first surfer to catch that last heat, first to kick out. So even if Sheldon had been dropped at the top before him, Vasco gets priority, as Sheldon was on that second wave. Scores now to come through for last of Sheldon Simkis. And Vasco Ribeiro, such a powerful surfer. I mean, we can see it in every way that he takes off on here. Coming out of Portugal, he's been that name on the men's side of the draw that has been just behind where Frederico Moraes has found all of that success, all of that championship tour success, that Olympic success as well. Vasco Ribeiro was just outside of that conversation for qualifying. He was really a couple of heats away from joining Frederico Moraes, Teresa Bonvalo, and Yolanda Hopkins for that Olympic experience for Team Portugal. And he's one of those surfers that we've just been waiting for that breakthrough opportunity to officially qualify for the CT. He's had so many of those wildcard opportunities at home in Portugal. He's put up some great heats against the world's best and has proven with, you know, a semi-final result there on the championship tour level that he deserves to be there. Now it's just being able to make it through and find some consistency coming into this year. Many years down the road for him, working things out on the qualifying series and now into the brand new Challenger Series format. He'll be a strong competitor coming through. And he's going to be a tough one for Sheldon even to hold that lead above right now, because if Vasco can find one of those waves, Jess, that allows him that solid pocket on those big turns that he's looking for, he's going to go in the excellent range pretty easily.
Yeah, 100% I have to agree, because he just has that level of power and grunt behind those turns. He's only looking for something really similar to what we locked in, like we're saying, on that scale. You can just see it's all kind of being in that medium range around those really high 5s and 6s. Similar to yesterday with these bigger rugged conditions, those huge big sections and the commitment to the risk in them, like we see throughout any of the heats, but especially when it's like this, they really, really kind of light up the screen and light up the sky for the judges. And like I said, I saw it a lot with Bronte yesterday with her surfing. She just really went upside down into those big sections right at the start of the wave, where they were just so risky, and she was so rewarded with it. So I think they're probably looking for something similar as well. They're showing they like the work rate here, but it's kind of capped them at that 5+ range into a 6, and then at Vasco, a little bit of frustration there. Wave choice, tricky today. That's the first kind of proper mistake I've seen him make in competition, and it's on finals day. I haven't seen him have that kind of frustration yet, Shannon.
Yeah, he's been really smooth advancing through those earlier rounds, getting in, you know, just kind of that consistent feeling for the wave here at Snapper and really unleashing, but now proving that he just hasn't been able to find that rhythm or the right wave, showing that it's definitely a much more difficult ocean to read today, which is clear to any one of us looking at things. It really is, like Stace was saying in that Oakberry conditions report, that it's going to be a little bit of the luck of the draw. Surfers taking off on waves. If something opens for them, they're then going to need to be ready to capitalize on it and just staying busy, where we've seen that local knowledge paying off. With that 6.13 as the high score, it did include that opening barrel, so he found some variety in there as well as linking together some good turns. Down to 20 seconds on the clock, and it seems to just be going in the locals' favor at the moment. Sheldon Simkus looking to book himself a spot into the quarterfinals with more points on the line than he's ever experienced before. It was back in 2019 that he really started out on his big campaign to want to qualify, started to be vocal about it, made it into those QS 10,000s like the Vans US Open, made it into the Triple Crown that year, and started to find some momentum. And now Sheldon, he's into the quarterfinals. He's going to be putting a lot of counting points towards his Challenger Series campaign, and that is a really exciting thing for the local. You can see him there, finally starting to soak it in as we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap.
Yeah, in form, Sheldon Simkus, can he carry this expertise out here at Snapper Rocks all the way into the very final? He's just booked himself a spot in the next round with this type of surfing. Critical sections, timings on, and wave choice. Pretty supreme in this opening heat, able to find just a little bit more above the Portuguese surfer Vasco, who's also been pretty in form, but just unable to overcome, slotting in behind a chunky section. And he pushes on through to the next part of the conversation, Shannon. Impressive.
So impressive. So impressed with Sheldon surfing. Just all of that kind of full picture starting to come together, that competitive knowledge as well as the surf knowledge. And he's into the quarterfinals. We've got another exciting heat coming up next. It's Connor Coffin up against Ian Gentile. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with more action for finals day. Connor Coffin and Ian Gentile have hit the lineup here for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. It's finals day. We're kicking off with the men's round of 16. We're then going to run into the women's quarterfinals, followed by the men's quarterfinals, all the way through until we crown our champions here on the Gold Coast. We could have some new ones in the mix because we've only got 2 previous winners left in the draw, and Julian Wilson and Tyler Wright. We could be seeing a brand new one walking away with a trophy today, and it could be Connor or Ian. Shannon Hughes alongside Jess Grimwood in the booth. We've got a lot of action on our hands today.
We do, and we just watched the local guy, Sheldon Simkus, take the win over the Portuguese surfer. That was a nice way to start the morning. Here we go, straight into it.
Connor Coffin throwing some power down for that first turn. Lining it up now. Frothy section, finds that corner, tags the foam, goes for a second, wipes his hair and water out of his face as he gets a good-looking pocket opening up in front of him. Kind of drops out of the sky off the roof of that one and sets himself up with the first wave. Ian Gentile with a score to come through as well. And that last heat had quite a lot of waves caught in it. Ian Gentile got up to this while we were in break.
Yeah, smooth. Another one that's able to just absorb the lump and bump and chop really, really well. You can see it just kind of pushing through his ankles. He doesn't let it affect the overall look of his performance. He just looks really smooth and really composed, similar to Vasco. So there's a lot going on in that wave face. You can see all the different parts of it, and then huge big critical turn there in the section. A little bit stuck up on that last maneuver, so having to hop back onto the front to push down through it, but nice big kind of attacking opening turn for Ian Gentile. And this is the last one, or the first one of Connor. Jam in the pocket, timed it really well, because you see it just changing and warping as the energy resets itself on the inside. Really foamy, frothy section, and then here it comes. Critical surfing from the man, Connor Coffin, on that final maneuver for that wave, and they'll both bank their first scores.
I think warping is the perfect word, Jess, that you just used to describe the face of those waves at the moment. There's just so much that's kind of pitching up and down and all sorts going on. As we see a huge takeoff from Ian Gentile, ducking into a massive barrel, gets clipped by the lip on the head. That would have been insane if he had been able to pull it through.
Almost jumped up off the seat. That was...
We lost you.
Yeah, I forgot we were even on the mic then, because that didn't even look like the conditions. It just glassed off. You could see how beautiful that barrel looked. It almost blasted his jersey off his back, and it was a really, really big section. He was in a perfect spot, and for a second, you almost thought he was going to come out through the doggy door and then just blast through and claim victory. And I'm sure so much applause, but I don't know, at the very end there, just kind of getting clipped. Look at this thing, sets his line, almost drops out, chunky, clean looking green sand bottom barrel there, almost able to sneak out through the doggy door in the front, but there's another vision just below sea level there on that angle. So close to coming out of that thing. That would have been a pretty epic score, I think, for Ian Gentile if he was able to ride on through out of that.
Oh, yeah. And the number of times that he would have made it through a section like that in a free surf, but now in competition, unfortunate to see him just get clipped. That was that would have been a difficult one to make it through. Love seeing that those are on offer, though, and now that he's found one. It's going to be few and far between, probably, to get a wave like that today, and the surfers are going to have to be keen and ready for it when it does come through. We saw Sheldon really looking for that, but without any opportunity. And now Ian, with the foam takeoff, transitioned straight up into the lip, and now with that clean face, it seems like those conditions are just shaping up a little bit better now, but bites the nose on the way down.
Yeah, he's looking electric out there and just probably feeling really comfortable in the lineup. I know he's spent a fair few surfs at Snapper, and I'm still kind of reeling from him not making that last barrel and not sneaking out through the doggy door, because it could have been a good score. And you can tell there are going to be some gems. They might not be as consistent as we saw yesterday, but every now and again there's going to be an absolute gem that rolls through, and someone's going to sniff one out at some point during the morning, and they're going to blast that scoring scale wide open past the sixes and up and towards that excellent range.
It's going to be exciting, too, because we've seen some good turns, some really good pocket work in that first heat from Sheldon, and we're going to see more of it, I'm sure, but on a day like this, Jess, to get into that excellent range.
Lucky the skis are out there. Oh. Oh.
A very frothy Sheldon Simkiss coming in after a big win. Just acknowledging how hectic it is out there. Thankful to have the skis for the assist today.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how a lot of the competitors turn up today, because we have just blasted through the rounds of competition and they've had to surf a lot of really taxing heats. So let's see how their recovery and their decompression in between contest days as gone last night and see how they're able to turn up and, you know, shake off the lactic acid and the fatigue that would have been building up over the last few days of competition and then reset for a huge day. Like Will said, there's a possibility. I mean, the overall winner could be surfing 4 times today. And then that's not including the free surfs and all the other energy that goes into, you know, putting together a championship performance.
Connor Coffin slides the tail, grabs the rail for a moment, now slings back into the foam. Redirects to look for that double up section, just decides it's not going to be worth it. 15 minutes on the clock. We are running 25-minute heats for our first few rounds this morning. And as we wait for the next good set to roll through, we're going to catch up with Sheldon Simkis, the local, booking himself a spot into the quarterfinals.
Always tricky surfing the first heat of the day. Sheldon, what do you make of it?
Yeah, I kind of reveled in it this morning. It was I got woken up by the wind, and I was up pretty early, about 4 a.m, kind of checking the conditions and checking the winds. I like looking at the forecast, and I really love surfing out here. I've grown up surfing here, so I'm always ready for a day when it might get really good. And I was just, you know, not sure what to expect this morning, but we got a lot of swell out there, so being first day of the morning, rocked up, and I was excited. I saw heaps of waves, and luckily we had the jet skis out there to help us, so heaps of waves to surf, and it's good to contest in those kind of conditions.
Must feel nice to have the support here. Mum and dad, partner, coach, manager, high school teachers, first job, boss, everyone's here.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I've really felt the support this week. It's been really fun. So to keep getting through finals day is going to be a lot of fun, and hopefully we get some more nice waves. It's been a great couple of days.
Looking forward to it, mate. Couple to go.
Feeling ready for Sheldon Simkis with that home crowd behind him. Great to hear that it's more than just his family, but former teachers, everyone down here to support him this week.
Yeah, first job boss. Everyone, literally, the community's going to go off if this guy can take a win. Shannon, I mean, it's been a fair few years since the last time a local won here. I think it's 2009, Parko took the win, and you can imagine the celebrations that happened then, and you can imagine the elation and the celebration for the community if Sheldon's able to take the win here on the end of finals day conversation.
Yeah, it'd be pretty amazing. 2009, Joel Parkinson. 2007, Mick Fanning, also in 2005. And then Dingo Morrison back in 2003. So we've had a few locals take home the trophy on the men's side of the draw, but it's been over a decade as we take a look at this last one. An inside runner for Connor Coffin.
Yeah, clean looking to open section. This is kick off with. There's a lump of bump, but just capitalizes. Big kind of traversing kind of transition top turn there. Like he covered a lot of ground.
Ian Gentile now with an opportunity out of Maui. Oh, goes for a big slide, throws those fins fully out. And now setting himself up as this wave reforms on the inside. It's really frothy, all that texture from the set rolling through just in front of it. And he's looking for that pocket, lets loose, goes for that little layback, now transitions through. And looking for a good finish here for Ian Gentile. Puts on a powerful slam, and he's feeling good.
Yeah, jammed, slammed that last section. I feel like the bigger conditions really suit him as well. Obviously, he gets the opportunity to open up his body a little bit more. There's a little bit more space in each section with the swell that's been building over the last few days. So suiting his surfing those bigger, more critical sections, able to really lay into it.
We'll take a look at the replay here. Scores to come through. See if he can move up into the lead.
Yeah, he just seems really active and excited in this heat. Just a lot of froth about that first turn. Just drifting, kind of floating really lightly and nicely. Nothing crazy critical. Got that mid-foam to deal with as well at the moment in the conditions until it hits this inside section, and then this is the most critical turn for him. He really jams it. And really elastic looking recovery as well for Ian.
Talk to me about the difficulty of having that much foam in the face of a wave. What it changes maybe about approach, or that smooth ability to cut through and keep control.
It's something that they're going to have to contend with all day through this finals conversation here, just because of the amount of swell and water pushing through the point, and that, you know, weather system that Stacey was talking about earlier that's come. It takes away a little bit of the crispness, I think, just at least viewing-wise and aesthetically, but it's just going to cause that little bit of downtime, I think, until you can get those really nice, crisp, critical maneuvers on the end section.
Just over 10 minutes on the clock, waiting for scores to come through for Ian Gentile. He's chasing a 4.67 to take the lead away from Connor Coffin. We're going to go to a quick break. Jackson Baker getting ready to pedal out pretty soon. Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro is underway. It's the first stop for this year's Challenger Series, and the first year that we get to really experience the whole thing with 8 events on the calendar. The final event will be finishing up late November, early December in Hawaii on the North Shore at Haleiwa, place where this guy is so comfortable with. Coming out of Maui, Ian Gentile would have just cut his teeth in the junior events there on the North Shore of Oahu. Came out really as one of the more well-known aerialists of his generation, really focusing on that side of his repertoire. Took a few years on those qualifying series events, Jess, and then kind of just disappeared from that competitive scene. We saw him make that recovery, or that comeback, not a recovery, just a comeback to competition in 2018, decided to really give it a strong go to get into that championship tour conversation. He came out with a great finals day opportunity at Avoca, that QS 3000, which was his first big QS back in a long time. And since then, he's been right in that conversation. Now he's looking for an opportunity to get into the quarterfinals, because these guys want the points on the line. Connor Coffin with a solid looking set.
Yeah, big open searing down the face. Bit of rail work that we've come to expect from Connor Coffin, and obviously honed his forehand point break skills, you know, from his home break, and probably not too dissimilar to this on a really chunky, lumpy day. He just looks really comfortable in the lineup to me, and able to find a bit of flow amongst all kind of disorganized mess that's running through along that bank there. He's not over surfing the sections either, I don't think. Just really patient with it, and just really ready to open up. Once that wave stands up on the inside floor, you can see the leg burn as well. I feel like there's that little nod to a little bit of leg burn.
Gentile with an opportunity. Frothy section, places it really well, throws a bit of spray out the back. Also looking very comfortable. Feeling kind of cruisy as he transitions to the inside. Now starts to find that speed. Lays into the rail. Links it together. And now he'll be looking for that opportunity to put on a strong finish as he floats down towards Rainbow Bay. Foam climb, straight off the bottom, really smooth surfing. Maneuver to maneuver, connecting straight up into the pocket, gets a little bit stuck there, and then finishes off strong. Scores coming through. Now Connor Coffin has dropped in a 6.17 for that bigger, chunky section out the back. That set him up in the lead. Ian Gentile now chasing a 5.81 to take that spot away from Connor Coffin. And for Connor, that's exactly right. For him, growing up in Santa Barbara, California, with Rincon as his local break, these kind of conditions on a windy day at home would just suit him. He would have grown up surfing it so many times, obviously hoping for those nice, clean offshore winds blowing through California. But on so many days, it looks just like this, and you can really see that he's feeling comfortable and at home. This is also a really important moment for him because he's just fallen off of the championship tour for the first time since he qualified back in 2016. And it's a pretty huge shock because he was in that top 5 conversation last year. At the end of 2021 at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, he finished number 4 in the world, right there with an opportunity to win a world title in that single day event. And now for him to have fallen short of that midseason cut, he's got a lot of thinking and a lot of readjustments to make now coming into the back half of the year on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I remember his standout performance, when he turned up at Narrabeen. He really put on a pretty good show there, and there was a lot of really shifting and changing conditions as well that suited his powerful approach. He's a great surfer to watch. He's really got some beautiful kind of aspects to that rail work.
Taking a look at the Harvey Norman recap. Ian Gentile ducked inside.
Oh, so close to just scooting out the doggy door there out the front of that one, but he gets taken down. This is the replay from Connor's best wave, the 617 with the big searing cutback and the open face work, and then this is his final part of the wave as well. He's really able to lay in, open up, and kind of put together that nice combo for the best score of the heat so far.
Now, Jess, no doubt Ian Gentile would be sitting in the lead right now had he made it through that barrel.
Yeah, I'm going to say yes. Without my judging expertise, definitely no judge. But you know, as a spectator point of view, I would have given him the nod to go through to the lead at the moment. That 577 was his last wave. It was super critical as well. It just maybe didn't have that first bigger section like Connor's 617. But similar story, that the scaling of their waves and the judging scale has been set, and they're just hitting right in the middle at the moment for this heat number 2. They're all capped around that high 5s to 6 marks once again. So waiting for that standout kind of point, that exclamation mark that we're going to see in performance, that's going to bust through that ceiling in these first couple of heats.
Having an opportunity now under priority. Ian Gentile smooth off the bottom, off the top, looking for that good section. Connects into the lip. He's going to get caught behind the foam and kick out. He's looking for a 4.81 to take the advancing position away from Gentile. That last wave, his highest was a 5.77, which means he just has a small requirement. He's now taking off farther down the line. A lot of foam, a lot of froth to keep that board connected to his feet, even to keep that board connected to the surface of the water, where you get that foam in the equation and it literally just disconnects those fins with those air pockets.
Yeah, that was just a really wobbly, weird one, and he's going to have to wait for the ski to take him back out the back. 2.5 minutes. Plenty of time to still be in the fighting position for the finals conversation and the progression through this heat.
We've got a lot of really great heats coming up in the men's round of 16. Up next, it'll be Connor O'Leary and Maxime Huchenot as we take another look at this first opportunity for Ian.
Yeah, nice big wrap. He almost goes down because it's just so shallow there and just really doubles up on the inside. That's the only thing that's going to be on offer.
Those 2 scores filtering through, they're not going to be enough to factor into his top scoring waves, so situation will remain the same. Coming up in the 4th matchup for the men's round of 16, it's the Australians Dylan Moffat and Morgan Siblick. In Heat 5, Oscar Berry and Ramsey Bokheim. In Heat 6, Jackson Baker and Callum Robson. Heat 7, Leo Fioravanti and Zeke Lau. In Heat 8, Julian Wilson and Nolan Raposa. Those are some amazing matchups, Jess.
Yeah, I'm going to ear tag. I was looking at the Bailey's ladder, live ladder that's updated out the front of the surf club this morning, and I was ear tagging 2 heats particularly from this round. personally that Jacko Baker heat and the Callum Robson. It's going to be a battle of the powerhouse and the rail work for those two. And in these kind of chunky conditions, I think it will be a really, really good one to watch. And then also the Julian Wilson versus Nolan Raposa. I feel like Nolan has been a bit of a standout, kind of come from nowhere for me over here in Australia, watching him come from America and be just a little bit dynamic and blasting onto the scene and making it to here. And then, of course, Julian Wilson, like you said, the only former champ left standing in the draw for the men. Those two, for me, are going to be really, really kind of the highlight of this round.
It's going to be outstanding. In the women's quarterfinals, which will be coming up after this men's round of 16, we've got Gabriella Bryan up against Sally Fitzgibbons for the first one. Nikki Van Dyke and Caity Simmers up for the second one, as we see Connor Coffin using priority here. Cuts back into the foam. Just patiently waiting for an opportunity. He'll kick out there. In the third women's quarterfinal, we've got Tyler Wright and Molly Picklum. In the fourth, Bronte McCauley and Betty Lou Sakur Johnson. We just couldn't pick better matchups for those 4 quarterfinals.
Yeah, they got a lot of personality if you just look at the kind of flavour of the matchups as well. And that Tyler Molly one, similar to the Jacko Callum, and it's a big day of finals competition surfing. It's
going to be massive. Out with a strong win, Connor Coffin books himself a spot into the quarterfinals. He's just fallen off of the championship tour, didn't make it past the mid-season cut at the Margaret River Pro, and making it into the quarterfinals here is going to be a very strong way for him to start his Challenger Series campaign. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with more Connor O'Leary and Maxime Huchenote hitting the lineup next.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Bond University, official higher education partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Good Surfer, surf safety and etiquette initiative proudly developed by City of Gold Coast. And by S&S Group, official property development partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl.
It is finals day here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl, and we've got tricky conditions, but it's all going down. We've seen some very close heats to kick off the day in the round of 16 for the men. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, Ronnie Blakey joined by the great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew Bugs. It's all going down. You've got a local boy into the quarterfinals. You must be happy about that.
Oh, yeah, it's a great story. Sheldon, you know, he's a snapper kid, and seen him growing up here. Tell you what, he knows every grain of sand out there.
Nothing separating the competitors in that last heat too. Connor Coffin just getting the edge over Challenger Series campaigner Ian Gentile, and set to watch another big clash go down here. Australia's Connor O'Leary up against the Frenchman, Maxime Huchenote, who's got an amazing competitive record. He's been toiling away on the QS for a number of years though. And now on the Challenger Series, I think he's had a gutful. Big first turn to get things underway here in Heat 3 of the morning. Maxime Even though he hasn't made the grade on the CT, we've seen him take up wildcard opportunities in the past. And he's a very accomplished surfer, won a World Junior title as a 17-year-old. And now looking to make his mark in this first event of the Challenger Series. Couple of nice turns through the inside here. They're still out there, these quality waves. You just got to deal with a bit more wind, a lot of current. But Maxime taking this one right through to the inside and kicking out of that one with plenty of energy.
He did some good work on the outside, really solid.
This will be a good battle between these two. Connor O'Leary, he's had a yo-yo-like career. He's been on the CT, off the CT, back up into the elite ranks, and just recently he's got himself above that mid-year cut line. He'll challenge the back half of the season. He's automatically qualified for 2023. And yeah, he's doing some great surfing. But let's see the replay of Maxime here.
This is it's such a solid start. That first turn will set him up for a good score, and it was wise to hang in with this one, just so that he could utilise, and it might only be decimal points on the inside, maybe a point better. He has to milk this one for everything it's worth. The wave quality certainly deteriorates, but having that outside move will really set him up for an opening score. And I agree, he looks very hungry this time round, and he's been a campaigner for, he's got to be 10 years.
Yeah, maybe more. He's been at it for a long time, but you know, he's done pretty well. You know, I mentioned the fact that he's toiled away on the qualifying series, now the Challenger Series, but he's had the moments to, you know, keep the fire burning. Some big competitive wins, and one came just last month in Portugal, and he won a QS 3000 in his region. Comes into this first Challenger Series event as the #1 seed from that region over there in Europe. And we mentioned it yesterday, Bugs. He didn't just win that event, he smashed it. Huge heat score in that final, 18.34. That's a couple of big numbers.
Yeah. What a time to peak. A peak performance in a final. It's just such a good sign inwardly for yourself that you know that you are ready to take on a higher level again.
19 minutes remaining, 6.17 for Maxime on that opening ride. Connor O'Leary's out there with priority at the moment. Looks like there's some sets coming our way. And we'll see if the goofy footer can find himself just a corner here to rip off some big backhand snaps. He had some highlight moments at Mainbreak Margaret River in tricky conditions, so you'd like his chances.
His chances are great. This should be an amazing heat. A 6.17, I mean, you think about the scores in the last heat, it's a good opener.
A really good opener. The WSL acknowledges the Bunjalung, Ugamba people of this region as the traditional owners of this zone, and what a special zone it is. It's so beautiful. We want to give our respects to elders past, present and emerging, and welcome and give that same respect to all First Nations people here and anyone tuning in on the broadcast. Thanks for being with us.
We knew the conditions were going to be pretty tough this morning. The wind howled all night. I guess when I thought about trying to compare it to somewhere, to me, you know, this is very similar to, say, on the North Shore, a north wind and north swell at Ayakai, where you've got that really strong current, but you've still got these nuggets, and you see smooth faces and spitting barrels, and you've just got to be on the spot.
Yeah, well, Maxime Husseneau really took a wave then and polished it up nicely for a great opener. 6.17. There's 17.5 minutes remaining here. Let's check in with our quarter-finalist, Connor Coffin, just surviving the round of 16. He's with Stace.
A lot of discussion about the format this morning, Connor, but 25 minutes seemed to feel like a long time just then.
Yeah, I felt plenty long. It's a lot of work out there. There's a ton of waves. It's just trying to get on the right ones, and the sweep's so gnarly. You pretty much jump off the ski behind the rock, and if a wave doesn't come, it feels like you're already gone. So, and then there's like these rippable 2-footers, but they're just so far in on the rip that it's really hard to find them. So kind of just got to keep rolling and hope that you connect with something decent. But Yeah, stoked. Ian, I actually did the QS with Ian freaking like 10 years ago before I got on tour. We went to Cabo for a comp and a couple events, so he's an insane surfer. It's good to see him back having a crack. I remember we both used to be so frustrated by the no priority QS heats that just did our head in, and then he stopped for a while and came back, and so yeah, good to see him back.
Yeah, right there with you. That was a phenomenal matchup. We were just talking off air. You've only got to beat 6 men to win a CT, but it's a little different back here on the Challenger Series.
Well, yeah, I feel like I should be in the final by now, how much surfing I've done, so stoked to keep it rolling, and yeah, into the quarters, and just hope I got some extra juice in the tank today. Could be a lot of surfing.
Absolutely. A few more jet ski rides is all it's going to take, mate.
Oh, yeah. Hi to everyone at home, and yeah, stoked to be here. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Connor. Well done. Yeah, bro.
What a bounce back after the disappointment of missing the cut. And this is a guy that finished 4th on the CT last year, Bug. So it's remarkable that he's got his focus back and he's into the quarterfinals now.
That's a great effort, and it just shows that there's been a reset. Connor also touches on 2 really important things about today. And we've touched on it other times. It's like whether you're jumping off the rock or you're jumping off a jet ski, just as you come through that first initial takeoff zone, you're really hoping there's a nugget there for you to take. Otherwise, you're already battling clearly going backwards while you're paddling, and then it takes you off the bank. And so the ones that wrap onto the bank are very hard to get onto once you get torn down the face.
Yeah, well, here's Maxime. Off the ski, straight back into the zone. We saw Connor O'Leary there, still fighting to hold his position on the outside. Still hasn't had a ride.
It's a classic example of what was just spoken about. He jumped off the ski and he jumped straight on one. It's a good strategy. Connor's already been taken off the bank a little bit.
Well, Stace Galbraith out there roving with Dometic out there in the field, and he made the point earlier that the more time on the ski might be the key to really saving your energy for actual surfing, as opposed to just continually fighting that current. As Maxime finishes off a second ride here, won't go as high as the first, didn't have the big dynamite turn on the outside, but he'll back up that number, and the pressure's going to be on Connor O'Leary, as you mentioned, he's going backwards.
And so what happens is, we saw this a few years ago at Kira, when you get that really strong rip at Kira, as you go backwards down the line, there comes a time when you go, you know what, cut my losses, go get the jet ski.
So here's the replay of that last ride. Had the nice little kick on the tail there, kind of made something of really a nothing section. And then got the bonus on the inside.
Yeah, this had a much better body through it, through the inside section. That the last effort, the last one was, the 617 was really garnered on that outside.
These two had a heat last year on the Challenger Series. It was in the event that Connor took out. They met in the quarterfinals. He got the jump on Maxime there. So their second battle at this level. And we're yet to see Connor come to life out here at the moment. 13.5 minutes to go. And we're going to take a quick bonsai brew break.
Paddling around other surfers to take the inside position is called snaking. It's considered extremely poor behaviour.
Hey, are you serious?
Let the other surfer go. Good things come to those who wait. Be a good surfer. Share waves, smiles, and good vibes.
Yeah, the good surfer. Surf safety and etiquette initiative. It's all about encouraging people to adhere to those traditional codes of conduct and pay respect to one another. You've got to be kind to your fellow surfer, Bugs.
Yeah, and we get a lot of fellow surfers here.
Sure do. Here we go, Maxime. Wave number 3, and we're still yet to see Connor O'Leary up, so he's just on a really nice little rhythm with the skis at the moment. Connor's going to tap into one now, just trying to get his campaign underway here. The backhand has been lethal on his road through to this round of 16. And this wave might offer a nice section here. Really hammers it. He's got that great transition into that vertical position with the board. And then really unloads the power as Maxime chases him down the line here. So he's been busy in the opening stages here, the Frenchman. As he just rides high, looks to gather some momentum. This wave's starting to clean up a bit. Little layback hit to get started. Looks like he's riding a bit of an old faithful here. No doubt a board that he's got plenty of trust in. And he plants the end section with a nice floating Rio. 10.5 minutes to go.
That's amazing. See, the thing with backhand surfing out here, and Connor would be so aware of this, you have to get the ones that hit the bank properly, because if you're on your backhand and the foam ball goes beyond the bank and you're on the fat shoulder, you're only doing those cutbacks halfway up the face. You cannot score points. We've seen how deadly he is when he comes square off the bottom into those series of vertical snaps, and he gets a little bit going here, Ronnie.
He's really perfectly executing what Mark Occhilupo was talking about yesterday. You know, really drop low, you've got to get low, give yourself time so you can set up these kind of turns.
And he gets a couple of beauties off there, and no one knows how to do it better than Occhi out here or anywhere. I mean, these guys would have watched so much footage of Occhi surfing and molded their surfing on his backhand approach. Places like J-Bay, Snapper. This is an insider. He's really hoping this one really forms up as he goes over the double up here into Rainbow Bay. And he sticks with it, gets a couple of pretty good turns to lay back there. Not really connected, this wave, but because he's had that 617, but his other two have been short ones. That's a good finish, though.
Yeah, big projection, float. Found the lip line beautifully and connected with that nice little pillow of white water for a tidy finish.
You know, as they're going back out again, I wanted to touch on just how special, with the Legends heat yesterday, how many times will we ever see, Kelly Slater and Mark Occhilupo together in a heat again? And when you reflect on both their stories, they are two of the most amazing stories in all sport, because Kelly at Pipeline, getting that wave early in the tournament with 3 seconds to go, then what he did in the final, that's not Kelly Slater out there in a 2-hour surf getting a couple of bombs. That's in a final of a tournament at the Banzai Pipeline, and it's got to be up there with the greatest performance in the history of all sport. And so that's his story. Then we'll come back to the Occhi comeback story in the next little stanza.
I love it. Just over 8 minutes to go. Let's go out the back with Dometic and Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Thanks, Bugs. And look, on behalf of Oscar and I apologise for interrupting that Bug stanza. We love a Bug stanza. But, OB, what are you seeing out there?
I'm seeing the tides dropping a lot, but there's still a few diamonds out there, some pretty crazy ones. So, yeah, I'm seeing that they're liking big turns out the back. So if I can get one while I'm out there, with very limited time out there, yeah, try and capitalise out the back and put it to bed early.
You're the proud owner of a jet ski, aren't you?
I am, yeah. It's locked away in the garage at the moment. The thing's, I don't know what's wrong with it, something, but yeah, haven't used it for a while, so it's retired for now.
Make a few more hits here, mate. Buy yourself a new one. Good luck, Oscar.
Thank you, Stace. Oh, he doesn't need one today. What do they say, Bugs? The best jet ski that you can have is your mates. And there's a few good jet skis out there at the moment. They'll be responsible for getting the surfers out around this incredible current, through the chopper and back to the takeoff zone.
Yeah, and Oscar Berry continuing on his giant killing roll through the tournament.
He's still a junior competitor, but You wouldn't think so. He's been really putting it together nicely. His coach, Tim McDonald's, been super impressed with what he's been able to do and just the competitive savvy that he's suddenly found. But out there in the water at the moment, Connor O'Leary has dropped his first number, 4.67. Maxime, though, he's built on the 617. He got a 3.93 for that last ride. Connor needs a 5.44. But he's sizing one up at the moment.
And exactly, he was looking down the line to make sure he's got to find the one that hits the bank. He has scored massive points on those ones throughout the tournament so far. So just to finish off that point, when I think about Kelly, you know, it's the pantheon of greats of all times. You know, it's Tom Brady, it's Tiger Woods coming back and winning the Masters. It's, you know, Valentino Rossi, GP, and Lewis Hamilton and Michael Schumacher, their longevity and greatness. You know, he's right there, if not above that. And then with Occy, and you touched on the documentary yesterday, and people should dig that out and have a look at it, because that comeback is nearly unparalleled in sport too. You know, he had to shed 50 pounds, and in his early 30s came back and became world champion. And the only parallel I can think is George Foreman. You know, he was like 30 years after the rumble in the jungle with Ali and Zaire, coming back and winning a world heavyweight title after shedding 50 pounds. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, it was amazing. And I remember just really immersing myself in all the stories of Ox come back too. It was remarkable. I remember him talking to Barton Lynch, and Barton saying, "You got to get faster, mate. The kids are fast." And he did. He found another gear, and he brought those classic lines to the party. As we see now, out the back, another goofy footer from that Cronulla region. And Connor O'Leary looking for a score of 5.44. He's going to fall, though. You can see how hard he's pushing on these sections, trying to make something of those transition turns to get that flow right. Here's the Harvey Norman heat recap. Maxime Husseneau started off strong, didn't he? 6.17 for this wave, and quickly backed it up.
He backed it up, not with a big score, 3.93. So this game is still alive for Connor O'Leary. But Maxime, this was a clever move to come out of the gates and get that 6.17. He attacked the outside section. Connor, he just gets this 4.83. Or
yeah, love that turn. He had a little bit of downtime on this one as well, but really saved the ride with this super high impact hit on the end section. And this was the 3.93 for Maxime. Only a couple of opportunities to really lay the board into the wave, and he didn't waste them, especially the last turn here.
The last turn just gave him just under that 4-point mark. It's not a safe zone, but time's the big factor for Connor O'Leary.
These guys, you know, similar kind of stories now, but their paths to this point in their careers really different. Maxime, a real prodigious talent, came on, started winning big, very young. But he's been toiling away, as we said, on the QS for a long time. And Connor, you know, he was surfing great, but didn't really get the big results until a little later. He didn't have that amazing junior career. He was working in a surf store as he chased that competitive dream, but he has made the grade on the CT a couple of times and really saved his place there with big performances on that second tier qualifying series, and well, dominated the Challenger Series last year. Had an amazing run to keep his place on the CT, and hasn't wasted it this time. But you know, Connor, he did claim Rookie of the Year honours. I think that success early on really created an expectation for him, and kind of suffered under the pressure of trying to meet that expectation.
I believe he did so. The one thing about Connor is that when he gets a roll on, he knows how to win. He knows how to win a tournament. Not at this level, I mean, not at the CT level yet, but at this level.
I feel like too, in the that year off, 2020, Connor was one of the surfers that, away from the competition, managed to really dial his surfing up a gear. As we see Maxime there having a look at one. But time's a real issue here for Connor O'Leary. Just 2 waves, still looking for a 5.44, and they're hard to come by out here at the moment.
Now, a very interesting situation there, because I guess they're being deemed that they're not in the zone to get priority, Ronnie. and Maxine just pulled off that wave, and they're both out of the priority zone.
Yeah, well, Connor did take a ride for a 2, which he fell on. So this is huge. Maxime, if he keeps charging up the point here, if he can fight this current and get into that sort of takeoff zone,
I think he's actually holding the inside position like point break style. I think that's his game right now. He's just trying to hold the inside positioning because time is the massive factor. Conor O'Leary is well behind the 8 ball. He actually needs a score. A 5.44, they're not easy to play.
Well, they're way down the point. They're well out of position when you consider where most of the scoring rides have come from. So if Connor's going to turn this heat with a minute to go, he's going to have to do it on half a ride here at Snapper.
I think at some point it might have proved a good move for him to actually
go on the ski.
Just headed down and got the ski and start again.
No time now, though.
No time now. But see, here's the inside positioning with 50 seconds remaining. A little grower here for Maxine.
Yeah, well, he's put the foot down. He's got plenty of speed to unload in this first turn. Just a cut down to set up the end section. Unable to reel that move in, so the requirement will remain the same. 5.44, 30 seconds to go here. Will Conor O'Leary get the opportunity?
Just a sliver of an opening of light. Maxine will not improve his score. But he's actually paddling down now for a wave. He might get this one a green mount.
Well, on the outside is where we want to turn our attention, because Conor O'Leary's got 10 seconds to get himself into a ride here, and he's just fighting the current. Here we go.
He's going.
He's pushing wide. Conor O'Leary chasing a 5.44, drives into the first section. Sticks with it, begging this wave to cooperate and provide a steep wall down the line. Really needs to dig in here. There's a transition turn. Out onto that open face. Desperate surfing at the moment. Hasn't even had the chance to open up just yet. But the wave's going to hit the bank here on the inside. And Connor, we'll see if he's got the composure to keep these big turns under control. Nice hit there. Another little transition smash. And that's all he's going to get out of that ride. And the comparisons will be made to the 6.17 earlier on from Maxime. What are your thoughts, Bugs?
Well, I thought, look, the wave at the start, he got that float and then he bogged a couple of turns. It was only on that inside part he got those 2 or 3 really crisp turns in.
I think you've got to make the comparison to Connor's own 4.67, where he had a couple of pretty decent backhand hits.
Yeah, he got caught on that first turn there, got caught up a bit. Nothing you really get. He just gets this. He sort of uses this to get around this section, but right here, again, just bogs it a little bit. So I don't think anything yet. And he's being patient. He knows it's got to hit the bank. And as we spoke, it's on the backhand. You need to be able to come off the bottom like this. There's a good, crisp move. And here's another one.
Just felt a little short, didn't it?
Yep.
Just never really got the chance to open up. You can see that Maxime has heard the result there. Conor O'Leary falling short on that last ride. Disappointment for him. But it was a quick start from Maxime and it paid off. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll see Dylan Moffat take on Morgan Sibley.
Team Boost definitely has a major vibe. I think being in the team, we're all connected and we live and breathe that. It has this performance quality too. It's just so encouraging for everyone in all their different crafts to go out there and kind of send it. I think when you're surrounded by that, it's really contagious. To stay connected for me means many things. It's connecting with family and friends, but also it's connecting to the sport I love. It's connecting to technology and the improvements I need in training. Everyone should switch to Boost because you'll be connected everywhere and you won't have to worry about a thing. On the Telstra network, always have reception. I'm on Boost, Robbo's on Boost, Morgs is on Boost. Everyone's doing it. Come join us.
Welcome back to the show, the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl. And we've got the fourth heat of the day out there in the lineup now, the round of 16, trying to establish some big quarterfinal clashes. Already 3 surfers through. Now Dylan Moffat and Morgan Siblick will fight for a place against Maxime Husseneau in that second quarterfinal clash. This is a great heat, Bugs. These guys very evenly matched and kind of similar in stature.
I think it's a great one. It's going to be a brawl.
It's been an absolute pleasure to sit here with you, mate, this week and talk surfing at a place you know so much about. Thanks for having us. Here's Maxime celebrating the big result.
Thank you. The qualified first time he beat me, so hopefully I can win.
You beat Connor, so you gotta be win.
I hope.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
No. Good job.
Oh, that's a cool moment. That's Akami. That's Conor O'Leary's mother wishing Max all the best as he moves through to the quarterfinals.
Oh, that was just beautiful.
And she's an unbelievable surfer too. She's had some big results before Conor came along. As we see Morgan now up and looking to get his Challenger Series campaign off to a flying start here. Nice little projection hit on that end section.
Well, a feature of Morgan's heat so far throughout the event has been a very slow start. Not this time.
No, I think he would have paid attention to the winning formula there for Maxime. Maxime got busy straight away. He spent a lot of time on the ski. He did reps. He just got in that circular flow and didn't fight the current as much as Conor O'Leary. And as a result, it really did look like Conor was a bit gassed at the end of that heat on his last ride. Typically, he's a lot sharper than that in the final stages in a clutch moment like that. Here's the replay of that last ride.
Yeah, I mean, it's not super special. It sort of runs away on him down the bank here, but it's an opener.
Well, what would the strategy be for you, Bugs? If say, we'll come back to that in a moment as we see Dylan Moffat tapping into his first ride. This guy's been throwing everything at these walls. Nice carve to foam hit there to get started, but he's going to bog down on the top turn. And that was really a nothing turn, so he's kind of thrown that right away on a transition move.
And Dylan's in that position now where he's more than halfway down the break. Now, trying to paddle back to the outside while his opponent, we saw him just jetting along. He could get one of these inside runners at Rainbow, but here we see Morgan utilising the jet ski. Now, Dylan is still paddling back and he's undecided. He certainly hasn't decided to go the jet ski at this point. And see, I think, personally, this is when you utilise it. Okay, the first rotation didn't work.
He's down near Little Marley. He's nowhere near the takeoff zone. So I think you're right. I think he should cut his losses right now. He fell on that first ride. It's not going to count for anything. Unlikely that he's going to pick up a score of substance to get himself down the line. I can see that potentially he's just thinking at this point, if I can just get a 4 from here, it might help my cause. But Morgan's already back out at the takeoff zone, and I've got a feeling he's going to catch a ride before we see Dylan Moffat get back to his feet here.
And of course, there's no situation here where there's an advantage in any way, shape or form for Dylan, because Morgan will have the priority. He'll be able to ride the wave to its full extent.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Bugs, even though the wind's howling today and, it's obviously causing some of these waves to pinch and close up a little bit. I've seen some rides that have provided some barrel riding opportunities still if you're well positioned behind the rock at the start of the heat.
There will be those opportunities. It's utilising it at that takeoff zone, and it's just not a straightforward barrel. It is not a. It never is at snapper, particularly when you've got connecting sections. It's that transition from one looping section to the next where you have to make adjustments according to what the wave's offering, with a little bit of backwash, with a bit of below sea level activity, with a little bit of chop in the upper part of the face and some chandeliers. All these things are coming at you.
The chandeliers, you know, it seems here more than anywhere with the bank the way it is at the moment, even in an onshore conditions, that wave chandeliering doesn't necessarily mean it's going to pinch. I've seen it already this morning. Ian Gentile tucked into a really long barrel.
Yeah, and I do feel if he'd pulled up in that next section and backed himself, he wouldn't have, instead of coming out through the doggy door, I believe that thing opened up again. And what happens is that chandeliers hit you, and you've just got to kind of burst through that again. And as soon as you burst through it, you're back into clean space.
Well, we'll see if someone can find that magic connection. There's a couple of things that have got to happen. It's not as easy as a barreling wave coming at you and getting into it. You've got to have a bit of luck on your side. You've got to get off that ski and be in the right place at the right time. But here we go, Dylan Moffat now making his move well down the line. We'll see if he can generate a score out of this. Whips a little slash to get started. Nice section here. And wow, he hung onto that turn, got completely, well, almost hung onto it, but got completely disconnected from his equipment. I thought he was going to really prove us wrong there with a sequence of solid moves, and the fight to stay in position might have paid off for him, but now he's making his way towards the skis. Nice little hook off the top there, but really probably going to be a couple of inconsequential numbers.
Oh, look, there are waves down there. There's certainly opportunity down there. He went fishing, he backed himself. He would have seen it as part of his game plan for sure that, hey, there are some waves wrapping into Rainbow that you could get a 5 or a 5.5 or maybe a 6 on.
He got that release. Let's have a look at the replay, but the last turn is incomplete.
Yeah, he won't get scored for the last turn. This turn here is a great... Because of this, if he made this, you know, he would have had something similar to Morgan's first wave, or his 3.83.
On the ski, though, heading back out. No big numbers dropped just yet. Relatively even. Morgan, too. He's been dragged a little out of position. He actually had a look at a wave, and that can almost just drag you so far down the line. Having a standing look at a ride is a gamble.
Well, that's where it comes into play, just like Kira, that current of Kira. You paddle for a wave and you miss it. You've lost 20, 30 metres. You turn around and you're going backwards because you've got no forward momentum in your paddling. And so there you go, you're 50 metres out of the lineup.
Well, these surfers have battled their way through the earlier rounds, 4-man heats. Then in the round before this, we had those 3-man heats, but getting back to head-to-head competition now. So, you know, another competitor out there that you don't have to concern yourself with. And just the chess match begins. But this is really, the Gold Coast is where head-to-head man-on-man surfing was born, Bugs.
It sure was. 1977, March 1977, and at Burleigh Heads, Peter Druin unveiled, you know, a snapshot of the history of surfing. It hasn't been bettered.
Yeah, it must have been a game changer just for obviously there was rivalries when you were surfing 6-man heats and there was no priority, and you were, you know, basically punching your rivals as you paddled it to get into position. But we'll get back to that. Have a look at this one for Morgan. Great little slice off the top to set this up. Well, this wave could really pan out nicely if he can keep making the most of these opportunities down the line, linking it together beautifully at the moment. Great flow on show here from Morgan. Wants a major turn, though. Has to work to get some speed going as he hits this section. A lot of work done already, but still looking for that big, high-impact move. Here's the section he can really lay into. Nice move there. Probably be the best wave of the heat so far, but didn't really get to show us that big, deep rail carve that's been getting him the big numbers early on in the contest.
Oh, you're spot on. That'll be the best wave of the heat so far. It's hard to find those sections to really cut loose on your repertoire. This is a challenging day at snapper for what it is. And Morgan sets this one up pretty nicely. Just a series of setup turns here, clean as a whistle. He looks to be on song though today, that's for sure. This wave really connecting all the way, but it's not offering, as you said, these sections where he can just lay into that amazing turn he's got.
Didn't get ahead of himself though, did he? Didn't try and overcommit to a section on this bumpy face. He really did read this wave quite well.
Really well, because it is a lumpy, bumpy face. It's just warping all the way. And that's the challenge here today. This is not clean snapper. We saw the first 3 days of competition just clean as a whistle snapper. It was a canvas that these artists could, you know, paint their own picture on.
Well, just under 12 minutes to go. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat with Stace.
Maxime, you've been on the Challenger Series for a long time now. You know how important that round is. Here on in, it's everything.
Yeah, it is. I get stuck on those runs for years. Like, I think maybe I'm one of the most consistent guy on every stop, getting to quarters and this run. So I need to make it to the final. That's what's been missing. That's why I haven't qualified yet. Always missing like 1,000 points or something. And it's those runs you need to make it out. And Corner beat me twice in those runs before, last year in the Quick Pro, and he ended up winning and qualify. And a couple of years ago in Balito, and he ended up winning and qualify both times. So you know, that's the difference. It's like if you make those and you can go all the way, you end up going qualify. If not, it's the other. So that was a really important hit, and I'm really happy to make it.
You've got some awesome artwork on your board there. Talk us through it.
Yeah, this is my friend Vast, one of my best friends from Union Island. He's doing a lot of street art. It's really cool. And this one is from Bernie, one of my best mates. And we're doing the fish skin because it was my nickname in Reunion Island, Maccabi. So it's little fish jumping off the rock. So we did a bunch of different fish skin colors. Pretty cool.
Très bien. Merci, Maxime.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, he is buzzing, Maxime. You know, he hasn't forgotten those tough losses, and just really interesting to note that he's really aware of how crucial this round is, and knows that Connor used it as a platform to qualify.
A fascinating backstory. Very aware of what this round meant. The fact that his opponent, Conor O'Leary, went on to win both the events that he defeated Maxime in and qualified. Both times he qualified at Bolito and he qualified
last year after France.
And in France.
Here goes Morgan again. He had a 6.17 on that previous ride, and now he gets the opportunity to swing that board a little harder. Trying to jump over this double up section, makes that connection through to the inside. This wave providing a little bit of a steeper face, and Morgan thankful for it. So looking to quickly back this ride up, much like Jackson Baker, who's still alive in the contest as well. Morgan's really been leaving his run to the victory late. He's been composed, but this time on finals day, he doesn't want to mess around. He wants to get the 2 scores on the board early. 9 minutes to go here. We'll take a quick break. So much more action coming your way. Welcome back to the show. As you can see, we've got tricky conditions here for finals day, but amongst it all, still some gems, and Morgan has tapped into a few. He's up against Dylan Moffat here, 4.83 on that last ride. And even though it's not a huge number, it's an important score, and it's pushed the requirement higher from the surfer from North Narrabeen, who's now after a 7.5 to get himself up into that #1 position.
I guess the one thing Morgan wouldn't be happy with, he left a bit on the table there, that last manoeuvre incomplete. Probably would have got him closer to that 6-point mark. Leaves the door open for his opponent.
Yeah, really good point, Bugs. And, you know, these two, I think Morgan, obviously, the story of his qualification run was a big one. He had work to do. He had an injured knee, wore a brace for the final contest at Sunset. Managed to get a strong enough finish to maintain a place near the top 10 and made that jump onto the CT. But both of them really had a magic run at Narrabeen last year. Dylan Moffat got a wild card opportunity. He had a couple of great performances. He didn't go too far in the draw, but he just sort of let everyone know that he's one to watch in the future. And then Morgan had that big win over John Florence.
Yeah, we got to see Morgan's backhand that day.
Yeah, it was really an incredible performance from Morgan down there. But, you know, here he is on the Challenger Series, fighting hard to get himself into the quarterfinals. Just over 6, or just over 5.5 minutes, I should say. Morgan out in front, Dylan Moffat in second place. Let's check in with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. I'm out the back with Dometic, and I found Zeke Lau. Zeke, what are you seeing out there?
Seeing a lot of movement in the ocean. It seems like there's a lot of power, a lot of push, but there's a lot of waves. So I think, you know, we're going to get a lot of chances to surf. And, you know, I'm just going out there and just try to have fun with it and just roll it. It looks like you're going to have to take a lot of chances and just hope you're on the good ones.
I feel like the Hawaiians have always got a very special relationship with this place. You had an amazing barrel here in the CT and then a great buzzer beater the other day. Another one today, you reckon?
I hope so. I was actually saying, like, it would be kind of worth it to kind of sit behind the rock in the beginning and try and find one of those, just because your scores would be so high. But yeah, I love this wave. It's so fun to surf, and I just get excited every time I come here.
Got a few power tools firing off in the background here, so if you lose your heat, that's what might be going on, eh?
The pressure's on. I got to make this thing then.
Good luck, mate.
Oh, I like it, Stace. Yeah, a couple of powerful heats coming up too. You're in for a treat as we move into the second half of this round of 16. Next up, we're going to see Oscar Berry, who won the Pro Junior just before the event getting underway, taking on Ramsey Bookiam, who's just such a big, powerful unit, standing at 6'1". And then the two Aussie powerhouse rookies on the CT, Jackson Baker and Callum Robson, good friends, fighting it out for a place in the quarters. That's a special heat.
That is going to be an amazing heat. This one and that one are the two classic Aussie battles.
And then two of the real lanky, strong units. Leonardo Fioravanti taking on Zeke Lau. Those guys pushed out of the top 22 on the CT and looking to perform well on the Challenger Series. And to round out the round of 16, we've got Julian Wilson taking on Nolan Raposa. It's going to be a lot of fun, but we've just seen Dylan Moffat get himself right back in this heat. His last ride came through at a 6, and it was for a single turn, a monster move on the outside. But this is the Harvey Norman recap, and Morgan Sibley, he's been solid. Just a little bit more eager to get a couple of numbers on the board early here.
Yeah, this is a good opener for Morgan. I'm not sure which one this was. This was his opener, that was.
Yeah, the 617.
Yeah, the 617. And he left a bit on the table with this one. I feel that this one could have really, and now that Dylan's open with his 6, this is still a little bit of danger for Morgan. Right there, he just didn't finish that, and it held his score back.
Yeah, you saw that back foot slip off. So just a 4.83 for that ride for Morgan, and that's put him in a little bit of a precarious situation here, because Dylan only needs a 5.01. But what about Morgan? He must have done 7 turns to get the 617. Dylan just had 1 this move to get himself a 6.
And there's the message from the judges. So, you know, as Zeke Lau said, doing something on the outside, whether it's a barrel or something huge like this, it's going to pay dividends.
Yeah, I think on a tricky day, the judges are, you know, actually willing to reward those single big individual turns. But it is a bit of a head scratcher for me, personally. It was a huge turn, but if he gets 2 of those done, you know, you couldn't call it a 10-point ride. So it's a little confusing in some ways. You know, I think you got to hold off just a little bit more than that on the scale, just counting on one of these guys to do something a little bit more potentially above the lip or a bit more progressive.
No, I totally agree.
So 2 minutes to go. Dylan Moffat still after this 5.01.
The big factor here is that Morgan's got priority. Dylan is way down the beach. He just got a wave, an incomplete. Morgan's coming down now, but now even if they take priority off him, he'll revert to point break inside man.
I just want to go back and touch on that again. Whenever a score drops, and Morgan had a 6.17 earlier, you know, it does become the wave which all other waves will be compared to. And the 6.17 for Morgan, you know, didn't really feature a dynamic turn. It was the combination of a lot of medium-sized manoeuvres that led to that score. So I think that's where the judges, or the reason why the judges went so high on Dylan's ride.
Look, you know, maintaining scale is the biggest test in judging. There's no doubt. You compartmentalise every heat. They're unrelated to each other. They're related, and there seems like there is 2 scales, Ron. There's the scale of the long, you know, the long point break ride that we saw Morgan get, and then either the quick deep barrel behind the rock or the big one-off move. They're the 2 scales in play.
So 35 seconds remaining here, and Dylan Moffat scrambling, and he's going to get into this wave. This will be his last shot at it. He needs a 5.01. Winds through the cutback, stands on the tail, begs the wave to come to the party.
Morgan paddled for this wave.
He did. So hammering down the line now. Dylan gets his opportunity, leans on that layback jam, and the wave has grown down the line. A smooth carve there, up into the pocket, and he belts it. The surfer from Narrabeen really doing a great job with this one. An absolute gift, and got himself in good position. He's going to finish it off, and that should do it. But on the outside,
ooh,
Morgan gets another opportunity. Well, he has to surf this like he's in need of a number. Grinds through the carve, and now he'll just pray that there's some wall down the line, but it doesn't look like this one's going to connect.
We don't know what he did at the beginning though, Ron.
Well, we're going to have to see some replays here, but Dylan Moffat just under pressure there, delivered in a big way.
In a big way. Morgan paddled for that wave, but he was just off the bank, just a touch, and Dylan scrambled onto it.
Well, let's have a look at it. This is Morgan's ride from the outside.
So he takes off behind the whitewater, and nothing on offer yet.
Hasn't done a whole lot, just setting up this section. The wave sort of flattened out on him, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. It didn't offer that steep face, the inside section here, no. I'm not sure if it's going to improve his position here. We know Dylan Moffat will.
Well, that was a wave without a lot of face, and he was just grinding through those hacks, trying to make some points out of it. But have a look at Dylan's ride.
Just managed to scramble onto that on the last paddle. And we didn't know what this wave was going to do here. It still looks pretty ordinary, but you could just tell by how he just poised himself that he could see a wall down the line. And Dylan just great layback snap there. Comes around the section. This wave opens up now and grows and hits the bank properly. Oh, it's a challenging wave, this one. And there's still more to it. You think it's done now? There's one more little section. And a clean move here, snaps it.
Oh, that was incredible composure under pressure there from Dylan Moffat. But this guy's just been on fire throughout the event, Bugs. He's been really hammering the sections that are served up for him. We're waiting on the numbers to come through.
He's got it.
Oh, he's got it for sure. 6.87. And he has jumped up into the lead, and Morgan, he gave it everything on that last ride, but the wave just didn't cooperate. It just didn't have a steep enough face.
No, he just got away on him, that one. He just missed that wave.
Massive result for Moffat. He's moving through to the quarterfinals. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, a very special guest joining Shannon and Jess in the booth.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have.
Hi, this is Coco. If you think the boys are ripping, check out the girls.
That you can't learn from mom and dad. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences. And for me, it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
It's been 2 years since we've seen Coco Ho in a jersey.
She wants to get back in there for 2022, and she can do that through this Chianca series.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
They're like, why are you even competing still? And wasn't that good enough? No, it wasn't good enough. I know I'm stronger than ever, and I love surfing more than ever. We're surfers. We never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf till you're dead.
It's finals day here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Out in the lineup for the men's round of 16, we've got Oscar Berry and Ramsey Bokine. But in the booth, I've got a couple of great girls joining me for the conversation. Jess Grimwood, as always, and a very special guest in Coco Ho. Coco, welcome to the stage.
Good morning, girls. Thank you for having me.
Oh, so fun. Tell us, Coco, you've been working on a new WSL series. I just received the news this morning called Coco, and it's been trailing your journey to get back onto the championship tour, which we so want to see after those 11 uninterrupted years.
Yes, it's an exciting celebration of competition, and kind of just shines all the light on what competitive surfing has done for me, and yeah, how we're still super into it no matter the age. I think age really goes unnoticed in surfing. We got the old, the young, everything. So yeah, it's a little self-discovery, if you will.
It's pretty amazing considering that you qualified back in 2019. You won that Rookie of the Year. You've been a QS champion, you know, at the end of the seasons. You've had so many accolades and championship tour victories. But now to know that you're that hungry still to keep yourself in the mix around 30 years old and really just trail that story and kind of share what a lot of competitors in your space are going through is really special.
Yeah, it is a tricky time, you know, to be like already 30 and have had the option to be on the tour, but sometimes you're kind of just finding your strengths at this age. And similar to like a Ramsey who hasn't been on tour yet, and he's very close to me in age, of course has all the capabilities in the world. So that's why I think like age kind of should go unnoticed in surfing or not so like spotlighted, because yeah, we all still kind of have it in us.
Yeah, I really love that insight. Thinking of even this matchup in the lineup, we'll get through some replays here. Jess, you can call the action on opener for Ramsey.
Yeah, here's the replay for the Moroccan. Just really, really tight and nice and clean, crisp surfing on the backhand in the pocket. He's been one of the picks for the goofy footers out here, and just adjusting to these conditions, being able to put together the combination of turns regardless of the lump and bump. He's been really in point. You can see with those final manoeuvres there, I mean, it's early days, so that fall hopefully won't come into play, but that was like shaping up to be a really critical ride, Shannon. And this one for Oscar, he's the wild card. He's the kind of unknown quantity when we're talking about this round of 16 for the men, and he's super dangerous at this point because nobody really knows what he's got to give, and you can see how dialed in he is to his forehand out here. I mean, another stumble on the end of that wave, but early days in this heat, and it's going to be a real interesting matchup. We haven't seen it before.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, especially considering that conversation like you hinted to as we wait for scores to drop in. Coco, of that age balance, we've got Oscar Berry. He's in as a wild card. He's just come off of his very first pro junior victory at the Tweed Coast just about a month ago. And he's really just kind of finding himself, I think, in that excited space of finding success that he was definitely probably not expecting coming into a massive event like this with an international field, where Ramsey's got the maturity. He's been wearing a jersey for so many years now, and it's just a really different battle that the two of them are having out in the lineup.
Yeah, and I think the biggest difference between someone with the maturity and a rookie or a Grom is kind of just holding the energy. You know, like Kelly and Steph do it so well. They go through all these long years on tour, and they have constant energy at each event. And I did find myself like maybe not as energetic in the back end of my few years on tour compared to the rookies. So yeah, as long as you like hold that energy, I think you can be on tour forever, like Kelly.
Yeah, I feel like it's something with women's surfing, Coco, that we haven't really been able to absorb too much in the spotlight. But I feel like maybe some of your best performances are yet to come for you in heats. Like, there's no way you can stay on tour for as long as you did without being able to be a bit of a chameleon of the surf industry, and you've been able to adapt to so many changes in formats and scoring and all these and different equipment kind of progressions. And for you, I mean, going back to the QS and the Challenger Series, is that something that you can kind of easily tap into because of your experience?
Comfortability, yes, and like changing conditions and knowing how to pack my board bag is kind of a breeze. And for me, it's really just about like maintaining the psyche the whole time, you know, not getting lazy or tired with it. And that's been like a constant check on this series, you know, is to make sure that each event I'm like, hey, do you still want this? And yeah, me and Steph have a really good conversation in one of the episodes of just like, if you're not bummed after a loss, then like you don't care. So there are a lot of like good checks you can like figure out if you're still super psyched, and that's what the series kind of shows. Obviously, I didn't qualify last year, so it kind of just shows the like self-discovery, and it's very human, you know, in a lot of forms of work, like not just competitive surfing. So yeah, I think it'll be pretty cool.
I can't wait to hear more of those insights. We're going to go down now to catch up with Dylan Moffitt. He's there with Kaipo Guerrero after a great heat win.
Wow, first of all, congratulations, Dylan. There was a lot going on in the final 40 seconds in that heat. You come out with the win.
I pretty much had a meltdown for the first 20 minutes of the heat. I just got lucky that big one out the back gave me one section that was like a nice click, and then Morgs was like just a little too far out. But I was having a laugh with Morgs yesterday. I was like, the last time we surfed a man-on-man heat together was in the Pro Junior at D-Bar like 5 years ago. And I was just like so excited to surf a heat with him. Seeing all the success he's had over the last few years has definitely driven me to want to compete better and do better. So thanks to him for helping me to push myself to be better. And I was just stoked we got to share a couple waves out empty snapper just then.
In the quarterfinals now, your thoughts on that?
That's pretty sick. I was so stoked. I didn't have too much of an expectation coming into this event, just like being a replacement and having my injury. So just like having the opportunity to get to surf multiple heats out at Snapper with Owen out, it's just like the goal, and then making a few extra heats and getting the quarters is just a bonus.
Look forward to seeing the quarters.
Dylan Moffitt absolutely psyching right now, finding himself into the quarterfinals. That's an amazing result for him, and it's going to carry him far in this long road on the Challenger Series with 8 events that we have coming up. Jess, there's so much to soak in, and it's really cool to see some of those surfers that are newer to this sort of achievement start to find some ground.
Yeah, and talk about maintaining the psych, Coco. He's pretty frothy in that interview, isn't he?
Totally.
Do you get to tap into any of the younger women that are coming on tour? You know, the Hawaiians, you guys have got such a strong push going on at the moment. Are you kind of coupling up with that or distancing yourself from that type of froth?
No, absolutely. I mean, that's how I grew up. I met you when I was this big. So yeah, I am from the North Shore. We got Luana, we got Betty Lou, we got Zoe McDougal. So we have a huge like Grom squad. I think a lot more than any of the other islands and sides of the islands. So I'm kind of all up in it. You know, it's like they're kind of like my fountain of youth, and yeah, feeding off them at Rockies every day, and yeah, it's been awesome.
As we see Oscar Berry duck into a big closeout, great to see him looking for a barrel, something different on offer this morning to find that point of difference. Scores in right now, high score for Ramsey, that 2.67, which came from that really big blast out the back, but couldn't connect it with anything else. Oscar Berry sitting with a 4.67 as the high mark at the moment, just throwaway scores around that. We've got about 14 minutes on the clock as we've got Oscar now with a quick paddle, and you can see there's still plenty of opportunity in the lineup. Lots of waves paddling, lots of waves popping up, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can find the one that really unleashes that scoring potential. We're going to go to a quick Bonsoy brew break, and we'll bring you back. Callum Robson, Jackson Baker heading out in heat number 6 for the round of 16.
All right, here we go, then. Oscar.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. But is it Bonsoy, the official golden halo of health? By Dometic Outdoor, official camping gear partner of the World Surf League Australia.
And we're back here for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, currently in heat number 5 for the round of 16 with the beautiful Coco Ho and Jess Grimwood joining me in the booth. And Coco, you've been sharing more with us about this new series called Coco that's going to be dropping with the WSL this coming Sunday, I believe.
Yeah. The
so
next
exciting.
4 Sundays.
The next 4 Sundays, 4 episodes as a 4-part series as we see Oscar Berry looking to get himself into the equation with a better score on the board. He's currently chasing a 6.60 to take the advancing position and finds a nice section to finish off with. He's going to try and link this through. We have seen some really good pockets opening up as that wave opens and runs towards Rainbow Bay, offers some critical opportunity on the finishes, and he's linking together some great scores for the young competitor out of Angary, just down in New South Wales. Used to some point breaks, but maybe not quite as clean of a point break as this one, Jess.
Yeah, Oscar, we've been speaking about him as that unknown quantity coming into the competition, and he's been working with Timmy McDonald, a really, really well-respected coach around this area especially. A lot of experience under T-Mac's belt. He's been travelling overseas with competitors for a long time, so it's obviously paying off for him because he's just quietly going through the rounds and just assassinating really big names.
It's been exceptional to see his run through, and we got Kaipo down on the beach. What's going on, Kipes?
I'm out the back with Dometic, and we got the fans for Oscar crunching up some waves for Oscar Berry over here. We're calling up Huey. Bring some waves for Oscar. What do you guys think?
Yes.
And look at the grommets, even look at the big grommets.
I heard those kids practicing their cheers before. They were just down here below the booth, and they were making up this like school sports day cheer about Oscar Berry. It was really, really cool, so they're frothing.
That's amazing. As we take a look at this replay here, Coco, what are your thoughts on this wave?
Yeah, this is a nice green face. Good for Oscar to kind of open up on. I like that he's given it a lot of chances. Like he's using the jet ski and he's giving himself opportunities, so it's really good.
Yeah, opportunity to find a good section to hit Jess as he came through that one and then found a little bit more. Ramsey got a piece of the action as well.
Here we go, the Viper attack of Bokenheim on the backhand. really slick surfing, similar to Conor O'Leary's approach too, just really high and tight for the first two up and over that middle section, and then waits for this thing to just really offer up. Just really solid surfing from Ramsey, really, really good. And he's going to be one of the only people I've seen this morning that's able to bust through that 6 ceiling that we've seen come across the judging panel almost every heat.
Yeah, he's finally opened up, got that 7.33 on the scoreboard, now puts that requirement on to Oscar Berry of a 6.60. So the Grom's got a bit of digging to get himself back in the mix to take that advancing position. He's going to look there just from behind the rocks above the keyhole. And Coco, thinking about the way that you were raised, I mean, coming out of Hawaii with such an iconic family, you were really bred to take heats well in the water and out of the water. How much has that shaped where you're sitting now in adulthood and your hunger to get back to that championship tour?
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone as competitive still as my dad, so it is quite inspiring, you know. He's probably like the everything behind me that's like, you should still be on tour. And
yes.
It is awesome and inspiring, you know, like he lived through his career, Uncle Derek's career, now Mason and myself.
That was a heavy section. Yes.
Crazy one.
Yeah, maybe Austin's been watching a little bit of Mason's medieval madness. There's a lot of wild kind of chucks from the lip. Also, your brother's pretty famous for his creativity as well, and you're saying your dad's coming through with that competitive drive. And let's just have a look at Ramsey's live action before we get back to that.
Nice flow on the backhand, out to the open face. Looking for another wave similar to that last one that's going to really stand up for him on the inside. It's super frothy. He's just pacing his way through it now, looking for that setup. If he can go tight into the pocket, wave's really not going to open up with much opportunity for him here. For the Olympian, Ramsey Bochheim out of Morocco. He's putting together a great heat, and there we go. It now stands up so well for him on that inside section. I just keep getting amazed at how much that wave stands up when it hits Rainbow Bay.
Yeah, that was so unassuming that wave would have anything more than what it gave. So that was an awesome ending for Ramsey's last wave.
I love hearing about that competitive nature of your family and how much it's just driven you in the past. And now thinking of that next generation of young women, I mean, you've had some great battles like Molly Picklum, who you unfortunately went down to here, Gabriella Bryan as well back in the semifinals as we take a look at this replay here, Jess.
Yeah, smooth surfing on the outside. I think it's going to go in the top 2 for Ramsey's. It's going to be the backup score, I'd say, just with the criticalness, like plenty of downtime through that warping section we've been talking about all morning. But this turn here, really critical, up into the foam. I can see it going above the 393. Let's see how dialed in it there. You can just see how shallow it is, how chunky it is. It's critical today, sorry.
It definitely is. Coco, talk to me about making that comeback, the first event of the Challenger Series last year at the U.S. Open. You made it into finals day. That semifinal against Gabriella Bryan was an outstanding result for you to begin that campaign back.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to start with a third and kind of not do it. It was really bizarre. But, everything happens for a reason, and it was like Gabby's time. You know, we got to see her really shine through the end of last year. And I mean, even up until now, it's really been her year. There's a lot of spotlight on the other rookies that qualified, and she kind of got the glory. So that was cool, and I'm really happy to see everyone kind of backing each other. You know, Betty Lou and Luan are best friends, and they're there. And yeah, it's awesome to see. They're going to be stuck with each other for a long time.
Do you still have that same kind of crew that you began traveling on the QS with, that you're tied in with today on this kind of level of performance tour?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm still with Steph a lot when I can be, and then I'm very close with Laura. But it is fun to see everyone's like paths kind of change. And Steph's the only one still on tour. She's like, can you guys requalify, please? So yeah, just seeing everyone grow and kind of pick their paths is really interesting and inspiring. You know, everyone's staying busy and kind of doing it their way. So yeah, but everyone's still in touch, everyone's still around, and still in surfing, of course.
It's pretty amazing to see that. Even for me, kind of it's taking that step back. I'm the same age as that pack of you guys, you know, Laura, Coco, Steph as well. And for me, growing up, not being much of a competitor, but just kind of seeing your names, having posters of you guys on my wall. Now to be able to see that competitive success that's come through, but also watching, like, seeing Laura come into the commentary booth has been really fun to kind of see all of you guys figure out your place within it. And I think it's been really fun to see you as well, Coco, get that space in some creative projects with the WSL, but keeping that competitive spirit alive as well.
Yeah, I feel like I've kind of put my finger, like...
It's been amazing.
Yeah, I've kind of gone everywhere, but I do like competitive surfing. I love surfing the most. I was trying to be a businesswoman during COVID, and it's hard.
Sometimes it's just that little flicker of reality where you're like, oh, yeah, nah, that's maybe later on, just not quite yet. As we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap, Jess.
Yeah, this is why he's been able to puncture that 6 ceiling in the 7.33 for Ramsey Bokenheim. The Moroccan has him out in the lead. Heat number 5, round of 16. He's looking pretty solid. Push on through with a performance like that. He's just found that extra level out here on his backhand, and he's backed it up with the 4.83. So kind of opening, flatter looking turns on that one. A lot of downtime in the middle, but puts the punctuation mark right on the end there for the backup score. There's 4 minutes on the clock, so Oscar Berry's got to find himself something a little more critical if he wants to bring that 7.49 to the table here against Ramsey.
Yeah, he's got a big requirement in front of him. He is sitting with priority. Just under 4 minutes on the clock. You can see Ramsey there checking his watch and probably can't quite hear the beach announcers on a day like this with how strong the wind is. But he would see the pack of Groms standing on the rocks cheering on his competitor in Oscar Berry. And you'll want to just sew things up for him there. Coco, is there anything that you've changed in your approach to competitive surfing? Now you're going to give it a strong go on the qualifying series. Obviously this year you got 8 events ahead of you. That's a lot to bring back in after a couple years outside of the Jersey.
Yeah, I think I did put a little bit of pressure on myself last year. Not necessarily because there was a series going on, but just because I started with a 3rd. So I was like, oh, this should be butter.
Totally.
And so I think the Rashi did get heavy, even though I was like, whatever, had nothing to lose. But this year I did already feel a difference of like, just go surfing, please. Like, that is all you're here for. And even not stressing myself out with the really big schedule. So I am just going to pick and choose my events. I won't do every single one. And that's already helped me surf better this event.
That's amazing. Is there any one in particular that you're really looking forward to?
I mean, US Open is like a second home to me, so I'll be there, absolutely. And then Europe's fun. Haleiwa should do me better next year, this year. So yeah, those right now are on my.
I mean, you've had some really good, I've seen you take some victories in Europe personally, like watching you just be able to adapt to that. But I mean, particularly we want to talk about the US Open results that you've had before.
Yeah.
You've experienced it as like one of the most craziest events on the schedule, the crowd, the intensity. And for you, is that something you draw into going back? Is that just like a really good vibe when you get over there into Huntington?
Yeah, it's much like surfing at your home break because everyone's super supportive and like I feed off love. You know, I feed off the like hype and the cheers, and for some reason Huntington like really resonates with my whole family. So yeah, I love the pier and the lefts into the pier. So yeah, it's comfortable.
So exciting as we take a look at Ramsey now. He's under 2nd priority. He's already sitting in the lead though and looking to just solidify that place into the quarterfinals.
Wow.
Puts on a clutch performance there with a few great turns connected together.
I really like that wave from Ramsey. He kind of just is here to say he's closing the heat. So
yeah,
that was nice.
It did have that feel about it, didn't it? It was just a real stomp of the feet for Oscar and up towards the judges. Let's have a look at the replay here really quick. How hard is that last section to surf, Coco? You spent a lot of time out here. Look at the amount of water pushing towards him on that last section. It's a hard maneuver to ride on out of it.
It's pretty crazy to note that Ramsey never qualified for the championship tour. Coming out of the junior years, he was so powerful, so strong, and put together some really incredible performances. Most notably back in 2013 at the World Junior Championships. He was runner-up to Gabriel Medina for that World Junior title. Since then, we've seen him with, you know, a number of great experiences, but really would love to see him then capitalize, make it through with a win here, linking together so many good turns on that backhand whip. Jess, you are frothing right now.
Yeah, I love his backhand surfing, but I just thought of something that Rochelle said yesterday, Coco, and I wonder if this also can kind of relate to your experiences. She said it's sometimes when you've been given something for so long, or when you've got something for so long, the moment it's kind of snatched from under you or taken away, you really, really realise how important it is to you and how much you want it. And I feel like I see that in Ramsey, and I see that perhaps in you coming back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just nature, isn't it? That's how we operate and that's how we think. But yeah, I do feel that heavily.
Well, an amazing heat from Ramsey Bochheim, just putting it all together. Another solid score, possibly his best, dropping through. And there it is, equal with his high score of the moment, 7.33, and a 7.33 takes him through to the quarterfinals with one of the most outstanding performances of the day. Coco, it's been exciting to have you in the booth as always. Congratulations. Can't wait to see that new WSL series. Coco, it premieres this Sunday, so everyone take a look, and thanks for joining us in the booth.
Thank you, girls, so much.
It's going to be a great series seeing Coco back on the Challenger Series this year. We're going to stay tuned for more action right after this. Jackson Baker, Callum Robson. What are the heats of the day paddling out next?
Callum Robson, 21, I'm from Evans Head. I did a trip to Indonesia with my dad, and before that trip I was really focused on football, and then after that trip I was like over footy and just wanted to surf.
Here we go out the back, Callum Robson coming through the pipe barrel.
As a rookie on tour, how have you made yourself so comfortable out at park?
And just surfing here as much as I can. And yeah, I just love the bigger stuff, so it's super fun, exciting for me. Well, what's going to make me happy is just doing what I set out to do. Not so much focus on the results, but just try and do what I can and what I can control.
An unbelievable fight through this contest for Callum Robson, and in his rookie year he's going to make a CT final here at Bells Beach in his first effort.
Obviously re-qualifying for the back half of the year and putting myself in a position to push for that top 10, top 5, that's always the goal.
We're here for finals day at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Jackson Baker and Callum Robson, the heavy hitters of Australian surfing, coming off of their rookie starts on the championship tour, both making it past that mid-season cut. This is going to be a wild heat to see unfold, Jess.
Yeah, this is it. I'm crouched down. I'm locked in for this heat. This has been the one I've been waiting for in this round of 16. The matchup of guys like this is just like pure Australian powerhouse surfing for me.
So exciting. This is actually their first head-to-head matchup at this level of competition, which will be exciting to see who gets the upper hand. But for both of them, they're from New South Wales. They grew up the products of the same regional events, though a few years apart. Jackson just a few years older than Callum Robson. And even in those qualifying years, Jackson started out in 2015 really entering those campaigns to try to get to that championship tour. Callum only in 2019 entered that conversation. and they found themselves kicking off their rookie year together here in 2022.
Yeah, they were just one of those, or a couple of those guys that jumped onto the full Surfing New South Wales program that went up and down the East Coast and punched all those events out back to back, week after week, and they got a lot of reps in the jersey. And then you just saw this next level come to both of them, particularly Callum. He's just like catapulted himself into this conversation. To be able to match up against somebody as powerful and as already kind of accomplished as Jacko is pretty incredible.
As we see Callum getting that first opportunity, click up into the lip, he'll kick out. Was maybe hoping that wave would pitch over and he could open up with a barrel. Jackson now sitting with priority as we'll have his first small score on the board for Caltex. 20 minutes on the clock. Quick heats today with only 25 minutes, but that jet ski assist is making it a very good possibility for surfers to get heaps of waves regardless.
Yeah, and the matchup, like regionally wise, Jacko's from Merewether, Callum's from Evans Head, so both really hardcore surfing towns in Australia on the East Coast. Merewether, of course, really rich history, really kind of committed board riders community that get behind. They've had a lot of success competition-wise, and they're just really pushing the junior performance program there within their own board riders club. They've got a lot of greats and legends in the higher ranks, but they're really kind of tapped into that junior development. And then Evans Head is just a bit more, I think, hardcore, purist surfing community, more that grassroots style. Haven't got as big a developed junior program, but there are just so many people that come out there that absolutely rip.
Jacko with an opportunity in conditions that really suit his style of surfing, the power that he can bring into play. Looking for that first big section to be able to lay into it so smooth. Now cutting his way through over that little warble here this morning. And he's gonna have this wave just grow in size as it runs down into Rainbow Bay. Nice little drift there, hits another one. Incredible performance from Baker to start off with, looking extremely comfortable and connected to his equipment. We'll have a great score to drop through for Jackson Baker. Callum now answering straight back, linking through on a little bit of a smaller wave. He's got some more of that kind of whitewash to deal with on the face of his, being that next wave in the set behind Jackson. And now he's going to start to have an opportunity. Projects past the section. Waits with that timing, now sets it up. Nothing too critical yet. He'll be sticking with it to try and link through into the pocket. Finds that little corner. Sets it up now. And another little smash to slide. Just slides fully out of control there. Straight into the pack of free surfers down at Rainbow Bay. Maybe even Greenmount by now.
Yeah, that just shows how far down they're going. They're outside the competition area there, and you can see the skis just keeping that pack back towards the contest area, but that's a really long way down. You saw how much distance he travelled along and how much sand was churning up once he hit that inside of the bank. Jacko's wave was in really nice sections for him. Let's have a look at the replay. The opening stuff, really frothy, kind of just collects itself as it goes through this inside, and he just goes to work. Just really like stock standard bread and butter stuff for him, I feel like, but it's just so good to watch. It's critical surfing. It's just really powerful. There's just so much water churning. You can see it drawing back off that bank right there. And you can see, I think it's even on Cal's wave, the amount of sand that's being churned up. Have a look through the mid of this and keep your eyes out for all the sand. You can almost see it just churning up as he goes along. He has so much to contend with. The cross chop of that wave and that bit of swell. It takes a long time for it to stand up properly. He goes up and over the foam, and nice dynamic maneuver on the end here, but he's so far down into that free surf pack. It's kind of hard for him to recover and keep composure.
I feel like that wave just didn't quite stand up the way that he was expecting it to. We would have been watching those early heats this morning and seeing some of those really start to bowl out and give a critical section. Jackson taking off super deep on that one. He'll duck out. That is a throaty looking wave.
Yes, Rhodey, exactly. You can see how shallow it is. They disappear completely. They've gone just below sea level there, right on the inside of the bank, and it is intense. I know it's just a sand bottom point, but it is an intense place to surf at this point in the tide and with this type of swell.
Yeah, that tide is drawing out, so we're going to be surfing through mid-tide in about an hour's time here. Sorry, through low tide in about an hour's time here. We'll just continue to suck out even more. Just looking at that first wave come through now for Jackson Baker, it's a 6.33. So it sets him up in the lead. He's now got another opportunity here. He's going to kick out again, possibly repositioning himself a little bit farther down in the lineup as well. Nearly 10 minutes down in this heat. Scores to come through for last of Callum Robson. It's not going to be anything too substantial. He's currently chasing a 3.67 to move into that leading position, as he's dropping a 2.67 for the last one. We'll now find them both positioning themselves out into the lineup. Ramsey Bokheim took out a great victory over the Grom and Oscar Berry during that last heat. He's with Kaipo Guerrero.
The rockin' Moroccan. Ramsey, you're on to the quarterfinals. We know that your backhand is your weapon out here. Looks like the weapon's sharp today.
Well, yeah, like you said, I mean, I grew up in Morocco. I'm from Morocco, so we have pretty much a lot of right point breaks. So I love these kind of waves, and it's hard though. You got to get the rhythm and be on the best waves. And yeah, I changed boards. I went from a normal hi-fi epoxy to my normal PU GIS board, and it feels pretty good. And yeah, I'm stoked to make this one, and it's gonna be a long day if I want to win the comp. So heat by heat, and try to do the same in every heat.
There you go. We'll let you get some rest before the quarterfinals. Congratulations. Thank you for your time.
Stoked here from Ramsey, feeling at home with these right point breaks and making that change up in his equipment, Jess.
Yeah, that's one of those great debates, I think, between all the professional surfers and even just recreational surfers and lovers of the sport. When we talk about equipment and we go to that epoxy versus PU debate, there's so many arguments for and against and pros and cons, and it depends on who you speak to, but I guess I'm in the camp with Ramsey as well. When it gets this windy and bumpy and this type of conditions, that change over to PU, it just sits a little bit better in the water. I feel like you can really kind of bury your rail a little more, and you feel less of that bump and chunk.
Driving hard off the bottom into that first whip, goes up into the foam. Now setting up for that next section. It's gone a bit dead there for a moment. Kind of puts on the brakes for Callum Robson. Now he's making that transition through, keeping that stall, having a check behind. Lining it up here, and now you can really see that intention. Getting that weight over the front foot, lining it up for an amazing section to hit on the finish.
Wow, yeah, that was super critical from Callum. Really precise timing, beautiful on-point surfing to end up that. I think we're going to see a lot of this approach until maybe a little later on in the day. Just this, it's kind of like highlighter style surfing. I feel like it's like when you look at a page, there's so many words that go unhighlighted, and then every now and then there comes like this one particular point where you just need to kind of underline it. But between that, you just wait. And Cal's just been able to kind of figure out those points to do it. He doesn't overdo sections like this and kind of put too much work in between. He knows that he's going to have to jump on the front foot, and there's this really critical opportunity at the end. Look at that thing coming straight towards him, puts the board perfectly into the lip, and just a textbook turn there for Cal.
I love how much it just cleaned up there as well. It almost couldn't imagine that that was the same day at the same wave, because it looks so different from the opening section of that.
Yeah, and like what Ramsey said too, there's just, it's hard. You have to find the best wave, and it's really tricky to pick them. That score, I think that's going to put the pressure on Jackson, and we're going to wait to see some real opening up of this heat, like the one we saw before, where Ramsey was able to find those sevens. That's what these guys are now looking for, because he was one of the first people to do that, and majority of scores we've seen come through this morning have been around that high 5-6 mark. So that point of difference, the highlight in the wave, they got to sniff that out.
Scores to come through now for Callum Robson. He's in that running now for Rookie of the Year on the championship tour, not just advancing past the midseason cut, but keeping himself in the top 10. Absolutely incredible. He's currently sitting at number 8 on the WSL Championship Tour rankings, just behind Baron Mamiya in number 7. He's had a really, really fantastic run, and scores now in. It's a 7.17 for Callum Robson. Jackson Baker up into the lip. Has a great pocket opening in front of him. Straight up into it. Nice use of the rail on that second carve, and a third. Small wave. We'll see if he tries to make that link through. And he's now going to have that check around, looking for the ski for Jackson Baker. He's now chasing a 3.52 to take the advancing position. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll break down the replays and situation right after this. Currently located on the Gold Coast of Australia, the Challenger Series is kicking off in one of the most beautiful regions on offer here just at the south corner of Queensland. And we've got some great waves on offer today, a challenge to find that diamond in the rough, but when they come through, there is some incredible scoring potential and opportunity. Callum Robson currently sitting in the lead, now driving through an extremely frothy whitewash of a wave, staying so well connected to his equipment as he flies around the section now. And he'll look for that open face opportunity, throws on that stall and hopes for it to hit that reform. Looks like it won't happen for him. He did drop through, Jess, a 7.17 for his last good scoring wave. Looking to take that lead away from Jackson Baker, who's jumped up with a backup score of a 4.67 for his last just before the break.
Yeah, and with that jet ski assist here today in the heats, 25 minutes, there's still plenty of opportunity for these guys to get 2 more scores at least. I mean, at the moment it is the battle of the backup score, but just such a small number for these 2 guys. We're expecting it, you know, to really hit up towards the straps past that 7-point range. It's just about finding the opportunity out here today, Shannon.
Yeah, there is some opportunity, but it's going to be difficult for these surfers to stay patient, maybe, to find that wave selection. Part of it, as Stace Galbraith mentioned in the call early this morning, is just a little bit of that luck of the draw. Maybe that local knowledge needing to be tossed out the window today, knowing that there is some opportunity on offer, but you got to just be ready and reactive to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Super reactive and also super dialed into the equipment choice. I feel like that's going to be a talking point as we go through the day. We're going to see if these competitors have changed up bits and pieces of their equipment, whether it be fins or maybe a thicker leggy or a different type of board they're choosing out of the quiver.
Steep drop for Jackson Baker up into the lip. Heavy section. Handles it so well. Such an interesting thought about that conversation with, you know, what they're going to be doing with equipment. Do you think a lot of them will be engaging with their shapers within that discussion today?
Yeah, I think that's a really important relationship between the shapers and surfers still. It used to be a real golden point of becoming like a better surfer. I feel like as you're growing through your boards and through your maneuvers, your relationship could grow a lot. And then I don't know, the focus kind of went off it for a little while, and I think it's back because they're literally the master craftsmen of the sport, and they're like the fine tuners of those Formula One vehicles that these guys are on out there. So having that relationship, I mean, I've seen he's always here for every heat. Darren Hanley.
It's amazing. Literally every heat.
Yeah, he's so...
Never leaves the beach. He probably sleeps here.
Yeah, he's just so locked in with these athletes, and he's so dialed in. He's still one of those guys that really appreciates that relationship, and there's so many other really good shapers up here as well. I mean, Cal, he's been working with his guy for so long, and he was saying he's a bit more of a underdog story for shapers up here, but obviously he's dialed into something special in that relationship there, and much the same with their coaches, Shannon.
Down to 5 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Callum Robson up into the lead as he's dropped in a 5.33 to back up his 7.17, and it now puts that bigger ask onto Jackson Baker, looking for a 6.18. Now for me, I feel like a day like this here at Snapper, taking away the length of ride, it looks a lot like a big messy day that we have seen during Surf Fest at Meriwether Beach, QS after QS after QS, where Jackson Baker is right at home, comfortable in these tricky conditions where there's a lot of that reactive nature and just needing to figure out what each different section is going to offer. It's really similar today with those onshore conditions in the size of swell that we've seen him find success out down at Meriwether before.
Yeah, it's big chunky conditions. Meriwether, of course, he has so much experience. He'll surf it no matter what, and I've seen him surf, you know, there's QSs over in this place called Spain on the Europe leg that Jacko does really well at, and a lot of the time that place is like 10 foot, and it is really, really chunky, and he's still one of those guys that rides an epoxy out there, so it shows the power he's got on tap.
Shows the power, it shows that weight that he's able to carry through each of those maneuvers to just hammer it down. 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Taking a look at the Harvey Norman recap. On the pink board, Jackson Baker carving back in a frothy section. He's got that 6.33 on the scoreboard to start things off.
Yeah, just big meat and potato surfing is probably a good word for this Australian battle. They're just powerful. They're still really dynamic and light on their feet, but they just handle so much water movement, and they're able to just capitalize on it. They just throw things around where, I mean, some other surfers may come really unstuck with those wobbles. This really critical turn for Callum right there, really crisp, pretty end section. He's able to just attack it.
He's able to keep himself up in that lead. He backed up that 7.17 that was a bit cleaner with this one, a 5.33. Got all the work done that he needed to just get those extra few points in. And these two, they spent a lot of their time last year, Jess, on the qualifying series for those 4 events, traveling around the world. They stayed together, they banded together with that whole Aussie team, men and women combined for that Australian Ring of Fire, which brought a few of those into qualification again, like Connor O'Leary, like Callum, like Jackson, like India Robinson. It was a really fun thing to just be able to witness that camaraderie amongst the Aussies on the road.
Yeah, I feel like that's a real representation of Aussie surfing too at the moment, that resurgence of that kind of, I guess it's like a pack mentality, but it's more in like a team environment, and you've got that cheering and everybody supporting each other and really trying to like rev each other up before each heat, and those celebrations if you do get a heat win as an Aussie at the moment, they just look really, really good, really positive towards pushing our performance.
Yeah, it's been amazing to be able to witness that. Obviously, that Olympic conversation coming into the team, to that team conversation with the Irukandjis, really representing that lethal threat that they are in the water. But then we've got a pack of the Australian guys right now that have given themselves their own team name of the Wombats, slightly different animal to the Irukandji. Between Connor O'Leary, Morgan Siblick, Owen Wright, and then these two in the lineup representing the Wombat.
Well, I haven't heard that one yet, Shannon, so that's pretty interesting to hear.
They had a full training camp just before the Bell's CT kicked off, so they're taking it very seriously. And now it's great to see these two in the matchup with a result that's not going to matter towards their requalification conversation, because they both made that midseason cut. Jackson Baker actually is the last person in those top 22. He is number 22 to make it past that midseason cut, heading into the Quicksilver Pro G-Land. They'll also have already gained that qualification to the start of the 2023 championship tour, which is great to know that they're getting to kind of tick the box on getting that Challenger Series requirement out of the way here, but also having that opportunity to surf here on the Gold Coast at one of the best waves on this year's Challenger Series, getting to unleash in perfect point break conditions. It couldn't be more idyllic or really more tantalizing for these guys to want to get a piece of. But now that real aggression, that hunger, that competitive nature that comes through and has taken both of these guys to success this year is pushing them down to the final 90 seconds. Callum taking a strong paddle. He's paddling so hard he's going to try and beat the jet ski out the back to get priority. Well, he's actually sitting with priority, but he's going to try and position himself up the way.
Yeah, he's kind of pretty far down, but I think he's just going to show his athleticism here and push and push and push. And I found it interesting in his kind of little snippet with the WSL talking about that he could have chosen the football route here in Australia to take that kind of career path. And it just shows the kind of level of athleticism and skill this guy has behind him. If he's able to compete at that top level football in Australia and then kind of brush it and choose surfing, this guy's he's going to be a real weapon when he puts it all together. And at the moment, he's kind of showing Jacko he has got it with 30 seconds to go. Shannon.
30 seconds. Jackson Baker just getting that jump off the ski. He'd be about back into the lineup conversation, but he's going to be sitting under second priority, chasing a 6.18 to take the advancing position away from Callum. Jackson's already got that 6.33 on the board, but it's going to take something very similar for him to actually get a score that big, where Callum just really found the right wave, found a good critical section to open up on to lock himself into that 7-point range. And that will be it. Callum Robson advancing into the quarterfinals over Jackson Baker with a victory lap to come through with, and a great heat and a little windscreen wipers to fall out the back. Up next, Leonardo Fioravanti and Zeke Lau hitting the lineup. This is going to be a really critical heat for both of them with that opportunity to make it to the quarterfinals. Stay tuned for more action. We'll be right back after this.
The road to the championship tour is underway. This guy, however, is already there. Callum Robson has locked up his place in the back half of the 2022 season. He'll be there at the start of 2023, and he's just proving so difficult to overcome, getting the jump on his good friend Jackson Baker in that last heat to earn a place in the quarterfinals. Ronnie Blakey here with Rabs on the Harvey Norman host set, and Bugs, conditions are tricky out there, and the swell seems to be building.
The swell nearly doubled in the last heat. It's just gone to a whole new level. The jet skis are going to be, it's critical now. That whole deal we talked about before, paddling for a wave, missing it, getting sucked down. If you don't just cut your losses and get the ski, you've got to be on that outside now. There's some unbelievable nuggets coming from behind the rock.
Yeah, you'll cook yourself if you paddle against that rip for too long. These guys are going to have to surf 4 times in order to claim a victory here today, but a couple of customers who won't be too disappointed with the increase in the swell are out there in the lineup now. Hawaii's Zeke Lau, who was a Challenger Series superstar last year, earning his place back on the CT, needs to repeat the magic. He had a victory last year over in Portugal, quarterfinal at Haleiwa, finished in 2nd place on the Challenger Series rankings. He was the highest rated surfer who wasn't on the CT. As we see Leonardo Fioravanti, the Olympian, represented Italy beautifully over there in Tokyo last year. And he has just looked so on his road through to this point in the contest, and he's connected with a decent wall here, providing plenty of opportunity as he hammers down the line, up into the hook of the wave there, drops out the lip, and gets back to the top for another finish, and he knows just how crucial that ride was.
That was a connector all the way. Zeke did some pretty good work on the outside, but he didn't get that connection on the inside, but he's the first to the ski. He's up, he's away. It was, you talked about a pit stop. That was about a 2-second pit stop, and he was on his way again, so that's going to help his cause. Both these guys, are going from around the corner, but this wave here, it connects all the way. And look how hungry Leo is on this wave, Ronnie.
He's all over it. And the poor wave didn't have a chance. He just ripped it apart from start to finish. Great flow, didn't lose any speed. That's really been working against some competitors today through the dead sections in the ride. They've lost a bit of momentum, but Leo kept a good pace throughout the wave, finished this one off very well on the inside, even squeaks in one more move, expecting this one to go pretty high on the scale.
Yeah, on this day, that is a complete ride, and he's got a medium-sized wave that hits the bank all the way. It connects with the bank. It's kind of a rare one, but they're there. To have this as your opening wave, he's got to be stoked, because these are 2 gladiators, 2 warriors. And Zeke, in his interview with Stacey earlier, talked about behind the rock, and I thought, yeah, you're on the money there.
That jet ski really the only opportunity for the competitors, Bugs, to suck some breaths in and to get reset for another crack at a quality wave.
Oh, they're a blessing today. This is, you know what, you couldn't do it without it today. You couldn't do it. The guys would be down at Greenmount.
So just over 19 minutes to go. Numbers in for Leonardo Fioravanti. And no surprises to see him drop a monster score, the biggest of the day, 8.5. And Zeke Lau is going to be really paddling upstream in more ways than one as he looks to reel in the Italian here. These guys haven't met in a Challenger Series heat, but they did surf a championship tour heat at Sunset earlier this season. Zeke got the jump on Leo there, so there's a bit of payback on the cards potentially.
You know, when it's like this, a snapper, what you've nearly got to do is hang behind the rock as far as you can as possible. Wait till you see the set, then move into position and get one in the exact spot, maybe the 2nd or 3rd wave of a set.
So the current just a lot stronger once it's swinging past the rocks.
Exactly. You can hang, you hang as deep as you possibly can, and just you can just hold your ground there. You know, I wouldn't be actually paddling into the lineup.
Well, here we go. Leo again, wasting no time in going on the search for a backup. He gets some vision, comes out, and wow, does very well to hang on to that turn. It just wanted to mash him into the sandbar, but he hangs on, and he's going to get more room down the line here. Fioravanti off to a flying start here. Nice hit on that ride, and that'll pair up beautifully with the 8.5.
Gee, he just was into a wave immediately. And that's what you talk about, you know, you get off the ski, you get in position, and you're really just hoping that you need a little bit of luck with the ocean, that there's a wave right there and you're not dragged off the bank.
He's about halfway down the line, so still considering maybe even trying to throw an air on the end section potentially. I'm not sure, but here's the replay of that wave.
Yeah, but he gets about right there. That was a difficult section to have to navigate through. He bounced, he lost his speed and regained, and he gets the finisher here. This was well worth the effort.
Yeah, that was really solid to finish off that turn in the pocket. This guy's had knee injuries, he's had ankle injuries, he's busted his shoulder that required surgery, he's had a broken back. He's been through it all, Leo. But he always trains and rehabilitates with so much dedication to get back to this point.
Yeah, I saw him go down one day at Newcastle, and it was early in the season. You went, well, there's his year gone. But nothing, he's undaunted by injury, and he's actually lived with it, and his comebacks have been sensational.
16 and a half minutes to go here, and Fioravanti drops a 6.5.
An amazing backup score for an 8.5 to get a 6.5 straight up within minutes.
I touched on the limited head-to-head history between these two in these big heats at this top level, but these guys, they've got plenty of history and have done heat drills together for years. They've been on that same Quicksilver team for a long time. They were both coached by Jake Patterson for ages, so they would have done heat drills together. Zeke now, well, leaned into the help of Jake over at Margaret River. Leo's been coached by Richard Dogmarsh for the last couple of years.
In conditions like this today, Ronnie, you could have a heat and actually never even see your opponent. You're just on the rotation, you're on your own thing out there. It's really versus the ocean.
It sounds like a free surf here at the Superbank. When you paddle out with your mate or jump off the rock with someone, and well, that's it. I'll see you back at the car in 3 hours.
Well, people say, let's go for a surf, and I say, let's just go for a walk. I won't see you again.
Yeah, it's like that. But it's a classic place. It's an awesome spot for a reunion. Sometimes you'll be surfing down the line and someone will yell your name out, and you look at them, you haven't seen them since high school, and you don't see them again.
It's
a short reunion.
That's right. That's what happens here. You know, you walk out together, and that's it. Bye-bye. You're like, within seconds, you're 300 metres apart.
Well, they're pretty close in the lineup here at the moment. But Leo just sticking to this game plan of getting off the ski, getting into a wave, and just really looking to conserve his energy and not battling this current. But here we go. Zeke Lau lining one up here. This guy's had huge numbers here. He's gone perfect at Snapper Rocks before. And he's going to have to drop a big number at some point in this heat, because Leo is well out in front.
Yeah, this is really similar to his first one. I think he was actually thinking about the barrel on that first section, but it just mushed out a bit, and he's got an inside section this time.
Got some speed up, but this one's going to get away from him. 14 minutes to go. Feels like that's going to be a relatively inconsequential score.
Yeah, but you'd think he'd need at least a 6 to get back in this heat.
Here it is again on the replay. You thought a bit of indecision here, maybe?
Yeah, well, it looked like that wave was going to line up because it had a square bottom on the takeoff, and I thought he might have just got a little bit of tube time there, but it just went a bit mushy.
Still ripped through a mean carve to get started.
Yeah.
And Zeke's been doing that throughout the contest. I think he's done some of the most aggressive surfing that we've seen, but that wave just wasn't quite tall enough. 13 and a half minutes to go as Zeke makes his way in. We're going to go to a quick Bonsai brew break. We'll be back with Leonardo Fioravanti leading Zeke Lau at the moment. As you can see, we've got very windy conditions here today, but there's still some long-running rides with big opportunity. Leonardo Fioravanti tapping into that at the moment. 8.5 on his first wave. He backed it up with a 6.5. And Zeke Lau is playing catch-up, and that last wave, just as we thought, didn't really help his situation. He's after a 2-wave total of 15. When you break that down, it's a couple of mid-range 7-point rides at least. And he's going to have to make a move soon, because, you know, Leo, though, you've got to say Leo did the majority of work pretty early on in a short amount of space. So it's not getting to the point just yet where it's out of reach.
No, the time, you know, time is a factor, but Leo just put his scores on the board in the first 6-7 minutes of the heat.
Incredibly proud moment last year for Leonardo Fioravanti, getting the opportunity to surf in the first heat in the Olympics. It was a big one for him, and something he was very proud of, Bugs. A huge moment for a lot of the surfers.
Oh, look, it's an amazing thing, you know, and I was touching on this before. Here we see, though, Leo. This one's interesting because it definitely had that little double in it, and tube time, but he gets pinched on that one. But he's got the luxury of having his opponent in combo land. But just going back to the Olympic, here's something I thought about today. With the Olympic Games, you know, we were going, oh gosh, is it going to be in a wave pool? It's going to be a Chiba. I said, oh, what I don't want to see is the Olympic Games of surfing making its debut in 1 to 2 foot Chiba, right? And I'm sure a lot of people thought this. On those Olympic days, what I liked about it, it was like this. It was windy and gnarly, and it was a real Olympic challenge. And that's why I feel okay about today. It's not clean snapper. It's not that beautiful, you know, ruler edge, east swell with no current and just beautiful canvas that we saw on earlier in the week. It is a really challenging situation.
Here's a replay of that last ride. Still some barrels to be had out here. Leo unable to find the exit on that one, but with 10 minutes to go, he's out in front. I know what you're saying. I honestly felt like once the competition got underway, and you know, you could feel the pride that the people had. You could feel how much pressure they put on themselves to represent their country well, and everyone stood up. There was great performances, even in those challenging heats. As we see Zeke now trying to get himself into this heat. Wow, through the tail, almost regained control, just lost it in the end. And speaking of people that represent, you know, their country, in Zeke's case, the islands of Hawaii so proudly, this is a guy that's really looked to reconnect to his heritage and also communicate with Aloha just the history of the islands to visitors.
Yeah, Zeke's an amazing guy. You know, he, as you said, he's the pride of the community, and he's just such a proud person. And he takes that aloha all around the world. And you know, and plus he's the warrior. You know, you put him in the ocean, he's just such a gladiator.
Yeah, super competitive, and he's got to bring that warrior mindset to this heat, because with 8.5 minutes to go, again, it feels like he's not really going to bank a huge number for that ride, so he's still going to have a lot of work to do to get back in this heat.
Yeah, he went for a shorter ride with some progressive moves. You know, he needs to either, I think he needs to find a barrel behind the rock and pull in and in a very short period of time get himself back in heat. You got to remember, he's scored some of the biggest of the tournament earlier on. High nines, mid nines.
Needs them now. Just over 8 minutes to go. Let's check in with the captain of all the fun here at Snapper Rocks, Kaipo.
All week, my Bailey's ladder has been my friend. It's sturdy, and it takes me to new heights. And you know what? I'm taking this one home with me. It's finals day. See you guys later.
Oh, bring it on, Kipes. Keeping on top of the draw there for the fans.
Yep. Has he got a parachute on?
No, it's a bit of high vis. Could use a shoot out there today. But 7.5 minutes to go. And we are seeing surfers trying to climb the ladder to get themselves to the top end of the Challenger Series rankings after this first stop. It's a great place to be. Already all these competitors that have reached this round of 16 have bagged what could be a keeper when counting towards their best finishes this year.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to touch and ask you about, Ronnie. You know, you think about it, you finish in this round and get eliminated, you get an equal ninth. On the scale of things over 8 events on the Challenger Series, I would think it's still a keeper result, maybe at the bottom end of your the events that will count towards you actually qualifying for the CT.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I think we saw that last year. I mean, Zeke, he had a ninth, but really it was the big results, the wins, the finals that get you right towards that position of making the grade and getting onto the CT. And I mentioned it before, a victory for Zeke. And it was amazing because Zeke was one of those surfers that featured in the Ultimate Surfer. He took it out. He earned himself some wildcard opportunities, but he didn't need them. He proved himself worthy through his competition results last year. Massive win over there in Portugal, where I think he did some of his, his best surfing in the jersey to claim that victory.
That was one of the strongest victories of the year. I mean, he won that so well, and he looked like the winner every time he hit the water. He just had that right balance of competitive nous and an aggressive approach to the wave.
Yeah, committed. There was some challenging surf for that contest. Big waves and really hectic finishes with on the rocks. I remember the wave, a buzzer beater moment for Zeke, busting an air reverse and getting swept up onto the rocks. Yep. He was just in full animal mode, and here he is again, tucking in. He's not going to find his way through this wave, but he set it up so well. Just unbelievable positioning there. And, if you're going to kickstall for a wave, you want to really wash the speed off and put some doubt in the judge's mind as to whether you're going to reappear. Unfortunately for Zeke, he didn't, but I love that.
He was, it's a violent foam ball at this break. And I think it just enveloped him and ran him down.
Well, we're seeing some highlights now, courtesy of Harvey Norman. And this was the wave that really just got Leo off to the unbelievable start, 8.5. We've seen multiple turns done on waves earlier today, but not with the quality of turn that Leo laid down on that ride.
And it was, there's been 2 halves of every ride, and that one was connected on the same wave. He was radical on the outside, and his progressive moves on the inside, very slick carving.
Only 2 spots left in the quarterfinals, and it's a battle between these 2 heavyweights here in Heat 7. And the other surfer is going to come from the last heat of the round. Julian Wilson up against Nolan Raposa. As we have another look at it in the Harvey Norman recap, an 8.5 for Leonardo Fioravanti. Great work on the outside. And as you pointed out, Bugs, this wave stretched through to the inside. There was no disconnect. It just kept providing.
Yeah, and it is what you're looking for. You can't be certain when you take off on a day like this it's going to happen for you. But it was a wise choice of wave.
He knew it was good too. Also found a bit of vision, found some cover out there.
Yeah, it was a nice little connector here. He got the barrel, that little section there. He had to survive, and it was well worth it because it was his last turn that secured the 6.5 backup, and that's really what's put him in the strong position.
Boompa, nice end section hit there. Yeah, really hitting all the right notes out there at the moment, Leo. And Zeke's, he's in big trouble now. Just over 3 minutes to go. He needs a 2-wave total of 15. He's got to make a move right about now if he's going to have time to turn this heat.
Yeah, it would be behind the... Look, he took the right option on that last wave. He had to go for the barrel. There's no doubt about it. That was the right option.
So he goes really deep. Look at him just trying to get as deep behind the rock as possible. He knows where they're not easy points to get. We've seen how hard it is to find the exit on these tubes, but, rather than put the pressure on yourself of doing multiple manoeuvres, this is the replay of that last ride, a throaty pit. That one was cupping out big time. Leo considered catching that wave, but he must have seen Zeke fall on the inside.
Well, he would have had been at pains to see Zeke at all, even from that angle, because that foam ball just enveloped him.
So just got suffocated inside the pit.
Yeah.
But he's out there now, and as we said, time's a real factor here for the Hawaiian. Will he get an opportunity to even bank a single ride here? Fighting that current at the moment here at Snapper Rocks on what will be our finals day, making his move now. And let's see what he can do with it. Just a check turn to get started. Big float here. This wave's shutting down. And that might be it for Zeke Lau.
Yeah, well, he'd realise, you know, he's been in the competitive game a long time. He knows how the clocks work against him, but I think he's still heading down the beach. He might be trying to get it one more go at the jet ski. You know, he will fight till the last breath. There's no doubt about it.
He's really hoping for something to stand up here. He's got a big frontside reverse that he can go to if given the opportunity. This wave's steepening nicely. And he's going to milk it for everything it's got. He calls for the ski.
I love it. You know, and just for the folks at home, that's fine. You can go prone at any time and get back up, and it's the same way. It's the same score.
Little wave kind of preventing the ski from getting in too close at that point, but now Zeke gets on. He's got a minute to get out the back. Got a feeling he's going to break combination with that ride.
Yeah.
So he needs to get a 5 in order to do that. He might get a little bit more, but we'll see.
Imagine that, a miracle off the ski into there's been some big sets breaking on the outside reef at Snapper, behind the rock on the outside reef. And there's Leo, so he won't be snuffing out.
No. Oh, that was uncharacteristic. A face plant mid-bottom turn. Well, Zeke's still charging towards the takeoff zone here. 20 seconds to go.
You kind of wish if he just had another 30 seconds. It's going to be he's going to need a bombing set as soon as he gets off the ski. I think it's just going to be too tight.
I don't even know if he's going to break combination though, Bugs, with that last ride.
Okay.
It's coming through. It looks like it's going to be in the 3-point range. So that'll be it for Zeke Lau, unfortunately. 3.5. I don't think he would have got back to the lineup in time anyway. This heat is coming to a close. The work was done early by the Italian.
He was in the spot and he got that first 8.5 and that set the pace, that 6.5 back up. It really shut the door early, and Zeke just wasn't able to get one of those connectors to firstly get out of combo. He went hunting for the barrel.
How can you blame him?
Yeah.
Snapper Rocks, it just serves up such a nice grinding, funneling pit. But unfortunately for Zeke, no exit today, and other than exiting the contest. So Leonardo Fioravanti charges on to the quarterfinals. One more heat in the round of 16 to determine our last quarterfinalist. Julian Wilson will take on Nolan Raposa. We've been loving the competitive return of Julian Wilson, but let's wind back to 2018, that amazing victory, the ruptured AC after a mountain bike accident in the lead up to the first event of the season. It didn't stop him. He definitely persevered through the early rounds of the contest, and when the swell kicked in and the contest moved down to Kira, Julian Wilson came on, Bugs.
He sure did, and it was just a tube fest down Kira. He only had to, there was no manoeuvres, but he had to battle through manoeuvres at Snapper, and this wave here, that backdoor section at Kira, that is just a famous wave.
One of my favourite rides in the history of competitive surfing here on the Gold Coast, the big backdoor section. So much spit as the wave just got rid of him there, and he was absolutely beaming. Look at that, could only put one arm above his head. That's how busted up he was.
And, you know, it gave a bit of an insight into what competitors have got to do today. The way he backdoored that, he had to adjust. It wasn't just a clean, linear approach. He had to adjust, he had to pump, he had to go high, and then he had to go into that second bubble.
And he's going to have to adjust here. He's got a tough customer. And the surfer from Long Beach, Nolan Raposa's been really impressive on his road through to this round of 16 matchup. He had some decent results on the Challenger Series last year. He's won some big events. Great barrel rider, but the backhand's been just lighting up Snapper Rocks in the earlier rounds.
He's actually been one of my favourite surfers to watch. I haven't seen a lot of Nolan surfing, but yeah, I've been so impressed with him out here. And I have seen flashes of Matt Wilkinson, Matt Wilco, you know, who finaled out here at Snapper. I've seen his approach. And Julian just tucking in the barrel there.
Here's a replay of Nolan's ride.
So we didn't see the start, but he kind of... Okay, he gets out in the open face. We should see something big here. And then we saw this part here where he just was in the whitewood. It didn't quite get a really vertical pocket for him to cut loose on, but not a bad opener.
Love that comparison to Matty Wilkinson, who won the event here in 2016. Broke through for his first CT win, and then went down to Bells and got his second, went back-to-back, and had a monster point score lead over the field heading into the third event. Kind of dropped down the ratings a few spots towards the end, but it was an incredible achievement. 2 CT victories. The following year he won the event in Fiji. But Matty Wilkinson's down here. The 2016 champ is down here watching the contest unfold, and would have no doubt enjoyed watching that last wave from Nolan.
Oh yeah, I know. Like stuck right here. Couldn't get back to the rock.
It up into the lip, and that was spectacular surfing.
Yeah, wow. He did that wave so well as he just grazed Julian Wilson there. I got a little barrel. Straight up in the lip for a little bit of a 360 there, and he can...
Leonardo Fioravanti and Zeg Lau breaking things down there. This is the Leo fan club.
Thanks, guys. Congratulations.
Yeah, great performance, and Zeg Lau not looking too disappointed with his efforts here at the first Challenger Stop Series event.
Great sportsmanship all round. You know, they were both walking up the beach and they're breaking it down. And Leo just said it was that first wave. It got the connected to the inside. And
I guess everyone goes out there with a strategy in mind and an idea of how they want to surf these conditions, Bugs. But it is a day where Mother Nature's going to play a pretty huge role in determining the winner. And getting that wave off the back of the ski instead of getting swept down past that good critical first section. You know, that's got an element of luck to it.
It has got an element of luck, and you're really in the spot at the right time. And it happens in free surfing when you just get off the rock, or you come in from behind the snap and there's a wave right there and you're off and running. And it's just, and you know what, you tend to get in that rhythm once you can go out here and get skunked completely, or you can go out here and get the waves of your life in one session.
One thing we've noticed, though, in the heats that you and I have called anyway, is that the surfer that gets that first ride from the top, makes it count, gets out and backs up the score, has a huge advantage. So we'll see how it works out for Nolan here, because he got the 5.83, and you know, he's back out there. He's much deeper than Julian Wilson at the moment, who's, you know, trying to make this lap count.
Well, Julian pulled into a barrel, so we saw his intention. He's a great barrel rider. We just saw him at Kira. He's done it out here too. Big results at Snapper.
Well, he won the 2 you know, Black Diamond barrel riding events on the CT, Julian Wilson, the Pipe Masters, he won in Tahiti, you know, and he got it done on the forehand at Pipe, obviously the backhand at Chopes. So he's, you know, he's locked in his legacy as one of those fantastic barrel riders.
And he just knows how, you know, he's got such good wave sense and such good ocean sense. But, you know, he showed his hand. I mean, he looks like he's searching for the barrel.
This is why I like Julian's chances at this contest. You look at the events that he won. He won here on the Gold Coast, obviously, and that was, you know, freight training, Kira.
Yeah.
But the other event wins came in France and Portugal, and they can be notoriously shifty, rippy, and really hard to figure out. You've got to adapt quickly. So, you know, you'd like his chances here on finals day, but it hasn't been an ideal start to this heat.
No, it hasn't. I mean, but, you know, he pulled in the barrel. I mean, it was a speculator, and it didn't work out, but he stayed in the lineup. It's not too bad. And but Nolan, look, a 5.83, that's a good start. You keep that you take it any day of the week in these conditions.
Speaking of speculators, let's speculate about what Julian Wilson's plans might be for the rest of the year. We know he's locked in here for Snapper Rocks. He's going to head down to the Sydney Surf Pro. Do you see him campaigning on the Challenger Series this year and going after the CT again?
You know, what he said, basically, I just saw a hint of nearly a Kelly Slater-esque, I'll just go to the next event and just weigh up the options, you know.
Well, I really feel like Julian, with his young family, you know, the decision to step away from competition for a while, it was probably a welcome break. You know, most of these competitors have been competing since they were single figures. So Julian, a prodigious talent. He fought through the juniors, got himself on the QS, elevated his position to the CT pretty quickly. But the quarantining and the isolation periods during that last year on the championship tour really, really hurt him.
It was a telling last little statement he made, and he said, I was forced off the tour. Now, no one forced him off the tour from the WSL or you know, his peers. He was forced off the tour by the condition, by the situations of having to, as an Olympian, how many times he had to quarantine, as you know, every time he left Australia, his family's here, and he felt that it was, you know, I guess the pandemic forced him off the tour to stay. He had to choose between family and tour.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because now that there's a bit more freedom with the travel, I feel like he could reignite a championship tour career quite easily. And look at just the rips. Not a lot of face to deal with there, but Julian just has that razor-sharp rail work, and he'll head onto the back of the ski now and have a better shot at a quality wave from the top of the point here. Just under 15 minutes to go. Nolan Raposa up at the moment, linking his way down the line. There's that blast. He's got that explosive backhand. Really punches each of those turns through the lip quite nicely, and he's looking to back up this 5.83. He'll roll this one right through to the inside.
Yeah, he's such an unknown factor, but I've sensed that he's kind of like a time bomb in this event. He could do anything, and
he sure could. Just over 14 minutes to go. We'll be back in just a moment. Gold Coast Tourism getting right behind the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by Rip Curl. Have a look at the quarterfinal matchups coming your way. And as you can see, just one more quarterfinalist to determine, Julian Wilson or Nolan Raposa. But yeah, really looking forward to some of these clashes. That first heat's a beauty. The local boy going up against Connor Coffin, who's been so solid on the rail.
This is going to be a tantalising first quarterfinal, and you know, as we just move towards that pointy end of the tournament, meaningful points, Ronnie, good money, but more importantly, a chance to be in the final.
Yeah, an amazing honour roll here when you think about the history of competitive surfing on the Gold Coast. Wow, Julian Wilson putting it all on the line there. Big float, high impact section. And, well, has the strength to hang on to the finish. So we've got some numbers on the way. Nolan Raposa dropped a 6.5 on his last ride. He's seeking out an update. Probably pretty difficult to hear the updates from the onside announcer. We've got the great Terry McKenna up there. Calls most of the live action out there. Yeah. And also True Starling, upcoming star on the regional qualifying series, starting to do some work on the commentary. I think she'll be joining us down at the Sydney Surf Pro Bugs. Yeah,
True. It's awesome to have her in the commentary team, and of course she hasn't maybe got the strength of her fellow commentator.
Oh yeah. There's Terry Tapper in there, Terry McKenna.
Now they know how to bellow.
Sure, we'll scream it out there. Don't worry about that. Here we go, Julian Wilson. Nice float, just the one big turn to finish that one off. But Nolan had a 6.5 for this wave.
Yeah, Nolan is just on fire. You know, he's so dangerous. And once, look, he gets into this rhythm on his back end, it's awesome. And he's been the best at it. I mean, I just couldn't believe how stoked he was after that heat yesterday, and the celebration. He couldn't believe he got through it, and it's just, you know, it's pure stoke.
Yeah, I think too he's coming into this event, you know, not as one of the big names necessarily, but certainly doing some of the biggest surfing, as we see the replay of Julian's last ride.
Yeah, this is his fourth wave. And, you know, he hasn't put the big points on the board yet. And that one just fades out.
Yeah, 10 minutes to go. It's been awesome to see more of Nolan's open face surfing. Most of the highlight vision I've seen of him has been barrel riding. He had a big QS victory back in 2019 down at Arica, which we've seen a CT event there in the past, Bugs, and you don't get much room for turns there.
Radical wave with all those little bits of gurgling reef, and at the ending, you know, it's like it's tube riding only and getting out as fast as you can.
But he did have an amazing run on the North American qualifying series. He took a few quarterfinals and a semi-final from 5 events. So through 4 contests, he was on a magic run, and he's brought that kind of form here to Snapper Rocks.
That's what he's brought. He's brought form here. He has been one of the most impressive surfers throughout the tournament, very consistent. You would think he knows this wave inside out, but he's obviously done some research.
Yeah, he's looked sharp. The boards have looked really good for him too. You know, he's got those Pizel shapes just working beautifully, really dialed them in for obviously the Challenger Series. Julian Wilson, on the other hand, away from competition, so much experimentation with new equipment and just enjoying the freedom to take out different designs and do some experimentation. And really, he just started looking to dial in his equipment for this contest about a week ago. JS got his team together, the entire team, and they got the opportunity to really trial out some different boards, and Julian picked a couple of solid shapes to hit the challenges. But the one that he's got under his feet now is looking really good. He just needs to connect with a good wave here. I think we'll see some great surfing.
Yeah, Julian's another classic story, and I've always equated it, like, remember how Taj Burrow decided not to come on the tour, and we saw Caitlin do the same thing. Julian kind of did that in a different way when he was coming through. He just didn't do the complete WQS. I remember seeing him in France that year, And he said, no, I'm going to make a movie. I'm going to make a movie first, and then I'm going to get serious about my career. Now, that is a sign of confidence, because he'd had a couple of QS results, but he didn't. He said, no, I'm not doing the whole tour.
Yeah, it was amazing, wasn't it?
So he wasn't giving up his spot, but he could have easily cut through it like butter.
Oh, Julian has to give way there to Nolan Raposo, and probably a good thing. It might work in his favour here, because that wave turned pretty ugly. Nolan took it, surrendered his priority, and Julian, with 7 minutes to go, is going to be in the driver's seat now with a chance to potentially pick something off with set waves approaching. Nolan swings on the inside. He'll find some open face here, trying to get rid of a 5.83 to increase his lead.
Yeah, and see, this is what we haven't seen a lot of people do. I believe that first of all, he saw in that wave a possible barrel for Julian Wilson. So he utilised his priority, and then he very quickly just got a wave in the impact zone. Whatever he wanted, it wasn't going to be a keeper, and he got down to the Uber, and he's out of there, and he's going to start again. And we haven't seen a lot of guys, you know, cut their losses and get onto that jet ski.
Second time these two surfers have met in this contest. Back in the round of 48 in a four-man heat, it was Nolan Raposo getting the jump on Julian Wilson, and he said as he was coming, after we spoke to him, he said, you know, he grew up watching Julian's movie, Scratching the Surface, watched his championship tour career and saw those wins. So it was a big moment for him in overcoming one of his heroes. Here's the replay of what unfolded before. Julian had a look at the wave. Nolan used his priority.
Yep, and if you go past this section, when Nolan takes off, see there, it looks like it's going to barrel. And I think Nolan went, no, I'm not going to leave that open, because this guy could get like a 7-point barrel like that.
Smart call, probably. Just over 5.5 minutes to go. Julian's still chasing a big number here, because he hasn't been able to do better than a 4. So he's after an 8.33. Still got time to chip away at the requirement and potentially do it in 2 rides, but he's got to move soon.
And we've seen it difficult to come back from this situation today with these challenging conditions. The early bird catches the worm, so to speak.
Well, this is the Harvey Norman heat recap, and the early work from Nolan Raposo set him up nicely in this heat, took some pressure off. Shades of Matt Wilkinson here, as he locked in a couple of decent numbers to put the pressure on Julian Wilson.
Yeah, this second wave here, he really hits his points. He comes square off the bottom several times, and this wave's just got enough pocket for the backhand attack.
Meanwhile, live action. Julian Wilson up, bit of foam on the face, and he could be making his move at the perfect time here. This wave's given him some opportunity to lay the board over. Nice little combo of turns on the outside, stands on the tail, waiting for it to load up again, and he'll get going here. Nice hit off the top. Maintaining a cool approach between turns, not looking too desperate at this point in time, just really picking his moments carefully. Another nice slice here. This wave is really set up nicely down the line, and Julian kicks out, and that should be his best wave. And with 4 minutes to go, we'll have time to get back to the takeoff zone and potentially chase down this lead.
Well, this has got him seriously into the lead, into the match, because before this, he needed that something like an 8.5. He needed something in the getting towards the high end of the excellent range, but now he's chipped away at it with just that enough time on the clock.
As these first couple of turns, that opening manoeuvre in particular, the way he just reefed into it, swung that board right around. The judges love that commitment when you get that redirection.
They love it when you do a full aggressive first turn and you see that big spray flying out the back, and then and this is towards the end. He got a couple more in, so he's in the game now.
Well, just over 3 minutes to go here as Wilson makes his way back to the takeoff point. Nolan Raposo, Bugs, we've seen plenty of him in qualifying series events, but quite often, you know, those QS events were mixed into the schedule amongst CTs, and there wasn't the kind of focus on those events like there is with the Challenger Series this year. And Nolan's been campaigning for a long time. He's been chasing the qualification for 8 years now.
And it's amazing what you say, because I would say for sure that he's been somewhat obscure in his career. We haven't seen on the world stage.
So this has been a massive performance from him to get to this point. Still holding on to the lead. Scores coming through for Julian Wilson on that last ride, 5.67. He's given himself a shot here with 2.5 minutes to go. The other thing that Julian's got working in his favour is that he's right out the back and could be swinging on one now. Here he goes. He's going to pull through the back of this one and takes a low road exit to avoid getting sucked up over the falls.
But it was the right option as far as timing was concerned, as far as getting off the ski and straight into a wave on the bank. It could have had a barrel section, but now it's going to be a different situation because priority will come into play. We already see Nolan shifting the ship to starboard.
Yeah, well, still out there with that priority, and Julian, he surfed his way kind of down the line a little bit, but so he doesn't have that inside position at the top that's going to force a decision from Nolan Raposa. So he's got to, tactically, he's got to play this final minute and a half really well. Nolan's sticking to him like glue.
Well, Julian's actually not in control of his destiny at this point because he would need a combination of either selling Nolan on a wave or a two-wave combo where Nolan commits to the first one. And, you know, I think it's a dangerous situation for him.
When you're the guy, when you're the surfer with the CT wins that's challenged for world titles and you've got the campaigner breathing down your neck like this, Bugs, is it a frustrating situation?
It is a little bit because, you know, you've kind of resigned to the fact that you aren't in control. And that's the whole thing. You know, you even if you're behind in the score and you're in the deficit, it's the control of your own destiny that is the most critical factor.
Does it drive you mad though, having the understudy sort of chasing you around the lineup?
Yeah, there might be a few kicks.
It's all part of the game. Nolan's got the priority, so he just wants to be as close to Julian as possible.
And there they go now. So Nolan, okay, it's with 20 seconds late. There was a sell.
Well, Nolan's going to try and really make this wave count. He wants to better a 5.83, push the requirement higher for Julian. This is a nice-looking little wall here at the moment.
Oh, yeah, he knows if Julian got this would have been the game, I reckon.
Oh, and Julian on the outside. I don't know if we're going to see him on another wave here. And Nolan Raposa knows it. Massive heat for him. Huge name to come up against for a potential spot in the quarters, and it seems as though he's gotten the job done.
It does seem like he's got another victory celebration on the beach. This is a big one, though. The highly touted Julian Wilson, a winner here.
Yeah, he's out of the event, but still you'd have to call it a successful return to competition for Julian. Nolan Raposa, though, on his way to a massive finish in the first Challenger Series event for the year. We've got the women's quarterfinals just around the corner. Stay with us.
Boost definitely has a major vibe. I think being in the team, we're all connected and we live and breathe that. It has this performance quality too. It's just so encouraging for everyone in all the different crafts to go out there and kind of send it. I think when you're surrounded by that, it's really contagious. To stay connected for me means many things. It's connecting with family and friends, but also it's connecting to the sport I love. It's connecting to technology and the improvements I need in training. Everyone should switch to Boost because you'll be connected everywhere and you won't have to worry about a thing. On the Telstra network, always have reception. I'm on Boost, Robbo's on Boost, Morgs is on Boost. Everyone's doing it. Come join us.
Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Gabriella Bryan and Sally Fitzgibbons have hit the lineup. Shannon Hughes alongside of Jess Grimwood here on the Harvey Norman host set, and we've got the women in the lineup on a very difficult day than the whimsical conditions they experienced in the first half of the event.
Yeah, it was a bit more playful earlier on in the week, and I mean, Sally, for me, she's just boosted herself. We're talking about boosting things,
yes.
Which she's boosted herself to a whole nother level of performance. But I mean, she has to overcome Gabriella Bryan. She's been a standout performer throughout so many of the events across this Challenger Series already.
It's been pretty incredible. It's going to be their first head-to-head matchup. I'm really curious to see who gets the better of it. On this Challenger Series level, Gabby has gone top-notch. Talking about her performances last year, she walked away with finals day opportunities in 3 out of 4 events and walked away with those runner-up positions.
Yeah, she's kind of been the lady to beat. We even heard Coco speaking about it this morning, about the fact that it's just kind of been her year or her kind of last few seasons. So if Sally wants to make it any further and still be in that final kind of conversation, she has to beat surfing like this that we've seen from Gabby. Here's her opening score, the 4.17. And yeah, Shannon, she just looks really solid to me on her feet all the time. Every time she takes off, you know, she's going to be just chipping away and building that momentum.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. She's just such a solid competitor, really relying on that heavy rail game. And coming out of those you know, conditions growing up in Kauai with a lot of water moving, spending a lot of time surfing on the North Shore, she suits it when the conditions are just a little bit less than perfect. Sally Fitzgibbons getting a piece of the action to start as well.
Yeah, she had a little wobble on the takeoff, recovered. Look at this size just growing. I'm sure Bugs was speaking about it earlier too. The fact of how much bigger the swell's just gotten pulsing around the point here. She's really waiting for it to stand up and just kind of relegated to those more open face, flatter carbon maneuvers. But then that big kind of forehand gouge rail work that we've seen from her throughout this event so far, she puts that on the board for her first ride in a 4.83.
Great start for both women to now get a feeling for the lineup and to see how they'll be matching up here for quarterfinal number 1. It's Gabriella Bryan out of Hawaii, up against Sally Fitzgibbons from Jiroa, New South Wales, down the coast. She rarely surfs with other people in the lineup. She's from this beautiful little region with one of my favorite longboarding waves on offer down at 7 Mile. It's really fun, slopey, some great nose riding sections, but there's also just this crop of reef breaks where Sally can paddle out and really have solo sessions as often as she wants to.
Yeah, she is used to having those training sessions just on her own and just getting dialed into the conditions, and I think she's going to be really bringing her A-game here.
20 minutes on the clock, and we're going to bring in a very special guest on air Boost Mobile Stay Connected call with Tours and Competitions, Jessie Miley Dyer. Hey, Jessie, how you going today?
Hey, team, how are you? I'm great.
Stoked. It's been so fun to see the action here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro with some really standout performances. You excited to see the quarterfinals getting underway for the women?
Yeah, I am. I mean, so far, like, you know, for us to be launching the Challenger Series here on the Gold Coast and to have the waves that we've had is, it's been incredible. And, you know, being able to watch everyone compete and to have such a strong field here as well, it's been awesome. So I'm really excited for finals day, and I'm excited to see who takes it out.
It's going to be really cool. We could see some new winners here on the Gold Coast today. We could see those like a Tyler Wright taking away another victory. We'll find out how these quarterfinals unfold in the rest of the afternoon. But Jessie, the reason we're bringing you into the conversation, we want to know that wild card information that was dropped in. It's so exciting to see. Caroline Marks' name thrown out, Sally Fitzgibbons, who's currently in the water, Iago, Dora, and of course we've been having that conversation around Gabriel Medina. Can you just break it all down for us so we can get a better understanding?
Yeah, so we have 2 wildcards for the 2023 season, and one of those has the right to compete in the back half of the year. So obviously we've spoken a lot about Gabriel Medina. On the women's side, that surfer is going to be Caroline Marks. So both Sally and Iago will, they'll be qualified surfers. So we're going to see them in 2023 for that first half of the year. And they'll also be our replacement surfers for the back half of 2022. So it's great to see a mixture of, some of our top names, injured surfers coming back for 2023.
So exciting. It's great to know that we could see, Caroline Marks back in that jersey, which she's just been so missed this year on the championship tour. Can't wait to see her getting back into the action. And then knowing for Sally specifically, as she's, currently in the water, that she's got that opportunity now to kind of reassess how she's going to take this Challenger Series on, knowing that she's going to get that start on the CT regardless next season.
Yeah, Sally is, everyone knows how much of a competitor Sally is. And, for someone, I feel like I've been watching her for a very long time, like since she was being a young kid. But, she loves, not only competition for competitions, that kind of purity behind her competitive element, but I know that she just loves being able to surf and loves being given these opportunities. So I'm sure that while Sally knows she doesn't need these results to qualify, she's definitely going to be eyeing off a win, and I'm sure we'll see her in a few more Challenger events this year.
Yeah, she's definitely hungry, that's for sure, which is already being shown, Jess, by seeing her here in the quarterfinals. She dropped in an excellent score in her round of 16, which was amazing. We've got some live action with her now, so let's track with it. Goes in for that big first carve. She's only got a couple of small scores on the board. She's looking to build from it now. Putting that board on rail, showing that competition savvy, navigating her way through some less than ideal conditions, but now getting back into that pocket area of the wave. She's going to connect through, looking for that green face now as the wave runs through into Rainbow Bay. Sally doing a little rail grab there, cutting back into the foam, and looking to pick things up now, getting that speed, getting that tenacity. Running through, she'll go to the jet ski now. Sally's looking to increase on that 4.83 to put a bigger requirement onto Gabriella Bryan. Jess, your thoughts on that wave?
Yeah, I see just that.
That's a pretty...
Sorry, wrong Jess.
I literally just connected that I have 2 Jesses in the booth with me.
Yeah, it's not the first time you've had the double name.
The Richies at Margaret River. My apologies to the audience. So fun. Jess Grimwood, thoughts on that wave?
First thoughts on that wave would be, I'd just seen this thing lift off Sally's shoulders. I think it was that announcement of the wild card. Have a look at the replay. She just looks freer. She looks more mobile through her hips and through all of her turns, and she's bringing this creative kind of repertoire into play here at Snapper. She just, I think before that announcement, when she still thought she was really, really kind of with her back against the ropes and she was kind of having those rocky moments where she was getting hit and hit and hit, I think it was really hard and it was really playing on her surfing, and now she can just kind of relax and bring a little bit more of herself to this Challenger Series, and yeah, she just looks good to me there on that.
Looking smooth as she comes through the inside. We're still waiting for those scores to come through. Now, Jessie Miley Dyer, I'd love to know a little bit more detail around that seasonal wildcard opportunity. We'll track with Gabriella Bryan quickly because she's now found a better looking wave to build that score line. Great connection with the lip to start, carves back, now hits that dead area that we've really seen some surfers not able to make that connection with, and it's going to be that same story for Gabby. So let's get back to that seasonal wild card. Can you break down for us the question marks around the potential for both Sally and Iago, if they get the call up to any events here in the 2022 season for the back half of the championship tour? Will they be earning points, and will they be eligible to qualify for those WSL finals?
Yeah, so both Sally and Iago can earn points, and a simple way to look at it is that anyone that's qualified for 2023 has the ability to earn points through the back half of the year, including our injury replacement or our event replacement, and then the event wildcards that we have, which are sometimes sponsor slots and locals, things like that. They're the ones that in the back half of the year they cannot earn points.
Yeah, that makes it really nice and simple to think that for both Caroline and for Gabriel, we could see them making it into that top 5 conversation. If Sally and Iago get those opportunities and those call-ups, we could see them in that conversation as well. And it's really exciting, Jesse, looking at the waves that we have on offer, thinking of some spots through Indo and some of those really good right-hand point breaks as we take a look at Gabriella Bryan just connecting through. She found that really good turn to start off with. It's going to be exciting, Jesse, to be able to see these surfers take on some really good waves in the back half of the season.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, the one that everyone, you know, there's a lot of excitement that, and everyone on the women's tour have been really looking at is Chopu for sure. You know, for us to be going back there and to be going back to a wave of consequence like that with the tour first time since 2006, that's a really exciting one for us and one that we're really proud of for sure. But, you know, the fact that we're going to El Salvador, you know, G-Land for the first time in such a long time, you know, these locations that we have in the back half of the year, they're amazing waves, and they're also, you know, we're going to be there with a smaller group of people, so we're, you know, it's definitely going to be this really elite group, and, you know, hopefully being able to get really good waves in these shorter time frames.
It's going to be so exciting. I can't wait to see the rest of this competitive year unfold, whether it's the Challenger Series or the Championship Tour as well. We're going to go to a quick break as we got a lull in the action. Sally Fitzgibbons currently sitting in the lead, Gabriella Bryan chasing behind. We're going to go to a quick Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. But is it Bonsoy, the official golden halo of health? By Dometic Outdoor, official camping gear partner of the World Surf League Australia.
Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Currently, Sally Fitzgibbons is leading Gabriella Bryan in their very first head-to-head matchup of their career. It's been a low-scoring affair, but there's some gems on offer, and no doubt we're going to see them try and lock into something a little bit bigger. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Jess Grimwood, and on the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call, we've got Jessie Miley-Dyer from Tours and Competitions breaking down the action with us, Jessie, and just having that conversation about the excitement that we have to look forward to the rest of this year on that championship tour level as well. We've got some...
For sure. I mean, sorry, we're getting confused with too many Jesses, and I'm too excited.
It is really exciting, and I love that nod that you were bringing in before, just about the women being able to return to that level of competition out at a wave like Chopu. I mean, they had those opportunities back in the day, and then it kind of got shifted around, and the women's tour has really battled it out in a lot of those more beach break conditions. It's really made them well-rounded surfers in a different type of wave. But now we're going to see these women push their level of progression when it comes to surfing something like Chopu this year, Jessie.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we're really proud of for this year in particular is this fully combined tour. It's the first time ever in the history of the sport that we've had a fully combined championship tour. You know, also we have the Challenger Series, and all of those events are combined men's and women's. And I think it's a big statement for us to have the men and women competing on the same stage, and you know, for us to be going back to Tahiti, especially, you know, as we're looking towards Paris 2024. You know, we already know that's venue. It's going to be a great venue for us to showcase the women's tour and to start you know, coming back into waves like that. I'm excited for us to be back there.
So am I. Jess Grimwood, you've been chasing the qualifying series within your career. You've seen that development of the sport as well. How exciting is it for you to just see these tours combined, to know that even throughout today we're going back and forth between men's and women's at one of the best right-hand point breaks in the world?
Honestly, I think it's a really big bonus for both the men's and the women's tour. I feel like I see each of them can draw something off each other vibe-wise in the competition area. When it was split for so long, I felt like it was great because the focus was only on the men's or the women's, but you kind of just lost that being able to work together, and putting them back together and having this combined tour, they get to kind of, just draw off each other in a lot of different ways that we haven't seen for a while.
Yeah, it's been so fun. We're going to go out the back with Stace Galbraith. We just saw Gabriella Bryan go down on his heavy section.
Yeah, we certainly did, Shannon, and g'day Jess and g'day JMD. I'm out the back with Dometic, and I'm about to get blown off the rocks out here. We are definitely going to get some weather over the next couple of days, and this is the first of it, but we're super lucky. The wind's out of the east-southeast. As soon as it comes around to any more east, we're going to be getting blown into the mountains.
Absolutely wild conditions out there. The women doing well to find their place in the lineup. And have you noticed any differences, Stace, in their positioning today in comparison to the last few?
Yeah, look, I think the jet ski assist is giving them an awesome opportunity to sort of stay behind the rock, but then identify the waves and take off at the keyhole, just because that rip is so strong. Once you identify the wave, you're going to be 20 metres further down the line once you actually stand up. So it's important to start as deep as possible, which Sally actually did that 2 waves ago, and her first turn was phenomenal. She came unstuck, but that's the attitude we're going to expect to see out of Sally now that she's been given this wild card. She's surfing pressure-free, and I really hope she can stick a turn like that, because that's what she's going to need to really go all the way on the World Tour.
So exciting to see her freed up there. Now out in the lineup, we've got 6 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Fitzgibbons is currently sitting in the lead with a couple of 5s. Her high score, a 5.83, that backup, a 5.77. For Gabriella Bryan, we've got a 4.17 and a 3.5 on the scoreboard. And she's chasing now a big 7.43. Jessie Miley Dyer, it's been so great to have you join us on the call and in the conversation, and just to break down the fact that we're going to have some great names returning to competition, like Sally Fitzgibbons and Caroline Marks through the rest of this year on the championship tour, as well as the start of that 2023 season. And is there any stop outside of Chopu that you're most looking forward to seeing these women compete in throughout the rest of the year?
You know, I'm really excited for us to be going to G-Land. Absolutely. You know, that was, for someone who's a little bit older like me, you know, that's the wave that everyone was talking about for forever. And, you know, we grew up watching that, the video that Quicksilver had produced when they were there last time. So obviously as well, I'm a goofy footer, so I'm always happy to be going somewhere like that. But, you know, G-Land, there's so much of that kind of mysticism around it, and that wave has been a myth for so many people. So I'm really excited for us to be there and to see, you know, the first event post-Cup.
It's going to be so excited to see the Roxy Pro G-Land get underway. Jessie, thanks so much for breaking down all the information around the WSL season wildcards. Can't wait to see how the rest of the season unfolds.
No worries. I'll be looking forward to watching the rest of today.
It's an exciting finals day as we say goodbye to Jessie Miley Dyer, currently sitting in the water. We've got 5 minutes, just under 5 minutes on the clock. And Gabby Bryan is chasing a big score, that 7.43.
Yeah, this is heat 1 for the quarterfinals for the women today. So similar to that first heat that we saw from the men, it's just really setting the scale for the rest of the competition. Sally's been able to tap into those 2 high-range 5s, and she's really putting the boot in here because she wants to see herself continue through and potentially claim the crown. Have a look at this Harvey Norman heat recap, Shannon. Her surfing's just been, we've been speaking about it so much, it's just gone from strength to strength and then loosened up and gotten stuck into her own creativity here with a bit of rail grab work since she's been announced that wild card.
Yeah, I even feel like in this heat it's been challenging conditions, but for her, maybe that veteran experience coming through to find, even though there's smaller scores on the board, to be able to just find those that link through and give her that opportunity to be sitting in the lead and controlling things throughout.
Yeah, and how good was Stace's analysis too from the back of the rock there? He was just kind of breaking down for all of us watching how tricky it is to identify it and then how quickly you get swept down the line.
Sally now drawing hard off the bottom. really expanding that wingspan. Just the single maneuver, she'll kick out again. For Gabriella Bryan, she came out with some huge numbers for the first couple of rounds here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, the round of 64 and the round of 32. She dropped in 8-point rides, so she's going to be one that could easily get into that 7.3 that she needs to advance on a single wave. Goes for that drift on the tail, but just loses control on the finish, Jess.
Oh, that was critical for her. That would have really, really gone into good stead, building her confidence. It was dynamic, it was powerful. She has been one of those ladies that's been able to find the excellent part of the scale so far in the competition. So that was a mistake falling on that second turn. A really critical section as well, and nice timing, just maybe a little too much pepper off the top, and she kind of slid out with it, but she's still got plenty of time. With jet ski assist, over 2 minutes on the clock, she's hunting down that 8-point ride. 7.43 would take her over Sally, but an 8-point ride is probably what she's going to be looking for.
Down to 2 minutes on the clock. Gabriella Bryan is definitely the most consistent of that rookie pack that graduated onto the championship tour at the start of this year. Coming out of last year's Challenger Series, she made it to finals day in all except for the 2021 Roxy Pro France there at Hossegor. She had an early loss after really finding some great momentum at the US Open and at Iracira as well in Portugal. She then made that fight back into the finals day conversation as well. Even at the Sydney Surf Pro at Manly back at the start of 2020, which was the first Challenger Series event on the calendar, and then things got a bit slow and we had to reset competitive surfing as the world shut down. Gabby had a great run there as well and had set herself up really well coming into competition in 2021. So for her, it's no surprise to see that she made it into at least the quarterfinals once again.
Yeah, and Coco spoke about it this morning, and Rochelle Ballard even spoke about her yesterday, and I know they're both Hawaiians, obviously, but they're just kind of giving us a bit more insight into the way that Gabby's kind of come in leaps and bounds over the last few seasons. And like you said, with her results and her experience and her style of power surfing, she's just so well suited to the championship tour.
It's going to be really exciting to see her kick things off at the next event at the Roxy Pro G-Land. See if she can get some really good barrels coming out of the islands of Hawaii. She is so comfortable in big, heavy surf, those shallow reef breaks as well. It's going to be exceptional to see her give it a shot. Scores through for her last wave, just a 2.63. Situation remains the same with Fitzgibbons in the lead. Gabriella Bryan already making that midseason cut after a finals day result at the Margaret River Pro. Went down in that final to Isabella Nichols. Sally Fitzgibbons, however, fell off, but she has now been granted the 2023 WSL season wildcard, which means she's got a spot on tour. Going to be so curious to see how she attacks this section and the rest of the Challenger Series, knowing that she's already got that start on lock. Now unleashing on her forehand way down into Rainbow Bay, just weaving in and out of some free surfers and connecting the dots to a great looking finish. Impressive performance from Fitzgibbons, sewing things up to enter into the semi-finals. Coming up in our next quarterfinal, we're going to have Nikki Van Dyke up against Caity Simmers. Stay tuned for more action right after this. One of them will be matched up against Sally Fitzgibbons. underway here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, and Sally Fitzgibbons has just taken out a victory to lock herself a spot in the semifinals in one of the most beautiful regions that Australia has to offer here in southern Queensland. She's going to be really enjoying some crazy conditions out there and looking for an opportunity to surf against one of these two in Nikki Van Dyke and Caity Simmers.
Yeah, what a great win through to the semis for Sally. We've just seen that weightlifter. We've been speaking about it. It's been kind of the conversation here this morning with the wild cards, and it's just a really, really impressive lift for her.
I was scrapping. The jump off was terrible to the other keyhole. Oh my God. I got so far further down there. Yeah. I'll see you out again. All right.
Just talking about how challenging it is with a lot of different shifting things in the condition, the jump off the keyhole. I had a quick chat with Sally before she ran out for that heat, and she was just like, what do I even do? Go off the rocks, try and jump through that little middle section. The current's going to be so strong, trying to stay in position is going to be difficult, as well as the fact that Sally Fitzgibbons took a fin to the head the other day. She's got stitches in place. She's had the doctors checking up on her and making sure everything is looking good and healing up well. But she's had a few things going on this week. It's been a wild one for Sally Fitzgibbons to just absorb, take it in, and take a deep breath. Now, Caity Simmers. Great looking first turn. Nice and patient. I'm really excited to see what she gets up to within this heat, Jess.
Yeah, she opens up a bit more here. This is a thicker looking wall setting up through the inside section, really far down the bank, but like she's just kind of feeling out her feet. Looks a little bit tentative from what we've seen from Caity Simmers so far. And we know that she's been laying down some really big turns and really, really committed critical maneuvers. So I feel like that's just a feeling out of this quarterfinal number 2 for her, and to be able to lock in a 5.33 from that, she's going to feel confident finding herself a more critical section to work with.
She's a crazy one coming into the conversation around the Challenger Series, as we see her with an extremely dedicated paddle on a nice wedging section. She makes the drop with ease and effortless. Connects into 2-turn combination on a really challenging section.
Yeah, impressive 2-turn combo. She's still going though. She might get a little bonus section towards the inside here, Shannon. Amount of water moving around out there. You could see on that takeoff.
That was wild. There was a lot of water ripping around.
Yeah, you could see there was almost like a cross wave drawing back across as she took off, and it forced her to kind of push down out of the lip as well. Nice 2-turn combo, second wave for her. So 2 on the board before we see Nikki.
Nikki on the ski, getting herself back in position. Caity staying super active on the inside, goes up into the lip, now drives around the section, big foam climb. You can see that she is just super hungry. She wants to get some good waves under her belt. Coming out of Southern California, she's really used to these beachy conditions when there's a lot of swell and water moving around.
Yeah, look how she pushes down on the takeoff, because she's being pushed back by that volume of water running back out of the bank. So she's really adapted well to the conditions. 2 critical turns to her, and we just saw the word was Nikki being swept all the way down without catching a wave. That's why we saw her on the ski, and she was making her way back out to the takeoff position. And Caity, 3 waves, I think, under her belt within the first 5.5 minutes, and Nikki having to reset completely.
We didn't see Nikki competing on the Challenger Series last year. She fell off of the championship tour at the end of 2021. She actually missed the event there in Mexico due to injury. She had a hamstring injury that ended up just playing up with things, landed in her sacrum, and she's been just battling back to be feeling okay to even just surf as much as she needs to back in the Jersey. It's been really exciting to see her get some really solid waves this week here at Snapper and to start to find that rhythm again. And I'm excited to see her in the mix. She's got the call up as one of those wildcard opportunities for these first 2 events. She'll be heading to Sydney next, as we see a strong paddle from her now from Nikki Van Dyke. Off the bottom into the top. Nice drift of the tail to start things off. Linking it together through to this next section, down past Little Molly into Rainbow Bay. Goes for a big foam hit. Possibly going to stick with this one to see if it has a little bit more on offer from the Championship Tour veteran, looking for that opportunity to compete with the world's best again.
Yeah, Nikki's board looking really dialed in to hear, and spends a lot of time at snapper as well, Shannon. And have a look at the replay. It's a nice wave choice too. She just drops straight down to the bottom and then kind of cracks that tail up through the lip. A little bit disjointed through the middle bit while she's setting up this next really frothy, foamy section. She has to kind of project out over it. Here's another angle of that DHD just releasing up there through the top of that turn.
Another DHD in the lineup here at snapper.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a few times here for success stories on the wave. We've seen the equipment obviously playing such an important role, but a little bit of a shift up today maybe for some of the competitors as well. We heard Tyler speaking about the fact that she was riding a step up. She's on the Pizel boards now, so really interesting for me personally to look at what they're choosing to ride in these challenging and adapting conditions.
17 minutes on the clock, scores now coming through. Caity Simmers off to a solid start given the scores that we saw in that first women's quarterfinal. She opened up with a 5.33, improved on that with a 6.00 for her top 2 scoring rides. Nikki Van Dijk now with a score to come through, and it's a 4.93. Nikki now chasing a 6.40 for that advancing position over the Grom and Caity Simmers. That last heat, we saw Sally Fitzgibbons walk away with a grindy win. She's there with Stace Galbraith.
Sal, you are looking electric and pressure-free this morning. Massive opening manoeuvre on one of those waves. Walk us through it.
Stace, yeah, it feels like I've been out in the cyclone. Very much what you get on the Goldie, and just trying to use my instincts. Gabby's been surfing so well on tour and this week, so really tough competitor. And you can't really hear, so once I heard that I was in the lead, and then I heard it a different way the second time, so I just thought to myself, I got to better what I know I've got and keep moving forward.
Sometimes that makes the task a little easier, right?
Oh, 100%. There's enough going on, and we both had a giggle because, we went out the keyhole to start and thought, if we get whipped down, worst case, we'll jump on the ski and go back, and the worst case happened. We were so far down the point, so we had a giggle, and that's pretty fun when you and your opponent, it's more about getting a hold of the ocean.
It's kind of hard to know when to give up, though, right, with that battling the sweep, because there are some really good waves down the line.
That's it, and you can't really see him. Up here in the stand, being couch coach, you can see him really clearly, but out there it's a lot more challenging, so I'll kind of keep an eye out, try and find him in the next one.
Yeah, the commentators and the coaches haven't lost a heat today, but yeah, that's usually how it goes from the couch.
Yeah, that's it. So really excited. All the Groms down the beach, and got a lot of family friends here, and everyone back home in Joao. I love you heaps and can feel your support.
Well done, Sal.
Sal breaking down the challenges of the cyclone that she just battled. Nikki Van Dijk with a large looking set, had a great carve to start off, wrapping back into the foam. She'll just tag that little foam ball with just so much ease and effort, gets the kick out. She's now chasing that score to take the lead away from Caity Simmers.
And Stace is so right that I never lose a heat on the couch. You never do at home, not in here. It's so easy to see with this big vantage point where you should be, what you shouldn't be doing. And here's the replay for Caity. Big drop in, huge critical maneuver right up, high and tight in the pocket, and plenty of spray to match the young lady. Stand out, impressive performance from her, and I think a flex of maturity, opting to sit out the championship tour spot this time round. I think I have a lot of time for that decision. I think that's a really good show of her backing herself and the confidence she had in her performance and in her future performances.
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable to think of the future that we could see coming from Caity Simmers up against one of the best that we've seen in the women's field in Nikki Van Dijk right now.
Yeah, here's the replay from Nikki, and a really big one as well from out the back. And you can just see the swell just building and building, and Nikki just holding on to the energy that she gained down the line there and trying to create something a little more critical at the end as well. So big score in for Caity Simmers, Shannon.
It's a 7.00. Man, that opening turn was just such a good performance from Caity.
Yeah, and look how tight Nikki is holding on to that ski right there too. You just heard Sally say about the fact that it's not really about you versus your opponent so much during the heat. It's more just you two both battling to get a handle on the ocean out there today. And that's where we see maybe some of the best surfing, like for Sally instinctually. She's so tapped in with it.
13 minutes on the clock. Nikki Van Dyke chasing now an 8.07 as Caity Simmers has strung together a 7 and a 6-point ride to take her into the lead. We're gonna go to a quick break. We've got more action to come to finish out the women's quarterfinals after this.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Good Surfer, surf safety and etiquette initiative proudly developed by City of Gold Coast. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl.
Caitlin Simmers currently leading quarterfinal number 2 for the women's Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, dropping in a 7-point ride for a beautiful arc off the back on an incredibly challenging section. Nikki Van Dyke now hoping to luck into a wave similar to that we saw from Caity Simmers. Caity's been the focus of a lot of conversations around surfing for the last 6 months, but for years really coming out of Southern California, out of that Oceanside area. She got a great pack of young girls that she's been surfing with, that they compete, and other surfers that don't compete, but they just spend so much time in and out of the water, grabbing pizzas for dinner afterward. There's this cool pack with a few girls our age, Hannah Van Veen and Riley Owens, that are just taking this Grom group under their wings. And Caity Simmers is part of a product of that, that's just grounded in this culture where they're pushing each other, but they're also keeping this really fun and encouraging environment around them. And that sort of environment's one of the things that helped Caity Simmers walk into NSSA history, the National Scholastic Surfing Association in Southern California there, where she walked away at the NSSA Nationals in 2018. Jess, she scored 3 perfect 10s in the finals.
Yeah, it's like we were speaking to Rochelle Ballard the other day, and she was saying that's still the highlight of her kind of barrel riding career, scoring 2 10s in competition up here at Burleigh Head. So to have 3 10s under her belt in the NSSA, I know that's a really hotly contested kind of series and format. That's incredible. Just shows what kind of surfing this young lady can bring at this conversational point of finals day.
It's pretty wild. That year in 2018, she was only 12 years old. She competed at the ISA World Surfing Games as part of the Open World Surfing Games, not even the juniors. She made it into, I believe it was the quarterfinals. I was there that year in Japan. It was the year before that Olympic conversation started, and they just brought Caity along to see how she would fare against a lot of the world's best. She took down some huge names in competition that year. She then, just a little while later, found herself walking away the U16 ISA World Junior Gold Medalist that same year in 2018. And that really started that conversation around her at just 12 years old. Then we saw her come into the Challenger Series last year. She walked away with a win at the very first event at the US Open of Surfing. As we see Nikki Van Dyke up into the lip, puts on a great performance for that 2-turn combination. Caity finding herself in the pocket as well, just slicing through those couple of turns, making that crazy wobbly section look really soft and in control, when that's definitely not the case if any one of us was out there on our board right now. She's looking for that little inside to link up, finding some speed, finding some flow, and now finding the jet ski.
Oh, I'm pretty excited to watch the replay of that, and not for the turns even. Those were critical and pretty well placed, and probably going to be very high scoring as well for Caity, but you can really get an appreciation for the volume of water moving and pushing her through. You can see how it will accelerate her across the bank. Have a look at this, nice little drop out, chunky little waves. See, you can see the sand churning. Big critical first turn, nice slash, and then watch this thing just punch her across the line. It's almost like she had a little rocket pat underneath those fins there. And yeah, great surfing. I mean, what a history already to be doing those things at 12 years old. It's a pretty unique story.
Nikki Van Dyke got a piece of the action. Just that single turn. Solid section for her though, finally standing up in front. We've got scores to come through for both Caity and for Nikki. At the moment, Nikki is chasing an 8.07. Caity's high scores a 6.00 and a 7.00. And we just were so impressed with her performance at the US Open. In Huntington Beach, it was an event that she would have surfed so many heats at. She actually took out a win. Her very first qualifying series win for the Jack Surfboards Pro was just a few weeks before that Challenger Series opportunity there at Southside in Huntington Beach. So she'd already had that winning feeling, and then she found it again. Can't wait to see how she goes now on the Challenger Series this year. With 6.5 minutes on the clock, we're gonna go out the back with Stace Galbraith.
Thanks, Shannon. Out the back with Dometic. Betty Lou, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing a lot of rip and current, but a lot of opportunities, a lot of waves, and I think that's going to be great. It'll give chances for all of us.
What's your experience like on the jet skis?
Oh, jet skis are good. They help so much. Super thankful to have them here in this event, and yeah, they're so helpful.
Great for your time. Good luck.
Great to hear from Betty Lou. I had a quick chat with her mom, Shanubo, who's been her constant support throughout this rookie season for her on the championship tour, and she said both her and Betty Lou were just so excited to see her be able to lock in and really get some good waves under her belt this year, and that's really happened here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. She's just feeling that release, and I can really sense this different energy coming out of her now that she's been able to find some massive scores over the last few days, Jess.
Yeah, she looked really sharp yesterday, and even when the surf was really, really good, those opening days of competition, she had a lot of composure for such a young competitor, and the manoeuvres that she was choosing to do on the sections also showed a lot of confidence. It'll be nice to watch her, but particularly I'm pretty excited to watch this next quarterfinal matchup. It's another heavy-hitting Aussie heat, Shannon, and I know it's Australian bias coming out in me, but I'm pretty excited to watch those two ladies go pound for pound.
It's going to be so cool. They've already got such a great history together, both Tyler Wright and Molly Picklum. Just about a week ago, they had that round of 16 matchup at the Margaret River Pro, where Molly, in order to get one against the two-time world champion, dropped a 9-point ride. It's one of the most talked about waves in competition, as we see. Nikki Van Dyke finding the rhythm. Great combination surfing from Nikki. She's a surfer we would love to see back on the championship tour. She qualified, her rookie season was back in 2014 alongside one of her best friends in Dimity Stoyle. She's staying with Dimity this week. I've seen Nikki honing around on the e-bike borrowed from Dimity throughout the week. It was a great rookie class for them alongside Alyssa Quazone and Joanne DeFay. And since then, we've been able to witness Nikki Van Dyke with 7 championship tour seasons, and she's got that hunger within her to requalify again. As we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap with a steep takeoff for Caity Simmers.
Yeah, there's one of Caity's good scores, 2-turn combo, control and composure under really testing conditions. Here's a big opening face slash and rail work and spray up to the horizon there for Caity. That's why she's in the lead of this quarterfinal at the moment, Shannon.
Scores to come through for Nikki Van Dyke. She's currently chasing that 7.83 as she strung together a couple of really good turns on this last one.
Yeah, this was her last wave she caught, and I think they're waiting for the score to lock in for this one, but she did some critical surfing and she's just been able to dial in that end section. She was adjusting on the first few attempts, and now you can see she's placing her board in the right position.
3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, a score to come through from Nikki Van Dyke. And reflecting back on that conversation that we had here in the booth this morning with Coco Ho, it's so fun to know that Nikki's staying with Dimity. They shared their rookie season on the championship tour, and just that nod to what Coco was saying about them really building those tight friendships like Coco and Steph and Laura together when they were Groms, for Dimity, for Nikki, and so many of that pack as well, to now keep that relationship going almost a decade later, supporting each other still in competition and keeping that hunger of competition alive.
Yeah, and the fact that Steph's or Coco suggested that Steph's saying to them, come on, qualify and come back on tour, it's time. I think all their surfing's there. I think Nikki's surfing's there. I think Coco's is. I think Dimity's is as well. And I would love to see that type of experience come back on tour and then just shift it up and mix it up with the rookies that are coming through now.
It's been so fun to have a massive rookie class of 5. It's been a few years since we've had that on the women's side of the championship tour. Given that we just have that smaller field, less opportunity for those women to get up to that championship tour, it's really fun to see a bunch of rookies in the mix, but there are those veterans that would really love to get back there. At the moment, Caity Simmers is sitting in the lead with priority. Nikki Van Dijk has a requirement of a 6.58 on the scoreboard to take it away from her. She's been chipping away at that requirement. It was in the excellent range. She then dropped it down to a 7. It's now down to that mid-range 6. But Jess, she's going to need to pull out something special to get the lead over Simmers.
Yeah, perhaps a little barrel, a little cover-up on the takeoff in that really chunky section, or just that second maneuver. So first maneuver she seems to have dialed in and straight from the bottom, straight into the pocket. Second maneuver needs a bit more value, and then she's got that finishing kind of float with the lip projection out towards that end section already dialed in. So let's see if she can bring it here.
With an opportunity, 90 seconds on the clock, Caity Simmers takes off with priority ahead of Nikki Van Dijk. And in that move now, Nikki's handed priority. Caity might just paddle back and sit tight to her regardless.
Yeah, she had to make a decision under pressure there, Caity. It would have been really hard to try and weigh up if that wave was worth a 6 or a 7 or above. It's almost impossible from here, at least, to tell how far they're going to get and how much they're going to get out of that. So she had to do it. It was a necessary move for Caity to block for Nikki there. It was a possibility.
Down to the final 60 seconds, and at the moment, the prodigy in Caity Simmers is currently sitting in the lead, looking for a semi-final opportunity. We saw the same sort of run from her last year at the first Challenger Series at the US Open, where she took out Gabriella Bryan in the final. She took out Courtney Conlog on her way to that final matchup, and some other big names, which was really impressive to see. Then found herself with that qualification number next to her name heading into the championship tour and bowed out. It was the first time we've seen that since Taj Burrow. Caity Simmers now back on the Challenger Series, and we could very likely see her in that conversation for qualification again at the end of this season. Another year under her belt, a little bit more experience, maybe taking up that call. As we see Nikki Van Dijk with one last opportunity, uses priority on this. It's a frothy section. She had to just give it a try. She's only chasing that 6.58. She could find that score as it starts to stand up for her on the inside. Nice drive, staying smooth, locked in on a really bumpy face. Needing to maintain control here as she heads down into Rainbow Bay past the free surfers. It starts to stand up for her. She's got some scoring potential now, building up. Great wrap, great control. You can see her building momentum as she comes through to the inside, getting those cars back and looking for that powerful finish. If she can really lock into an end section, she's still going. She's going to end up all the way at Greenmount by this stage, and she's going to have the longest walk back up the beach, nearly out of view of our camera. This is far and away the longest wave that we have seen at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. She finally kicks out, and I don't really know what to say, Jess. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, she's surfing all the way back up to Surfers Paradise there, and you can hear the cowbell going off in the background and the Aussies cheering, and they really wanted that there for Nikki. I don't even know how they judge once it goes past that section, and nothing super critical perhaps offered in the most important timing right at the start. So we'll see how it locks in as, but she was definitely up on that before the hooter went. It was a very, very leg burner style wave. Look at the smile on her face there, Shannon.
I mean, even that one, it's a quarterfinal result. Even if she doesn't get the score, we'll see where it sits with the judges. Regardless, it's length of ride, she had it nailed. She got a really fun lap down there, found a few really good turns, and cannot be disappointed with a finals day opportunity in the first Challenger Series event of the year. Now waiting for those scores to filter through. Caity Simmers did really well to lock herself that 7-point ride on a solid size section, really getting that critical maneuver out the back. And we'll take another look at this one as Nikki needs to get close to Caity's 7 to take the advancing position.
Yeah, this is crunch time for Nikki Van Dijk, the Aussie, to overtake Caitlin Simmers from US of A, and kind of doesn't really start till here, this wave. Nice, big in the pocket, jam, throws a lot of spray, and then she just rides on off into the sunrise almost. Still here. We're still early in the morning on the Gold Coast.
Well, scores in. It's a 5.17. It's not enough for Nikki Van Dijk. Caitlin Simmers into the semifinals. No surprises there. See if she can make it back into that final opportunity for the opening Challenger Series of the year. Tyler Wright, Molly Picklum hitting the lineup right after this. Rabbit Bartholomew and Ronnie Blakey in the booth.
Did you get it? What? Did you get it? She got it?
You got it. You won.
Did I win?
You won.
My job is professional surfer.
The best job in the world.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
Guys, if you're listening, we're lost.
This is the first time ever the women are a pipeline.
We have never been given an opportunity like that.
We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
He saw every bit of this.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
And he goes for it.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
The amazing first season of Make or Break can be seen now streaming live. Well, not live, but you can catch all those episodes on Apple TV+. But it is awesome. Episode 1 features Tyler Wright. Really dives into her story, her fight back from post-viral syndrome to get back to this position where she's sitting at the very top end of the ratings in 3rd spot. She's also out there in the lineup in this first Challenger Series event up against Molly Picklum. On screen, though, Caitlin Simmers has just overcome Nikki Van Dijk to earn her place in the semi-finals. She'll serve against Sally Fitzgibbons. Ronnie Blakey with Wayne Rabbit, Bartholomew Bugs. Caity Simmers continues to impress.
Like, she is such a surprise package. I mean, she's so young, and like, this is very, very difficult conditions out here. They're super challenging. She's risen to the occasion on everything that's been thrown in front of her. An amazing young talent.
I think also just the perfect example being set there by Caity Simmers of how valuable that big opening section is when the panel's assessing those rides. We saw Nikki Van Dijk surf one pretty much down to North Kira, and she didn't get the score that she needed. So it's all about those big, critical turns, and we'll see if Molly Picklum was able to lay one down in the opening exchange here.
Yeah, well, Molly's another young surfer who's on the rise. coming up against one of the biggest names in women's surfing. So Molly trying to get this connector through, and she decides to bail out of this one.
Getting busy though, tucking into the barrel here, and manages to punch her way through it.
Yeah, that's a make. That's a make and a dismount, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, that's it. There's rides where surfers make the barrel and then fall off, and then there's waves where you make the barrel and jump off.
Exactly.
You dismount, and that's what Molly did there. So waiting on the scores to come through. She's from the central coast of New South Wales, Molly Picklum. A lot of little barreling slab waves down that way, and as you can tell, she's pretty comfortable in the tube.
You know, she handled that really well. You know, the way she had to burst through that.
Here she goes again, had a 6 for the barrel ride, and now looking to really back this number up on her way back down to the jet skis. Molly driving through this first turn. This wave might go again. So just weaving back, staying close to the pocket at the moment, gets out away from it now, throws the roundhouse in, has a section to rip into here, but unsuccessful in finishing that one off, the 19-year-old. Meanwhile, out the back, Tyler Wright chasing a 3rd victory here on the Gold Coast. 2 big wins at the championship tour level, climbing up over the white water there, just trying to find some of that open face to rip into, but it not really panning out for her on that occasion. So Molly on the ski, heading back to the takeoff zone here.
Look, you would think on paper that just the experience and the power of Tyler Wright would be you know, a superior advantage in this heat, but Molly, you know, that tube riding nous has really impressed me. To come up with that little 6-point ride there, not such a little 6-point ride, and she's going to challenge here. You know, she's a waif compared to the natural power in Tyler. She's always been a powerful surfer. Her power base has really been a hallmark of her surfing.
It sure has. I think, though, too, after that amazing victory down there at Bells Beach this year, Tyler Wright breaking through for her first Big Bells title. We went to Margaret River, and you just thought that Tyler's power and her variety in her surfing was going to give her the big edge over Molly Picklum there, but it wasn't the case.
No, it wasn't the case. Molly, you know, like Caitlin, is surfing with a maturity beyond her age.
And have a look at this, the Swellian Army, the boys from 8 That Swell there, here cheering on our competitors. Jed Smith, or Smithy, as he's known, up front there, Vaughan Blakey in the background.
Now, the thing is, we don't want any more swell right now, guys, please.
They're absolutely behind, especially this Aussie contingent battling here, but just fans of professional surfing, and I'm sure just encouraging each of the competitors that are in the draw here on finals day to go out there and give it their best. Numbers through for Tyler on that last ride, 4.5. And Molly didn't improve on her situation with that last wave, so she's still counting on a 3 and a 6. But yeah, Molly, I think with one of the turns of the year so far on the Women's Championship Tour, that was a main break.
Hey, you know, it was the turn that was heard around the world. It was such a mind-blowing moment for a young surfer to do a turn of that gravity on such a demanding and powerful wave. You know, it blew minds.
Now, the competitive history between these two is limited, just that one big CT heat. But when you think about these two surfers and their road to this position over the last few years, they've had quite a bit to do together. Tyler was formerly coached by Glenn Hall. Molly was just a rising star, also under Glenn's tutelage, and they would do heat drills. Molly was super inspired by Tyler, but Molly welcomes the challenge of these big heats. Actually really loves to test herself against these big names. Having a look at one here on the outside, 16 minutes to go.
You know, I ran into Glenn Hall just in between heats, and he was... Look, he didn't mention the challenge of Tyler Wright. What he mentioned more was the challenge of Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, that is a huge challenge today for all competitors. Just under 16 minutes to go And we are lucky enough to be joined by, well, one of the greats and also a former commentator. Well, not former commentator. She's just taking some time out at the moment, but joining us via the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call is Rosie Hodge. G'day, Ro.
Yeah, Ronnie. Yeah, Bugs. Stoked to be joining you guys. You've been amazing on the call and been loving the action.
Yeah, let's talk about it, because we're seeing this massive surge from this group of real phenoms, really starting to collect big results. So we just saw Caity Simmers overcome Nikki Van Dijk. Did you get to watch that unfold?
I watched a little bit of it, Ronnie, but yeah, Caity Simmers is just such an amazing athlete. And obviously, she decided to give up her place on tour last year and hand it over to Molly Picklum. But yeah, I'm just so impressed with the young woman coming up. And Nikki Van Dijk, awesome to see her competing too.
Yeah, she looks sharp too in the event. Let's chat a little bit about this heat, Rosie. Obviously, we just saw Molly put away a 6, getting herself that little barrel, but I know you were watching the main event over there at Margaret River and saw Molly's incredible big carve.
Yeah, on this heat on paper, I mean, you talk about redemption for Tyler Wright. She's going to want to get one back on Molly, but Molly's 9-point round, waking up to that news and seeing that ride, I mean, she's just insanely talented. You know, she's got all the attributes of a top athlete, and it's so fun to watch her surf.
What about snapper rocks? I mean, I know we've been chatting a little bit outside of the broadcast, and this is one of everyone's favourite stops, but what do you think about it being the #1 stop on the Challenger Series schedule?
Yeah, honestly, when I saw this Challenger Series come to life and seeing Snapper Rocks on the schedule as the opening event for this whole thing to unfold, I was like, wow, how fortunate are these surfers to surf Snapper Rocks, 4 people in the water, and just looking at the way that the bank has been formed over the last couple of days, I mean, it's ruler edge perfect. The waves have been amazing, and they got to be thanking their lucky stars that they get to surf those kinds of waves with only 4 people in the water.
Yeah, most definitely, Bugs. It's been really interesting. We'll come back to you in a moment, but right now we're seeing Molly up again, and she's trying to get rid of a 3 here to put the pressure on the 2-time world champion. Section standing up, and Molly hits it, hangs onto the turn, and now just looks to climb back out in front of that white water. Behind her, Tyler Wright's up, and she's going to kick out.
Yeah, we've got a great clash here. I was going to ask, you know, Rosie, about the other days, if she was watching the telecast, just how perfect Snapper looked, and today, whether it looks as challenging as it is in real life.
We'll get Rosie in.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting as we...
Sorry, Rose. Let's see what Molly Picklum can do. Nice hit there. That was a massive turn, but take it away, Rosie.
Yeah, I love it, Bugs. I mean, just watching as we see Tyler Wright, she's got to answer back here because Molly's just going to put up a great score with that 2-turn combo. She goes down, but Bugs, I mean, looking at the bank and just listening to you guys call the action to and watching the surfers, you can tell how perfect, like not a drop of sand out of place on the bank at the moment, that turquoise water. And even today, I mean, looking at the conditions, yes, they're tricky. There's a lot of water moving, but it's a lot better than a lot of local breaks, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, it's really challenging today. There's been a big current, and I'm just been so impressed with Caitlin, with Molly, with some of the younger surfers, how they've risen to the occasion.
Definitely. I mean, performing under pressure. I mean, even looking at, you know, the rookies having to go back to back, thinking about Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. I mean, she's had been on the trot for so long now with all of the championship tour events, and then having to kind of pick herself up and get on the Challenger Series. And she's done amazing things under pressure. So loving all the action. I mean, this Challenger Series has really created a pressure situation, and the surfers are really rising to that occasion.
Well, we've got just on 11 minutes remaining here. Stay with us, Rosie. We'll chat more after the break. But Tyler Wright playing catch-up at the moment. Molly Picklum out in front and about to drop a huge score. We're going to take a quick Bonsai Brew break. Tyler Wright out in the lineup, but we're reflecting on her amazing performances here in the past in the Championship Tour events that unfolded. 2 victories. The first came in 2013. The last was 2016. And this place just provides Tyler all the space she needs to show all those incredible moves that she can count on in a heat.
Yeah, they've served those big power slashes have just served us so well here at Snapper Rocks. It's definitely brought out the best in her surfing, and it's awesome to have her back here, even though, like, for her, it probably doesn't mean as much as far as the consequences of, you know, getting through rounds, but she's getting a lot of heats under her belt, and I think she's enjoying herself.
And it's a real treat for everyone here at Snapper Rocks. Unlikely that we'll see her down there at the Sydney Surf Pro. She's ticked the box. She really was keen to compete here at Snapper Rocks again. Still in the mix at the moment, but has work to do, because Molly Picklum has dropped a 7.67. And the judges have been loving those big individual turns from Molly. Tyler Wright now looking for a 9.17. We've got Rosie Hodge on the line via the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call as well. And Rosie, talking about this next generation, it's been remarkable watching the next generation come through. Just like Tyler, they're so well-rounded. And I think we're seeing today, especially them stepping up in a big way. When you look at the quarterfinal heats, Caity Simmers was the only one with no CT experience in the mix, and she's overcome Nikki Van Dyke, a veteran, to earn a place in the semis against Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, exciting things to see Tyler. She had a little look there, but it's so exciting to see the surge of new talent coming through the ranks and getting on tour. And I mean, I'm sure for Tyler, she loves this kind of challenge. She loves coming up against the up-and-coming surfers. Yeah, really fun to see this new talent and to get this fresh perspective on the tour.
It's so cool too, because we're seeing that clash of this next generation, but also veterans who find themselves in that really tricky situation. Sally Fitzgibbons, for example, just showing how resilient she is.
Definitely. I mean, wow, it's really, you know, crystallized the tour for us to see it in a new lens and to watch the drama kind of unfold of watching people, you know, lose their pace on the championship tour with that mid-year cut, and then seeing Sally bounce back. I mean, she's in the semi-finals. She's surfed so well throughout this Challenger Series event. She's kept her, you know, her chin up. She's kept fighting, and it's cool to see the way that she's able to bounce back.
Rosie, I loved your part in Make or Break, just giving such awesome insights into the competitors and the game of professional surfing. But after watching the series, first season, what was your favourite episode?
Oh my gosh. Well, honestly, I've shed a bit of a tear in the Felipe episode. I've got so much respect for that guy. Obviously, Tyler Wright is just such a good representation of surfing for us. So that was really fun to watch. Seeing Gabby in tears, that was, I mean, it was just a really good look behind the curtain and getting to know our favorite athletes a little bit better.
Oh, most definitely. I hope we see you in season 2.
Me too, Ronnie.
She'll be there. Awesome to have a chat, Rosie. We miss you, and can't wait to check in again via the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call.
Yeah, guys, you're doing a great job, and enjoy finals day. I'm loving the action.
Thanks, Rosie.
We'll celebrate for you too. Don't worry about that. 6.5 minutes remaining here. Always good to have a chat to Rosie. Just such a champion. Had a long and illustrious championship tour career as well. Actually helped Steph Gilmore get that first world title.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it knocked, I think it was Silvana Lima out of the event, and that helped give Steph that first title over there in Maui.
Just a gem of a human being, and such herself such a great representation of professional surfing and women's surfing.
Most definitely. Just under 6 minutes to go here, and the situation for Tyler Wright is getting a little difficult. 9.17 is the requirement, and it's a big one. As we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap, take us through some of Molly's best rides here, Bugs.
Well, this was a classic little 6-point ride that really set up the victory, really, because then she went into, you know, this mode where she got these connectors. She stayed busy. Her wave choice has been amazing, and yeah, I mean, I am so impressed. But that barrel was so cool because it was just one of those short, sharp rides that the most experienced are finding hard to snare out here today.
Yeah, it's heavy, and you know what? There's a little bit of rain out there at the moment too. You know, it's not too much of a drama visibility-wise at this stage, but you know, if a squall moves through, it's going to make it even harder for Tyler to stay composed here.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that it's been very difficult to come back in heats today. You know, we saw the rare one, you know, when Morgan Sibley, you know, missed that wave and Dylan got back in the heat. I mean, it's really been one of the only turning heats.
Well, 4.5 minutes to go here. I mean, they call it the Challenger Series, and this heat is really the epitome of that title, because Molly Picklam's up against the two-time world champ here, and she's desperate to get herself back on the CT. So an important heat for her to take a victory in. It'd be huge if she can get a 2-0 record against a two-time world champion, but Tyler's not going to give it to her. She's going to take off now and look to just chip away at this requirement. Still got time to get a couple of rides and chase down the lead here. Bit of foam on the face. The body language suggesting that Tyler's getting a little frustrated out here at the moment.
And a bit of foam on the face, a bit of rain in the face too. You know, it's you know, especially paddling back out, because you're paddling into now a really strong easterly wind with squalls coming straight out of you, out of the eastern Pacific. It's a lot harder out there than it looks on screen.
Tyler back on the ski. I just don't see that last ride as we see the replay going, you know, anywhere near chipping away at the requirement. So she's still going to be looking for a 917.
Yeah, and this is the sort of day that, you know, the hungry surfers, or the surfers with such intention and high aspirations will go, you know, really hunting down the waves, and we're seeing that the consequences of victory or defeat are so different for both Tyler and Molly.
Yeah, that's a huge point to make. You know, Molly Picklam, she doesn't want to scratch her way back onto the CT. She wants to get off to the ultimate lead, take that #1 position on the Challenger Series rankings, and probably aim to dominate, as we see her just trying to take what she can get out of this wave points-wise.
Another strong ride, Ronnie.
She's just built so nicely here. Tyler's been busy as well. You know, I don't think tactically Tyler's played it wrong at all. Her waves just haven't eventuated from the outside.
And it's really difficult to pick it from the outside. Those that are going to either have that run through the Marley Rocks or offer, I guess it's clear when you take off in a wave, there might be a little bit of a barrel section, but they're not so common. They really hit that inside bank, and they hit it just next to this rock here at Snapper. You've got to be right on the spot, and you've got to backdoor the section.
Tyler's hitting the zone again, just learning that she didn't narrow the requirement at all on that last ride.
I like the angle she's paddling at, though. She's paddling towards and getting in that, right in the crux of that corner. She's not going with the current. She's trying to tack and stay in position.
Yeah, Molly's doing her best, but she almost seems caught in out a bit wide and almost in a surge.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Molly to actually get back there. She's in the luxury of not being...
Oh, excuse me.
I was going to say...
Someone must have just jumped off the rocks. That was the competitor in the next heat, Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson.
Yeah, and again, it's much better to be, say, in the next heat, sitting around the corner nearly. Although, yeah, I wouldn't advise going out of Froggy Beach today, I can tell you that.
Yeah, so Molly's just getting back to the drop-off zone from the ski, and she'll learn that she didn't up the requirement there for Tyler. She had a 5.47. So she's still out in front. The requirement's still a big one, and Tyler's going to have to do it in a single ride. Needs a 9.17.
Oh, you think she needs a barrel?
It's just so good to see Tyler back to her best physically, just looking so strong at different stops on the championship tour so far this year.
Well, this is the test of your physical prowess.
And she was, you know, really missed, I think, not at her best, and missing the WSL Rip Curl Finals at Trestles at the end of last year. She was there as a spectator, commentated some of the heats, and now she's having a go at a 9.17. Wow, tucked in. and she gets locked inside that one with no key to find the exit.
We salute the commitment.
Got to salute the commitment, but as I said, it's so great to see her back to her best. This heat hasn't panned out for her. Molly Picklam's got her edge head-to-head now, but you just know when the CT gets back underway over there at the Roxy Pro G-Land that Tyler's going to be going to factor in.
Yeah, and you've got to be also thinking mission accomplished, getting those heats under your belt, and I think that's was a key to Tyler's strategy and the CT surfers in this event. I mean, glory at snapper is a wonderful thing, but just getting a whole bunch of match fitness through what this wave demands of you.
Molly Picklam on a mission. She's into the semi-finals. She'll take on the winner of quarterfinal number 4, which is going to kick off in just a moment.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl. By Good Surfer, surf safety and etiquette initiative proudly developed by City of Gold Coast. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of the World Surf League Australia. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl.
The show continues here on finals day. The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl underway. The women's quarterfinals unfolding at the moment. This is the last heat to determine who's going to take on Molly Picklam in the semi-finals. Bronte McCauley from Western Australia up against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, the surfer from Oahu. And this will be very fun, Bugs, because Betty Lou's been on an absolute tear through this contest so far and dropping big numbers. She's bounced back well after the disappointment of failing to make the cut.
Really bounced back with some strong intentions to make amends on a personal level, and then she's just handled it so well at snapper. And you know, I think this today it won't phase her. We'll see this right here first.
Oh my goodness. Just so committed every time she hits the lip. And that's going to score pretty well, you'd think. We had a wave from Bronte during the break too. She had a couple of turns before this, but it has been very solid in finishing off her rides. So she banks a 5, but I think the young Hawaiian's going to get the edge here. She gets a 6-point ride on her first wave.
Now, with Betty Lou, she would surf conditions like this because when you get those early season north swells, say, you know, mid-October to mid-November in those years where there's a lot of north swells with some strong northeast trades, you get that all that sand moving along Pupukea, and it links up with Ayakai to even backdoor, and you often get days very much like this. So I'm sure she surfed conditions like this before and would be unfazed.
Yeah, Bronte McCauley just trying to hold her position out the back there, got priority, and needs to make up a point after that first exchange. Bronte, 28 years of age, quarterfinal finish over there at Margaret River, was looking extremely strong on the road through that contest. Disposed of Carissa Moore and Stephanie Gilmore early on in the event. Look at her go, just motoring at the moment. But Bronte, I think, is going to have her work cut out here at this stage. Betty Lou's kind of looked on another level through the earlier rounds of the event. And you know what, I think after Betty got bumped off the CT, she came here and got some free surfing in and must have felt good. The clips were amazing, and I think she's reminded herself just how good she is.
Yeah. Well, I think Bronte's, you know, on a backhand, she's looking for a certain wave, and, you know, we've seen it before, so Nolan Raposa, these waves that allow the backhands to get into that flow of top to bottom turns and whipping off the top, and Bronte has certainly shown she's capable of that, surfing some of her, I think, her best surfing throughout this Aussie leg. And Betty Lou, they've both, this time they've actually both started pretty well. That's the difference.
Yeah, hopefully they both carry this pattern now of picking off a wave quickly after they get off the ski and getting back on. And we see the rotation of a few exchanges here, because it's sort of been one-sided, the battle through the last couple of heats. As we see Betty Lou there just exiting that ride. Bronte's picking it off down the line, so used her priority on this one.
Now an interesting situation, because they'll both be kind of nothing rides, no consequence on the scoreboard, so that 6 and the 5, the slight advantage to Betty Lou will remain, but it's where they are on the lineup and what options they choose. So it obviously looks like it's a paddle, but they're going to be a fair way down. They must be down near Marley Rocks already.
Well, they're holding kind of strong. They're not quite there just yet, but I don't think Bronte's going to hang around there and keep fighting this current. She swoops on this one. Nice little hook off the top. This is the challenge for the backhanders. It's really hard in transition to collect points on the backhand. You want that wall to steepen.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's hardly any points on those little halfway turns, but there she gets over. Now she's come into a nice section. Bit of chop on the face, but she's putting this one together, Ronnie.
Yeah, really did well there not to rush the approach to the lip with all those bumps in the face. That wave was ugly. A lot of texture on the face of the wave, and she probably got as much as she could have out of that ride, but she's going to climb on the ski, head back out there. We'll see if Betty Lou can get herself into the picture here, out the back with priority. Here's the replay of Bronte's ride.
Yeah, well, these first couple of turns, I don't think there's much points in these at all. Now, you can see she's just trying to get to find the base of the wave here. She hasn't got there yet. Now this wave just starts to open up a bit where she's got a section that she can hit and get around. And then this is where it gets really ugly in the face. The chop and froth. And she really does battle with this one, Ronnie. And that's a nice turn there. So towards the end, she gets a couple of slick turns in.
Yeah, she didn't need a lot to get into the lead, just a 1.3, so she'll probably do that, or she will, and some. But yeah, I guess like the good thing for Bronte is, you know, she surfed it like she was on a point break. She didn't rush the major move. She waited for her opportunity and really saved the ride with that quality turn at the end. 16.5 minutes to go, throwing more big moves and getting big numbers in that last heat was Molly Picklam. She's with Stace.
You came in yesterday crying, and you look like you're crying again, but it's not through happiness or sadness, is it?
No, it's definitely not through that. It's through this howling southerly. So, yeah, it feels like we're at war out there. Honestly, before I went out there, I was like to Glenn, oh, I'll see how I go when I come in, because I don't think we're going to be able to hear anything or see anything. So I'm super happy that I found some waves. I felt like it was really tough. And, yeah, through the semis, I'm stoked.
Absolutely, as you should be. Talk to us through that airdrop barrel ride. Yeah, could you see anything, or are you just going off feel?
Absolute feel. I really couldn't feel anything. I took off, and Glenn was saying that behind the rock it's going to move quick and drop out, and that's exactly what I did. I felt like I was actually going backwards, so I was like, better pull in and do something, and luckily I came out too, so yeah, I'm really happy with that little barrel.
No barrels on the Central Coast, yeah?
Yeah, none of those. No, we're real lucky at home. We get to get some airdrops in the tubes quite often, to be fair. We have really consistent beaches and reef breaks, so I'm definitely fortunate in the practice I get to then be able to do that on comp days.
4 more waves.
4 more waves, that's it. Let's do it.
Well done, Molly.
Good on you, Stace. Molly Picklum got the support of the Swellian Army down there.
Oh, well, and it's grown. The Swellian Army swelling.
Yeah, I'd say by finals time.
There's a couple of grommets there now. I recognise them. Classic.
Having a great time down there. But here is the bracket. And as you can see, just one more spot left in the semi-finals. But that first semi-final heat is going to be a showstopper. You've got one of the veterans, one of the most accomplished championship tour surfers of all time, who's going to try and hold the edge over Caity Simmers, the 16-year-old phenom who's won a Challenger Series event already. That was last year. And she's now returned to have another go at it. And what a return it's been.
What a return. And she's just picked up where she left off.
Yeah, into the semis. Great clash coming our way. But this last semi-final heat, either way, is going to be a good battle. But scores in for Bronte McCauley on that last wave, 4.43. She's moved into the lead now.
Well, it was a long ride for a 4.43, but it could be a handy one depending on how this quarterfinal goes in the latter half. We're into the second half already.
Well, here goes Betty Lou. Let's see what she can do. She actually got dragged way down the point by that rip. So she can actually chase down the #1 position if she can let go of a big turn on the end section here. Only needs a 3.43. And you can tell she's just pacing herself at this point. Now squeaks in a nice combination, but unsuccessful on the finish. Well, she was really on her way back into the lead there.
Well, she actually got the lead.
Well, she got the number she needed, 3.5, so only just. But I think at this point, that's important, just to elevate your position, get back up there.
Yeah,
get this seesawing battle unfolding.
I would think that, we're seeing this time. We're seeing a nice, kind of blow for blow battle. I would think both Betty Lou's 3.5 and Bronte's 4.4. If they're holding on to those at the end, I don't think it'll serve them well.
Well, this is a funny statement to make, Bugs, but I think conditions might be improving. It just feels like there's a bit more opportunity. Like the waves at the moment are kind of gathering a bit more power as they go down the line.
Well, what will happen is that tide moves in, there will be much more definition. You will be able to see the ones that connect down the line. That's what the tide will deliver.
12.5 minutes to go here. Bronte's with priority out there. She's chasing just a 4.51 to get herself up into the #1 position.
It sure is a long day for them.
We're going to take a quick break. More action after this. get yourself to the Gold Coast. I promise you it won't be weather like this when you get here. It's a rare day up here on the most southern stretch of Queensland, Bugs.
Yeah, good point, Ronnie, because this is not a typical Gold Coast day, that's for sure.
On the outside, Betty Lou dropping, weightless for a moment, tucks into the barrel.
Oh, that's a board break here.
Hopefully not, but Betty Lou, you've got to love the commitment. Just only knows the one way. Big late drop straight into the pit.
Oh, it was a beautiful lineup, and she just dropped into it so perfectly and pulled in. It looked amazing, but that thing just slammed.
Yeah, it shut down pretty quick. I'll knock you around a little bit, these ones. Let's have another look at the drop.
Wow. She just looks like she was set for like a 6-second barrel.
Read the drop beautifully. You could see her paying attention to all those ribs and bumps.
Perfectly slotted. It was really a perfect entry into that barrel section.
So looking at the semi-final matchups coming our way, Caity Simmers, really the only surfer that came via those QS regional rankings that's still alive with a shot at the title, as Betty Lou looks to whip the reverse. Bit of an awkward fall there. Looked like her board kind of went up underneath her, but 9 minutes to go. She'll be okay. So still hanging on to a narrow lead here at the moment, and now has a decision to make, but most likely will be kind of making her way down the point, you'd think.
Yeah, I would think so. She looks like she's just edging towards that way. Yeah, she is, and she's going to take the white water. Yeah, good move. Get down there and may as well get up and surf.
Why not? This wave's actually standing up for her. So Betty Lou definitely has those individual turns that can turn in huge numbers. She lets go of a nice snap to start, winds through a nice carve and up vertically into the section. And she's still hammering down the line. She's going to kick out now, but that's definitely going to go into her top two.
Amazing. Like when she took off on that wave, I mean, she had me fooled, and I think she herself, she was just taking that white water to get down to the jet skis. And it turned into a beauty.
Like throwing your last gold coin onto a number on the roulette table. And it just came up on her number, and let's have another look at it. The end section turn has a lot of points in it.
Well, there's points in that turn. There's points in that turn. And this one right here, yeah, that's a full attack mode. This is definitely going to go into a top two. So an improvisation along the way, and there we see Bronte answering back. This is what's been happening in this heat.
You don't want to lose touch with your rival out here, because it's hard to reel people in once they kind of start dropping those big scores. Bronte aiming up on the backhand. That section did lie down just a little bit, so it wasn't as critical as Betty Lou's last manoeuvre. So I think the youngster, the 16-year-old, is going to get the edge here on the exchange again.
Well, we didn't see the start of Bronte's, I feel. Maybe she did something out the back, because she was coming from fairly a much deeper position, Ronnie. We'll have to see for that replay, but the end, you're absolutely right, the end was a lot softer.
It's going to have to be a good start.
Yeah.
Bronte looked a little frustrated with the finish on that one, just reading the body language, but I was going to make the point earlier. Caity Simmers, this is the only surfer left in the event that's come via those QS regional rankings. Here's Bronte on the outside on the replay.
Yeah, a little bit flat on that first turn, and then these are those backhand ones where you're really just trying to set it up until the wave stands up. You know, good, nice surfing, but yeah, you're right. It was just that turn. And then she comes down to the finish, and she's looking for a big, solid finish here, and just a little bit soft out of the top.
So waiting on the numbers to roll through, and expecting that Betty Lou's going to drop a pretty decent one here. Yeah, I was just looking at the men's draw as well for the quarterfinals. Of the 8 surfers left, 5 of them came via their region's qualifying series. So that's a big push from that next wave of CT hopefuls.
Yeah, big statement.
And we said it early on the on both sides. It's going to take a CT-like performance to win this event. There's just too much class in the mix. And at the moment, we're seeing a big push from the youngsters. It's great to see. This guy in particular, Caity Simmers, is going to have the support of the hometown crowd.
Yeah, well, Snapper, you know, he's a Snapper kid. He's come through our junior ranks. He's the only local in the event, and he's still going.
He lives just over the border at Tweed Heads.
Yeah, well, you know, that's why they call it the Twin Towns. I mean, that border has been an invisible thing, of course. In recent years, it's become extremely much of a border when we had all the lockdowns and so forth. But before that, oh gosh, we go back and forth over that border, you know, 5 times a day.
All right, numbers in for Betty Lou on that last ride, 7.5. Just the opportunity to swing that board into those turns successively. Wow, another awesome late drop on the outside.
And this is what I feel like. This is a situation she would have served Ayakai Beach Park on days like this, I'm sure, many times. This is not phasing her. She's not out of any comfort zone whatsoever.
Yeah, she's in a real great place performance-wise at the moment, Betty Lou. As we dive into the Harvey Norman recap, we'll get a glimpse of it. Now, these are difficult conditions to find your opportunities to lay into big turns. But she just keeps finding them out there. Look at that.
So good.
Smashes the lip.
And this one here is just, it's kind of nearly like one of the most amazing rides of the day, because I am sure that when she took off on that white wire and then she looked on and said, well, hang on.
You saw her, she was kind of up her board, then she stepped back on the tail pad and unloaded 3 good turns. And it was a clean flow, all different maneuvers, great variation, but a lot of power in that final move. And she's been taking some heavy hits as well on the outside.
Yeah, well, you know, fortune favours the brave in this situation, and she improvised. You know, she actually was clever enough to just, after taking a wipeout, I think, or something happened, and then she just turned around as she paddled out. She went sideways, took a whitewater, and she got a 7.5, and it's really made a big number now, because that'd be, because of the 6 to the 5 earlier on, Bronte now needs an 8.5.
Betty Lou up again, hammering away at this one.
So it's really, it's the young brigade has risen to the challenge on a day of challenge here at Snapper. It's so not easy to read. You know, the skills in the.
Yeah, Sally Fitzgibbons, really the only veteran to break through out of the quarterfinals so far. She overcame Gabriella Bryan, but Caity Simmers disposed of Nikki Van Dyke. Molly got the jump on Tyler, and it's kind of looking like
Sunset Beach all over again.
It's kind of looking like Betty Lou's going to get the jump on Bronte here if something doesn't change soon for the Australian.
Look at this jet ski. He's like right in the impact zone, backing up, and this would be very skillfully done to just go sideways now and just outrun this wave. I mean, that's the beauty about jet skis. Look how easily that was done.
Yeah, great water patrol team here too. Glendon Ringrose, he's kind of running the show, but the Graham brothers, Kobe and Aaron, doing a fantastic job. Joel Nante's another great surfer from this region.
Yeah, like the pit stops are amazing. You know, in Formula One, the pit stops are, you know, measured in, you know, 2.2 seconds. I mean, this is what they're doing here.
That's right. The only bummer for the competitors is they don't get new wheels halfway through their heats. They've got to make these legs last until the final heat, and it's a bit of a marathon today, especially on the men's side. They're going to surf that extra heat. And you've got to take your chances. You're going to have to ride a lot of waves. We heard Stace say to Molly before, only 4 more waves, but I think it's going to take more than that. I think we'll see competitors take a lot more chances than just the 2 scoring rides through these heats. You've got to take a gamble on some of these swell lines.
Betty Lou absolutely just proved that point beyond doubt.
Yeah, well, she's had 9 waves, and she's still heading out for more, even though she's got a pretty healthy lead at the moment. With a minute to go, she doesn't want to risk being pushed back in a second spot and be left chasing a score and not being in the lineup.
And I think this highlights the challenge for backing and surfing today. They actually need a specialist wave. a forehand surfer can surf a bit more linear, and they can look for those sections and float down the section and then get around to the open face. The backhander needs to get into that bottom turn, top turn combo.
Yeah, very true. What about the benefit of being on your forehand for just when the wave does go again, having the ability to generate speed a little bit faster?
Exactly. I mean, that's the other advantage for the forehand surfer, not to mention pulling into a barrel.
10 seconds to go here. And Bronte has to make a move. She's after a big number, an 8.5. She'll get this one before the hooter. She's got to really dig in. Oh, just gets a little tangled up, a little indecisive on that first section. She did need to move at a pretty quick pace to even have a chance of getting out in front of that ride. But her run here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro is going to come to an end, but it's a very solid performance from Bronte. In the last 2 events that she surfed in, she's looked fantastic. But Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, what a performance from her.
Such an amazing performance for a teenager, just overcoming the challenge.
Well, don't go anywhere, because the semi-finals are set for the women. We've now got to work out who's going to be surfing in the semis on the men's side. We're going to take a quick break. We've got Shannon and Jess stepping in for the call.
We have the pleasure of being located on the beautiful Gold Coast this week for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson taking out a great victory against Bronte McCauley. That was 2 women that really thrive in power surfing in big waves and big conditions. It was incredible, Jess, to witness Betty Lou Sakura Johnson going for some throaty barrels throughout that heat.
Yeah, she really was. She was really putting it all on the line, and it's just been such a big day, Shannon. I can't help but giggle and laugh. I'm such a fan of surfing, and everybody here is just really tapped in. It's a really crazy vibe going on in the Snap Rocks Board Riders Club out there. They are just cheering their man on in this heat right now.
It's pretty amazing to see all the fans down here today and getting excited for the men's quarterfinals now about to heat up as we take a look at the bracket. Sheldon Simkiss, Connor Coffin to kick off the first quarterfinal. Maxime Huchino and Dylan Moffitt in the next. Ramsey Bokheim and Callum Robson. And then Leo Fioravanti and Nolan Raposa wrapping up the 4th men's quarterfinal on the pathway to our final rounds this afternoon for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl. It's been an unbelievable ride so far. We've had that variety of conditions that really has had to push these top surfers, these top 8, in a variety of conditions to really show how well-rounded they are. And it's going to be exciting to see these quarterfinals now get underway as Sheldon Simkiss goes down on this one, but he's already got a 7.33 on the scoreboard to start things off, Jess.
Oh my God, Shannon, I'm like breaking my neck, twisting around in the chair because I could hear the Snapper Rock Board Riders Club going mental with the cowbells and the rain sticks, and I'm pretty sure Sheldon just did something pretty critical. Let's have a look. He tucks in under the hood there, completely disappears, and you can hear the crowd. Local favourite. There's another angle of it. Beautiful backdoor of the section. A little bit of a spit. And opening up for Sheldon.
What a way to start off. Connor Coffin answer back with this.
Yeah, nice big critical section as well. This is really, really starting to heat up. Quarterfinals is another level, of course, another bracket once again towards the champ here, and these guys are just starting to unload on their best possible performances. Look at the patience running through the inside of the bank there, and then he's got the top knot going on as well, I noticed, when he was running down to make the paddle out. So I think he's feeling it. He's ready for these crazy conditions, and opening turn for him, most critical, big looking section. It's a great matchup between these two.
Judges now letting that score come through. Sheldon Simkiss getting another opportunity.
Yeah, he's fired up. He says he's reveling in these kind of bigger, crazy conditions, and big bit of forehand work for him on the next score.
Pretty exciting matchup between these two surfers, both groomed on right-hand point breaks. Sheldon right here at Snapper. For Connor Coffin, it was back home in Santa Barbara with Rincon as his home ride. And great to see them then finding those moments to thrive here at this right-hand point break in all the different conditions that it's had on offer, the different winds, the different swell size. It's going to be a really solid quarterfinal number one to kick off.
Yeah, and we heard from Sheldon earlier this morning that he's been just tapping into all the forecasting for this day, and he's been up since 4 a.m. just trying to dissect the conditions and look at what he's supposed to expect. And yeah, nice start for him, that 7.33. You can hear the power that we have from the ocean today, Shannon, too.
There is so much power within it. We've seen those bigger sets starting to roll through. We know that the conditions, as kind of wild as they are today, are going to just get more and more unmanageable through the rest of the week. It's going to be really solid in size and some really heavy winds, heavier maybe than we're already handling. So great to know that we can roll things through today, be crowning our champions. Brand new on both the men's and the women's side here on the Gold Coast because we saw Julian Wilson go out of the draw and Tyler Wright.
Because
yeah, Molly Picklum was on fire and she took Tyler out.
Yeah, she did. There's another one for the pickle jar. She's got the nod over Tyler again, and they're just such big matchups. And Molly, she's just going strength for strength. She's really stepped it up another notch for performance here. I know the Board Riders Club at home will be cheering on ferociously and tapped in. There will be absolutely no work going down for any of those NSB members as we go into these finals afternoon.
Yeah, they're going to be glued to the screen, ready to see how everyone will go with some great opportunity down here at Snapper today. Sheldon Simkiss out in the lead. He backed up his 7.33 with a 4.67. Connor Coffin opened up with just a single ride so far, a 4.33, and he's got a lot to build on now, chasing down that 7-point ride. Sheldon would be feeling comfortable now, paddling himself up behind the rock as much as he can. Maybe looking for some of those barrels. We're coming off of that that low tide now. It's going to start pushing to high through the afternoon. We're going to see how much his local knowledge comes into play with trying to find one of those barrels on offer today. We've already seen a few huge ones throughout the early rounds.
Yeah, we have seen some really critical barrels and big, deep sections, and it's been a pretty exciting morning in finals day. We weren't quite sure what the call was until we kind of locked in. The sun came up, and then it was on. Back to 25-minute heats, jet ski assist. Finals day is upon us, and this afternoon we'll be crowning the champ, Shannon. Exciting day.
16 minutes on the clock. It's a different story for Connor Coffin right now, coming off of the championship tour, falling below that mid-season cut at the Margaret River Pro, which was surprising considering that he finished off number 4 in the world last year. Sheldon on a bomb just gets taken out down in the flats, charging a bigger size wave. Connor sitting with priority And he made it to those Rip Curl WSL Finals just last year. It was great to see him with that opportunity to spar and to go against the world's best, to walk away with his best result on the championship tour yet. And now he's relegated back to the Challenger Series.
Yeah, how flexed did Sheldon just get on that last one too? You can just see the amount of power coming through, the appreciation for these guys, and I reckon he's creased that surfboard. Just saw it in one of the worst possible spots on that wipeout, and it looked just like it got kind of exploded in a really weird way, so maybe gonna need a bit of an equipment change up. He'll have his caddy on hand for sure. Let's have a look at the replay. Such a chunky section. Look at the churn, and he gets stuck in that low point and explodes out in front of him. Almost looked like he snapped it in half, and then he had to kind of bail under the next one as well. So maybe an equipment change up for Sheldon already. But he's in the lead. He's got one really good score and one average score that he's probably wanting to get rid of very quickly because Connor is stalking around the lineup.
He definitely would want to be replacing that 4.67 to try and put Connor even in a combination situation at the moment and really put the pressure on the surfer with more experience. Sheldon making his way, just kind of sitting down the way a little bit towards that little molly section. Will be interesting to see how that board goes for Connor Coffin. Pulling the bangs back, we saw him having to do a lot of kind of wiping of his face on those first sections, those first big turns, Jess, in the round of 16. So making some adjustments in this quarterfinal. Really hungry to get a good result here to build back on his Challenger Series campaign and to keep himself in the mix heading into the start of the 2023 season on the championship tour, to get that opportunity to paddle out at Pipeline once again. Down to 14 minutes on the clock and a big requirement on the board for Connor. Coming up in the next quarterfinal matchup, we're going to have Maxime Huchenote up against Dylan Moffitt. That's a really exciting one too, because we've known Max's name in the mix for a long time, but we haven't had him find those really significant results at this level. For Dylan Moffitt, he's a little bit newer to this space, to this level of competition, just like Sheldon Simkis is. And it's great to see them in the mix now with so many points on the line to try and find that qualification.
Yeah, Dylan's been really jovial, don't you reckon, in all of his post-heat interviews as well, coming up to this point in the competition. He's been kind of just almost surprised by his own performance a little, which I also find surprising for Dylan because he's been such a standout for Australian surfing and one of the most dynamic and spontaneous natural footers that we have coming out of that North Narrabeen club. So it's going to be a big ask for him if he's going to string together a grindier heat here. He's been speaking about coming back from the injury as well. It's going to be exciting quarterfinals to watch up.
Sheldon taking off way down the line. Hits a little bit of chop there, loses control of the board. This is an interesting one. I feel like he's looking around for the jet ski right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening there with Sheldon. I really thought he wanted a equipment change up after that last big bail, and then he's trying to figure out maybe if he can get a little wave on the way in or what's going on with the jet ski. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
We got a strong paddle now from Connor Coffin, ducks out under the lip. Sheldon down the way from Little Molly. He's gonna carve back into the froth. Now setting it up down the line. Looking for a critical section now. Just 2 open face wraps to start off with, goes more dynamic. And then up into the lip. Another big wrap. It's gonna set up through the inside here. Give him a little bit of wave to work with, a little bit of a section to punch through. Nice and smooth surfing. Can tell that he's grown up surfing and learning how to read this wave better than so many others. He's gonna get to that jet ski really quickly as a little set rolls through and the ski has to just sneak away from him. We will have another score coming through for Sheldon Simkis, looking to increase on that 4.67, and he's back to the ski. We're gonna go to a quick Bonsoy brew break as these two take on the shore break. We'll be right back. Challenger Series is underway. The pathway to the 2023 Championship Tour has begun. Today we'll be crowning champions, but even making it into the quarterfinals here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro is going to solidify some solid points in that conversation heading towards the back half of the year, heading to Haleiwa for the final event where we'll see a few less surfers in the draw. Of course, we're kicking off with 96 men in the draw and 64 women. By the time we get to Haleiwa at the end of the year, it's going to be down to a field of 80 men and 48 women. So right now, these surfers are even just thinking about that. They want to qualify for that final event and have an opportunity to lock themselves into the Championship Tour. We've had a few, a little bit of noise down on the beach today because we've got the Swellian Army here cheering in the local Australian crowd, Jess.
Yeah, I was trying to work out what was going on then, and then no doubt the man behind the Swellian Army, Vaughan, king of fun down there, just cheering along. They've got a really good little band going on the beach, and I feel like throughout the whole event the vibe's been super high as well, Shannon.
It certainly has been, and especially right now with the local in the lineup, with the Australian in the draw and Sheldon Simkis, they really know how to back their Australian surfers.
Yeah, that's something that used to be massive, I think, 80s and 90s Australian surfing. And then it kind of had this other focus that went on the individual performance. I feel like for a while there was a few guys that kind of were just doing their own thing. There was no real team backing, and then we just saw the resurgence with the qualification of India, Callum, Joao, and there's a big push for the Aussies again.
It's been exciting to see that translate into the Challenger Series as we kicked it off last year for the very first time, to see those 4 events and to see that Aussie pact really push behind. And it really helped sort of that qualification conversation. And even thinking of that as that pathway to the Championship Tour, I think the introduction of it was really exciting because we saw a massive field. We had 14 rookies graduate onto the Championship Tour for the beginning of this year. We had 9 men and 5 women, which was an unbelievable number of fresh names to that Championship Tour. Be exciting to see if we get veterans like this, Connor Coffin, battling back this year, or if we get new names like Sheldon Simkis advancing into those beginning rounds at the start of next year. Down to 7 minutes on the clock. We've got Connor Coffin really struggling to find any kind of rhythm out here, Jess. He's going to need to really start making some different decisions.
Yeah, he's looking for the lucky 777 at the moment. But it looks like he's going to pick up something under here and maybe just have to reposition. Although look at the speed he has driving down the line. He's feeling it. It's just a really, really big battle against Mother Nature. You can see that water ripping past the little white buoy out the front to the right of the screen there. And yeah, reposition maybe for Connor. And Sheldon in the lead, Shannon.
As we see Connor repositioning himself in the lineup, we're going to catch up with Betty Lou Kerr-Johnson, who took out Bronte McCauley in the final women's quarterfinal.
Betty Lou into the semifinals, already a keeper result at the start of the Challenger Series. Your feelings right now coming out of the water?
Oh, definitely feeling great. Pure squad down there, but yeah. Oh, I'm so tired. Lots of energy out there, and you got to use most of it to make it through. And yeah, just trying to conserve that. And this is a solid start to the Challenger Series, and hope to keep this going.
We'll let you get some rest before the semifinals. Look forward to your performance there.
So proud of Betty Lou. She won that Challenger Series event at home at Haleiwa, the way that she has been surfing every day for most of her life, just right out in front of her high school. Got her qualification for the Championship Tour, but now starting all over again at the beginning of the series here at Snapper. And Jess, on a day like this, what are these surfers taking into account when it comes to pacing themselves and trying to keep those energy levels high, knowing there's a lot of surfing and a lot of paddling they need to get through?
Oh, I think their team will be working really closely with them just to make sure they're eating the right thing in between heats. They're staying really hydrated. They're staying warm. I know it's super warm on the Gold Coast, but even just with that wind chill going on in between heats, just staying, really, really warm and ready. And we saw from Jack Robertson, even though he's not in this heat, left in the round for the Gold Coast, we saw him over there in WA being able to kind of tap out and tap in when it was necessary. So those teams that are able to help the athletes do that, they're going to be really successful today on such a demanding day.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing to witness that from Jack Robinson, just figuring out how to stay in his own mind as we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap for Sheldon Simkis. Going deep on that opening barrel.
Yeah, completely backdoors that first section. And then this is the replay from his other scoring ride that he's kept as well. So he got off to a really quick start and he's got heaps of waves under his belt already in this heat. You can see he's just feeling really relaxed. He's saying earlier this morning he's reveling in these conditions, and he's been the one to beat so far, Shannon.
He's currently sitting on his best result at an event of this level, and he's looking comfortable to head into the semifinals. Now linking another great wave together. Nice dynamic turn, throws it up into the lip again. Those frothy sections, a lot of those waves sort of crumbling through, but still allowing the surfers that section to really hit with some power.
Yeah, he really knifed that turn, and I'm stoked to see the fact that it might be his time here. He's already into this quarterfinal. He's been relegated to caddy duties for so long with Macy. So to see him be the one at the top of the performance this event, it's really, really cool to see. And he going from strength to strength. Have a look at the replay. He does some really critical work. That super knifey turn, once it kind of cleans up a bit, is probably the money turn on this wave. These are kind of the setup maneuvers at the start. And I think it's this one right here. Knifing turn, times it perfectly to kind of accentuate that pocket right there, and then just a bit of foam work to end that one off.
It's great, been great to watch that duo of him and his girlfriend Macy Callahan traveling together for the last couple of years and pushing their own surfing while just enjoying that time in the ocean and getting a feeling for whether or not they're even desiring to be in the jersey. I think for Sheldon, it was back in 2019 when he first got those opportunities, as we see Macy there on screen. When we saw Sheldon get those chances to start competing in those big QS 10,000s, it was at the US Open. We saw him enter into the Triple Crown back in 2019. Those were his first opportunities to compete at this level, where by that stage, Macy had already been surfing on the championship tour for the women's side of things. So it's cool to see that they've now started matching that pace and that they're going to take on the Challenger Series side by side this year. Scores through for last of Simkis. It's a 6.33. Puts Connor Coffin in a very difficult position, now looking for a 9.33, Jess.
Yeah, he's got to be able to recover from that frustration we saw him kind of emit on the last wave that he caught. He's got 2 minutes. He's obviously got the experience, and he's got to chase down something a little more spectacular than what we've seen even from Sheldon. I mean, 6.33 and the 7.33, what a great solid way in these kind of really testing conditions. Let's see if Connor can pull it out under pressure with priority.
The first of the men's quarterfinals underway. Coming up next, we'll have Max Huchenote and Dylan Moffitt battling out for an opportunity to make it to the semifinals. Connor with that long paddle back. We saw him before get pushed out of position, have to catch a smaller size wave. Like you said, he picked up that speed, but it was really just to get him down to the jet ski, to get that ride back and find himself in a position that he actually wants to be at in the lineup, where it's so challenging today with that current.
Yeah, absolutely, Shannon. I think back to that Sheldon Macy conversation too, that's exactly what I feel like is going to be a strength of the new tour format, just putting the men's and the women's together, not just because there's partners traveling together, but they're able to just kind of support each other and draw on each other's experience and stoke. It's a good point.
Connor Coffin with an opportunity. He is chasing a 9.3 through. He won't get it with that single turn, and you can feel the frustration from him now. He's come off of the best year of his life in 2021 on the championship tour, making it into the Rip Curl WSL Finals, walking away with a 4th place finish, going down in that match to Felipe Toledo. And now he's sitting with one more opportunity. Linking into that first big carve, goes straight up into the lip, but loses control. Sheldon Simkis just gonna ride this one in. and a well-fought battle for Connor Coffin, but he just never had that opportunity to unleash, and it goes to the local and Sheldon Simkus.
Yeah, there we go. Look at him claiming the victory there against the American. Sheldon Simkus moves on into the semis. Shannon, it's a really, really good local story unfolding here on finals day.
Crazy. We could be seeing another local take a victory. We haven't seen that since 2009 with Joel Parkinson. Parko. Coming up in quarterfinals number 2, Max and Dylan battling it out to match up with Sheldon Simkus. We'll be right back after this. The quarterfinals are underway for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Out in the lineup, we have Max Huchenote from Reunion Island up against the Australian and Dylan Moffat. Max has a decade more of qualifying series experience than Dylan. Dylan started back in 2018. 10 years before that, Max was already throwing in some great heats from 2008. Now we'll see who's going to take the better of the lineup today, Jess.
Yeah, long list of credentials for Maxime, but Dylan, he's come from a very, very strong breeding ground of incredible surfers, North Narrabeen Pirates. He came up, you know, watching the likes of the Hog, Nathan Hedge, who we have seen in competition back on the Challenger Series as well. So let's see how this unfolds between France and Australia.
Pretty exciting stuff. When we ran that Rip Curl Narrabeen Classic, part of the championship tour last year, Dylan actually got the call up as a wild card. He went down in the round of 32, which is the current equivalent to round 3, to none other than Gabriel Medina. So a tough matchup for him there. It was great to see him get that wild card experience on the championship tour.
Yeah, absolutely. He kind of just stayed in his own zone there. I think I watched him around the side a lot, and he was able to just tap into that focus that he had. This one I see something a little different and a bit more, he's a bit more open to the Gold Coast experience up here. It's such a melting pot of like surf coolness. There's just everybody in the industry is around. There's so much going on. It's like a really good hub for major events up here. It's got everything on the one strip. So I feel like he's a bit more open to the vibe that's going on the Goldie this time around, and let's see how that affects his performance.
It's pretty great to think of the fact that you had that experience, Jess, to be working behind the scenes down at the Rip Curl Narrabeen Classic on the championship tour level. You've been commentating and competing on the QS for so many years, and now getting the opportunity to commentate on the Challenger Series level. As we see a stall to quick cover up for Dylan Moffat, and he'll kick out. For me, I feel like coming into these Challenger Series events here at Snapper especially, maybe because it is this little hub, there's so many different people and faces around keeping those energy levels high. But all the surfers, whether they're championship tour athletes or not, they just seem to have this really fun energy. They're really connecting to the people that are around them. We're on the championship tour level, and we noticed it through the last couple of events here in Australia between Bells and Margaret River. There's this really tense anticipation all the time where they're connecting really with their own pockets. They've got their teams behind them, but there's a little bit less of that interaction and that connectivity with the rest of the pack that are just there traveling, and fans maybe, and other surfers. And it really seems like here on the Challenger Series, there's just a little bit more of a relaxed environment, although there's still a lot on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the ever professionals in the contest, tent and in the jersey, but there is for sure that other vibe going on up here. And the Gold Coast has been one of those places, I think, as a surfer or for surfers, you can get really caught up in it really easily. There's such a vibe about it. And we'll watch Maxime.
Maxime with an opportunity, uses priority, has a really bumpy takeoff, knifes it straight into the rail, and then goes into that little kind of backwash reform, gets taken out. I really liked the look of that first turn, though.
Yeah, he's been looking, obviously you don't make it to the quarterfinals and finals day without that kind of sharpness that he's been able to bring, like you were saying, Shannon. And see what the opening score for Dylan, just that little 217 for the little cover-up stall that he got. And then it'll be something small as well for Maxime. They've got to kind of get themselves back into position and find a wave under priority here.
Dylan with an opportunity. Nice carve snap to start, goes out into the open face. Now drives up into the pocket and goes powerful with the layback. Finding another open wrap, connecting on a funky looking section. Huge outside turn from Max. Wraps it together, he's gonna stall and look for some more scoring potential as he comes flying past Dylan Moffitt. Makes eye contact for a moment and goes down with his competitor in the lineup. That was a great looking wave from Max. First score for him was that 3.83, was just off of that single turn. Dylan Moffitt with a 2.17, and if you can hear the cheers in the background coming through from the Swellian Army led by Vaughn Blakey, it's because we just saw Sheldon Simkis take a win. He's feeling stoked, and they've definitely been bringing the energy to support.
Yeah, absolutely. They do bring another vibe. This is what we're talking about on the Gold Coast. It's just, it's a place for everybody, fans, pros, kids, mums and dads. We've seen everyone down here just enjoying the Gold Coast.
Got the bright red t-shirts of the Swellian Army. So much energy down here today. We saw that crew make an appearance at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. They weren't allowed down at Winky Pop that day into, you know, the zone at all because there's no beach available there. It's just kind of this cliff drop off, and even on high tide, there's nowhere for the competitors or their coaches to even stand. But the Swellian Army was shouting cheers from up on top of the bluff down to the athletes anyways. They said they could hear them in the water as we take a look at this.
Yeah, that's the replay from Dylan's 2.17. Here is a critical maneuver from Max. Nice gouge on the open face, a little out of time. You can see the change in directions that they're having to contend with now. You saw it on the last few waves as well, both for Dylan and Max. There's another lump, and it's almost like that inside section as it draws towards that really, really shallow sandy bit that we've been seeing changes and starts to run almost 90 degrees towards the shore. So it's a change up again for these guys. They've already been in the ocean this morning, and they've got to just adapt to these newer conditions here as we're rolling into lunchtime on finals day.
Still a lot of action to come through the men's quarterfinals into the women's semis, the men's semis, and those final rounds. Jet ski assist in action all throughout today. They were considering from yesterday, given that how the conditions were shaping up, having a look at what it might be on offer today, running those overlapping heats through the men's round of 16 and the men's quarterfinals. But upon watching it this morning and just recognizing how hectic it is, how quick that water is really rushing against these surfers and pulling them down towards Rainbow Bay, they really needed to have that opportunity to get jet ski assist 100% of the time, which just can't happen right here at Snapper in those overlapping heats. There's just too many surfers in the lineup with the jet skis that we have out in the water. So they made that decision to change it up to run those 25-minute heats from the start today. And it seems to be going great because so many surfers have had a lot of opportunities. We've still seen really high numbers of waves being caught in shorter heats here. Down to 15 minutes on the clock. We're gonna check out Sheldon Simkis. He's down there with Kaipo Guerrero.
Sheldon, one for the home team right now. How are you feeling? You're in the semifinals.
Yeah, that was amazing. It's been such a fun day and such a fun event, and this is this is amazing. I knew the boys are coming down, but the spirit's out. It's been a good day.
It's got to give you extra fuel to the fire right now, knowing that so many people are behind you on the beach.
Yeah, I think it makes me more nervous than anything, you know, because I'm surfing for myself, but I'm also surfing for everyone here and my friends and family, and you know, I want to do good for the home beach. So yeah, there's a lot going on, but there's one goal in mind.
We'll let you get ready for the semifinals. Sheldon Simkis is in there.
Trumpet and all, Sheldon Simkis advancing into the semifinals as we've got scores to come through now for Maxime Huchenote up against Dylan Moffitt. Dylan currently sitting with priority. He's chasing that 3.76. No massive scores on the board yet, just a couple of 4s to even things out.
Yeah, they haven't found that little section that we saw from the last few heats yet. They're still kind of testing out, trying to jostle into position, Shannon.
Maxime, the 2009 World Junior Champion, finding a frothy section. Now linking it together as it starts to get to that open face. Really looking for him to now engage the rail deep off the bottom, draws up into the pocket again. Goes for a huge slam to finish off. What went wrong there on the end of that he couldn't find that projection through?
Oh, I don't know. A lot went right at the start of that. A lot went really, really right for him. I still think it's going to be a really good score. I'll have to have a look at the replay and dissect it. I mean, we say it all the time, but it's so easy to dissect here and take away from the performance. But what this takes to put on is an incredible amount of skill and athleticism. These guys, we cannot say it enough how good they are in the water. They are the world's best surfers, and look at this wave. He's dialed himself into a gem. Top to bottom surfing, so critical with the first maneuver, and then straight into the next. I think it kind of just warps and comes at him from a different angle, and he's projected that layback out too far towards the open water, and it just runs under him and doesn't, instead of hitting him back down the face of the wave, he falls over the back and it runs away. So it's a small mistake, a little adaptation, and those things are going to be dropping excellent scores.
Great breakdown. Scores coming through at 6.17, getting the work done on those opening turns. 12 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll bring you back more action here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. But is it Bonsoy, the official golden halo of health? By Dometic Outdoor, official camping gear partner of the World Surf League Australia.
11 minutes on the clock. A lot of wind here in these tropical conditions. It's actually not as cold as it looks like it is on screen. There's still a lot of humidity. A little bit of rain has been coming through today, and a lot of big waves have been wrapping around here at Snapper. It's been a great day of competition so far, and at the moment, the Reunion Island local and Max Huchenote is sitting out in front. He's got Dylan Moffitt chasing down a 6.11, which would be Dill's highest wave of the heat so far. And this is their very first head-to-head matchup, Jess, at this level. Both of them with a varied experience on the qualifying series, but with some great experiences down at North Narrabeen. Back in 2009, Max won the World Junior Championship, which was being held at North Narrabeen in Dylan's home. He got the call-up as an international wild card. He made it all the way into the finals, where he beat Jadson Andre in Jadson's rookie year on the championship tour.
Really, really big results from him, Shannon.
Down to 10 minutes on the clock. We're going to cross down to Kaipo for that conditions update.
Yeah, it's the Oakberry conditions update for you, Shannon. And swell's still here about 4 to 6 feet. Wind out of the southeast, but I have a feeling right now the swell is on the rise throughout the rest of the day, and so is the tide. We got another 4 hours of the tide filling in, the swell rising, so we should be seeing a lot more wave action.
Very exciting, especially given that these are just such important heats to be running through today on finals day, Jess, knowing that we've got so much more swell on the way.
Yeah, let's see if I'm just being quite interested to see the equipment choice from the guys that we saw. I mean, Tyler lost in her last heat, but she had changed up equipment as well. She moved on to another board. You could tell from the change in the spray. I'm always really interested to see what they choose to ride in big conditions.
Talking about swell on the way, a gnarly set for Max to have an opportunity with. Check turn to start. It's a bit soft on that opening section, and it's now starting to bowl up as he races away down towards Rainbow Bay, connects with the lip. Now cutting back, love that rail grab, setting him up for this inside bowl. He's gonna look to go vertical through the lip. He gives a good slam on the finish. Having an eye down to see if he might get that green face opportunity again. He'll kick out so that he doesn't get washed too far away from those jet skis. That was a solid looking set, Jess.
Yeah, that was perfectly timed. Kaipo is just talking about the build in the swell and the rise in the swell as we're going to start switching towards those high tide conditions or the pushing tide. There was a moment there I feel like you could see in Maxime's approach where he said to himself, this is time to be patient. It's kind of midway through. It's the real critical turn that he makes. Really big takeoff there, but stays kind of quite high. He's kind of missing that bottom lump. There's almost another wave running underneath that one. So he stays up really, really high. And then there's a moment, grabs a rail where he's waiting and loading. Look, and he waits for the section and then connects with that turn right there. So really, really big section for him. He's out in the lead. Let's see what the score locks in as.
Still waiting for it to come through from the judges. Dylan Moffitt got a piece of the action as well.
Yeah, you can't really tell he's been injured or he's come back from rehabilitation. I feel like that's been kind of part of his trick and his mystique coming into this competition. He's kind of saying that he's just nursing, a recovery injury, and then he's just kept a little bit more in the bag every time to let out. And a little dynamic on that front side reverse. Goes well through the lump and bump, but kind of a slower feeling wave for me on that one.
Scores to come through still from that last exchange. At the moment, Max Huchenote sitting in the lead with a 6.17 and a 4.5. The 6.17 was his previous wave. Building on that score line throughout this heat. We've only got 6.5 minutes on the clock. Dylan Moffitt currently chasing a 6.11, but we could see that requirement or that situation shift as the last exchange rolls through. Coming up in our next quarterfinal, Jess, we've got Ramsey Bokheim and Callum Robson.
Yeah, huge, big hit out. Real difference. Obviously, the goofy footer, Ramsey, has been a standout across the event. Callum, though, he's got a huge local crew that's come up from Evans Head. They are all the local guys, the board riders and the communities. They've come up with their families to cheer on Cal in that really big quarterfinals matchup here on finals day, Shannon.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting one. Coming up in the 4th quarterfinal of the day, Jess, we're going to have Leo Fioravanti up against Nolan Raposa.
Oh yeah, two really different approaches again. I feel like you can appreciate a lot of different things from both of those surfers, similar to Ramsey and Callum. Nolan has been a real standout for me. I'll tag his name and have a good look through all of his, past posts and surfing, because he's been a real kind of new thing coming into this event for me.
Yeah, he's been really solid within those regional qualifying series events through North America, coming out of California, but it's been great to see him really start to link things together on this international field. 5.5 minutes on the clock. Some bigger sets starting to roll through. That wind is really, really strong. Still great to see, though, even with that strong wind, that onshore kind of conditions blowing out the back, Jess, that we are getting those clean faces, because it's just a little bit more protected as that wave rolls past Little Molly into Rainbow Bay.
Yeah, it's almost like it glasses off in the very trough of the wave once it gets to the inside, and then there's so much water that's protecting it. There's so much heaviness coming from the ocean's power and the rawness of the swell today that it protects that little inside section. We've seen a few people already get some cover-ups and backdoor some sections, and yeah, really, really little gems around if you can find them.
We got some really dedicated fans, parents, coaches that have been braving it on the beach and on the rocks throughout today. It's been great to have that support system down here midweek on the Gold Coast, getting a piece of the action here on finals day. First event of the Challenger Series underway, and scores dropping through now for that last exchange. Everything is in, and the requirement now on Dylan Moffitt is a 7.10. Maxime has increased his heat total by dropping a 5.5 for that last wave. Last of Dylan, a 3.23, so both coming into their counting scores. And now Dill's chasing the best wave of the heat to take the advancing position.
Yeah, he's going to have to find himself some big critical sections to really show what he's got. I have a feeling he's going to start stomping a little harder and just pushing a little further through the ends of those turns. He's really comfortable in the air and in really weird, tweaked out situations over the top of the board. So let's see him bring some of that to the mix right now to look up into towards that excellent range.
Priority currently sitting with our surfer in red to work well in his favor, but there's still a lot of time. 3 minutes on the clock. We could definitely see those situation changes. As we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap, Maxime getting off to a good start and a frothy section with that 6.17.
Yeah, a lot of foam on the face, opening maneuvers for Max, and then there's that clean little section, and he just really goes to work on it. Just really tight in the pocket, capitalized on the speed drawn from each turn. A little mistake there, but still a nice score. That was a 6.17 for him. And this is the 5.5, really big, lumpy, bumpy wave. A good indicator of the building swell here at Snapper Rocks. Final maneuver for him, patiently waited to crack up into the lip. There he goes, falling from the sky again.
Gets caught behind the section after the big takeoff. Dylan Moffitt coming through as one of our CT replacements in the men's side of the draw. He's got quarterfinals behind him now, even if he can't find that score to take the advancing position. That's going to be really good numbers to carry him through, should he get that call up more on the Challenger Series this year. With a paddle, he's got an opportunity. He's going for that 7.10, throws for some progression, Jess.
Yeah, he was going for the full Hail Mary in the heaviest section of that wave, and oh, it was nasty looking landing as well for him.
Max with another opportunity to close the door. Gets a big lip line floater. Continues to connect through, making those great transitions, going really deep off the bottom. Stalls as he comes through to the inside and now starts to set things up. Really starts to unleash, finds that speed, pushing through the tail on those last two turns. He's looking to increase that score line ahead of Dylan Moffitt with 1 minute on the clock.
I wouldn't count Dylan out at this point, even just with obviously the intention, what he's going to go for. If he's able to pull one of those things off, and we've seen it really, really often across the QS with him as he's come up through this new format regionally, he just pulls out the weirdest, wildest maneuvers at the last second, and he really does throw it all on the line.
It's no wonder that he's coming back from a knee injury, putting everything out there, and looking great back in competition. We could see him with one last opportunity now, paddling. It'll just depend on whether or not a wave with a little corner pops up that he can get into. Down to 15 seconds on the clock. And Max still has a score to drop through for the last one. At the moment, Dylan is chasing a 7.1. It's seeming just like he's just not going to have a great opportunity. He's going to have a paddle here, and he's up and riding before the buzzer. It's a small size wave though, without much of a wall on it. It's going to link into a couple of great turns, really engage the rail and look smooth coming through. Now starts to unleash on that power, throws the tail around, and has an opportunity. But even with that, Maxime is dropping in what's going to be the biggest score of the heat, Jess. One judge already going into the excellent range for last of Max. Just waiting for that average to come through, and it's a 7.50, then puts the requirement up into the 9s for Dylan Moffitt, and he will be unsuccessful. It's Maxime Huchenote from Reunion Island advancing into the semifinals, a massive result. And we'll be right back with more action after this. Ramsey Bokheim, Callum Robson, a special guest joining the guys in the booth right after this.
Welcome back to the show. The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl continues. Quarterfinal action unfolding out there in the lineup. Here on the Harvey Norman set, though, we've got some action as well. We've got Bugs, Gold Coast great, 78 world champ. Thanks for having us, Bugs.
Good to be here, mate. I live here, that's right.
We're also joined by 2016 Snapper champ. He won on the Gold Coast, Matty Wilkinson. What a victory, mate. Are you still celebrating or what?
Yep. Haven't stopped.
Haven't stopped.
Not a day off.
And then went down to Bells and got the job done there, mate. Exceptional stuff. Well done.
Thank you.
Mate, this is going to be a lot of fun. Of course, we've seen some big performances from these rising stars that came via that regional qualifying series circuit. Sheldon Simkus is into the semis. He's going to be taking on Maxime Husseneau. Now we've got to establish that bottom half of the draw. Ramsey Bookiam up against Callum Robson. This is a big heat. What have you made of Callum's run so far on the CT?
Yeah, he's been amazing. He kind of started off and it looked like everything was kind of falling into place and he was maybe getting a bit lucky, and then the more heats and the more waves you see him catch, you're like, that doesn't look like luck anymore.
No.
It's, every turn just seems to get bigger and bigger, and as he's getting more confident, he just seems to push harder, and yeah, he's been very impressive.
He'll have his hands full here though, Bugs. This guy is a surfer that, you know, that we often refer to as having that kind of power that could work very well on the CT. He just hasn't got there.
No, he hasn't got there, but he has posted 7s and 8s every heat he's had.
Yeah, he's super solid, Matty. As a goofy, you tend to pay special attention to the fellow goofy footers. What do you make of Ramsey's chances this year?
Yeah, Ramsey's been around for a long time. I've been a big fan of his backhand Rios since yeah, I don't know, the QS probably for the last 10 years he's been there doing big backhand Rios, and I always thought that he'd qualify, and maybe being a big boy and having QSs in some not so great waves has held him back a little bit, but having the challenges in all quality waves this year, it probably will play into his favour, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw him there, and then I wouldn't be surprised if once he was there he put down some big results and took some scalps.
Well, I guess you've got to look at an individual's track record, Bugs, and their ability to close out events, and Ramsey's had no dramas in that department. 6 QS victories, and a couple of them pretty big ones, but he broke through pretty early. He was 18 when he won his first major QS. That was way back in 2012. So you're right, Matty, he's been at this a while, and he's desperate to get off to a fantastic start. I think what we can already say about all the individuals that have cracked these quarterfinals is they've bagged a keeper result early in the season.
Oh, they sure have. And Matty, I was going to ask you about just the, you know, because you spent years and years on the road yourself, you know, at the CT level, but 10 years at that QS level, now the Challenger Series level. I mean, it's a real grind. I mean, it speaks a lot to his perseverance.
Yeah, for sure. I think having those wins along the way and those tastes to like really prove to yourself that you are good enough. I think that's one thing that keeps you there. Oh, there's dolphins right next to him. But yeah, it is. He's been at it for a long time, but he's also never like. Every year he's felt like he could do it at kind of any moment, and then with the QS finishing in Hawaii every year, I think for guys like him, that would put. He would always think that was when he could win 2 back-to-back events and get on. So that's probably part of the reason that he hasn't given up. But I don't know. He seems like he just needs a chance.
What about the, it really is a campaign. Is it the fact that he has a few valleys and troughs and highs and lows? I mean, it seems like you just got to put that one campaign together to make it.
Yeah, definitely. That's exactly right. You can win an event and then come last in the next 3, but if you can just put a good year together and get a quarterfinal and a win and a semi-final, that's exactly what you need.
Well, that's what Ramsey's after, taking a fall there, but the 28-year-old 6'1" from Morocco, and actually qualified for the Olympics, competed there last year, and was the flag bearer for the Moroccan team, which is cool, Bugs.
Oh, that's a super cool thing for a surfer to be honoured that way. I mean, what a wonderful thing to represent your country and carry the flag at the Olympics.
And, talking about his ability to close out events, he had a victory this year in a QS 3000. He comes into this first Challenger Series event as the number 3 seed from his region. But this is Callum Robson. And this guy hasn't been making a lot of mistakes and has used all his scoring opportunities and banked big numbers, busting through the lip there. I think some of that confidence on show, just so rock solid, but this wave's going to give up on him. But Callum, just exploded onto the scene. At one point, Matty was going to take up a carpentry apprenticeship He bailed on that pretty quickly, though.
Yeah, good thinking.
But, yeah, he was basically at high school weighing up his options. I think his dad is a builder, so he started doing some carpentry and quickly shifted his focus to competitive surfing.
Yeah, it was a good move. And, look, he doesn't have a sponsor on his board, but, you know, we've spoken about, you know, how many boards are out there with the DHD, and then there's JS and, you know, all the you know, the really big names. He's on a Sparrow board. And, gee, it's worked well. Well, his whole quiver has worked so well through this Australian leg. He just seems like, as you said before, his carving is getting stronger, and his belief is getting stronger. He just keeps winning and winning and winning.
Here goes Ramsey now. He had a 5.67 on his first ride. Does love a right-hand point break. He's got a few that he's been able to perfect that backhand on down there in Morocco. But he's calling for the ski at the moment. Not much in that ride.
No, but it did show how dangerous it is, because of that first wave, the 5.670. It was a pretty short ride, eh, Matt? I mean, he just went bang, bang on his backhand. I don't know if you've seen any of his earlier heats, but he's been like racking up 8.5s.
Yeah, yeah, his backhand is so solid. I think him and Connor O'Leary have a similar amount of back foot pressure that just throws buckets, and they don't have that short, sharp little stab. It's more of a, like, put that back foot in and push it all the way around, and it's pretty beautiful to watch on a steep section. Watching somebody be able to kind of drive through, it's so impressive.
Yeah, we were touching on Nolan Raposo's coming up in the next heat, kind of having that similar release that you like to throw at the walls here at Snapper Rocks. Have you seen much of his performance so far in the event?
Yeah, I didn't actually know him too well before this event, but he's now my favourite surfer.
Oh, I bet he is. I mean, it's unreal. We love his surfing. It's just that free-range backhand surfing.
Yeah, it's got, I think, yeah, he does have a few of those releases that do look fairly similar to what I used to love doing and still do love doing.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Yeah, how is the backhand looking these days? Still got it?
Not bad. I'm living in the land of right points, so I've still got it.
and claiming some titles riding softboards too these days.
Yeah, that's it.
Won a free trip to Bells this year.
Yeah, that was a funny one. Won a Red Bull Foam Wreckers comp and got myself a free ticket to Bells. Got a VIP pass. Just lovely.
That is so cool.
No, it was good fun.
I was a former winner. I think they would have granted you entry anyway, but it was good to see you down there.
I just don't know which doors to knock on. Can I have a pass?
Oh, yeah.
We're still trying to get one. We're working our way up, Bugs.
It's a daunting task.
So Callum Robson has just dropped a 4.5. So it's a pretty close heat. And let's talk about the conditions out there, Bugs, because the wind's not really backing off.
Oh, well, the wind's going to increase as the day goes on, and it's going to go more east and then more east of northeast tomorrow. So this is, you know, it went, you know, from southeast to east. And look, the face of the wave is going to be okay, but that'll just continue to bring this combined, you know, southeast ground swell, and in between that, a little wind swell, you know, and that makes it so tricky. We see those little runners in front of waves sometimes. But I think the tide coming in will help them identify the waves that might connect, Ronnie.
Matty, we were talking earlier about there being an element of luck to connecting with a good wave, but do you have to kind of dismiss the luck factor and try and come up with a game plan out there to give yourself the best chance of winning?
Yeah, you definitely do. You need to, I think that's the kind of key. When it is tricky like this, it's not just the biggest wall that's going to be the best wave. You need to identify like sit on the beach, watch a million waves come through and be like, all right, every time a wave that looks like this comes through, it's a good one. And not just kind of pick ones that are normally the biggest, walliest wave that you want. You need to see the one that's most consistently doing something that can let you do some big turns.
So we're almost being a little bit too charitable to the competitors when we're saying that luck is a big decider.
Oh, there's definitely luck. There's always luck, but there is, like, when it's tricky, it's not all luck. There's definitely a lot of
I like that.
A lot of research to do before your heats to minimise that luck factor.
There we go. Ramsey is taken off at the moment. Nice little hit there. You can just see the way You know, this guy has that point break style. He hangs back, he waits for his moment to pounce. He's well coiled before extending through these turns. Nice carve there. That's a nice little mix-up, that variation of the backhand approach. You know, and we've been talking about it a bit, Bugs. You know, on the backhand, if you get a wave that doesn't have a whole lot of wall, it's hard to really generate points while you're in transition with those moves.
And that's what I was going to ask you, Matty. You know, you've won out here, you've finaled out here, and, you know, on your backhand, that snapper, are you looking for that certain wave that you can, you spoke before about the one that hits the spot and does it? Is that what you're, on your backhand, you're looking for a certain kind of wave?
Yeah, definitely. You want a wave that has a steep pocket and you can go vertical up into that section. And it is like, yeah, this last turn here is super beautiful, but it's so hard on your backhand with a section like that. It's so hard to score points on a section like that, whereas if you've got a steep section and you can throw your nose vertical, throw your fins out the back, you can do that all day long and get a big score, whereas there's very few guys that can put a rail in and get a score like you can on your forehand with a nice smooth carve.
Yeah, I was going to make the comparison to say a backhand carve to release versus a frontside carve to slash a la Kelly Slater. You know, Kelly's going to get points, and it just seems on the backhand it's hard to match that flare and the push of all that water through a carving turn.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's definitely one of the negatives of being on your backhand, but the positive of that is if you get one of those, a carve that does look nice and throws a bit of spray and then puts you tight in the bottom and you can get vertical in the pocket, then your vertical turn should score higher than...
Yeah, Oki was in here calling heats with us the other day. He was giving a really good just assessment of how to approach this wave, reference bells too, and I know it was part of your style, Matty, off the bottom, banking for a longer period of time to really ensure that you're teeing off in that most critical section of the wave. But, you know, you've got to look over your shoulder for an extended period of time to set that up.
Yeah, definitely, especially at bells. You can sit at the bottom and you're going so fast that you don't have to kind of get into that bottom turn right away. You can stay down there and wait for the perfect time. And at bells, you only have a couple of sections, so you really need to make the most of those one or two.
Love it. Well, just over 9 minutes to go. Ramsey's out in front. Callum's after a 6.67 here in quarterfinal number 3. We're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break. Here on the Harvey Norman set with Bugs and this man, Matt Wilkinson, Wilco, 2016. What a year. Getting your breakthrough victory. Do you remember it, mate? Do you remember any of it, or is it just a blur?
No, I absolutely do. I remember that turn. I remember the last turn. It was an amazing year for me. It was so much fun, and yeah, that red board definitely fared me well. I had a great year up here.
Yeah, magic run, and some big celebrations as well. Remind me, how long did you wear the jersey for after the victory?
It was a few days.
Kept the red jersey on for a couple of days, but Bugs, you've seen a lot, but there hasn't been too many backhand winners here at Snapper Rocks. Matty adding himself to that short list.
Yeah, well, that's right, because, you know, Mick Lowe won it, but that was at Rainbow when there was no bank at Snapper, so it's a short list. Owen?
Yeah, I mean, going back through the history of the honour roll of Gold Coast greats who've been victorious here, there is some goofy footers in the mix. But here at Snapper, it's been a difficult event for the goofy footers, but they're starting to collect a few titles now. Ramsey's out there wanting to add his name to the mix, and he's out in front at this stage. Just not wasting any time out here. He's been busy, a lot busier than Callum. This is wave number 7 for him. And he's trying to get rid of a 5.5 to increase his lead. Certainly looking switched on as he finishes this one off. Likes the feel of that.
Yeah, it was a small wave, and at one stage he was going, come on. He said, put his arms up going, come on, give me something.
Yeah, I think it looks like he's identified those mid-size waves as the ones to get scores on, but some of them just lose that size. Here goes Callum.
Whoa, Callum giving it everything, and we haven't seen that too often. Callum falling at the start of a ride, but really wanting to push hard on that section. So 6 minutes to go here. He's opting to paddle back out. He's sitting a little farther down the line. We'll see if he can pick off a score halfway down the point here. But Ramsey wasting no time in getting to the ski. In a pretty decent position at the moment.
Yeah, well, this is the first time Callum's found himself in this position. He's every other heat he's had, he's had a big score by now at least.
Here's the Harvey Norman heat recap with Ramsey getting a couple of scores on the board early, a couple of mid-range 5s, and loving the variation. A couple of nice swoops off the top, getting vertical when he can, but at the end of this ride, really leaning into some nice carves as well.
Yeah, well, you can really tell with Ramsey, if he can get one of those connectors that connect down through Marley with some real body in it, you know that's why he's getting excellent scores.
Maxime got a wave in the last heat. It was probably almost double overhead. It's going to be a big wave to do the same job on Ramsey. He stands at 6'1". He's a huge unit, but
he is a big boy.
I think Bugs is right. With a bit more room, he might be able to lay down some of the biggest turns of the comp.
Yeah, I think you see on his social media, he posts some clips in Morocco on those huge right points, and he'll throw down 2 of the biggest Rios you've ever seen, and then get a 6-second tube. And yeah, I don't know that there's anyone throwing more spray than him on those waves.
That is incredible footage, isn't it? I mean, I was mesmerised by that, and yeah, absolutely. The rooster tails are 20 feet high, and then a 6-second barrel.
Yeah, dropping out a lip late and then straight into huge barrels. He's really deadly. I'd love to see him out J-Bay.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I guess that is like every single person who's in the draw here on the Challenger Series is an incredible surfer, but then there's some surfers on the Challenger Series whose free surfing warrants the attention of their peers and peers on the CT, and Ramsey's one of those guys. I think he's a very respected surfer away from competition as well.
Yeah, definitely. He I don't think you have that kind of longevity without people loving your surfing. Like, if he'd not qualified for this long but wasn't impressive to everyone in the world, then he probably wouldn't have the sponsorship and would be gone. But I guess everybody else believes in him as much as he does, which is very fair, seeing all those clips that he puts out.
Time ticking by here for Callum Robson.
Now, Ronnie, in past heats, when someone's been in this situation with 3 minutes, we've been going, well, they need to get the jet ski, they need to get out there quick, but Callum still only needs a 6.67, so you'd think he'd back himself on a one shot.
Yeah, definitely. He's been putting those scores down pretty easily all week and all year. He's shown that he can do it in big, scary waves, big, clean, smooth waves, small waves. He's been putting big scores down in every condition, so you can't count him out.
We saw Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson pick off a wave and turn it into a 6 in her heat, her quarterfinal heat. So, she's definitely proven that you don't necessarily need to take off at the top of the point here. But, Callum, I guess the concern for him is he's just really had one of his first falls of the event on a wave that looked like it potentially could have turned the heat for him. So he's got to overcome that. He's a cool customer, though. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how he fares. But here he goes, chasing down that number. There's a nice slice to get started, straight up into the bowl. It's a great combo. We'll see if the wave cooperates. Couple of bumps to deal with. Hangs on to the rebound. Really forced it into that section. And now just getting his speed back up. Rides high for a moment. Drops to the bowl. Hammers the pocket. This is looking like a decent ride for the Australian. From just down the road at Evans Head. Smashes through the pocket. He is so solid. And a healthy finish. He looks to the beach. And he celebrates. Just in his body language, quick nose blow. It's a Kelly Slater claim.
He should be celebrating. That was so impressive. Those 2 first turns were massive, and then that wave did everything it could to ruin his day. It had the ugly ripples coming up the face. It went kind of dead, and then I think it tried to knock him off, and then he was like, no chance. And yeah, that beautiful first turn, big second one, and yeah, this is where I was talking about. There's so much rip coming back up into that wave the opposite way, and then he outsmarted the wave and it doubled up for him again, and yeah, that was beautiful.
Boy, I really love your breakdown of that initial section. It was like a boat had motored through that ride.
He was fins free on that. It was incredibly difficult to pull that off.
Yeah.
Like, and still maintain down the line speed. Those first 2 turns, as you said, they were so slick.
So smooth.
And different. There was variety in them.
You know, when someone's in this kind of form, you know, obviously they get a lot of accolades, but you've got to give props to Sparrow too. He's put great boards under Callum's feet all year. As we see Ramsey now, and likely he'll need a score on this ride. Just very light-footed when he needs to be, and can just push so hard on the tail of his board too. But this wave, it's not doing much at the moment. It might reconnect to the bank here, and he's starting to load up for the big finish. Driving down the line, just a float there, and that's all he's going to get out of that ride. So waiting on the scores to come through, but expecting a solid number for Callum Robson.
Very much so. Be very surprised if this doesn't go into first place.
He caught that wave halfway down the point too. There it is, 7.5. We knew it was going to get him in front. Ramsey, well, you can see, is super disappointed, because he kind of knows that maybe he didn't do enough work on that last ride, Bugs, to get the lead back.
No, he didn't get the score on that last one.
And yeah, Ramsey having priority, he probably could have hunted Callum down the point there as well.
Frustration for Ramsey, but still a keeper result. But Callum Robson, so strong under pressure here. Matty Wilkinson, it's been an absolute pleasure. Look forward to seeing you out in the surf soon, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks.
You better go pick your kid up.
Yeah, I've got a baby over there. I don't know who's looking after her.
No, you're in good company. I'm sure she's fine. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you after the break.
Yeah.
Unreal.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by Rip Curl. By Bond University, official higher education partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Good Surfer, surf safety and etiquette initiative proudly developed by City of Gold Coast. And by S&S Group, official property development partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by Rip Curl.
We are being treated to a big show here on finals day. Clutch performances, some amazing runs through this contest for surfers like Leonardo Fioravanti and Nolan Raposa, who will now fight it out for the last spot in the semi-finals. But Leonardo, he's been in really, truly great form, Bugs.
Leo's just been putting on it's been a fighting effort every heat. And, well, he came out of the blocks in the last one unbelievably, just got two, huge scores within the first six or 7 minutes. But Nolan has been unbelievable. A backhand surfer just has been, lighting the place up.
Yeah, really keeping himself in it nicely. And here he is again, this one during the break. Absolutely on the attack through the first couple of sections here. Great to have Matt Wilkinson calling the action with us, making some comparisons between his surfing and Nolan's, and we're getting another good look at that as he just releases that tail a couple of times. Leo's really established strong leads, put the anaconda squeeze on his competitors in the early stages of his heats by banking excellent scores. And the celebrations for Callum Robson's last-ditch effort in the quarterfinals to get himself into the semis is unfolding behind us, Bugs, but this is the replay of Leo's opening ride. Came through at a 3.67.
It's all happening here, Ronnie, and both these guys have opened up pretty early in the piece.
Leo's up again. Critical hit there, kind of almost going below sea level. We lost him for a moment.
But this is what he's done. He's got off the ski straight away and looked for one, and it's a pretty good way to do snapper.
It's been a good formula for success, and it saved him some fuel for the potentially a run at the finals here. But drives up into the lip. Nice hit there. Here's a section to truly lay that board over. Whips the carve into the bowl. Plenty of speed as he hammers down the line with more room. This wave is just providing Leo with so many opportunities to attack.
Wow, that's a leg burner. And it was a really weird wave, and he just made it happen, though. That is what you call connecting the dots at snapper.
I loved what Matt Wilkinson threw out during his breakdown of Callum Robson's last wave. He outsmarted the wave, and these waves are making it difficult for the competitors to find some freedom and lay those big turns down. But look at Leo just pick his moments here.
Yeah, he looks a lot crisper on this one than his first wave, and right now you think, well, maybe that's done, but absolutely not. And he gets over this warble here. This is really well done because of that wave, and he's actually behind the white water. But then he comes out into that pocket, and another great move, and you go, well, what about this? And okay, more down the line, another float, more white water to get around, and a clean section once again. And gosh, a lot of energy expelled.
Here's the replay of Nolan's opening ride, and I think he's going to get good credit for really attacking. This was his second ride.
Yeah, this is his second wave. This is not his first one, because the first one was just one of those real quick bang, bang, bang for a 7.
Yeah, amazing. But he's on.
Oh, he's so on. This is just such a great backhand performance.
Yeah, Nolan Raposa, it's not like we haven't seen him coming. We've been aware of him for a while, but I just think that the surfing that he's done this week has really sort of put him in the conversation of a real contender on the Challenger Series this season.
Oh, he's got to be. He's got to be. I mean, this much energy and this much, he's got competitive now. So he's got incredible energy. He looks like he could not be. He looks like he couldn't fall off. He's so amazing. Even on that first wave, when he went over the top of the wave on his first manoeuvre, I thought he was gone.
And for us, Bugs, I think, Callum Robson, for those of us who've been following the regional QS ranks, it's not like we didn't see him coming, but the lift in his performance over the last 6 months, especially, I think you could compare it to the lift we've seen from Nolan Raposa this year. It's a level above. He's leveled up, and he's had to.
But he has, and he's risen to the game. He's risen to the big game, the big league.
I guess the big thing is, Nolan's been at this QS game trying to get himself onto the CT for 8 years. So, you know, to find that extra gear, you know, it says a lot about the relationship with Pizel Surfboards, the fact that they've tapped into something special. But it's a big mental shift as well.
I also believe, though, that, you know, where things have changed is just, I mean, there's so many good surfers, but two, it just takes a long time to really learn your craft, the whole thing. There's a lot of components that have to come together. And even at 22, 23, which was around the age where, you know, my generation kind of won our world titles, it's nearly like you're not quite ready yet. I mean, it's like, by your late 20s, you're coming into your peak years now. And it's wonderful, really.
Yeah, well, just on 17 minutes to go here. We're waiting on scores to come through. Let's hear from Callum Robson. He's into the semis.
Callum just fighting back, final 2 minutes, and got the score. How do you feel? You're in the semifinals.
Yeah, I feel good. That whole heat I was paddling with worst rhythm, and I was lucky I got an opportunity at the end, and I was just happy I got an opportunity.
But that was a difficult wave to surf. You really had to work that wave just to get that score. It wasn't an easy wave.
Yeah, and I hadn't really got a score before that, so I didn't know where it was going to sit, but I gave it my all, and yeah, luckily judges liked it, so it's all good.
Well, the Callum Robson story continues, and the fans continue to grow for this young man from Evans Edge.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, Callum, he's, again, even in that huge moment, turning the heat in the final stages, he still remains so cool. He never loses his head.
Yeah, he's amazing. The maturity he's shown post-match, I mean, in the clutch moments as the heat comes down, he's really amazing everybody because it's all happened within a year.
He's solid. Solid mentally, solid physically. When he gets to his feet, he lays down big turns and he's into the semis here. He'll take on the winner of this fourth quarterfinal. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch this heat unfold out there in the lineup at the moment. Leonardo Fioravanti in second spot. Has a 5.83 as his highest score. And he's after a 6.68.
You know, that 5.83, I mean, has anyone worked harder for a 5.83? That was unbelievable effort, and, you know, he wasn't really rewarded for the effort. But, I mean, it is really what that wave offered.
Yeah, we saw earlier on Nikki Van Dyke catch a wave that probably went much further down the line. It's probably the longest wave of the contest, and she didn't really get the score she was after. But, you know, that can happen here. You can find a wave that's got those tricky lumps, the ribs, it splits, and you're doing turns, but you're not really getting that chance to truly display what you're capable of. And that was kind of what happened to Leo on that last ride. It was brilliant surfing from the start of that ride right through to the finish, but he really wants something that, like Nolan Raposa had from the outside. And that's a big steep wall with a nice pocket that he can really flare up on.
And that's what he wants. And you know, he's got the surfing to back it up if he gets the right wave. But you know, he's had a bit at odds here because he got the 5.83. He only got a 4 on that next one. We saw Nolan paddle for a wave and miss it, but he wasn't penalised because Leo wasn't quite back in the lineup at this point and still hasn't reached a priority zone.
Yeah, 14 minutes to go here.
Oh, look at this one. It's got a wall on it.
Well, late takeoff there under the lip. And wow, Nolan Raposa, he's looking to shut this heat down. He threw everything at that section.
Yeah, he is. He's trying to get himself a big score straight away. I don't know, this might be the same wave down the line.
Well, Leo, he might have just gone past Nolan there. He'll look to stay with this one. A chance it could stand up down towards the skis.
Oh, hang on, he's coming around the corner now. Oh, there's more whitewater. It's going forever. Oh, look at that whitewater.
Whoa.
There's a little bit of face there, though. He is going to get there. Gosh, he's at Greenmount.
tail, pumps the fist, points the finger into the sky.
Oh, there he was pointing that at me.
It just looked like it had shut down for all the money in the world. And Leo just having that trust. We've talked about it throughout the contest, having the trust in this wave that it'll provide you opportunities down the line if you just give it a chance.
Well, we just saw Noel look over his shoulder and go, where is that guy?
He's on his way to Currumbin.
That is got to be, that's one of the longest rides of the day for sure. He stuck with it. It was incredible.
This is going to be an expensive taxi. Just over 12 minutes to go here. Leonardo waiting for a score, as is Nolan Raposa. This is quarterfinal heat number 4. Back in a moment.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on the full Telstra 4G mobile network. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League Australia. And by Cooper's Brewery, official beer of the World Surf League Australia.
It's finals day, quarterfinal heat 4 out there in the lineup. 10.5 minutes remaining here. Leonardo Fioravanti took one way down the line. And he's just been awarded an 8.67 for his efforts on that ride.
You know, that wave, it was a microcosm of his entire career. It was the wave was written in chapters. The wave was injured along the way.
Oh, yeah, that was amazing. Well, at one point it looked like he was on a straight closeout, but yeah, he put that faith in that ride, cleaning up, and down the line it did. It provided some big opportunities for a monster combo on the end section, and that's where he really collected the majority of points down the line here.
And of course, you know, it'll be difficult for him when he goes home and says, well, you know, what was the, where'd you win the contest? Oh, I won the contest at Greenmount.
Yeah, I started at Snapper Rocks and won it at Greenmount, but he's got a couple of heats to go if he wants to take that victory, but he is doing some brilliant surfing, and yeah, just didn't give up on this one, and the wave rewarded him for it. Big hit to finish. I mean, from the judges' perspective, that was just all fins. They've obviously got the benefit of that video replay as well, so they get that camera angle down the line. 8.67.
Yeah, that's a big score. It's a big score to overcome.
It is, but Nolan Raposa's still got a 7. Don't forget that.
That's right.
He's got a chance here. And here he goes. Needs a 7.51 out of this ride. This will really test him. You know, he's fought his way out of some tough heats already in this contest, and this wave standing up. Whoa, that was committed. And he likes the feel of it. Bit of a flex there.
Well, yeah, a lot of heart in that one.
He's a character. He's been giving us some good moments on the beach as well, and just his celebration of hearing scores drop when he's needed the numbers in the final stages. But I think there's going to be some points in that final manoeuvre.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine him coming in and going up and querying, going, and where is the contest area?
Well, Leo's looking for an update out there. This is the part of the competition that we don't pay as much attention to, but look at that. That's Sudley just howling, the water splashing off the nose of his board straight into his face. Getting updates is difficult. Nolan needs a 7.51 out of this last ride. And the numbers coming through are looking pretty solid. Well, there it is, 7.9. And the surfer from Long Beach has made the jump up into the lead. And he's just lost his board. But now he's out in front. Leonardo with priority, 7.5 minutes to go, chasing a 6.23.
What a contrast in approaches. Nolan, it is go big or go home. This is so brilliant. He gets around this, he battles this wave all the way. Look at this whitewater, he barely gets through it. And he knows he's got to go further down the line for another whack at this thing. And look at that commitment.
Man. I love that turn. You know, that was such a hard section to read, Bugs. Here it is again.
I know. This is so perfectly executed, and it just charges down that face. It just about, how he didn't bury the nose, I just don't know. He wasn't in a position to lift it.
Oh, he knew it was good. Pumped the chest and is now out in front.
Well, he defied gravity on that one.
Yeah, Nolan Raposa just really locked into this battle. This is against a guy who's been ultra consistent, putting up, big numbers for a long time now. Leo's been that guy.
And of course, Leo just persevered with that wave. He had belief that it would form into something, but way down the line. But Nolan knew that he was in arrears. He knew there was a big deficit suddenly. He needed a big score.
He's also, throughout the contest, really sort of chased down his best numbers in that compressed part of the point where his rides haven't needed to be as long as his rivals, because he's just been able to hammer the section so hard. But here goes Leo now. He's looking for that 6.23. Teed off pretty nicely on the first section. Goes to the calves now, wants some more space to throw something big again.
You don't know with Leo, you just can't write it off. But that wave not connecting. Now, Nolan was onto that one. He wanted that wave. What, did he want it or did he sell it?
Well, Leo's making his way down the line here, checks his clock. He's going to try and get on the back of that ski, race back to the takeoff zone and have another shot at the requirement here.
Yeah, we could see Richard Dog Marsh sitting in the box up there going, get your sweet butt down on that jet ski.
Go, go, go.
Yeah.
Wow, what a heat. What a great way to finish off the quarters. Only one place left in those semis.
Yeah, look, he's chewing.
Oh, yeah, shaking his head there.
Yeah, Nolan is really throwing the spoke on the wheels here.
Oh, yeah, throwing a stick in the spokes.
Exactly.
He's out there at the moment, Nolan, just like all the competitors. Once you're off that ski, you're fighting the current. You're just trying to hold that position. Matty Myers on screen there, working with Nolan.
Yep.
And working very well.
Nolan is mega surf fit. I mean, he has paddled like this relentlessly throughout the entire day. Is he going backwards? Is he holding his ground? He's just in front, but he's going to have, obviously he's got priority, so he's in kind of the box seat with 4 minutes to go.
We saw a red jersey there in the lineup. That's Sally Fitzgibbons.
Okay.
The women's semi-finals are about to get underway. Caity Simmers is her rival in that first semi, but they're just holding position out there at the moment. And even that's,
an endurance test.
It really is. So Leo just getting back behind the rock now, but there'll be some time here, 3.5 minutes to get himself in front.
I'd be requesting a jet ski, at the beginning of the heat to drop me around at Froggies and just drift around with it. You want to come in from the backside, not have to just turn around for probably 4.5 minutes and paddle against the rip.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a strategy that the surfers could use, is just to start at the bottom of the point during a heat and get the ski to the top, as opposed to fighting it.
Yeah, no, really good question. And so a coach hasn't asked that question, because it's just, just be out there 5 minutes to go and going backwards down the point and just not being able to be in position at the start of the heat is key to be in position. It's a tough call.
See, I grew up on the open beaches down there around the New Brighton, South Golden Beach area, and We generally walk a couple of Ks on days like today and surf back to our street.
Yeah,
I never liked fighting the Rip. This is so exhausting, and even though they're 25-minute heats today, you know, and typically these competitors in a free surf can stay out for hours, it's a different kind of energy that they're using up, Bugs.
Well, it's a 25, 30-minute heat's a 2-hour free surf, guaranteed. It's a 2-hour solid free surf, because also your head's blowing up.
Well, Leo's head will be blowing up in about 2 minutes if he doesn't get another opportunity, because he has been so in form. He's got the highest ride of this heat, the 8.67, but Nolan Raposa refuses to go away. 7-point ride on his opener, and when his back was against the wall, stuck a beautiful, critical end section hit to get himself a 7.9 in the lead.
Well, we've got the opposite reciprocal situation here, because this time I don't think Nolan's going to go this wave. Yeah. You see, I think that was a sell, but then he wasn't buying into it. And the last thing, what happened was that Nolan went for it, but this time he's going, I'll go. No, he's not. Now, that's a sideways paddle. I don't believe it doesn't matter if he loses priority.
Well, Leo had to have a look. He wanted to get on his feet, check out down the line.
That's desperation.
The wave rewarded him last time. He rode it through to the inside, but on this occasion, this one fades.
Yeah, there's a bit of a
Matty Myers is just signalling to Nolan to, I think, stay close to Leo.
Yeah, a minute to go. Nolan in the box seat. We've seen some dramatic escape. So,
as a competitor, Bugs, you've got the lead, but you're up against someone who's so capable of turning the heat in the final stages. What's your heart rate doing at this point? Well, Nolan's going to go on this one, and there's nothing in this ride, so
no, it's what's your heartbeat doing at this point.
Yeah, he might be checking it on his watch there.
Yeah.
But Leo's found the space that he needed. 30 seconds to go here. Will the wave come his way?
Yeah, well, Nolan really did go on a dud there. That one was not happening. And he held his opponent off, but time is really, it's going to have to be now.
This is as quiet as the lineup has been all day. 10 seconds remaining here. Leo searching out an opportunity here.
8.67, and he's not going to win the heat.
No, he's going to run out of time. They're counting it down. And Nolan Raposa hangs on for the finish. A couple of sevens is enough to overcome one of the form surfers of the contest. What an effort, and he is buzzing. Talking about exploding heads. He can't believe it. He's into the semi-finals in the first Challenger Series contest of the year.
Well done, Nolan Raposa, and what a grand effort by Leo.
Well, stay with us. The semi-finals for the women are about to get underway. Sally Fitzgibbons up against Caity Simmers. We're going to bring in Shannon and Jess for the call.
Team Boost definitely has a major vibe. I think being in the team, we're all connected and we live and breathe that. It has this performance quality too. It's just so encouraging for everyone in all their different crafts to go out there and kind of send it. I think when you're surrounded by that, it's really contagious. To stay connected for me means many things. It's connecting with family and friends, but also it's connecting to the sport I love. It's connecting to technology and the improvements I need in training. Everyone should switch to Boost because you'll be connected everywhere and you won't have to worry about a thing. On the Telstra network, always have reception. I'm on Boost, Robbo's on Boost, Morgs is on Boost. Everyone's doing it. Come join us.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro is underway. Sally Fitzgibbons has boosted her way into the lead at the moment with a 5-point ride to kick things off. Shannon Hughes and Jess Grimwood here in the booth to call to action for women's semifinals. So stoked.
Yeah, we're straight into the women's semis, but I'm buzzing from that last heat win from Nolan Raposa. He has been a real underdog story here for the men's side of the draw, Shannon. Really exciting stuff from him.
It's unbelievable. We've got another Grom in the lineup right now, Caity Simmers, who had that unbelievable story behind her last year, finding herself out in front in those top 6 after the end of the Challenger Series, qualified for the 2022 Championship Tour. And then she declined it, decided to stay at home to keep focusing on school, spending time with her friends and family, and just tap into a lot of free surfing opportunities. And now she's out in the lineup with another lap on the Challenger Series. Sally Fitzgibbons got off to an early start with this.
Yeah, this has been characteristic of the last few rounds for Sally. It seems to be her game plan, just not wasting any time, not wanting to be lost out there in the lineup. Bit of kind of horizontal surfing to set this thing up whilst it comes into the inside, then she starts to go a little bit more top to bottom. Bit of a slow pace to that wave for her, but she's still able to get that quicker kind of start and lay into a few more open face carves. The thing just keeps on giving. I heard Bugs talking about it before too. It's just, they just keep rolling and rolling all the way through to Greenmount there, and that's the 5-point ride for Sally.
Great way to start. Caity Simmers got a 2.7 for her opening ride.
Yeah, this is just a little score, similar kind of horizontal surfing. You can see in her stance. Feeling pretty comfortable. I like how she's got that straight arm thing going on too.
Caity now linking into a first nice looking turn, bit of a down carve connected together, then goes up into the lip, now out onto the open face with a huge wrap back into the foam, hits that power section, and it gives her that boost into the next bit of corner to work with. She's now going to be real patient, bit of straight arm, bit of straight legs there, standing tall, and then hitting the power, making everything look so easy for Caity Simmers.
Yeah, that was a really critical final maneuver for her. It's going to be really valuable on that score line today. Sally straight into another one.
So much action out here to start off the women's semifinals. 30 minutes on the clock. Straight up into the lip for Sally. Nice top to bottom work as she hits that little flat section. She's gonna stick with it. We've got a lot of these waves that have been growing as they head towards Rainbow Bay, offering a lot more opportunity. Sally now looks for the ski. We've got a couple of scores to come through. Last of Caity Simmers and last of Sally Fitzgibbons. This is a huge matchup for the two of them. It's their very first head-to-head matchup at any level, at any point within their careers. Sally obviously having a few years on Caity. It's gonna be really exciting to see who gets the upper hand.
Yeah, big opening carve first maneuver, just handles the wobble and bubble quite well, has to touch the face a little bit there to gain some more stability. 2 stages that cutty, but just gets back to that kind of solid rail work there, and she's just really casual, really, really quiet body-wise in between those turns, and then finishes off that nice big last section.
Sally had a nice wall to start off with.
Yeah, she brings this turn around heaves with her upper body, her shoulders. You can see where they're opening up to and the intention of wrapping that board all the way back around. she does well to keep with it always, because she really doesn't cut those turns in half too often at the moment during this event.
Scores coming through now for last of Caity Simmers. It's going to put Sally Fitzgibbons with her back against the wall, chasing a big score to take the lead back as it starts to drop through from the judges. They absolutely loved the look of it, the variety, the style, and the approach that Caity brought to that big open face. Just waiting for the last score to drop through, but I will tell you that so far, we do not have a single score less than that excellent mark at the 8.00. We've got one judge currently going to a 9, and it averages out for Caity Simmers as an 8.33. The word now being given to her from the beach announcers. I'm wondering if she'll even be able to hear it with the wind out at backline. Sally Fitzgibbons, she's got 2 5s on the scoreboard. She backed up her opening 5 with a 5.5 and now is chasing another 5 to get into that advancing position. But man, what a way for Caity Simmers to kick things off.
Yes, super cash in between, and that last critical turn rewarded. Scales right up there with the judging panel on that one. So big sections as well. We haven't, I guess, seen the ladies open up in those big chunky sections right from the takeoff. We've kind of only seen the growing waves of those 5s and 6s, like Sally's opening waves as well. So Caity, point of difference here in semi-final number 1. She wants that spot in the final, and that's a really good way to be showing it. 8.33, really high score for the semi.
She's so keen to take another final appearance here for the opening event of the Challenger Series, which is what she did. And then she took the win over Gabriella Bryan at the US Open last year in Huntington Beach. Now she's looking strong heading into the remainder of this heat to keep Sally Fitzgibbons out of the question, but Sally's that fighter. She's one of the best that the Women's Tour has ever seen. I won't be surprised if we see her dropping multiple excellent scores herself. Down to 20 minutes on the clock. Currently Caity with priority, Sally with second priority. And that last heat, we saw an unbelievable moment come through for Nolan Raposa. He's there with Stace Galbraith.
Nolan, my phone is blowing up off the hook. Everybody wants to know a bit more about you. Who are you, brother? Let them know.
I'm trying to conquer my inner Wilco here. I mean, every single wave I was on definitely was just thinking, Wilco, go Wilco, every single turn.
You know what? It's not the first time we've said that this week. You really are looking very sharp out there, my friend. How do you bring it back together, though, after a big stumble on a big set wave?
I don't know, just like play it smart. Definitely like got to utilize the ski, because like, you know, if you fall and you're down on the beach, you just catch another medium one and just get on the ski again. You know, I don't know, just play it smart, use my priority to my advantage.
Biggest backhand turn we've seen out here since Mick Lowe took this thing out in 2004, I reckon.
Oh, wow, that's a big compliment right there. I mean, I want to get my name on those steps that I've seen walking down here every single day, so that's the whole goal right now. I want to get my name up there and then have a couple of beers with the boys after.
Is that where we're celebrating if you take this thing out?
I'd say so. I'm going to become a member of the club.
On your brother, best of luck.
Psyching. Nolan Raposa. Caity Simmers goes down under a heavy lip, just went to place it there, easy as ever, got taken out. And wow, Nolan pulling the Wilco. The solid surfing.
Boy from the LB, Cali boy. I wonder if they'll welcome him into that Rainbow Club. I mean, if he's able to take the win, for sure. He has a really cool vibe about him, doesn't he? And to take out Leo, and Leo's form throughout this event, that is one big scalp to claim for that young guy. He's been a real standout, and he's obviously a very good character. Very funny fella.
Oh, pretty unbelievable. As we take a look now at Caity Simmers, she already dropped an 8.33 and had another opportunity here.
Yeah, loose and free over that top turn. 2 stage down the face carve there, because she had to kind of readjust for the lumps, but I just like how quiet her upper body is, how deep she gets into that rebound as well, and effortlessly she just does. She's kind of like John, where she just doesn't move her hand. She really got through it up there, but a bit late on that end section, Shannon.
Sally's fourth wave here. Scores coming through now.
Yeah, big snap to open up. Nothing else just after that though. Like a critical snap, really fast, well timed, but nothing else there.
Caity absolutely flaring on that 8.33, another good score to come in for her. She dropped in that first excellent score of the women's side of the draw, taking a look back at the quarterfinals, which we saw a couple hours ago. The highest score out of that went to Molly Picklum with a 7.67. We had 2 other 7s in the mix. One went to Betty Lou Johnson and the other to Caity Simmers. We didn't see any other women luck into those waves with that massive scoring potential, where Caity's found herself in that excellent range already with that 8.33 now. Sally with some work to do as she takes the run on the horse on the jet ski out at backline. It's a bit wild out there today.
Yeah, water horse is a good word for it, isn't it? It's been really, really crucial for seeing them be able to perform today. Like, thank goodness we've got the use of the ski, because then we get to see some of the best surfers in the world and how they handle these huge, big snap point conditions.
Well, how timely. We've got Stace Galbraith out on the rocks right now to give us a conditions update as we see Sally just bouncing her way around backline on the jet ski. Hey, Stace.
Thanks, Shannon. I'm out the back with Dometic, and yeah, you're right. The gentlemen on the water horses are doing a fantastic job today. Very, very necessary. It's such an awesome asset to have these tools at our disposal, and the drivers operating them, getting the surfers into much more waves and better waves. We've got the tide coming in pretty much all the way till the end of the day. I think it's around about a 5 p.m. high tide, and the tides are a little higher later in the week. Not such a good thing for those tubes behind the rock. However, I think down through Little Marley and into Rainbow Bay, the waves will be doubling up beautifully all day.
Oh, unbelievable. Stace, we just heard Caity Simmers dropped in an 8.17 to back up her 8.33. Selecting those waves with a big open face has been the call so far.
Absolutely, and then underneath that, and what's underpinning her performance is she is just, and it sounds very academic to say this, but she is just surfing. And there's a lot of surfers, they do the QS for a long time, and they look like they're chasing a score. Caity Simmers is just pure instinct. She's just surfing what's in front of her, and I love to see it. It's so refreshing. You know, think back a few days ago, that double barrel at Greenmount, and then how she's throwing in laybacks in sections of the wave where I haven't seen too many of the women with the same lines and approach as Caity. I'm a massive fan right here.
Oh, we couldn't agree more as we come down to just over 15 minutes on the clock. Caity Simmers, Jess, paddled out for her first QS outside of those junior events just 2 years ago in 2020. She's competed in a couple of events, her second one at Morro Bay in Northern California. She walked away with a quarterfinal finish. Then in 2021, coming into her third event ever on the qualifying series, she took away the win at the Jack Surfboards Pro in Huntington Beach. Backed up that win later on that season with the US Open victory, which is a result that most surfers would absolutely love to have up on their wall.
Yeah, and she seems so unassuming to me too. She kind of just slinks around the contest side, and she's really quiet. And like Stace said, I feel like he's made a good point as well with her lines and her creativity and instinctual surfing. She is just surfing, and I love those. I just really like that flat arm, those straight arm kind of John-esque transitions through those sections, and she's very impressive to watch, and something, yeah, a little bit of a different flavour.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. She's got a lot of that casual approach, too, that we see from the likes of Dane Reynolds, that sort of style coming through. And it's been really fun to just watch her surf here this week. I love the fact that she's opened up with such high scores that it's got Sally Fitzgibbons, of all people, into a combination situation, now chasing 2 8s to take the lead away from Simmers. For Sally, she's had an amazing run here in her career. She's competed on the championship tour level here at Snapper for so many years. Her first event back in 2009, she went down to Rebecca Woods, a good friend of ours, in that 9th place finish. But it's been her last 3 performances here between 2017, 2018, and 2019, where she's had some outstanding results, making it to the semifinals every time. She hasn't graduated past that, though. It's been that semi-final result where she's been stuck, and we may be seeing the repeat of it now.
Yeah, that's not a good sign if she's stuck in the semi-funk, because she's comboed, so a brand new heat for her. I don't know if she'd be able to hear that, though, and she was speaking about in a post-heat interview before the fact that she just has to kind of rely on her own thoughts about her ride. So she would know that she has kind of 2 averagey kind of rides when you look at the scale for the rest of the day. I don't know if she's heard what Caity's been able to drop, though. It's really, really tricky with the conditions. So let's see how she plays out the next 13 and a bit minutes.
It's also a bit different today, considering that they're not doing the runaround because they have jet ski assists. Pretty much every other day of competition, these surfers have done 2 or 3 runarounds per heat, which means they're checking in. They're definitely hearing from the beach announcers when they're on the sand. They also maybe have a coach, a friend alongside of them, pepping them up and giving them some advice. Now Sally Fitzgibbons on her own out the back, looking for a combination of a 16.50 to take the lead away from Caity Simmers. We got 12 minutes on the clock. We're going to a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll bring back more action right after this. Many of the best waves in the world breaking in this region here on the Gold Coast of Australia with warm waters, some tropical windy conditions today, but great scoring potential on offer as we are in finals day for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Caity Simmers currently putting Sally Fitzgibbons in a combination situation. Sally now driving hard off the bottom, digging that rail in with a great looking carve to start things off, kicks back into the foam. Now building speed and momentum as she gets a good looking section opening up in front of her, hits it, throws those arms high. Transitions around a big section and lays into the rail. Great looking wave opening up and a lot of opportunity now for Fitzgibbons. She hasn't had a wave with this much size yet in the semifinals. Big float to continue down the line. She makes it past that little corner, transitions into the lip again, and this wave may have even more to give as she goes down past the free surfers at Rainbow Bay. It's just the same that we saw from Nikki Van Dyke, really getting to unleash down the end. It's going to take her a long time to make it back to the top of the lineup.
She almost had the Michael Jackson Thriller claim at the very end as well towards the jet ski, but it just shows the stamina of Sally. I think the conditions when they used to have to run around the last few days would have suited her better because she kind of has that track athlete feel to her as an athlete, but that was a very long wave. I feel like there was a turn in the middle that could have gone either way. It could have been incredible, but she kind of just off-timed it. Here's the replay of this whole wave now. Now lock in. This is a marathon replay. There's a lot of work going on.
You got this, Jess.
Yeah, there's a turn in the middle. I'm just going to wait to see. I think it's this one. Yeah, that one. I feel like she was looking for the projection and she got really light on her feet to come over the top of it, but she was just kind of a little bit too late. But either way, she got to work. Critical surfing down the end. There's the Thriller out of there. Much better wave, I feel like, from Sally. More intention to flare up, less kind of surfing into that 5 or 6 zone. So regardless of what it locks in as the score, the criticalness was there. She's taken out that horizontal surfing and she's going to replace it because she knows she has to step it up right now.
Yeah, she's really got her back against the wall. She needs 2 fresh scores in order to enter the conversation where Caity Simmers is currently sitting. And she's done it with one. She's answered back with a 7.67. Judges rewarding her well, and now she's chasing an 8.83.
Yeah, straight back in the game. Back on the ski and into the lineup. 8 minutes to go. That is plenty of time for the Australian to have a go, but I think Caity's waiting for something special as well. I feel like she's just got that kind of mysteriousness to her surfing with that quietness in the body language and the movement in between turns. You just don't know what to expect from her, and I wouldn't be surprised to see her go to the air as well.
Oh, she definitely would be one of those. And then I could see Sally just answering straight back. If we see Caity go for a big straight air or an air reverse, Sally would answer it, no doubt. Something that's really fun, even though there's just, you know, nearly a generation between these two women, to know the progression that they're both still pushing within the sport. Caity goes down after a big wrap on that one. And Sally now entered into the conversation again. She has already found herself in that excellent range in this competition. It was that round of 16 heat that she had up against Kira Pinkerton, where she found an 8.67. She told me after the heat that it was the first time she's really felt like herself in the lineup in a long time. She's been waiting for a moment like that to put 2 good scores on. She backed it up with a 6-point ride, couldn't quite find another excellent, but it was one of those moments for her that she's now drawing on, knowing she's already put that sort of heat together out here, and she can get herself back into that excellent conversation.
It's interesting to hear that, because it's hard, like I think with the ladies bringing their style into this QS or Challenger Series format, it's so easy to be coached into or change your surfing up to fit the criteria, and sometimes it just takes away a little bit from their unique styles and their creativity and kind of their individuality in the lineup. I think I see that a little bit, and then the ladies that are able to click into what the judging panel wants, but then also be able to express themselves a bit more and not feel so restricted, they're the ones that do some crazy surfing, and that's what I see in Caity, and that's what I see Sally's trying to bring out in herself right now.
Yeah, it's almost like she knows that's where Caity's sitting at the moment, and it's giving her that little extra bit of inspiration to start bringing her own flair and her own style into the game.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to create that point of difference. If all the women left in the draw are doing the similar kind of turns and they look the same, you can only get those 5s or 6s. It's when you start to bring a bit more of that spontaneous approach, as Stacey was saying about Caity, or you bring that extra flair, that extra push, just something a little different to the table. Yeah, that's what's going to push them into that excellent range.
Sitting with priority at the moment is Sally Fitzgibbons, chasing an 8.83 as we're down to the 5.5-minute mark. Caity Simmers has locked in 2 8-point rides to put Sally chasing a big requirement. And this is the first head-to-head matchup that these two have ever had, Jess. But they have surfed against each other in a few different heats. The very first one they ever had was back in 2018, when we were talking before about Caity's breakout year at 12 years old, where she got the opportunity to represent the U.S. at the ISA World Surfing Games. She had a matchup with Sally Fitzgibbons in a 4-person heat. Sally took out the win. Caity took out second. Sally went on to win a gold medal there. It was her second out of 3 ISA World Surfing Games gold medals. And it was a great matchup for a young competitor like Caity to find herself walking in second to a woman with so much experience behind her in Sally Fitzgibbons. Now with a heavy drop, she'll kick out of that without any scoring potential on offer. And I'm sure that in the future, we're going to see these two in a few more great matchups, especially considering that they're both in the mix on the Challenger Series. Now Sally with another opportunity. Remember, she's chasing a huge score. Great rail work to start off on. Horizontal surfing. She's going to look for that little lip line where she can break through and bring in that point of difference within her surfing. Projects through the lip, goes in for a second check to gain some speed, and goes in for a good finish to read through.
I almost think she may have been thinking about a reverse on that end section. Just with the load up on that maneuver, I think she pulled it back right at the last second and decided to close on out with the lip at the same time and just, I don't know, bank that score. But I feel like that approach may have seen, yeah, I mean, I think it's the wrong win for that, but I also think that it might be possible if she goes out into the flats and she kind of doesn't go too high to get blown away and off the wave.
I feel like that's why she took off on a wave of this size as well. Something smaller, but that would offer her a good ramp.
Yeah, surely she's seen the size of Caity's waves and that she's clocking into that scoring potential. Look at the line she takes here. She gets a little lift over this section. That's what I'm talking about with that handwork. And then she just kind of cuts that short. I think if she didn't have that adjustment turn in between the last turn and the other turn, that she would have kind of got a little bit of a launch, or at least a fin release out of that last area. But that's what she's thinking of, something a little different. She needs to bring it. 8.83 is a big ask.
It is a very big ask, especially with only 3 minutes on the clock. Caity Simmers will be sitting out the back with priority, using those very limited amount of hours in the competitive jersey for Caity, walking away with some Pro Junior victories, some QS victories, and Challenger Series victories. It's exciting to see her finding such good rhythm out here. The judges really enjoying that casual approach that she has while still being extremely, extremely technical.
Yeah, they are really enjoying her casual approach. I don't know any of the other ladies that really show that. I mean, when I think about the differences in style, I think about the first few times that Tyler was doing those drop wallets on her forehand, and now it seems like all of the women have worked that into their repertoire for competition. And so there's something else now, and the next thing is the style, the differences in style. So Caity just really showing something a little different, and the, I guess, capacity to have confidence enough in herself to not oversurf every section and just lay low on style for a bit. She's been rewarded right now. She's done the most critical surfing.
We saw her with that wave in the opening rounds of competition, where it only came through in that 7-point ride, but it was literally just Caity getting a feel of the wave here at Snapper, and it was one of the most beautiful moments I think we saw in competition this week.
Yeah, I think that was the time when I said that it looks like she's flying down the line on a twin fin. She was really feeling it, and that's the most dangerous spot that a competitor can kind of get into in relation to other competitors. They just in the zone, feeling the flow. That's it.
Having a look now, Leo Fioravanti having a chat with head judge Pratamo, Will Hayden-Smith there from the Tours and Competitions team. That was a really, really tight heat, Jess. Nolan Raposa walked away with a heat total of a 14.90. Leo with a 14.50. Sally Fitzgibbons, we're going to track with her though. Going big out the back on those first couple of maneuvers. She's going to have to kick out because Caity Simmers had priority. This is an interesting situation because Sally Fitzgibbons did cross over the path of Caity dropping in. Caity then fell on the takeoff. Sally well out of her way.
Oh, talk about drama. I want to see the replay here because I feel like something really critical happened on the takeoff for Sally on this bigger wave. And she looks at priority. She has no other line to take. She's on such a trajectory across Caity's path. She has to go up over there. This is the very end of the semi-final. It's all going to come down to that last interaction. I think Sally's got a score to drop, and there's an interaction to lock in. I don't know which way that's going to fall personally.
What a moment. Coming down to the final 30 seconds. It would have been a big ask regardless for Sally to get into that near 9. She was chasing an 8.83.
I think she might have done something pretty critical on the outside, but also I think she's going to get flexed here for that priority interference. I mean, there's not really any other way to see it. I guess I'm seeing from the perspective of she had nowhere else to go, but she wasn't paying enough attention at the start, and there it is, Shannon.
Priority interference determined. Sally Fitzgibbons on Caity Simmers. So Sally loses her second scoring wave. She's now sitting with a single wave score of a 7.67. Will not have the second there. And Caity Simmers locks herself a spot into the final. So much excitement to see Caity there again, thinking of that moment of her making it into the finals at the US Open for her very first Challenger Series event. And a huge loss for Sally Fitzgibbons, who was absolutely in form but had a massive score requirement. And she's fallen out with that interference as we take a look at the Harvey Norman recap.
Yeah, huge, bigger, chunky sections for Caity. Look at the big piece of rail work, smoother controlled under pressure here with, know, the well-established veteran of Sally chasing her, hot on the heels, just really committed, relaxed approach, great unique style, and just looked really light on her feet. That's why she was able to capitalise on the situation out there. And I think, personally, showed her true competitive fangs there. I haven't seen that from her. She always seems kind of disengaged from the other competitors. So putting down these two huge, excellent scores, so much flow and variety, and then to make a fang move like that, that is the exact thing that you want to see coming into a conversation about the championship tour. I mean,
unbelievable. Last year at the US Open, Caity Simmers.
Really? Like, literally, like, this is the next pin to the rock. I know, I was wondering, like, oh, God. That was literally yelling my belt. It's like, oh. But go get it. Go one more.
The support and encouragement last year at the US Open. Caity took out Courtney Conlog in the semifinals to book herself a spot in the finals. She's now taken out Sally Fitzgibbons in the semifinals of the first Challenger Series event of the year. Who will she match up against? Molly Picklum and Betty Lou Johnson hitting the lineup now for semifinal number 2. We'll take a quick break and be back with the action.
Gold Coast has always been one of my favourite places in the whole world. Not only does it have incredible waves, but the whole area has so much potential. There's so many beautiful sights, good people, good food. I just love it. It's nice to be able to reconnect with the whole area, and everything's so close, and there's so many great restaurants. There's amazing attractions to see, and the beaches are just incredible.
We are here at the beautiful Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, and we've got one finalist decided in Caity Simmers. Now in semifinal number 2, we're going to be taking a look at Molly Picklum and Betty Lou Johnson.
Oh, applause for Caitlin Simmers. That performance out there, outstanding. So many different aspects of that I enjoyed, you know, in addition to the incredible surfing. So first finalists. Let's see how this one pans out, though. This is another nice battle of the rookies, Shannon.
This is going to be an incredible matchup. These two took those spots. Well, Betty Lou Johnson took her spot on the championship tour at the start of this year by qualifying within those top 6. Then Molly Picklum got the call up when Caity Simmers denied her spot and got a rookie start to the championship tour at Pipeline. She's now out with a 6.67 on the scoreboard for this first wave.
Yeah, legs looking refreshed after what she was speaking about, that fatigue yesterday. And she's getting straight to work. It's nice mid-range score, critical end section as well. So paid that. There's a replay from Betty. Beautiful first turn, really sharp and concise. And again, see how quick she kind of flicks that board up into the lip and how much spray goes shooting out behind her. It just gives you an indication of the speed she's got.
She is such a fast surfer. So is Molly Picklum. Molly's setting herself up very well here with a 6.67. And both women falling shy of the midseason cut after the Margaret River Pro, getting that opportunity to serve 5 championship tour events at the start of this year. Molly Picklum finishing out just ahead of Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. Molly around that 12th place ranking position. Betty Lou a few spots behind. And they're both now looking for that opportunity to gain requalification and to really start to show that pathway that the Challenger Series has introduced. Going that we're now looking at a restructure of a 3-tier system. Surfers coming up from that qualifying series, that regional qualifying series into the Challenger Series. But then we've got this pack of surfers that have fallen off the championship tour and they're now entering the Challenger Series with that opportunity to get straight back on for next year. We could see these 2 women doing just that. The trumpet in the background just makes it all so good. And Caity Simmers, casual as ever, soaking it all in.
Yes, soaking in that moment, because that was a really big victory for her, and she's found herself in the final. It's a huge spot to be in. She's going to have to overtake the likes of one of these 2 rookies that are in this semi-final, though, if she wants to take the Gold Coast crown. Now, Molly and Betty both opened up with similar scores, a really small difference there. First, the Betty Lou's a 6.83. Molly's a 6.67, so not much in the way of difference. The judges going just the tiniest fraction of a point above Molly's on Betty's opening ride, and I think it would have been that first manoeuvre, if you want to split hairs. It would have been the criticalness and the crispness, I think, of that first manoeuvre, but to open up with rides like this, you know, they're chasing down those 8+ rides that Caity was able to find.
How hungry do you get as a competitor knowing the heat before was dropping big numbers like that?
Well, as an ever competitor, I feel like, at least from Molly's side, you know, that Australian feel about competitive surfing is you kind of want to be the one they're talking about all the time. You don't want to be that heat that everyone goes, oh, that was a really small scoring heat. You want to be that kind of highlighted heat, that flashcard heat for everybody, and Molly has been that in her side of the draw, and so has Betty Lou. So I feel like it's going to be a bit of fireworks going into this semi-final number 2, Shannon.
Yeah, it's pretty unreal looking back to their journeys into competitive surfing. For Betty Lou, she won the very first qualifying series she entered back at the 2020 Papara Pro Open in Tahiti. She was 14 years old. It was her first QS. Molly Picklum made the finals of her first QS ever, which was at the 2018 Car Pro at Maroubra. She was just 15 years old, fell out in that 2nd place position behind Kobe Enright. So they've both been at the peak of those conversations earlier in their career.
And I've seen them, I guess, outside of the jersey, both being quite willing to offer up the honest truth about their experiences in their post-heat interviews and in any of their content. They seem to be not afraid to call it, and they're okay to say when they're tired, but they're also okay to say when they think that they're doing really well, and I like that kind of feel about the rookie class.
Yeah, we really heard that coming through from Molly Picklum specifically, that confidence coming out of Sunset Beach, out of the championship tour event. I remember a couple of those post-heat interviews from Hawaii. Her just saying, listen, the rookie pack is here, we all believe in ourselves, and we're here to take down the big ones. There was no doubt within that self-confidence is there across the pack this year.
Yeah, and look at that weather just moving in. I feel like we just felt it hit the contest zone. That's a little bit more wind and a little bit more pressure for the competitors to deal with.
21 minutes on the clock. Caity Simmers has booked herself a spot in the finals. She's there with Stace Galbraith.
Not only showcasing exceptional variety and talent on the wave face, but competitive prowess beyond your years, Caity. We all love that move at the end there.
I don't know. That was pretty eggy on my part, but I don't know. I don't like that part of competitive surfing, but I kind of have to do it, so.
Everyone does it. I've watched Andy Irons do it out here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Looking forward to the final now. How are you feeling?
I'm definitely really tired from just battling the current, but I don't know. The ski's kind of nice. It makes it less paddling, but still a lot of paddling, so hopefully I can do one more.
Do you feel like you're performing the way you want to when you came here a week ago and started training?
Yeah, I mean, it's not as perfect as like
I definitely have had some really like rough heats where I barely make it. But I mean, I guess you can't peak too early, so hopefully I peak in the final.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Best of luck for the final, Caity.
Caity Simmers into the finals again. That was her third semifinal matchup out of 5 Challenger Series events. 3 semis, 5 contests. She's now booked herself into the finals for a second time. She has an insanely bright future ahead of her, as does Molly Picklum, because we've just seen an 8-point ride drop through for the pickle.
Ooh, Betty Lou. She needs to answer back. Here's the replay from the 8 for Molly. Starts off with a setup cutback. This thing must really stand up through the inside for her. Ooh, slides the tail out there on that first section. Critical drop from the roof and then straight up into the end section. I feel like that was more of a look to the heavens for some more energy in those pickle legs, because she is literally just putting everything into it. Caity was just speaking about peaking at the right time. It seems like Molly's just pushing and pushing, and she has to, up against someone like Betty, who's just silently waiting for a chance to attack out there in semi-final number 2. Here she is, Shannon.
With a foamy takeoff, she'll get to her feet. She's gonna decide to stick with this one, possibly because she just burned so much space wrapping down snapper. Now linking into a nice connection with the lip, kicks out, she'll get straight to that jet ski. So a little bit of a missed opportunity there from the takeoff for Betty Lou. She's had a great run here as well, kind of like Caity, starting off with a couple of slower heats, but then she locked herself into a 9.3 in the round of 16 up against Yolanda Hopkins, and just had an outstanding heat and an outstanding moment to then feel like she was back and ready to go after a tough year on the championship tour.
Yeah, she has been the standout competitor too, I think, combination-wise on the forehand for the ladies going through the rounds. She just seems to have been able to cleanly put everything together. I've enjoyed the insight that Stacey's been getting with her as well, with that Dometic out the back. She's just she only has kind of one-word answers to everything, and she's really reserving her energy for herself and for her own performance rather than just giving it all out, which I feel like we've been speaking about is quite easy to do in a contest zone. So I'd love to see her get into one of those big chunky sections and just really push Molly to kind of up the ante again. And these two, I feel like it's going to be an ongoing conversation. They're just going to push each other and push each other.
Yeah, we're going to see that for many years within their career. Both of them getting a start on the championship tour. Betty Lou made it the farthest in the draw for a CT event. She walked away with the semi-finals at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Went down to Brisa Hennessy, who eventually won for her very first championship tour victory, which was exciting to see. On the other side of it, Molly Picklum walked away with 2 quarterfinal finishes. Incredibly impressive consistency for her in her rookie year. A quarterfinal at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, and then at the Margaret River Pro, putting together some really outstanding performances. And it was exciting for me watching as a fan, as someone who cares so much about women's surfing, to be able to see these young names coming up still as teenagers in the conversation, to find themselves in finals day conversations on the championship tour, where it takes a lot of surfers many more years than that to ever reach those kind of results.
Yeah, absolutely, Shannon. And just a little bit off topic, and back to Caity Simmers' post-heat interview, I'm going to have to ask the question, and I know this may be super Australian of me, but what does she mean by that she felt like it was kind of eggy, that move that she pulled priority-wise? That's not a term I'm familiar with, really.
I'm going to just loosely translate, and I think it just means it wasn't very cool. She knew that what she was doing was a competitive tactic, but in any day of the week, she wouldn't have wanted to pull a move like that on somebody else, just kind of like not the coolest thing to do. Where she is somebody who is just a great person to be around all the time. I think that for her, partly some of that competitive aspect is most likely that she's been coached into really knowing that she needs to rely on those strategies occasionally and start bringing them into her surfing, where clearly her surfing speaks for herself. And she had Sally chasing a near 9 for a requirement, but she also had the control in that situation to be able to use a move like that. And I think it's just one thing that continues to strike me about Caity's competitive surfing is that she doesn't actually like bringing that stuff into play.
Yeah, she doesn't like it, but she knows how to execute it under pressure. And you can, like, guarantee Sally would have done the exact same thing to her given the opportunity and given the situation. There's no way competitively and strategically Sally would have let that go untapped.
I agree. I think that's where Caity's team has really been working with her behind the scenes on that side. Just under 15 minutes on the clock. Betty Lou having a look at that one, goes down under the lip. Molly sitting out the back. Small scores to come through. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll bring you back more action for semifinal number 2. And we're back. Molly Picklum already sitting in the lead with an 8 and a 6.67. She's now going to lay into a great snap on the lip. Linking it together on the inside. That wave fizzles out. She decides that scoring potential is finished. She's already put Betty Lou Johnson chasing a 7.85, and if she can increase on that 6, it's going to be a very big ask for the North Shore local.
Yeah, she's definitely got her back against the ropes at the moment, but we have seen some excellent scores, as you were alluding to earlier on in the rounds for Betty Lou. There's still plenty of gems out there in the lineup. You can still turn around any second at the point and swing under a really big barrel or a big open face. Here she goes.
With an opportunity in front of her, finding a nice clean face to work with. Connects on the first turn. Nice top to bottom, rotation on the second. Connects with the lip again. This wave is giving her a lot to work with and really allowing her to unleash that power. I love that little claim at the finish as well, just showing that confidence behind her.
Game on, Molly. This is going to be a score for Betty Lou. And this is exactly how we'd love to see semi-final number 2 pan out, when they just push and push and push each other and really find the boundaries of the scoring potential today. There's some critical maneuvers in that, particularly that final one. I think this is going to come in at a really, really high score. Smooth in between the turns, top to bottom surfing, little to no movement in transition and using every critical section. Let's see, these last 2 maneuvers are really, really clutch for her. This one particularly, really, really big amount of energy up through the lip. Let's see how that locks in. Here's the replay from last of Molly.
Molly then looking for this finish on the inside.
Yeah, big section and really, really putting it up there, but that was kind of only the one critical turn for her. She's still sitting up with that high 6.67. Here's a replay from the last ride. Huge, big set wave. Almost looks like she got towed in. Drops out below sea level and puts it up there in the lip. all on the line. You can hear the beach announcer as well, and the rest of the crowd just going mental at that last section. She really threw it all up there, but just kind of got engulfed by the ocean's power today, Shannon.
Taking a chunk out of Nolan Raposa in that last men's quarterfinal, going huge on a good section to finish off with. Doesn't land it. Scores to come through now. Molly Picklum, for her previous wave, dropped in a 5.17, so it doesn't improve her situation. Just a 1.43 for that fall on the end. Did look like she got towed into it. She just whipped through so quick.
Yeah, it kind of looked like she did get whipped into that thing.
Fun.
So much speed and a real kind of toe-in vibe about the start of it.
She's doing her push-up. She's got that paddle power going on to get into those bigger sets. She's currently sitting in the lead with a score to come now for Betty Lou Secours-Johnson, chasing that 7.85. Molly sitting with a great heat total at the moment. And Betty Lou had a really incredible result to finish out the Challenger Series. She walked away with the win at the Michelob Ultra Pure Gold Haleiwa Challenger. And it was an incredible result for her on her way to qualifying for the championship tour for Betty Lou Secours-Johnson. It was a 4-woman final because in Hawaii we have to run those events with 4 women within them. And she took out Gabriella Bryan, Carissa Moore, and India Robinson on her way.
Yeah, so having Molly put up scores like that really early on, there's, I mean, she can handle the pressure. Betty Lou's been in this situation before with people with dropping scores like that on her, and she's going to be able to handle that. I'm just waiting to see that score lock in. They're taking a long time. They're probably really, really looking at it, comparing it to Molly's 8, comparing it to her 6.67, and having a look at the criticalness.
Betty Lou there just stuck in such an intense current. Molly on the paddle, back up, declines the lift on the ski. And have a look at where Betty Lou was sitting in the lineup. She's just sitting right out from that keyhole. That current pulling so strong, sucking her away. She's got that priority, and she knows she needs a big wave. In her quarterfinal, she was fully on the hunt for a barrel, one of those waves that was really sucking out, pulling the sand within it, and I think that's going to be what she's looking for now.
Yeah, and look at the weather, Shannon. It is blasting past so quickly. The amount of wind, the amount of swell that's pulsing around. Look at that score for Betty Lou as well as Molly jumps on the ski.
Betty Lou gets the score she required. It's an 8.83, takes her into the leading position over Molly Picklum. Molly now chasing a 7.67, and the tables have turned. As we see Betty Lou with an opportunity, she kicks out. Took a long time for the judges to debate that last wave. A couple, actually 3 of them going into that 9-point range, Jess.
Yeah, it was an excellent, excellent wave for Betty Lou, and up there above Molly's 8. So right, just as we were hoping, back to back, hit for hit at the moment between these 2 ladies and these rookies. 7 minutes at the moment. We've shifted things up. Molly's got some work to do. Betty's in the lead.
Down to 7 minutes on the clock. Molly would just be receiving that information, if she can even hear while she's on the ski. Getting that drop off the top. Now learning that she needs to do nearly the same, find herself with a high 7 to back up that 8-point ride to take herself into a leading position over Betty Lou. This is a really fun heat, being able to see both of them get those big opportunities. We saw Sally trying for something like this, really looking for that big opportunity, but just could never quite find that connection with the ocean and the right wave in the last heat. And a really bumpy paddle through Molly Picklum.
It's like ultimate storm surf is happening right now in semi-final number 2. It's raging.
And she just gets a chip in on this one. Straight into the lip. Good looking wall in front of her. Gets a little bit bumpy there, but she maintains control. Does a little hand drag to transition on the finish. That was a really solid maneuver. I love being able to hear the cheers on the beach, Jess. Everyone just erupting when these women pull together. Such incredible surfing.
Yeah, I'm grinning ear from ear. It's just hit for hit from these rookies. They're pushing the sport. They're pushing that entertainment factor. I love that. It was almost a that's gold claim. Look at this first huge section. She just up and over the top, and then she just goes into absolute attack mode. This is really chunky, just straight to the lip. That's gold, out of there. Look at this angle. You can just see how much water she has to contend with. And the weight, the volume of that lip as well. That's no little nice polished bit of coping for her to connect with. That's a big, thick snapper lip.
It is heavy out there today. The conditions we knew would be getting bigger through the afternoon. It's going to get really, really big and really windy over the next few days, but so much of that weather has already arrived. 5 minutes on the clock, and there is an epic battle going down in the lineup. Betty Lou with a snap to start. Now around the section into the next. She's going to hope for more opportunity here. That wave shuts down on her. Still waiting for scores now for Molly Picklum on that last 2-turn combo, Jess, to see if they're going to reward her with at least that 7.67. And it's in. It's an 8.23. Glenn Micro Hall, Molly's coach there with the stare. Scores in, and Molly's back into the lead. Betty Lou down into second. This is such an exciting heat. Betty now chasing a high 7 to get the advancing position over Moll. You can't even... Jess is literally toe tapping in the booth. She's so excited to see this sort of swinging going down between two that have just come off of their rookie season.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to see from the women's semi-final. You just want to see these huge, big answer backs just pushing continuously of themselves and each other. I'm not sure. I wonder if Caity Simmers is watching this as well. This is who's going to meet her in the final later on today.
It's going to be an insane final. Stace Galbraith, you're with Micro.
Little surprise there, Micro.
Yeah, I don't know what these things mean in this. It's like, I think it's code for something.
What about the wave? You think she turns the heat there?
Yeah, for sure. I think committed surfing's been the trend all day of what they're rewarding. So taking off out behind the rock there and going for it, I think you kind of have to give the scores. But they're both ripping. It's been a sick heat to watch.
Absolutely, going blow for blow. That was such an entertaining ride, and you must be proud of Molly's commitment, particularly to that end section.
For sure, especially after giving those signals like something's going on, and then regather and put yourself out behind the rock there where it's just creepy no matter what's going on, and then just rolling in and going like that. It's pretty proud of her for sure.
Only Dolphins here on the Gold Coast. I'll leave you back to it, mate. Thanks, Shannon.
Thanks so much. Love the insight from Micro. You can hear the roughness in his voice too. He has been down here cheering on the whole pack of the Micro crew. A lot of them finding some success, some great waves out here, and man, Molly in with a couple of 8s out the back behind the rock. Heavy conditions out in the lineup today. I am so impressed with the performance that we're witnessing.
Yeah, I mean, Molly doesn't seem rattled, like Micro said. Impressive recomposure from her. This is what you have to deal with as a competitive surfer. She's a professional. Nature will throw anything and everything at you, including 6-foot thumping swell and wind and anything coming around that point. So to be able to regain your composure and then throw down one of the highest wave scores of this semi-final against an in-form Hawaiian, it just shows. It shows how they're pushing each other. 7.4 now required. Betty Lou in priority. 2 minutes to go, Shannon. Anything can happen. The ladies are sitting pretty close, I think. Up, or is that the guy from the next semi-final? Let's have a look. Oh, it's from the next semi, but Betty Lou's just making that beeline angle into position. I heard Bud speaking about it earlier. Making that intentional paddle to the takeoff zone and coming in at an angle. You get pushed down really quickly, but you're kind of making the decision to pull the trigger.
Pushing themselves into the spot, as Tommy Witz referred to it, with what we saw from a hungry Steph Gilmore when she was looking for that spot deep behind the rock. Now down to 90 seconds on the clock. We've got the men's semi-finals paddling out next with Sheldon Simkis and Max Huchenote. Second semi-final will be Callum Robson and Nolan Raposa. And this is turning out to be an exceptional finals day for the very first event of the Challenger Series. 8 events on the calendar. We could not have hoped for a better start to the year. Down to just 65 seconds to go. Molly sitting with second priority. Betty Lou with priority with the pick and the control of the lineup. She has a look at that one, decides not to go, maybe just a little bit too deep. She's chasing a 7.40. She's already locked in an 8.83, the highest wave of the heat, going to Betty Lou. But Molly being able to find 2 8s on a day like this has been incredible to take her through to that lead right now.
Yeah, she's just been able to find them the whole time. The whole event, she's been able to just really suss out the lineup and and figure it out, and obviously onto something good with Micro. Have a really good working relationship. And Betty, 2 turns from her though. It's going to require Molly to get something else again. I wouldn't mind seeing that in the last 20 seconds of this semi. I think it would be a really exciting way to finish off a really dramatic heat.
Well, I love the way that Molly's clearly on the hunt right now, knowing that it's just a few seconds left. She's going to take any opportunity if it comes to her. And the countdown has begun. The heat is over. Molly Picklum is in the finals of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, an Australian up against a Californian for the women's finals. She'll be battling out Caity Simmers, both of them getting into that excellent range, stringing together incredible heats, both finding 2 8s in their semifinals, Jess. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson matching it back this run. The semifinals is going to do so well for her in her campaign to requalify onto the championship tour. But it was Molly Picklum who started off with this 8-point ride in the Harvey Norman recap that got this thing under control.
Oh, critical surfing. What else can you say? But it was really Betty Lou who pushed this result here for Molly. She really, really put her up against the fence with surfing like we've seen throughout her whole campaign here on the Challenger Series on the Gold Coast. So, I mean, kudos to Betty Lou, the Hawaiian, critical surfing. She pushed Molly to have to find something like this and just lay her life on the line up in these big, chunky sections. I love the rookie class. They're just really, really pushing the performance of women's surfing, and that was a great example of it.
It's going to be an incredible matchup in the finals as Caity Simmers, declining her championship tour opportunity, opened up the door for Molly Picklum, and now we're going to have the 2 of them in the final. Coming up next, Sheldon Simkis, Max Huguenot in the men's semifinal. Stay tuned for more action right after this.
Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl. This is the first step on the pathway to the championship tour for these competitors here on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie Blakey with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, thanks for having us.
Mate, it's great to have you here, Ronnie, and we've had some fun calls. It started with 96 men. We're down to 4. We are one sort of match for each competitor from a final.
Yeah, it's going to be big too. This first heat is an absolute beauty, and 2 of the real campaigners desperate to get into that final, give themselves a great chance of getting onto the championship tour. Sheldon Simkis, who hasn't had a QS victory even, so he's after his first big major win, and the local boy, he's going to be up against it. Maxime Huguenot has had some huge results in the past, a former world junior champ. And just last month, he had a victory over in a major qualifying event on his road to earn his place on this Challenger Series. This one during the break, Maxime getting started. Wow, big hit there.
Yeah, one big hit. We've seen one big hit rewarded.
Plenty of swell out there at the moment. The surfers really having to battle some difficult conditions. Once you're on that open face, you can still let go of a number of turns, string those combinations together, but you've got to fight for position out there on the outside behind the rock here at Snapper. As soon as you're off that ski, you know, the marathon work really begins.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, you've got to tack back, you've got to hold your position, you don't want to get swept off the bank. You want to be there to take advantage of these ones that are coming from around the rock and next to it.
Here goes Sheldon, who's from just south of the border in Tweed Heads, but spends most of his time in this zone right here at Snapper Rocks. And he's got the hometown crowd behind him, cheering him on to a big finish in this contest. But Maxime will make life hard. Great string of manoeuvres here. It's a smaller ride, though. And Sheldon not giving up on this wave. Great variation. And this is some of the most solid, confident surfing we've seen from him in the jersey. And, yeah, couldn't be pulling it out at a better time.
Well, a really good time because both Maxime and Shelley have both been connecting the waves. Their wave selection has been brilliant. They've been so busy with major manoeuvres on each wave they've got. And this wave, even though it's a small to medium wave, Shelley, a bit of progressive surfing mixed in with traditional carving.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Sheldon. You know, what kind of surfer is he? There's not much of him. He's a pretty lanky, skinny guy, but he does have some big power turns that he can lean into as well.
Yeah, and he does it at speed. He's a really fast surfer. You put him on an open face out here at Snapper, and you know, he's had some great battles through the club events. You know, we've got some pretty good depth in the club. And Shelley, I've seen him come through. He's a brilliant tube rider. He loves it, you know, slotting in behind the rock.
Oh, I mentioned that he hasn't had that big breakthrough victory in a QS event before even. I should mention, though, he's been in 5 finals. So he often gets himself to the pointy end of a heat draw. Really consistent performer. Maxime, though, as I said earlier on, he's had some really big wins. He'd love another one here. This guy's come so close to qualifying in the past. A victory in the first Challenger Series event of the year would be massive for him. Even making the final is a massive head start on the field.
Yeah, well, Sheldon came in there with a 5.17 on that opener. So that's it wasn't his opener, but it was his opening good scoring wave. And Maxime, a different approach, just going for big moves straight up, and Sheldon getting dropped off there. Looks like a little bit further behind the rock.
Yeah, that's right.
And coming at it from a good angle.
Really different stories on both sides of the men's draw. As we hear the chants going up for, I think, Molly Picklum out there at the moment. But yes, really different stories on either side of the semi-final draw here, Bugs. You've got the 2 campaigners who've been at it on the qualifying series, now the Challenger Series for a couple of years. And then on the other side, you've got the surfers with that CT experience, Callan Robson and Leonardo Fioravanti. Leo, though, he's looking to get himself back onto the CT, falling below the cut line after stop number 5.
Yeah, well, that's right.
Oh, have a look at this thing on the outside. Looking to set up the tube, but drives around it. Could see that wave clamping. Sheldon, he had a 5.17 earlier on. He's desperately hanging on, looking to maybe get around the section here. Yeah, sorry, I mentioned Leo Fioravanti. He was, of course, in the quarterfinals, but it's Nolan Raposo. You're spot on, Bugs. Nolan Raposo is going to battle in that second semi-final. What a run from him in the contest. As we see Sheldon again making his way down the line here.
Yeah, we don't know what this wave's going to do. He's hanging in there with it. Is it going to offer something through Rainbow? It's kind of a similar wave to the one, his first one. I see a lot of similarities in that. It's got this weird little wave in front of it. Oh, that was nice. So he's making the most of it. He really made the most of it.
Yeah, that second last turn, he really saved it.
Yeah.
It was in danger of bogging down on that move, but ripped through it and made something of that ride. But yeah, the point that I really wanted to make was in that quarterfinal battle, I think the most accomplished surfers from the CT ranks were really in the bottom half of the draw. Nolan Raposa kind of upset the rhythm on that other side of the draw, and he's going to be campaigning too. So Maxime, Nolan, they've been chasing this dream for a number of years, but both of them really standing up here at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, well, no matter what, all four surfers have got to keep a result. The worst they can do is equal third here in the Boost Mobile Pro. That's a keeper.
Yeah, that's a good point. And all the competitors are aware that they're going to count on their top 5 finishes through the 8-event leg here on the Challenger Series. So this is a big result already. Of course, there is more points up for grabs still.
And Ronnie, when you really look at, that it's really 5 of 8, you've got to be starting to think that not much below a 5th will count.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be tight, I think, when we get to the end of the year. It'll be intense going into that final contest. But right now, 19.5 minutes to go. We are going to hear from one of our finalists on the women's side, Molly Picklum with Stace.
They're the kind of heats you want to have before a final.
That was intense. I feel like Betty Lou was always going to put it to me, and starting off with a 6, it sounds good, but against her, it's definitely not. And after my 8, I was like, okay. And then when she needed the 7-4, I was like, I'm still not safe. Like, this cannot drag on any longer. And my watch paused, so I had no idea how long it was going. But that was intense. I kind of didn't know what was going on, but I'm really happy to have found 2 waves. And yeah, be into the final, I'm stoked.
So you knew you needed a score when you paddled in that last one?
I actually didn't, but I watched her wave as I was going on the ski, and I was like, okay, I think I'm definitely going to need a score. And I kind of just went blank and I knew if I squared up out the back, kind of near the rock, I was going to get a big score. And once I made that first one, I just knew I had to finish to hopefully get another 8. But yeah, I'm really happy that went my way.
How good would it feel to kick off the year with a win here?
Yeah, unbelievable. I feel like my momentum's just getting stronger and stronger. So to get that, it would feel really good. And yeah, I feel like everything's right there. I've just got to surf 2 more waves, 1 more heat.
Yeah, you do. Good luck.
Thank you, Stace. Molly Picklum will take on Caity Simmers in the final of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by Rip Curl for the women. And we'll see what's happening on the men's side. So let's have a look at the run to the final for the women. You got to say, semi-final number 1, that's a massive result for Caity Simmers. Sally Fitzgibbons, so seasoned, knows how to close out events of this size, but Caitlin's making a habit of getting to finals as well.
The one thing with Caitlin and Molly was that they both scored in the excellent range. They had really big total combined totals, so that makes for an awesome final.
Really big bounce back, though, from the disappointment of missing the cut for Sally Fitzgibbons and Betty Lou. That's huge. To come here to the Gold Coast, I know they were both crushed after missing the back half of the season, so that they've really turned it around here at Snapper.
They've really turned it around. They've got keeper results, and it just puts them in good stead to carry on with the rest of the Challenger Series, to getting off to that really solid start. And it's a reset of your mindset, really. And this is the arena they are in now.
17 minutes to go here. Maxime with a good-looking section to kick this ride off. Drifts that tail, loses control, and he'll go down. Sheldon, meanwhile, drops a 5.03 on his last ride.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to feature in the final calculations. So really what we've got right now is Maxine with a slight advantage on the 1 wave, the 5.9 to the 5.17, but considering what these guys are capable of, we've got 16.5 minutes remaining. We are sort of drawing towards the end of the first half. And here's Sheldon.
Well, trying to improve on a 5.03. Nice first turn. The crowd getting right behind him now with each move, much like we saw from Stephanie Gilmore earlier in the contest. She got to her feet. Every time she hit the lip, there was a big roar from the crowd. But that wave's not going to help him.
No, that's not going to help him. Now, we don't know what this is going to do, but Maxime has been doing this stuff. Oh, that's a big fall for him right there.
He hasn't been doing that. The first turn, he's been doing plenty of. But Maxime goes down. That's a couple of falls for him now.
Now, you've got to start thinking about whether, you know, the stamina, the endurance, it's not so much the fitness. There's a lot of mental endurance when you've got 4 big heats in these sort of conditions in one day.
For them, for us. I mean, we rocked up here straight after WA for the Margaret River Pro, and you know, we actually haven't seen that much daylight outside of the booth, Bugs. We've been down here first light. The crew's been working overtime. Want to send a big shout out to our broadcast team who are out there battling the elements at the moment to bring you this vision. It's been a grind the last 5 days of competition, and it's all going to wrap up this afternoon.
And really, it's simply because of this system that's now really influencing on a local level. It's coming from the northwest. It's coming from inland in north. There's a lot of rain up there, but it's sucking this easterly wind now. It's gone from south to southeast to easterly. You know, it's kind of been a little bit saved by the higher tide, I feel, Ronnie. It would have got really wild, and you know, it's not giant, but it's unruly.
Unruly is a good word for it. Numbers coming through for Maxime, not going to help him. Took a fall on that last one. Still after a 4.3. I want to be where Kaipo is.
I'm in the VIP area right now. Everyone's getting behind the local boy, Sheldon Simkis, at the Cooper's Bar. And of course, after this, we're going to have a big celebration to crown our champ on both the men's and the women's. And my celebration goes in this order. I go with the orange to start, then to the green, and I finish the whole thing with the beautiful blue Pacific. Can't wait to crown a champ.
Good stuff, Kaipo. And we'll be there to join you very soon, mate. But right now, we've got some big semi-final heats to get through. Sheldon's dropping a number, and it doesn't look like it's going to factor into this heat. So both surfers back out there at the takeoff spot, Bugs, and Maxime getting that priority.
And I feel this is the critical part of the semi-final. This next exchange could be very significant in the outcome.
Well, a nice turn there. And Maxime's really got to start to finish these rides off. He's going to go down again. I'm sure his camp, whoever's on his side here and sort of willing him to get through this heat, is just saying, settle down just a little bit. You know, you still want to be aggressive when you get the right section, but he's had a number of falls now.
And he hasn't picked a wave that's gone past that point, really. And he's gone down. Looks like Sheldon's trying to now be a little bit more selective. He knows, and in many of his heats, it's been the second half where he's really turned it on. And he's come home strong in over some very worthy opponents and come home with a wet sail and for the victory.
Well, Sheldon had a shocker on the Challenger Series last year.
Yeah, he did.
Scrambled into the Challenger Series events with a great performance in the last contest here. As you see Maxime up, strong turn to get started. Big section here. Throws the layback just the 2 turns, but he doesn't need much, just a 4.3 to get into first.
Yeah, we're seeing, look, and we know how dangerous he would be. If he gets one of these connectors also, that take him well down into Rainbow, he'll just reel those. He's been unbelievable at reeling these big, massive lip blasts off. And this is another one where, yeah, I mean, that's 2 strong manoeuvres.
We called a heat with Ramsey Bookham earlier, and we were talking about him just, you know, over a decade toiling away on the qualifying series and trying to get himself onto the CT ranks. And every once in a while he'd break through for this win, which would just, you know, reinstate that belief that he could get to the championship tour if he could find some consistency and get to the later stages of these draws more often. And he was able to do it here at this first Challenger Series event. And Maxime's kind of suffered from the same inconsistencies. He's often got himself to the quarterfinals. Today finds himself in the semis, but you know, he's got to just do it a couple more times in a season to get himself onto the CT. Just over 11 minutes remaining here. We're going to take a quick break. Here's semi-final number 1 underway. It's time for a quick bonsai brew break. Welcome back to the show. Semi-1 underway. And at the moment, 9.5 minutes remaining. Sheldon Simkus has been pushed back into second position. And the Frenchman, Maxime Husseneau, has jumped ahead. His last ride came through at a 5.33. He's out there with priority.
And the reason he's got priority is that Sheldon actually took a quick wave and just inexplicably fell off on the takeoff. But he might have got another wave since then, because I just saw the jet ski coming out the back while we're in break.
Yeah, the ski marching through all that chop. Big day for the Water Patrol team. And here we go. Maxime, just a sideways slip into this wave. Has a whole lot of speed. This wave stretching out, but he's going to get back out in front of it. Big section here. Well, nice carve off the top there, and really feels like he's starting to settle into this battle against the local boy. Up into the lip. Big slice off the top there. Again, now climbing vertically. This is turning out to be a great ride. He's trying to get rid of a 5.33, wants to increase this lead. Feels like he's going to do it. We'll see how well he can finish this ride off. Just mixing things up with those carving turns. This wave's starting to split away. He's going to kick out, but just on 8 minutes to go, and that might go into the top 2.
I believe it will. Right through that middle part of that wave, he had to race that whitewater section. You could tell that he saw something in it, because just the way he paddled onto it, he wanted it. Look, it looks like he could give up on this wave. He's in the foam ball. And then here, he doesn't muck around. He's going down, streaking down. He goes around that water, no float. He wants to do a big carve here. And this wave here, he gets one more section and he pulls back over to wait for the wave to really wall up. And this is when he goes to work.
Yeah. This vert, I mean, that was beyond vertical. A really good change up after those first couple of turns. And he got some more room here on the inside too, Bugs.
Yeah, this wave didn't do anything super special way down the line, but I felt the middle part of that wave was where the points were scored. And here's Sheldon. Here's a replay. This is what we missed in the break.
There's a nice looking little wall. Sheldon loading up. Couple of decent turns to get started here. Geez, that was a nice sequence of moves.
Yeah, this will be Sheldon's best wave by far. And he absolutely ripped that wave. There was a lot of spray, a lot of rooster tails flying on a small to medium wave, but it was peeled off beautifully.
Making the comparison to Max's wave and then Sheldon's, a bit more height in Maxime's ride.
Yeah, more height in his wave, and Sheldon's wave smaller, but he connected it just so well.
Just based on what we've seen, it feels though, from where I'm sitting, that Maxime's going to get the jump on this exchange.
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Just how clean he kept his rails through those bumpy sections.
Yeah,
was pretty unbelievable. And there was a couple of big drawn-out carves. I really loved the change-up and how he linked one of those carves into a big vert.
Yeah, I think, I do think that was Sheldon's best wave by far, and he's going to keep in the match for sure. I wouldn't think that he's going to quite be up there with Maxime yet.
5.5 minutes remaining as the judges, I think, are probably reviewing some tape at the moment.
Yep. This will be a critical exchange on the scoreboard.
Yeah, no doubt. These are going to be the biggest numbers for each competitor, and prior to this, they're both hanging on to fives.
Yeah.
It's just Max has got a slight edge, an incremental edge with his numbers.
Okay, so we are still waiting for scores to lock in. We have 5 minutes remaining, just on 5.
Yeah, this is a serious deliberation of comparisons to both those rides and to earlier rides. And there's Macy.
Macy Callahan there, Sheldon's partner, watching on, cheering him on to a big finish here. 4.5 minutes to go. They're at the point where they'd be very desperate to find out what the requirement is, because, you know, Sheldon's going to get sucked down the line a little bit. He doesn't have priority. He might even want to make a decision soon to actually take a wave down the line. I guess the bonus of this big pool, if you're a surfer chasing a score, is the guy with priority is going to get dragged away from that inside position while you're on that lap.
This is super close. Sheldon's going to get the
Wow.
best. He's going to get the best of the exchange based on the fact that he just connected those. There was some beautiful rooster tails coming off the back of those waves, and the judges liked it. And now he needs a 7.56 or 7.66. I don't think he's going to get that. He's going to be just under.
Yeah, well, the numbers rolling through at the moment. 6.93 for Maxime, and you're right. Sheldon is going to get the edge just slightly. A 7.5. So Maxime's not going to waste any time here. He's going to go after something better than a 5.9 to put himself a bit further out in front here. Wow, committed turn there, and the whitewater just pushed him back out in front here, but this wave's starting to fade away.
Yeah, it's a strange choice to go on. It just didn't seem like it had anything more than that first takeoff, but it was a wild ride for what it was. This leaves the door completely open for Sheldon, though, unless he can improve on a 5.9.
Yeah, that was interesting to me, just the trend throughout, you know, has been the big turns on that outer section have kind of warranted the better numbers. I'd like to see it again if we get an opportunity, because it was definitely, you know, really comparable. I think Sheldon's wave gave him the opportunity to just fall into a rhythm and really flex the repertoire.
And he got four nice, you know, blew the back off it 4 times, and there was some fairly decent, well-timed.
We'll get a look at it here in the Harvey Norman heat recap. This is Maxime's earlier ride. This was the 5.9. Nice slice in the pocket there.
Yeah, no, this is actually...
This is it.
This is it right here. They just picked it up when he started really doing the bigger turns.
Yep. I like, yeah, because he did race for a long time. Maybe that worked against him.
I believe so. You know, I think this is a fair exchange here. And when we see Sheldon score, see, it's a smaller wave, but it grows a little bit here. And he's just so slick, and so the timing is so nice on this one.
Well, he definitely got more work done, didn't he?
Yeah, he got more work in a shorter space, and it was linked and connected and finished well, and that was a pretty big move. And
oh, he's up again, and now running on some real momentum after dropping the big score, pushing harder. And Macy Callahan likes it. Sheldon loves it.
Yeah, I think Maxine's made a big mistake going that wave with priority. He left the door open for Sheldon.
It was great to get another look at those rides, because, yeah, it was a little flat through the back half of Maxime's, and Sheldon's just kept providing, but the crowd went mad just now. So let's get a look at what happened at the start of this one.
Yeah, he's on fire. Sheldon, her timing is superb on this wave. He gets stronger and stronger. 3 big turns. And he looks in, he knows that he hit his marks.
Wow. 5.83 is the requirement. 1 minute remaining. He probably won't have time to get back out there. He's throwing shuckers. He's saying, don't worry about the lift. He has moved into the lead. 8.83. And the crowd is absolutely lighting up now, if they weren't already, after a big day here on the VIP deck and all along the point here at Snapper Rocks. They're loving the performance from Sheldon.
Yeah, well, Maxine, he did improve his position, but then he left the door open, and Sheldon has been finishing like this in every heat.
Yeah, really close heat there for a while, but that last ride of Sheldon's just blew it open, and he has charged into the lead. 20 seconds, Maxime. Is he out the back? Is he even in a position to turn this heat now? Needs a big number, a 9.4. Still got semi-2 to come.
Incredible that Sheldon in 2 ways went a 7.5 and an 8.83.
He couldn't make a heat on the Challenger Series last year, Sheldon Simkus. He was really struggling, but he has kicked off his campaign in 2022 here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro with an unbelievable semi-final performance, and he's now going to have a shot at a victory.
This is an amazing moment. Well, there's a local in the final. That's pretty amazing, and it was a well-earned berth.
Maxime, though, a great run from him, but Sheldon's going to get some time to recover after working so hard. He rode so many waves in that heat, and he'll get to rest up before the final and work out who he's going to be taking on. We're going to take a quick break. We've got semi-2 just around the corner.
Callum Robson, 21, I'm from Evans Head. I did a trip to Indonesia with my dad, and before that trip I was really focused on football, and then after that trip I was like over footy and just wanted to surf.
Here we go out the back, Callum Robson coming through the pipe barrel.
As a rookie on tour, how have you made yourself so comfortable out at Palm?
And just surfing here as much as I can. And yeah, I just love the bigger stuff, so it's super fun, exciting to me. Well, what's going to make me happy is just doing what I set out to do. Not so much focus on the results, but just try and do what I can and what I can control.
An unbelievable fight through this contest for Callum Robson, and in his rookie year he's going to make a CT final here at Bells Beach in his first effort.
Obviously re-qualifying for the back half of the year and putting myself in a position to push for that top 10, top 5, that's always the goal.
Callum Robson is a man on fire. He's out there in the lineup now. He'll be taking on Nolan Raposa, the surfer from Long Beach, who has just been in scintillating form on his run through to this semi-final. And he's going to continue to bring the fire with those big backhand blasts. He'll need to, because Callum's been rock solid, Bugs.
He will need to, and the one similarity of both these guys is that they have both pulled it out of the fire when needed. They've both finished with, victorious waves in their last matches and previous matches.
Well, the surfers have been under the pump here today, Stace, but an interesting decision from Nolan Raposa.
Very interesting one, Ronnie, but if I'm honest, I'm surprised that no one's done it first. He jumped on the ski with 30 minutes to go down there at Little Marley, and now he finds himself, unfortunately, a bit further down the line than what I was thinking. But I love the gamble. I'm not too sure it's paid off, but I think going up against Callum Robson, he had to try and pull a rabbit out of the hat here.
Bugs and I were chatting about that earlier, Stace, thinking that someone could have pulled that manoeuvre and relinquished the inside position and saved themselves some paddle power. Are the surfers gassed out of breath when they make their way in?
I'm not so sure they're gassed out of breath, Ronnie, but they're more a bit decimated from the keyhole every now and again as we see Callum up and riding here.
Well, nice hit there from Callum. He'll look to hang on to this one and find some more open face down the line. This wave, though, stretching out. Going to stick with it, though. Could be a little double up here. Meanwhile, on the outside, Raposa up. A couple of good sections there. And smashing this one. Earlier in the event, had the hair just out there, free-flowing. He means business now, though.
Oh, he sure does, and he's dangerous when he gets in this position.
Wow, what a turn.
What an opening ride here for Nolan Raposa. One of his best.
This is the full throwback to Matty Wilkinson's run in 2016. He's going to hang on to a critical finish there. That's going to be a huge score to kick things off here against one of the most consistent performers of 2022.
Well, they both ended up way down there, but Callum ended up spending most of his ride in the whitewater just down to get the ski pickup. Nolan, oh my gosh, what an opening wave.
So there's one of those situations where, you know, that there may have been a bit of luck involved. Callum jumped off the rock, was out there. Nolan surrendered priority. Callum took the first wave. It didn't really come to much, but this wave is going to be a big score, Bugs.
Yeah, and the way he brought it back onto the bank, and this wave, as you know, we've spoken about how dangerous the goofy footers are when they get into that top to bottom wrapping motion. But this one's also combined with some down the line theatrics. And he gets around this section, and then you go, well, hang on, because if he gets an open section here at Rainbow, wow, this is big stuff. This last turn is mighty. He sets up here. This is unbelievable surfing. Incredibly difficult to finish that off. His legs would be burning. And here's Callum. This second turn of Callum here is a mighty...
Big belt.
Big belt by Callum, but then he thought that maybe this would reform, you know, a bit like the Leo wave earlier on.
Yeah, it tried. Callum whipped that board through some of those trademark carves, but unsuccessful in getting the finish. Nolan's numbers are yet to come through, but I think he's going to love them when they drop. That last turn, you know, he did so much work before that final section, and to still be able to lay in and do the best move of the ride on that final section and hang on for the finish when the wave is trying to vice you into the sandbar is super impressive.
Oh, so impressive. He really, you know, if there was choreography of wave, he just did a perfect, just a scintillating effort.
So just on 22 minutes, 45 seconds to go, and Callum dropped the 5.5 to kick things off. And there we are, still waiting for this score to come in, and Nolan's not going to waste any time in backing that number up, but he's going to get a little swamped and caught behind there. Number in for Raposa, 8.17. We knew it was going to go excellent, but they've left it quite a bit of room in the scale here.
They have left room in the scale, and that's because both these surfers have put excellent numbers on the board, and obviously 8 in the 8s, and here's Callum now. It's in his wheelhouse to get excellent scores. He's done it earlier. His responses have been amazing. A similar wave to his first one, Ron.
Yeah, not really doing much, that wave.
This one, I don't believe he could get in front of it. That foam ball's racing off.
So the surfers in the last heat, you know, I think everyone goes out with the intention of, you know, being efficient with the number of waves that they ride. But the last heat, the surfers were so busy. They were up on their feet. They were riding down the line. They were taking the ski. They were just doing so much work in order to find those or bank those good scores. So, you know, I think you've really got to take your chances out here.
You know, I can also tell you from experience in surfing tournaments, when you're surfing multiple heats in a day with current and, you know, lots of, whether it be runarounds or there was no jet skis back then, being in that first semi is an advantage. That extra 30 minutes rest is so important on the recovery.
So Sheldon Simkus, he is enjoying right now, just gathering himself and getting ready to surf in the final of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl. And here he is making his way in. He's going to have to get past the Swellian Army first.
Yeah, he's got a few battles ahead of him.
Well, they were down at Bell's cheering all the competitors on. Some great chants going down.
Yeah, it's just a great spirit.
We'll hear from Sheldon shortly. He'll no doubt be jumping out of his skin at the opportunity to win big here at home. 20.5 minutes to go here in semi-final number 2. Callum Robson on the back of the ski. And just a couple of low scores. Nolan's in second spot, but only needs a 1.83 to climb up into the lead. Let's go down to Stace.
Just the same as a free surf, eh?
Every heat's just been a free surf for me. I've just been enjoying getting the line up to myself and getting to do it in a rash is a bonus.
It brings me great pleasure to welcome you as the first finalist for this year's Challenger event at Snapper. Sheldon, you're the man.
Yeah, it's you know, like a couple of months ago, I was about 54th on the Australian regional circuit, and you know, I was looking at what the year may lay ahead, and you know, I just thought this is where I want to be, this is what I want to do, and I thought, well, I better make some heats and get on the Challenger Series, and yeah, here we are.
About 3 days ago, you had all of your 94 coaches giving you some advice, and I think you eyeballed every single one of us and said, you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm lucky enough to have some good people in my corners, and work with some great knowledgeable legends, and yeah, just take bits and pieces from everyone and try to do it in 30 minutes.
You're doing that, mate. 2 more to go. Good luck.
Becky Stace and Sheldon Simkus. He'll make his way back to the competitors area. He's got to quieten the noise bugs because there's plenty of it down there on the beach, but also he's going to be getting a lot of pats on the back just for the result that he's already accomplished. That's a final here at home. What's he got to do to get himself ready?
I think he'll just hang with Macy and get some quiet time and be able to cut out the noise. I think he'll be able to prepare himself. He's, as you said, though, it's not the first final he's been in, and he's just yet to win. So this is a different situation on the reset for him. It's like, okay, this time let's bring it home. I mean,
oh, here we go. Big ride out the back there for Callum. Used priority. Surfed himself a ways down the line here. Playing catch-up at the moment. Doesn't need a lot to get into the lead, but once Nolan Raposa drops that backup score, he's going to be in a real spot of bother.
Yeah, he will be. The thing with Callum is that he gets out of bother real quick.
No, he doesn't bother with bother. He has been so solid. I mean, we only have to think back to his quarterfinal clash back against the wall and got the job done. That was amazing against Ramsey. Ramsey seemed in complete control in the quarters.
You can never count Callum out now. He's so tough under the pressure of competition with, you know, in the last 5 minutes, he's able to, you know, gather himself and focus and then surf freely.
Yeah.
You know, he's gone from being an air kid to the king of carve.
Yeah, that's true. Just packed on plenty of muscle in that off-season, and here he is. Clouts the first section, out onto the open face, grinds through the carve now. Will this wave connect up for him through the inside? He's going to stick with it and give it a chance, but already looking out the back, and you can see there that wall's gone very flat.
Yeah, it's a fader.
But rock solid again on the opening manoeuvre. If he gets the opportunity, the surfing's there at the moment.
Oh, we know that. He's proven that over and over again throughout this Australian leg. Super dangerous in any conditions, but if he gets a carving wall in front of him, it's amazing. His boards are working incredible for him. He's just really on.
Well, 2 surfers that are extremely on out there at the moment. 16 minutes and 40 seconds to go here. Callum doing another lap.
Yeah, well, Nolan just has that advantage of that 817. That could just come in so handy. He hasn't quite put together the great backup wave yet. It's still there for him, but he sort of made his way down the line a little bit by little bit. He took off on a wave and ate it, and then he got out of position. It was nearly like he had to get down and get the ski, reset, get out the back, and he's out there now.
Yeah, well, both these guys have really kind of made that second ride count. You know, they've started well and made the second ride count. So if you look back at that as a little bit of a trend, Nolan Raposa should up the score. But, you know, he doesn't need to push it too hard at this point. He's really in a strong position now with the 8, as you mentioned. Here's the replay of Callum's last ride. Came through at a 5.27.
I mean, if it had gone on, this would have been a super high score of 5.27. Puts him in the lead. So Callum Robson's in the lead with a 5.5 and a 5.27. Nolan Raposa has got a full advantage of the situation with that 8.17 and still 15 and a half minutes remaining. It's going to, let's see how he can play this out. He's been super tough throughout his heats. He's held his nerve. He's finished strongly. You know, he'd be really happy right now to get about a 6.5 or a 7. That would really kind of make his day.
15 minutes to go. Callum having a look at one on the outside. So Callum out in front, but Nolan needs nothing to get himself up into the lead. He's in the power position.
He's in the power position, Ronnie, and he's paddling. Gosh, he's been a strong paddler.
Well, he's trying to get himself as far up the line as possible. 14.5 minutes to go here. We're going to take a quick break here. Semi-final number 2 will light up again in just a moment. Welcome back to the show. As you can see, Molly Picklum on screen, gearing up to take on another incredible young talent, Caity Simmers, in the final of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Bugs, it's going to be a special showdown between two unbelievable young surfers with huge careers ahead of them, and one of them's going to take the #1 position on the Challenger Series ladder. And
it's hard to pick who it could be because they both came in from their semi-finals with 8 pluses. Their combined totals were above the 16-point mark. So that is going to be some showdown. And but they've both also mentioned what a workout it is, and it could be that endurance, that fitness. They're both young and certainly could probably paddle all day, but there's a lot more than just paddling out there to deal with.
During that first semi-final, we were talking about Sheldon Sipkas and the fact that he hasn't had that big breakthrough win just yet, despite the fact he's made a bunch of finals at the qualifying series level. Callum Robson's much the same. He's had huge results. Of course, he's got a Bell. Yeah. He's got a Bell trophy in the cupboard down there at Bells Beach.
Yep.
Or at Evans Head, I should say, but it's not in the cupboard, it's on show. But Callum still hasn't had that big victory either, even though he's had the amazing results. So, he's looking to close one out. He's got work to do in this heat.
Yeah, he's still got to get over, there's a big obstacle in front of him, and it's an 8.17 ride by his opponent.
Here we go.
He likes the look of this one. It must have something down the line.
He's looking for the backup, rips into the carve, but he gets ankle tapped in that white water. And we've seen it, Bugs. We've seen surfers lock in excellent scores so many times and fail to back them up. And that was a lost opportunity there to really put the pressure on, because he probably won't even get himself out of second spot here.
Well, what's going to happen is that it's another wasted rotation like the last time he went around. Since that 8.17, he's gone around twice now without adding to his score.
I'll take this one on the inside. It has to have the goal in mind of getting into the lead, at least to force that rotation and make Callum make the move to give himself some space at the takeoff. This is a smaller ride. I doubt it'll factor in at the end of the heat unless it does something miraculous down the line here, but he's going to get on the ski and Callum's going to have a good opportunity. Might be the opening he was after.
So what's he need, Ronnie?
Needs a 2.6 out of that ride to get in front.
We'll give it to him. But it's not going to keep in the end. Callum has finished so strongly. He's been, a bit like Sheldon and, just coming home with a wet sail. His last heat was unbelievable. He scored a massive score right at the end of the heat against Leo.
It was against Ramsey.
Ramsey, I mean.
Yeah. Nolan, he overcame Leo, and that was a similar situation.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They both finished with massive scores at the end of their heats, and that has been a hallmark of their performances so far in this tournament. And they're both in that situation now, except that 8.17 sits so well in Nolan's column, but he's really not been able to do anything since.
Well, the judges were with you, Bugs. they decided to give it to Nolan on that wave, and he did get himself the lead. So now Callum's after a 5.58, and that was that crucial number that we were talking about. He just had to get himself something on the board, and then the requirement, you know, even though it's not huge and it's something that Callum can certainly chase down, it's something. It's still a couple of decent turns, isn't it?
And the thing, you know, he's just got nerves of steel, Callum. He will hang tough, and he'll probably know that this is the time to use his priority well and to look along the line, try and find a connector.
Well, it was classic watching Callum's run through the Challenger Series events, but more so it started obviously on the regional qualifiers. He was nowhere near making the Challenger Series last year, and he won the final event of the Aussie QS season.
He came from nowhere.
Won it, and then went on to the Challenger Series. He was super consistent, didn't get a win, but had a number of strong finishes. And here he goes. We'll see if he can compose himself here. Big float to get started. This wave standing up pretty nicely. Just a transition turn to set up a bigger hit here. Nice combo. Remember, he's only after a 5.58 to get back in front here. Hunting the open face down the line. And he'll dig in again. Might get a couple more opportunities to smash the wave, but no, this one's fading off into deep water already. Just over 8 minutes to go. Will that be enough to get him in front?
Oh, yeah. He will definitely take the lead with that, I believe. There's no doubt. That was a solid ride.
Callum's expectations of himself, they've changed a little bit. He's made a CT final. He's been so consistent in posting big numbers. He's here with a shot at getting into the final again.
This turn right here, Ronnie, this is just a money turn. He comes around this section and just whacks it, belts it so hard. And it just leaves a little bit more for him here. This is all powerful. It might be kind of similar, but it's just in attack mode. He didn't get his big wrapping turns in. He got a little head dip at the end as a little nod. Just a little head dip.
On the back of the ski, making his way out. Stace's down there in Nolan Raposa's camp, and he still hasn't been able to back up this 8.17, Stace.
Yeah, that's true, Ron Dog, but he certainly has that in the scoreline, Matt. You knew you weren't going to get out of this heat with 11 points. We just saw Callum on a good wave then. It's game on.
Yeah, man, Callum's top 10 in the world right now. No one knows that. We're going for broke, 100%, every turn, every wave.
Talk to us about the strategy at the start. Love the creativity.
Yeah, we kind of got smoked the last 2 times paddling out down to Froggy, so he wanted to conserve some energy. We're going for the win here today, so he wanted to start on the ski down there, get out the back, give himself some time.
Worked well at the start, mate. Best of luck the rest of the heat.
Cheers, Stace.
Yeah, thank you, Stace. Matty Myers, he's seen a heat or two. He's been around a while, and yeah, I think it was a brilliant strategy, and it just happened that Callum took off on a ride early on that only resulted in a 5.5. That gave some space to Nolan at the takeoff zone to lock in the excellent score. But he's going to be chasing a 4.33 now because Callum has just dropped a 7-point ride. Nerves of steel.
Nerves of steel. He's back in the hunt, and he just belted that wave down the line. It was never going to be in the excellent range, but it was always going to be in that high mid-range.
Yeah, well, Nolan Raposa, he's got the spark, he's got the performance, but he's up against a guy who's just been popped out of the same mould as a B Durbidge, who loves a big heat. He's super reliable, he rarely falls. There was a couple of early falls in this heat, which was a surprise, but he's cleaned it up now. 7-point ride on that last ride, and yeah, as Stace said, it's game on.
Well, it's not a game on, but, you know, Nolan's got to settle. He's got to settle down. He can't get a settler.
Oh, late drop there. And he did very well to survive that drop, and now out on the open face. Love what Matt said about just going after every section and not holding back, because he is up against a surfer that's well up into the top 10 on the Championship Tour ranks. And Raposa, he is begging this wave to run again through the inside. I mean, even on these smaller sections, Bugs, you can tell this guy is so switched on right now.
So switched on. I mean, in this way, a little growing section for him here. He gets that finisher in. Yeah, that's something.
Only needed a 4.33.
He's got that.
Great little battle unfolding here. A fantastic little battle unfolding between these two. There's nothing little about it. There's a spot in the final up for grabs.
But it is blow for blow, and that's awesome. And this takeoff is brilliant. It just gets spat out the bottom of that wave, and it's an incredible. The big foam ball coming towards him all the time. He's battling that foam ball. There's still no pocket for him. Now there is. He comes around this section now, and this wave just starting to show a bit of form through the inside. It looks like it's going to really fade off, but he gets some great work done. And this one section here adds just that little bonus that should get him into the lead.
Yeah, waiting on the numbers to come through. Meanwhile, on the outside, 4 minutes to go.
Oh, Callum's in his dangerous zone now. This is where he really is an incredibly dangerous surfer.
"21 years of age, Callum."
But Callum's now down the line a little bit too. He's not going to be out of the takeoff zone where Nolan's going to end up. Callum's, we saw him in the edge of the screen there. He's kind of down by Marley Rocks. So is that going to be a place for him to pick up? We don't know what score he needs yet. It looks like it's going to be not a big score for Callum required, but Nolan got what he needed.
Yeah, Nolan in front.
Now, he needed a 4.4, but he only got a
4.5.
He only just got the score. Both times, before he needed 2.8, he got a 2.9. This time he needed a 4.4, he got a 4.5. But is it enough? Gosh, that's a slim lead.
And the requirement, well, pretty similar to Callum, for what he was chasing last time, but
he's
as
further
you mentioned,
down.
Yeah, further down the line.
He's further down the line, but you can still score a 5+ down there.
If you can get one and actually bank a number and get on the ski, you might just get another shot in case Nolan Raposo is able to up the ante here.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to find something a little bit special at Rainbow, going into Rainbow and do it in one go here. Ronnie, I'm not confident that he could do 2 waves at this point.
Yeah, we touched on his road to the Challenger Series last year once he made the grade. You know, got great community support, and they rallied to help fund his Challenger Series campaign. And hasn't he paid it back with big results, especially the final down there at Bells Beach. His local community got absolutely hammered by the Northern Rivers floods, and he has been on a mission to help raise some much-needed funds for that flood relief effort. You can go to callumrobson.com.au and buy a raffle ticket for a board that's been signed by all the Championship Tour surfers, and give yourself a chance at a little slice of surfing history there and get behind a great cause.
And of course, you know, Callum was joined by a whole bunch of, you know, surfing legends and a bunch of surfers, and, you know, including, you know, Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, Dean Morrison, Josh Kerr, and all the crew went down to support him and of course, support that Northern Rivers disaster zone. And it truly was a very, very dangerous situation for many days. Now, this is interesting. 1:20 left. Callum's searching it for a wave. Now, because he got a quick one before, when he flicked off that wave, he actually was far enough out to have priority, Ronnie. And he sees something here. He's going to spin on this one, I believe.
Having a good think about it, and he's going for it. This is going to be his last opportunity. Needs a 5.68 first turn. Really strong. Out onto the open face. Big carve. Nice rebound, but he's going to lose it in the whitewater here. Callum Robson's going to fall short of the requirement. 5.68, 50 seconds to go.
He's still not out of it. But what's Nolan doing? Okay, Nolan's coming down, because before, when they hadn't taken, I mean, when he finished that real short ride, Callum had priority. It kept Nolan up the point because he didn't have first priority.
Well, Matty Myers willing him down the line, and Callum gets another shot at it here on the end section. Cuts back to the bowl, wants to set up this steep section, swings the tail. Nice slide there, up into the pocket, bashes that section, driving down the line. Callum Robson after a 5.68, big carve, and this wave just keeps providing And he is smashing this thing down the line. Nerves of steel on show again. And finally, the emotion from Robson as the VIP deck comes to life. Nolan Raposa's going to try and answer here. What a ride. He found it way down the line. Raposa goes down. And you get the feeling that that might be shot, gone. And Callum likely to jump into the #1 position here, Bugs.
Callum's going to win that heat on that wave because that was unbelievable. He was gone. There was 25 seconds left. We said he's still not out of it yet because you can pick these things up down there. And it's a beautiful little wall into rainbow.
Wow, what about the surfing?
This turn, whack, massive rooster backs it up again, smashes that lip, comes around that section, carves into a cutback, and there's more to it. God, this is an incredible ride.
He just ate all the meat off the bone and then broke the bone in half, sucked the marrow, and then gobbled it all down. He's an absolute animal. That was incredible. The nerve of this guy. Unbelievable. He was up against it from the opening stages. Nolan Raposa dropping the 817, waiting on the numbers to come through, but you know they're going high.
He gets 2 waves in it with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. The first one's a dud. Count him out? No.
That is huge. 7.33. And Callum Robson will take on Sheldon Simkus in the final here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl. But what a run for this guy. You've got to give him credit. He gave it everything.
Well, you know, he threw everything at it. He just threw everything at that. A great performance. Equal third place for Nolan Raposa. And a brilliant finish. And another nail-biting, nerves of steel finish by Callum Robson.
Oh, you've got to put your hands together for Nolan Raposa. Just magic moments right through the contest and more in this heat as well.
Callum got it.
And he's only just learning now that Callum Robson got the score he needed at the end of the heat to jump up into the final. But what an amazing start for Nolan. He's going to be sitting in that equal third position, heading down there to the Sydney Surf Pro presented by Rip Curl. This is only going to tell part of the story in this heat. The Harvey Norman heat recap. Nolan Raposa kicking off with those explosive backhand turns.
The way he started this, he just looked like he was going to run away with it. An 8.17, an absolutely amazing, extravagant backhand performance on wave 1. And he comes to the open face here in this turn here, right. He sets it up unbelievable, and he turns down the wave and he finishes with his most difficult free fall out of the lip.
Yeah, that turn for me was one of the turns of the heat for sure. And under extreme pressure, he just really failed to find the backup. You just can't do that against Callum Robson. This is his last ride, chasing a high range 6, and he just stomped it down the line.
Oh, he did. It was unbelievable. I think this is the ride, the previous one, Ronnie, the one where it just kept smashing the lip, and he gets a 7 on this one.
Oh, this was it. Yeah. That was the finish.
Oh, that was the finish. What a classic.
Stick a fork in me, Bugs.
Yeah.
I'm done. But we've still got the finals to come.
Oh, wow.
Well, Nolan Raposa there. Be proud of yourself, mate. Great performance here. We're going to take a quick break. We got the final with Caity Simmers and Molly Picklum up next. Shannon Hughes and Jess Grimwood stepping in for the call.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro Finals Day. It's finally here. Molly Picklum and Caity Simmers matching up to walk away first time champions here on the Gold Coast of Australia. One from Australia, one from the US out of Southern California, one from New South Wales just down the coast, and it's going to be a wild battle as we've got small scores on the board for Molly Picklum. Caity Simmers already sitting out the back with priority, and this is going to be a very exciting matchup. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside of Jess Grimwood.
This is it, Shannon. The peak of the mountain. We've been climbing this all week, and my nerves are almost shot. They're almost gone, blasted out from that last heat of the men's in the semis. Oh, here we go. Locking in for the women's final.
That was an unbelievable finish from Callum Robson to take out Nolan Raposa in the last semi-final. He'll now match up against fellow Australian and Sheldon Simkis. And we've got a lot of fans here in the midst of the rain. We've just had this full squall roll through during the men's semi-finals. And now Caity Simmers with an opportunity in front of her. Getting going on her opening ride. Nice check into the lip to start off with. It's a good sized wave. She puts that board on rail, cruising through the pocket, links it together for another turn, and that stylish cutback that we've just become so familiar with for her to pull through here at Snapper. She checks behind to see where Molly Picklum is in the lineup. She's gonna jump on that jet ski and be out to a better start than we saw from Molly Picklum.
Oh my God, style. Oh, I can't even speak.
We
right
didn't
now.
even see her, but Molly Picklum was just below sea level coming around that section, connects into the lip. Unbelievable finish on that wave. And this is a battle for the ages. Two teenagers, 19-year-old Molly Picklum up against 16-year-old Caity Simmers.
Oh, it is on. There's steam coming from my ears right now because of the level of intensity in surfing. Every section out there is absolute do or die. It's cutthroat surfing. It's finals time for the women. Molly's wave, big section ahead of her, and then Caity's, she's just the new style master in my books. Those beautiful turns on the face. Have a look at the replay here for Caity. Big first section, so casually into that rail work. So quiet in between the turns. There, a bit more style, really lays back into the heels as well for that Caity. So beautiful. Here's Molly, looking like she's getting towed in again. Disappears behind sea level. Checks her little line, looking for the cover up as well. Really chunky section. She's a bit far ahead of it, so she just puts it straight up into the lip. Big turn.
Big turn. These two in their semifinals unleashed 2 8-point rides each against their opponents. Now we'll see if they can do it again. If they can find their way into those excellent scores on a great day here at Snapper with some big sections on offer. Molly Picklum driving through that first turn, setting herself up now. Down the line. Nice little wrap in the pocket. Cuts it short to make the finish. Perfect timing there, Jess.
Yes, smart surfing. That'll already be her second score on the board, or second keeper. She's only got a couple of really little ones. She's got that big turn that's got to lock in, and now this one. So she's well on her way momentum-wise for the final. Smart surfing, but Caity, geez, standout style. She looks more casual than I've seen her in any other round, and it's the final. This is the point where it's make or break. Here's the replay from Molly. Smooth rail work. I like a level of patience here. You can just see how much she kind of waits for the section. She's not trying to rush the surfing. Snaps it off really quick and then uses the bottom turn halfway up the wave face just so she's able to time that final maneuver. So not as critical as what she could have got on that end section, but still manages to complete it. That'll be the second wave score.
We've got some scores to come through now for Molly Picklum and Caity Simmers. So far, the third score of Molly dropping through looks like it's going to be a good one to set her up with a place to build from for the rest of this heat. We've got 30 minutes on the clock for the finals. It's been shorter heats from the start of the morning. Now they've got that extra 5 minutes on the clock alongside jet ski assist. And battling some of the biggest conditions we've seen throughout the day, the swell has just continued to build and build. And with it, these women have been matching it blow for blow on big scores. Opening exchange, setting in quite similar to each other. Caity Simmers now with a 5.83 on the scoreboard. Molly Picklum, her third wave dropped through at a 6.50. We do have one more score, Jess, to come through for Molly that will secure that lead for a moment and increase that requirement on Caity Simmers. But Molly Picklum found the best of the exchange so far.
Yeah, she did. I reckon there's not much chance of them being able to hear out there. It's tropical cyclonic conditions at the moment, and it's getting even wilder as expected and as Will said this morning. Just looking at the matchups from the history of the Gold Coast event, I mean, the last two people that have won have been Americans. So a new American champion perhaps on the cards with Caity Simmers, or then a new Australian champion in the same sense for Molly Picklum if she can take out this final.
It's pretty exciting to see that they're going to be able to add their names onto a list with such icons like Steph Gilmore, like Tyler Wright, like Sofia Milanovic, and so many others that have come before. But most recently, as you were saying, we saw Caroline Marks out of Florida, now residing in Southern California, win back in 2019. That was also that first event, Jess, that equal pay was being introduced by the WSL to the Championship Tour surfers. Caroline Marks, as the youngest woman on tour, won the event where she got equal prize money with the man on the podium. It was a really special moment for us as women in the sport and for the whole world to see that progression coming in.
Yeah, and we've spoken about that moment in time for surfing a lot, and then now we're at this point where it's just kind of the norm for ladies like Caity Simmers and Molly Picklum. And Molly's got her second score in as well for 7-7, so she's out to an early lead, 19 minutes on the clock.
For Caity Simmers, by that stage in 2019, she hadn't even entered the qualifying series events yet. She was still surfing in those juniors, had yet to paddle out in her first qualifying series heat. So for her to then advance to that level of competition and to now have that equal pay opportunity is just such an amazing platform that the WSL has opened up. And for Molly Picklum, walking into her rookie year on the championship tour this year, getting that experience to paddle out at the world's best waves, and to be able to get that backing, the good funding coming from equal prize money has been really special. As we can see Molly there with a wave of her arm, maybe because she's a little bit closer to the inside, wanting to get that situation update.
Yeah, perhaps trying to hear. She's trying to get the ear pointed towards the beach announcer and just soak up, maybe just to have a feel for the scale. But you can see with that split already between the difference of Caitlin's 5.83 and Molly's 6.5. Really, really big, chunky, critical sections on off route the back. Molly only had one, really, and it's a 6.5. It's better than Caity's 3-turn combo.
Molly's backed it up with a 4.77, and in the last heat, the men's semifinals, we watched Callum Robson book himself a spot into the finals.
All right, Callum, what an effort right at the end. You're in the final.
Yeah, feels good. So I can never give up at the end there. You can always get a shot, so I was stoked to get the opportunity and perform on it.
Well, you took your shot, you got it. We'll see you in the final. Congratulations.
Capitalized on a great performance. Incredible to see it as an all-Australian final on the men's side, Jess.
Yeah, and also a brand new champion.
Brand new champion there as well. Caity Simmers now linking into that first turn. Cruising around the section, it continues to shut out in front of her. She'll dive through. Molly Picklum now with priority out the back. 17 minutes on the clock, and still plenty of time for these women to unleash, to find those excellent scores. It has been in those moments down to the wire where we've seen Molly Picklum pick up some really huge scores, walking into that 8 and 9 point range on her road to the final here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Her opening round, the round of 64, she dropped 2 8-point rides, and 8.77 being the highest. She then bettered that and put down the second highest wave of the women's draw with a 9.5 in the round of 16, which was nearly on the buzzer for a great performance to take that leading position through, and now she's found herself in the final.
Yeah, Shannon, the statistician of women's surfing. There's some really good numbers to pull apart for both of these ladies coming through to this point in time right now for them. But I think we're going to see that gears just shift up. They've got 16 minutes to leave everything out here on the table. This is it. They don't want to have a little bit of drop of fuel left in the tank when they go back to the competitors' area, because, you know, this is everything for them right now. They have to really put it all on the line. And like you said, we've seen some great scores from them, near excellent. We're ready to take it up another notch.
It's definitely what they're going to be bringing. Is there anything that they're going to need to change coming into competition now? It's the finals. It's all on the line. There's no second place trophy that's desired. It's that first place, that win, to be able to put themselves on the list as the 2022 champion. It's been a couple years since we've been able to crown a champion here on the Gold Coast. And we just are going to jump down to catch up with Kaipo Guerrero and Nolan Raposa. A tough loss, but an incredible performance throughout.
Hey Nolan, great surfing throughout this event. You made a big statement on this Challenger Series. Good result. How are you feeling coming out of that?
I feel pretty good. I really wanted to get that final because I had the semi before, and like one step better, you know, would be the final. But I mean, Callum deserved it. He was ripping. And I mean, these are the guys I want to compete against. I'm stoked, and like just shows that I've proven myself that I'm good enough to beat these guys. So I'm just happy with my result. Thank you.
Yeah, and you know what? This is a keeper result for you in the framework of your top 5 results end of the year. That's how we're going to get the qualification for the championship tour. You're already leaving with a keeper result. You're starting the year off strong.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I definitely, like, the whole goal was to make it the finals day. Like a quarterfinal finish would have been nice. Even better than make a semi, but I mean, I just want to keep doing better at next events. You know, we got Manly coming up. I feel like that's better for me almost in a way. I like my backhand, but I mean, I'm a beach break surfer, go for some airs, and then Bolito, I'll get to hang out with my buddy Shane Sykes, and like, I'm just excited for this whole year. You know, it's going to be a fun year. Excited for Brazil. Like, it's going to be awesome. So let's keep it going.
Let's keep it going. We'll see you at Manly. Nolan Raposa.
14 minutes on the clock, and Molly Picklum staying busy on the inside section, looking for something better on offer to keep the lead away from Caity Simmers. Current situation, Caity's chasing that 5.45. As we've got a lot on the line for these two women. It was Caity Simmers who qualified for the championship tour just last year out of the 2021 Challenger Series after winning a huge event at the US Open, the best of her career. She then declined that qualification, and it handed that spot to Molly Picklum, who was next in line on the Challenger Series. And she took that opportunity full throttle, booking herself into 2 quarterfinal appearances on the championship tour this year.
Yeah, it's a bit of an ironic matchup, isn't it? When you think about the history between them, maybe not head-to-head so much, but in that kind of conversation where they're talking about declining or accepting positions, it's going to be the start of a really big kind of, I don't even know, contest between both of them throughout their careers.
We're going to see many more matchups just like this. The finals underway, 13 minutes on the clock. We're going to a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll bring you back with more action. Can Caity Simmers steal the win away from Molly Picklum? And we're back, down to 12 minutes on the clock for Caity Simmers to take the win away from Molly Picklum. Situation remains the same with the Pickles in the lead with a 6.5 and a 4.77. We do have a score to drop for Caitlin Simmers to see if she can get herself back into that leading position. And it is wild and rugged out in the ocean, Jess. There is a lot of energy that's already been sucked out of these competitors, and now they've really got to bring that much more in the finals. Caity Simmers had this opportunity during the break.
How much ground she covers on those big, long, drawn-out cutbacks and rebounds. It's really nice to watch. She's just kind of looking a little bit out of sorts in that one, but I mean, can you blame her? Look at the waves, look at the conditions. They, like you said, really testing these competitors.
Molly got a piece of the action as well. We'll track with her there as she kicks out. Scores to come through now. Caity Simmers, that was just a 2.03. And now the paddle back out for Molly Picklum with those arms burning that we heard from her earlier in competition.
Yeah, absolutely. She did make that comment in one of the post-heat interviews that you and I were watching, and she said, quote for quote, eyes are stinging, the arms are burning, and the legs are cooked. But it seems as though she's got her decompression and her recovery down pat, Shannon. I think she's looking really good coming into this final, and she's similar to Caity Simmers. They're not going to leave anything left unserved.
She's also just coming off of that championship tour experience where she's had to tap into probably different parts of herself than she even knew existed when it comes to pushing those performances, being able to rise to the occasion against the best women in the world, the women that she's spent a lifetime looking up to, a lifetime mimicking their surfing and their style and bringing it into her own conversation as well. And now for her jumping into the finals on the Challenger Series, hoping for that requalification as she didn't make it through the midseason cut. She's got a lot more experience to draw from now than Caity Simmers.
Yeah, and I feel like that fits really well into what Rochelle Ballard was saying yesterday when these women lose. It's an opportunity for them to learn how to win, and that's kind of a different perspective to take on it rather than, you know, feeling that sorry for yourself. You can see that both of these ladies have obviously learned how to be really good losers, as weird as that sounds, and it helps them build to become these champs of surfing that we see them performing in this finals now.
All the crew hanging out in the coaches area, and Micro there cheering on for Molly Picklum, now racing through the rain, setting herself up for the pocket. Great snap to start. Tries to get around that section. It's just a little bit bumpy, and you can really see, I mean, all elements of the storm have arrived, Jess, and this is as challenging as it could ever be for the final match.
Oh, it's really turning it on, isn't it? Nature has come to play for the finals. This is the time for them to display everything that they have right now. They're coming up against all the elements. Everything is on the line. It's being tested. It is cyclonic up here right now. It's still semi-warm because it is the Gold Coast. It's tropical conditions, but the swell is huge.
It is absolutely massive, wrapping around the rocks and running down towards Rainbow Bay. There's been some huge sections that we've seen both of these women negotiate their way through in competition today, which has been so unlike the rest of the waiting period. And thinking about the fact that Caity Simmers had, you know, declined that spot for the championship tour this year, it then opened her up to work on some projects of her own, to spend some time on the North Shore. She started there, same as Molly Picklum at the start of the year. Molly there to compete in the Billabong Pro Pipeline, where Caity Simmers went on a surf trip with her brother Timmy. They got some weeks there on the North Shore of Oahu, and she was continuing to push her own surfing, knowing that one day she's gonna want to be in that conversation to win world titles on the CT. But for now, it starts with just having some fun for her.
Yeah, when you told me that, Shannon, I just kind of giggled, and I just thought that's kind of really cool for the young lady to be able to make those decisions on her own, and she doesn't seem to be being pushed into any direction that she's not kind of feeling at the moment. I thought that's a really cool thing for her to take into the future of her career.
She dropped in some really cool edits, filmed with her brother, with some of her friends, collecting that footage from around, but then actually putting the edits together herself on the computer, putting in some artwork and picking the best of her music choice. It was a really fun thing to just see her kind of pick through that creative side of herself without having that competitive pressure on her shoulders. She did have a strong turn up at the regional qualifying series for North America. She took away a win on the Pro Junior Tour as well. But now she's with an opportunity in front, and she just slides out on the takeoff. That was a bit of a heavy section.
Oh, I mean, there's nothing really to critique there. It's just storm surfing. It's huge. It's so big. There's so much water, and there's only so much you can do sometimes.
It's all up to nature at this stage. We'll see if these women can luck their way into something that's got that clean face, that real opportunity to link those big turns together out the back and to find themselves into some good-looking scores. At the moment, though, it's been a really great battle. Molly Picklum, she's taken off on nearly 10 waves, quite a few throwaways, but finding that 6.5 really locked her up to build from and get that 4.77 as the backup. Caity Simmers currently sitting in second priority. She had a great opening wave, the stronger of the opening waves with that 5.83, but she hasn't been able to find that backup score that she requires to put the pressure on Molly Picklum.
Yeah, and we heard Steph Gilmore allude to this in that make or break series, and she said this is a war. And for me, this final feels like that part of the war where everyone is just exhausted and the last few big hits are being thrown and there's just mess everywhere. Everything is absolute chaos, and it's right down. It's just perfectly matched side to side, and one of these women are going to come out as a champion in 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's such a good way to look at it. It is definitely a war with nature at the moment, a war with some massive sections, a lot of wind, and now a lot of rain that has arrived here at Snapper on the Gold Coast. Taking a look at the Harvey Norman recap, this is the way that Caity Simmers started her campaign.
Yeah, I thought this was a great combo. Really nice tight surfing in the first few pockets and laid into a bit of style at the end there. Here's Molly's drop in below sea level, kind of tucking away and looking for the tube, but decides to commit to this really big end section. That's the best wave of the heat so far, 6.5 for the finals.
Pretty good considering it was really just that one turn.
There was one turn, but it was one really critical section, and she really committed to that turn. This is her backup wave, the 477. Bit of a runner down the line and has a similar end maneuver. Not as critical, but still there.
I can really feel the hunger within Molly surfing right now as she finishes off on that inside section. She's going to hold on with all of her strength. Unfortunately, just gets bumped off for the finishing there. But her biggest result so far in her career is on that QS 5000 level. Back in 2021, she took out Zolly Kelly, fellow Australian, at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, just down the way from where we're currently located. She'd be really hungry to walk away with 10,000 points with the win. Caity Simmers now linking together from that first turn into the second, just can't maintain control. And that seems to be the story of this final at the moment, is the woman that can maintain control, they're going to be the one taking away the win. And so far, it's kind of up in the air.
Yeah, it is up in the air, Shannon, and a 5.45 for Caity. We've seen her kind of throw them away in her sleep at the moment. So there's not much really required for her. It's going to be one turn. Like we said, Molly's one turn was a 6.5. Caity can do that with a 5.45 as well.
We saw that in her semifinal, dropping an 8.33 and an 8.17. We also saw her with some really great surfing moments throughout this competition. That one that really stands out to me was in those opening rounds when she took off on that one wave and she just styled her way through. She drew a little high line at one stage, and on the finishing section, she found that double barrel down through Rainbow Bay.
Yeah, that was really cool to watch. Really flowy surfing from her. And I think she's got some scores locking in, though. I think there's a couple of numbers to lock in. I'm wondering if she's going to be able to shift up the situation at the moment, because it's just been going battle for battle.
Scores are in nothing above that 2-point range for Caity Simmers. She hasn't been able to even increase on that 2.5 as her backup score. And I feel like that's going to be frustrating for her, knowing that if she can really just find that one section, she's going to be chasing down that score that she requires to take the lead away from Molly Picklum. Down to 2 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. It is a wild day here on the Gold Coast. Finishing up after this heat, we're running straight into the men's final. We're going to have Sheldon Simkis and Callum Robson in a full Australian battle.
Yeah, Snapper Rocks versus Evan Heads. I know the Evans Heads crew are here to support their man, and of course the Snapper Rocks locals are all lining up along the beach and in the tent. But at the moment, the story is the women's final. Can Caity get the 5.45 out there in these conditions, Shannon? We've seen her do it time and time again. One turn, one big section is all it's going to take to upset Molly.
2 minutes, certainly enough time to find a wave like that. We can even see right now that there's those little bits of swell just rolling around from behind the rocks. Fans still perched on the beach, the umbrellas out, as is the rain has just started pouring over the last half hour. Got a little bit of clarity coming through now with just lighter rain. Molly Picklum sitting in the lead. She does lose that priority next to her name now, and Caity gains priority, so Molly would have had a small chip in, but she's still sitting really close to where Caity is in the lineup, and now Katie's in the driving seat.
Yeah, she is. This is it. This comes down to the last almost minute. One turn on the line for Caity, one decision with priority. Can she overtake Molly out in the lead? 1 minute.
1 minute. Very likely that they cannot hear a thing from the beach announcers right now. And with that priority shift, Molly Picklum having to have a glance back at the judges tower to see where that priority is now sitting. Caity there also with the wave wants to know what that requirement is and if she's sitting in that priority position. She certainly is. She's just tasting that 5.54. We're now a minute and a half since we started having this conversation, since the two of them were back at the top of the lineup, and Caity still hasn't had a wave come through with that potential for her.
35 seconds, Shannon. This is it for her. Pulls the trigger on priority.
All on the line for Caity Simmers. Beautiful wrap back into the pocket. Goes full rebound, snaps into the lip, and drives through for the finish. She rides out complete. She's only chasing a 5.54, Jess. A smaller sized wave. Great use of the rail and a smooth section to start off on. Any gut feelings coming through from you?
Oh, that is, it's good surfing. It was as much as she could have done with that opportunity. She pulled the trigger at the right moment. I don't see the 5.45 coming from that, but we didn't see waves like that being scaled against the best wave of the heat, so I'm going to have to, I don't see it coming, but let's just wait and see. Let's have a look at the replay and try and unpack it just a little more. It's so smooth. Perfect little rebound. This turn right here, that's where it's going to have to come from, because the last turn wasn't super critical. There wasn't that big chunky section at the start or the finish.
Scores to come through now for Caity Simmers, the 16-year-old out of Oceanside, California, traveling on the road with her brother Timmy. They already had a South Coast trip here in Australia before coming up to the Gold Coast to get some time just traveling and surfing. She's now found herself into the finals for the second time on this Challenger Series level. The first was at the US Open. Will she take away the win? There she took it out against Gabriella Bryan in an amazing final finish on a small day at Huntington Beach. Now, Molly Picklum, the Australian, the local in the lineup from North Shelley in New South Wales, coming off of her first year on the championship tour with some great experiences and a really strong competitive background now to start building from and to drawing from. She put together a really smart heat here. And now we're still just waiting to know what the judges think of that last wave for Caity Simmers. Not a single score has dropped through yet, Jess.
No indication. Makes me think it's right on the bubble there for her, right around that 0.8.
We've got 5 scores to come through from judges, 5 judges on the panel. We're gonna drop the top, drop the bottom, and average out the middle 3, and there it is. It's a 6.03 for Caity Simmers. She's just gotten the score against her friend and Molly Picklum, the 2 Red Bull riders. And Caity, with a clutch performance, nearly on the buzzer, gets the win, gets her second win on this Challenger Series field. An incredible way to finish out the day for the women.
Yeah, well deserved. I think she was in a bit of disbelief as well right there, soaking up that score, locking on in. There's the champ for the Gold Coast, Caity Simmers, brand new champion out of America, and congratulations to her. She's pushed the field this whole event from start to finish, put everybody on the ropes, and that's why she's the deserving champ, Shannon.
Unbelievable to take out the very first Challenger Series event there at the US Open, and now to take out the first here for the 2022 season. The first of 8 events goes to Caity Simmers, and the chair up the beach now with her little brother Timmy there in the purple beanie. Friends cheering her up, the little ones, with your Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro winner, Caity Simmers. We're gonna go to a quick break. We're gonna catch up with her soon, and we're gonna hear the guys in the booth to call through the action. Sheldon Simkis and Callum Robson in for the men's final.
It's time for the final of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl. And what a clash it's going to be. Our local boy out there in the lineup, Sheldon Sinkus, chasing his first big major win. He'll be in the red jersey. And Callum Robson, who saved himself in the semi-finals, will be in the blue. The surfer from just down the track at Evans Head has been putting together great performances on his road through to this final. And he's going to get started early here. This one during the break, Ronnie Blakey with Wayne Rabbit, Bartholomew and Bugs. Callum again going all out on the first sections.
Yeah, you know, they're going to give it all, both these guys, and Callum's just got the biggest moves in the game at the moment. His carving is phenomenal, and looks like a great opener for the young guy from Evans Head.
Amazing opener. Just the power that he's displaying at the moment. I mean, this is a guy that's found another gear. Obviously, he's been dropping good scores on his road to the big finishes on the championship tour, but I think he's just running on pure confidence now. He's surfing. It's gone up again here at Snapper Rocks. He's had an amazing run through the contest and really saved himself a couple of times as well.
A couple of times. He saved himself at the last 3 heats he's had. He saved himself in the last, like, minute and a half. Absolutely sensational surfing, and 5 big days at Snapper Rocks. We've had all kinds of conditions, and now we're down to the big one.
Well, this is their 4th heat today, so to take off and just slam that wave the way he did is a massive start. But it's been a little different to the road through a championship tour event. A number of heats to get to this point, and both these guys chasing their first major victory. How good. Big exchange to kick things off. Sheldon's got a score on the way as well. He's out there with priority. He drops a 7 to get things started here. And Callum, he's going to edge ahead though. He's about to drop an excellent score on the board as Sheldon looks to lock in his second ride. Climbs vertically for the first hit. Big transition float to get around the section and bashes the closeout. And he's not done with this ride. He's going to make his way around the section. Well, that's local knowledge, just the technique employed there to get himself around that section, and now goes to the rail. Couple of big slices, bust the fins free. What a way to kick off the final here. It's so good to be back at Snapper Rocks, Bugs. Thanks for having us.
Oh, Ronnie, 5 big days, and now everything that was promised in this final is being delivered, because both these surfers have had great rides to start. We haven't seen the replay of Sheldon's first wave, but he starts with a 7. That second wave of Sheldon, I don't know how to compare it with the first one, but by gee, he just ripped into it. In the game, we thought he was gone in the whitewater, the big foam ball ahead of him. But Callum Robson, what's that first score? An 8.57. Unbelievable, an 8.67. What an incredible start for him. But Sheldon has answered.
Yeah, let's have another look at it. Great start. Real vert in a section that really wasn't offering up much.
And he's hitting his marks. This is a peak performance. Every time he moves, makes a big move, it's a solid move. We thought he was done here, and guess what? He's around this section. Plenty more on offer. Bit of open green face.
Oh.
And just loving how crisp he's surfing.
Well, we were talking about it earlier. There's a big difference to the way these guys lay their boards over. You've got Callum. He really does bury the rail deep. And here he is, just throwing everything on the end section. But Sheldon, he's got a real nice slice. He knifes through the wave. A little like Mick Fanning when he was a greyhound, a young greyhound chasing down the bent winds.
Oh, it's so true. And he's got that speed, that lightning speed. And that's one hallmark of Sheldon surfing out here, as I've seen him develop from a youngster. The surfing has just got faster and faster. And then he starts getting the carving action going with the speed. We know he's a great tube rider. He's got through a couple of heats in this tournament by his tube riding. That's a given.
Look at the size of this one. One of the biggest waves we've seen. Sheldon's up again. Still waiting on his last number. Big turn out of the top. He isn't mucking around here in the final. Couple of big turns on the outside. Goes to the cutback. Just a transition to get through to the inside bowl. Will this wave go again? Sheldon just keeping that board moving. but some big turns on the outside. One of the biggest waves we've seen in the event.
That was a big wave this afternoon. They said it was going to get bigger and bigger as the day went on, talking around 2.8, 2.9 metres of ocean swell, probably equates to about, 5 or 6 feet here at Snapper.
Callum up at the moment. We're waiting on numbers to drop. These guys are just getting after it in the opening stages here at the final. We've still got 22 minutes to go, Bugs. As Callum rips through the pocket. A big, powerful hit. Clubs the section again. He has just been hammering these walls on his road through to this final. Gets to open the shoulders there. Carves down into the trough.
Oh, my
sets
God.
up another vertical approach.
Oh,
He just gets a little tangled up on that final move, but he'd done quite a bit of damage before that.
Damage. This is so amazing, and it's going to be good to contrast this because that zippy, fast carving of Sheldon's versus the heavy-footed Callum just ripping the top out. We should measure how high the rooster tails are because it's the beauty about Sheldon is it's his timing. But this wave here, it didn't look like anything, Ron.
Yeah, his ability to just get really low in the bowl and get that vertical approach into these steeper sections has been
huge.
solid. He came right around the section.
This is huge. Then he goes around Sheldon and then goes further down the line, just sort of comes around this one, another big wrapping smash and more in it, vertical, massive rooster tails flying everywhere. Doesn't make that last one. This is the big one of the bigger waves of the tournament. Sheldon, nice out of the top, free falls a little bit. And this section here rises over the whitewater. Didn't offer much after this. It's going to be interesting to see where this does go because we're still waiting. It's Sheldon's second wave that's going to go in the excellent range, I feel, or close to it.
Wow, 3 incredible rides to kick things off for Sheldon and 2 amazing waves for Callum so far. And still 20 minutes to sit back here or sit on the edge of our seats and watch this one unfold, Bugs. What a treat.
What a treat. It's opened up the first 10 minutes is just blowing minds.
Well, the locals are on song out there. Every time Sheldon hits the lip, they are cheering. On the women's side, you've got to go back to 2017, a local, Stephanie Gilmore, one of her 6 victories here on the championship tour. But for the men, you've got to go back to 2009. Joel Parkinson was victorious. And Sheldon wants to represent his home break well out here in this lineup. So plenty of Snapper Rock seats out here and plenty of finals.
Plenty of club contests out here, heaps of finals. He just had to bail on a wave down there. Now, Sheldon with an 8 and a 7. Callum with the 8, 6, 7, and we are waiting for that next score for Callum and Sheldon. The big one for Sheldon hasn't come in yet.
Well, at the moment, Callum's back in second, and from that last ride that he fell at the end of, he's just banked a 7.4. So he's up into the lead, and Sheldon, we don't know if he's... Well, we know he's back in second now because he's got to improve on the 7. So he's had those 3 amazing rides, 1 wipeout, just took a set on the head. He now needs an 8.08 out of that previous ride, the big one.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I think it's going to be under the excellent range, only because it didn't go all the way down. It just sort of fizzled out. He started out with those 2 big, brilliant moves on a much bigger wave, but I just feel that it's going to be a bit below, and he does come in with a 7.33. So having improved his position, but
it's not enough.
Well, he still needs exactly what he needed before.
And here he goes. He's after an 8.08. Leans on those rails and winds through some carves. Really wants to try and set up some steeper sections here. That's where he can really match it with Callum with the way he explodes through the lip. There's a great fin release there. And he's going to go down, unfortunately. But it's those turns. That comfortability and drifting across the lip of these waves where I think Sheldon maybe has to go to find an edge over Callum, who's just all power at the moment.
All power. It's going to be a combination of Sheldon actually, when he gets in that fluid connection and his timing, he can get 5 or 6 of those big, snaps off, then he's going to get up in that 8-point-plus range. That 8, 6, 7 of Callum Robson still looming large as a point of difference. Great ride here, though, Ronnie.
He's come for the victory. He's not going to settle for anything less. But he's still going to have work to do even after this score comes through.
I believe so. Like now he opens up and now he goes into that vertical attack. That was the money move right there. He goes up for the whitewater climb and he can see more down the line on this one. And here's Callum.
So Callum trying to get rid of a 7.4 now. To push it well into the excellent range, that requirement for Sheldon.
Now this wave looks like nothing, but when he does a kick stall, you know he's waiting for the wave to square up.
And once it steepens, he's always hitting the sections beautifully. He's on that run again. Wow, the timing's been impeccable.
He's stalling again, Ronnie.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him really start to try and swing that board maybe into rotation. He's got those moves if he needs them. But at the moment, he's just belting these waves all the way down the line. These guys have got to be feeling it. It's been a marathon today.
It's a marathon, but they're both putting on a peak performance in the final. This is all you could ask for. And Callum there, now the big question there, did he improve on a 7.4 though? Was it better? I don't know if it was better than that last one. The last one was so crisp, that 7.4.
Yeah, the judges just haven't had a break. It's been non-stop action through this event, and we're going to get more. Sheldon.
They're just surfing. These guys are surfing.
It's doing more than that. They're ripping. And Sheldon, he's going to fail to turn in anything special there. He's probably going to be a little too far down the line for his liking, but he had another reasonable score, 6.17 on the last wave, but still after that 8.08.
Now, I wonder one thing, as this final goes on, we're still in the first half, whether the legs are going to play a role, whether that power on the legs, you know, the lactic acid, you know, what's been taken out of them with this start.
That last ride of Callum's, that's really, I mean, I know he's taken a couple of falls in these last couple of heats, but he's made up for it. But that last ride, that's the first sign, a noticeable sign that I've seen him kind of tiring a little bit or showing signs of fatigue.
Well, he had hands on hips at the end. Now, that's always a sign, you know, when you're watching rugby league and rugby, the hands on hips is like...
Might have been a new claim he's working on, Bugs. But have a look at the opening slice. Again, just, he's got the ability to power through any texture on the face, all those bumps. He ripped through that carve, no dramas.
No dramas whatsoever, didn't even flinch.
But the wave was a little disjointed compared to his earlier rides.
That's right, and it wasn't, and when it squares up, it's still not top to bottom. Then now what he does through these sections is just phenomenal. It's so great.
Magic timing. But yeah, again,
I don't see it. I just don't see it bettering that 7.4. It's not as crisp. The wave, you know, doesn't allow that. And it's a big effort to come in less. And also, Sheldon hasn't really been...
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, it's incredible moves, but not quite enough wave there.
Well, this just happened, this ride, by watching the replay of Callum.
Oh, he's got to get over this little whitewater, and he will. This little double up. Oh, this is a beautiful little wave for Shelley.
Well, a couple of nice hits on the bowl. Sheldon's got the airs he can go to. And even in this raging wind, he can explode out of the pocket, grabbing the rail and swing it into reverse. It's one move that he loves to go to.
Again, with that one, I'm not sure if that one's going to go into his 2. It could be a close one, but, you know, he's got to better a 7.33. It's not even about that. He's got to get the 8.08. He's got to get, like, basically an 8.2 or something. So will we see them being a bit more selective now, or, you know, are they just going to gas it all the way and foot to the pedal?
Thank God someone's not riding a wave at the moment so we can get our breath back. But this is just unbelievable. Just the performance level these guys are bringing in the 4th heat that they've surfed today. 13 minutes to go here. Sheldon on his way back to the takeoff zone. Callum Robson leads with an 8.67 and a 7.4.
How good.
is underway here at the Boost Mobile. Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl, and Callum Robson has the lead. A couple of big numbers for him, but Sheldon Simkus is right in this. He's got an excellent score on the board, but he needs another. He's looking for an 8.08 to get himself in front.
Now, the big question, are these guys now going to settle into the final? Because you think about, you know, Sheldon's last two waves, he got a 6-1-7, then he got a 5-1. These are still good rides, but they're not getting him to where he needs to be.
Well, if this is unsettled, I hope it doesn't stop.
I know.
This has been relentless. Both these guys have had a number of rides and really only a couple of true throwaway scores in the mix. The scores that they're throwing away are actually what could have been keepers earlier today. So they've really stepped things up.
I'm just wondering if Shelley tried to do a bit of a sell job there. I mean, Callum didn't even flinch. He didn't even move. And now we find that Sheldon's inside of that position there.
Well, this is a special kind of treat, sitting back watching these two surfers battle it out for the final here for the men, but the women's showdown was unbelievable. Two of the true young guns battling it out. Caity Simmers getting the victory. Kaipo's found our finalists down there.
Well, I got both of our finalists for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. First of all, Molly Picklum, great effort out there, great surfing throughout the whole event, and I want to just get your feelings.
Yeah, I felt like it was victory at sea just then. The kind of southerly squall came through and really made it difficult, not only for us but for the jet ski riders. And yeah, definitely a little bit disappointed. Obviously, it's always nice to take the win, but I'm so stoked for Caity. She's honestly an incredible surfer and an incredible competitor, and not everyone has those two things, and I can't wait for our year together to hopefully be in a bunch of finals together, and of course, hopefully I get to one of these finals.
I love it. Caity, you're the champ. How does it feel? You did that just on the last wave. How's this feel?
I don't know. It was like, I always felt so lost out there. It was like 10 foot. Like, I don't know. It was crazy. Didn't even know where I was half of the heat. And I don't know, I couldn't hear the whole time. So I was kind of just guessing on that last one, and I guess I got the score. But freaking Molly is like my favorite surfer, she's so gnarly. So it's so fun to have.
I'm going to give it up. I want you to see this is the future of women's professional surfing right here.
Oh, spot on, Kaipo. It really is. And, you know, just really interesting to note, you know, Caity Simmers turned down that CT spot. Molly Picklum picked up the opportunity. She performed well on the CT, but right now Sheldon is up, and there is one of those turns that we're almost willing him to go for to find that point of difference with Callum. And today, he's really one of the only guys that could really go to the air, because he does grab that board early and he ripped the reverse out of that turn.
That was so well done.
Thank you.
This is a neat, good call, Ronnie. This is just a short, sharp ride.
Oh, amazing. You know, look at the size of the wave. It doesn't have the guts that he got his big numbers on, but he rips this thing.
Just rips it. His timing is sensational, and that is just the most progressive turn we've seen for a long time.
Look at that.
Unbelievable. Just grabs it. How's his timing? You know, he's so on.
So elastic. The contortionist just fully inverted. You know, not an easy move to execute when you've got, you know, an all-time howler of a Southerly just raging. You've really got to hang on to that rail with commitment, but just great projection and really swift in the rotation. 8.08 is the score he's after, though, and it's been the big power turns and the combination of major manoeuvres that have been fetching the biggest scores. It's going to be interesting to see where this one goes.
It really is.
What's your vibe?
My vibe is, I feel it's going to be somewhere in the 7s.
Wow, he's giving it everything out there at the moment. We'll see.
See, I mean, we're in new territory here, because it's just been carving so far. This is kind of new territory. It was a combination. He did two beautiful slicing moves, and then we saw some progressive action. We don't know what the judges have been saying. They want to see it.
It's hard to know, just like based on what we've seen through the contest on the men's and women's side. There hasn't really been a whole lot of airs. No. There hasn't been a whole lot of rotation, which is, you know, odd considering this generation. They love to spin to win. So we're waiting to see where this number falls. But Sheldon Simker's giving it everything and putting it on the line, putting that ride on the line.
Really on the line, and it was perfectly executed. And that's the thing that might boost that score. The execution was just amazing. Well, I mean, if the judges look at that in slow motion, they're going to be very impressed.
Well, he's working this crowd. That is 100% certain. They made so much noise as he rode out of that manoeuvre. And there's 6.5 minutes to go. Callum's going to be really just desperate to hear if Sheldon got the score here, because, well, every moment off the clock is a lost opportunity potentially to chase down the lead. And he wouldn't really want to go away at this point on the outside if he's still hanging on to the lead here.
Yeah, that's right. He doesn't know what he needs. He doesn't know whether he's got to just, wait for a bomb or surf or just or start playing the priority game. There's 6 minutes remaining in a final. Callum's been a very cool customer. Don't forget that he has had, I don't even want to call them buzzer beaters. I mean, he's just been on in those last couple of minutes of every match he's had.
Bugs, you had a victory on the Gold Coast, 78, big one, head-to-head heat. Not long after that format was introduced. This is magic. It must be awesome for you to be watching it all go down at home here.
Oh, it really is. It's been a thrill to have the Boost Mobile Pro back at Snapper in an international event. People are going, what is it? What is a Challenger Series? What does it mean? Well, it's a big event. It's a huge international event, and we have seen the best of the best coming here this week.
Well, Sheldon's not even going to wait for that last number to come through. He's just going to get busy and try and add another excellent score to the account. The score's coming through for him on that last ride, and the first number not looking like it's going to get him there, but we'll wait for the other judges to lock in their scores as well. Sheldon takes a fall down the line here.
Yeah, well, I kind of thought it would be in that 7 somewhere. I just thought I felt that it might needed just to be able to go on with it, transition out of that, and then go into another wrapping turn. But it's not going to be far off, but it will be, I believe it'll come up short.
7.37 for Sheldon on that previous ride, the one with the big grab rail explosion out of the pocket into reverse. So not enough. And I doubt Sheldon will be able to hear the update. But Callum Robson likely will. And he's still sitting out the back, hanging on to priority. And just tactically, Callum's so smart. Not losing composure, not rushing his decision on this next move.
Look at the amazing fitness of Sheldon Simkes. Look at how many waves he's ridden. That's his 10th wave under the belt in a final, punctuated by excellent scores. 7 and a 7, it's amazing. 7 and a 7.37.
Bugs, there's fit, and then there's Snapper Rocks fit.
Yeah.
Long rides, run-arounds usually. You don't have the, the ski there waiting to pick you up, and Sheldon surfs out here as much as anybody these days.
I always used to compare, there was 2 different fitnesses. There's North Shore fitness, where you go to the North Shore and ride big waves, and it's just ocean fitness, right? And it's incredibly, lung power, courage. Here, we have long waves, not big waves. We have very long waves, big, and then we've seen the big runs. We've seen the big paddles. And the training, there's no jet ski assist in training. It's all done by arm and leg, and then of course there's the pumping, the actual maneuvers you get to do on a wave. Your legs are burning by the time you get to Greenmount from here.
And then there's commentator fitness, Bugs.
Okay.
Where's that stack up against those two?
Oh, yeah, that blows it out.
Way down the line. But, it's actually been awesome to sit here and watch it all unfold this week from the very first day of the opening round of competition, round of 96 for the men. We saw unbelievable performances, really long rides, and, everyone who's made finals day really had to earn that right, but whoever wins is stood up in a big way. Callum in a good position at the moment, and Sheldon just unabating in his assault in chasing down this lead.
Oh, it's unbelievable. I mean, Sheldon, it just keeps coming at him and coming at him and coming at him. But we know what a cool customer Callum is, and now, he's made a CT final just 2 tournaments ago. He's really in a zone. And, there was a wave earlier on that I think Shelley might have tried to sell him on it. He just didn't flinch. He didn't even look away.
Yeah, Callum made the jump, didn't he? From consistent to performer to event contender. And it all happened a couple of events ago, as you mentioned. And now he's here again.
But the mercurial rise of his star last year after winning that QS 5000, the Cabarita, and here's Sheldon. This could be his last effort. No, well, you could never count him out, because look what happened in those last heats with Callum. He got 2 waves within the last 60 seconds. No, that was...
both of them.
Yeah, both of them did it. I mean, this is incredible. This is where they've been at their most dangerous, with 90 seconds to go.
I just love heat management-wise the way Callum Robson has played it. He was as busy as Sheldon, and then as soon as he established the lead, he put the brakes on, he dropped anchor.
Yeah, he settled. And having that 8.67 in his column is a real settler. And here's Sheldon having a look at this one on the inside. It's got a wall to it. Where's...
Oh, he's got it. How much gas is still in the tank? Sheldon winding through a cutback. These are transition turns. There's not big points in them, but this one will count. And he'll try and find the open face again. Sheldon has that local read on just making these sections. He actually stands back on the back of his board and lets the foam ball push him along. And now he gets back on the front foot, using that speed, gliding through some rail turns. He looks like he's setting up for something huge down the line here. Nice hit, maintaining that down the line flow. And he'll find more room on the end, but he's going to throw that final turn away with 25 seconds to go. And Macy Callahan kind of knows what's going to happen with that number.
Well, what a grand effort by Sheldon Simkus, the snapper rock surfer, bringing it home with the home crowd. But Callum Robson also, you know, spends so much time up here. He rides sparrow boards from the Gold Coast. Oh,
he's going to surf this wave like he needs a score, Callum. It looks like it's going to trap him behind the foam ball. Well, but he would have been nervous there.
We've got to wait for that score of Sheldon's. It was a well-ridden wave.
Oh man, I think maybe if he got the finish, he would have got close again. The numbers are starting to roll through for Sheldon now.
Yep.
He chased the sections for a long time. And honestly, I think he just ran out of gas, Bugs.
The legs. You can't ride 11 waves in a final after on your 4th heat of the day and not be feeling it burning in your legs.
Unbelievable. But Callum still waiting to hear the result. I don't think he's heard it just yet, but he has really opened up. Have a look at the scores. So close.
No, well, he knows that Sheldon's been getting out of jail and putting on big numbers. I sort of couldn't believe that he let that one go and didn't take it.
Well, you heard Caity Simmers when she hit the beach after the final. She had no idea. She was saying, who got it? She was actually saying that all day.
Yeah.
Because the wind's howling here and the on-site commentary, as hard as they're working, it is hard to hear those updates.
Well, because of the easterly, tappers on the thing, they can hear him at Kira, but they can't hear him in Snapper.
Well, Sheldon knows the result. And Callum Robson still jogging, unbelievably. But he knows now that he got the victory, and this is the biggest win he's had.
Yeah.
Did make that final down there at Bells Beach, but breaking through for a win in a Challenger Series contest is monster.
Just a brave effort by Sheldon Simkus, and just a championship form. We have got a new champion.
There he is, the champion of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is Callum Robson. And he is buzzing. What a run through the contest. Big numbers from that opening round. He just looks so strong, so composed, and really brought his best to the final.
No, it was a real Aussie scrum down there. They were fighting to see who'd carry him. What a fantastic effort all the way through the tournament. His last he didn't have to get the wave in the last minute like he has in the
semis.
The 4th round, the quarterfinal, and the semis.
Yeah, amazing. But yeah, he's absolutely buzzing. He'd have a lot of support up here too. Evans Head, not too far south of here, Bugs, and they would have made the trip.
He's made, he's represented D-Bar board riders. He's Sparrow board. Sparrow's a Gold Coast underground legend.
Well, they had a massive qualification party for him at the local bolo when he made the grade onto the CT. It might be a public holiday down there tomorrow.
Well, Evans Head needs a bit of joy. They've had a tough year down there with the floods, and Evans Head can celebrate in a mighty style. It's a fantastic little coastal town. Callum's put it on the map.
He has in a huge way. Sheldon Simkus doing himself proud out there in this final as well. Best feeling in the world, Bugs?
It really is the best feeling. That's it. You know, the victory after, especially after such an effort, you know, it's so well deserved, and it's a deep satisfaction.
With all the work that he's done, they might have to carry him to the Prezzo stage, carry him back to his car.
Yeah, I know.
The break.
The legs must be just feeling it, and the arms, he'll be sore tomorrow. But it's a good sore.
Yeah, for Callum. Oh, the family moving in here.
Yeah.
That's his sister on the right.
Oh, wow. Even that's a long run.
And he runs into the Swellian army down there. They were at Bell's, cheering on the competitors.
Yeah, they are.
Making plenty of noise for Callum as well. What a buzz.
It's a buzz for the town. It's a buzz for Snapper Rocks. A buzz for the Gold Coast. The Boost Mobile Pro Gold Coast has come to an amazing conclusion. Such a celebration of a great victory.
There with his sister, also his girlfriend, and plenty of mates from home. What an unbelievable effort. Let's go down to Kaipo.
Hey, they're throwing it down to me, Callum. I gotta get your reaction right now because you're the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro Champion. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels good. I'm stoked for sure. Fuck. That was big day today with 4 heats. I knew it was gonna be a big day this morning, so I'm just stoked that I got the job done.
You got the job done. What about thanking people? Who do you want to thank right now? Because you got a whole lot of people behind you.
Where do I start? Like my family, my mum, my dad, my 2 sisters, my extended family, everybody, my coaches, my shaper, my sponsors, everybody. That's just, yes. The people of Evans Head and Northern Rivers, everybody.
Enjoy it. Here's your champ, everyone.
Yeah, Snapper Rocks lighting up for Callum Robson and Sheldon Simkus, and of course great performances from the women as well. We've got some young surfers on the women's side that are going to be collecting trophies and taking that top end at the Challenger Series, moving on to the Sydney Surf Pro. But Bugs, we've still got the WSL Post Show coming our way.
Yes, we do, and that'll be a grand show. There's much to celebrate, much to break down, and we've seen the future today at Snapper Rocks.
Bring it on. Well, stay with us. We've got the presentation and the post show just around the corner.
And then it was like that. Did you see the moment that it happened where he...
nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome to the WSL post show and the Ring of Fire happening right behind us as Callum Robson, one of the two Australians in the lineup for the men's final, has won the biggest event of his career here at the 10,000 point level and the opening Challenger Series event for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. It was an incredible moment to see him rise to victory in a well-fought battle against Sheldon Simkis, fellow Australian. My name is Shannon Hughes, joining the Boost for the post show by two Australian legends themselves, Jess Grimwood, Stace Galbraith. Amazing week here. Jess, your thoughts?
Oh, I'm just so overloaded with the emotion and the excitement that is finals day. Stace, I know you feel probably the same.
Yeah, we were spoilt rotten, weren't we? What an amazing week.
Incredible. Stace, for you to be able to see Snapper turn on at home and to be able to watch these surfers really be able to put on good performances and good waves must have been something special.
Yeah, the first 3.5 days was, I was so stoked. You know, when people come to your hometown, you want to show it off. And that was an absolute show off. Then the last couple of days, as the surfers mentioned, it was a bit more of a battle. But yeah, we got it all and deserved champions. It's
absolutely incredible, Jess, to be able to witness everyone rise to the occasion too with the challenging conditions that the ocean had to offer this morning. We weren't really sure what was going to be taking place, and I think everybody rose to the occasion.
Yeah, it was like that Coolangatta Gold feeling about the whole event coming into the last 2 days. And I feel so much emotion and so much excitement, especially watching the Ring of Fire there for Cal and for Caity and all the work that they did pushing on through to this final. Like, they're so well deserved. Like Stacey said, they really worked hard to take that crown.
Incredible to see Caity Simmers and Callum Robson walk away with a win. We're going to take a look now at the Harvey Norman recap for the men's final. It was a well-fought battle between Callum Robson and Sheldon Simkis. Stace, incredible to see Cal take the win.
For sure, and we mentioned it earlier, we'll take him as an adopted Gold Coaster, obviously from Evans Head, just moments down the road, and riding Adam Sparrow Fletcher's surfboards. I think, look, the VIP section definitely was probably 80-20 Sheldon, but deep down we were stoked to have them both put on a great performance.
Jess, your thoughts just on the fact that it really came down to that last exchange with Callum getting the score?
Oh, it was huge. These two just so well matched with their style of surfing, and I loved how they just kind of fed off each other's energy. They're just huge, big, exciting, powerful surfers, and it was just nail-biting. I literally was pulling out what's left of my hair. Those space buns are lucky to be alive up there.
Insane to know also for Callum, coming off of a great rookie season on the men's championship tour, making it well past that mid-season cut after Margaret River Stace. He's now victorious at a really high level.
100%. Bugs alluded to it earlier. Evans Head and the Woodburn and the greater northern New South Wales region, they deserve this. This is massive for Callum and his hometown. They would be so proud.
And Jess, that Ring of Fire, that's unique to Australians.
Oh, that's super unique. I'm very lucky to have experienced it too, and I almost feel like I want to cry just watching Cal soak that moment up. It's going to be one of the best moments of his life, regardless of the rest of his career results.
We'll take a look at that final bracket to see how Callum walked away with that win. He took out Ramsey Bokheim, the Moroccan, in quarterfinal number 3. Then took out an on-fire Nolan Raposa in that semi-final Stace, then to match up with the local and Sheldon Simkis.
I joked with Sparrow, his shaper, in the VIP area just before. Callum led that final basically from start to finish, and I said, you must be nervous because every other heat he won from coming from right behind at the last second.
Oh, amazing to see that. Sheldon had an incredible performance here as well, taking out Connor Coffin, Maxime Huchenot, both surfers with great experience within their repertoires. It was just really cool to see both of these two Australians find that energy, especially tapping into all of the crazy conditions that we had today to have to match up with. We're going to get back to so much more here on the WSL Post Show, but we do have Ronnie Blakey ready for the presentation to crown those champions in Caity and Callum. Ronnie, take it away.
Thank you, Shannon. Welcome to the presentation for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl. Can we get a round of applause for our finalists quickly? This is the first stop on the all-new 2022 Challenger Series, and I think our competitors will agree. It is so good to be back here at Snapper Rocks. Thanks for having us. All right, what an event. I mean, we came here, 96 men in the draw, 64 women in the draw. The performances were red hot from the opening round, and no one backed down. Everyone gave us great performances. So again, can we hear it for our competitors? The WSL and all involved with the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro want to acknowledge all the tribes of the Bundjalung and Yugambeh regions and their continued custodianship of this country. I think that deserves a big round of applause too. We also want to extend this acknowledgement and respect to First Nations people joining us in person today and, of course, joining us online on the broadcast. We have some very special partners that we need to thank. Firstly, we'd like to thank the City of Gold Coast and Major Events Gold Coast for their support of this contest. Our title partner, Boost Mobile. Our presenting partner, Rip Curl, Oakley, Harvey Norman and Bonsoy. We'd also like to extend our thanks to S&S Group, Oakberry, Dometic Outdoor, Coopers, they've been important today, GWM, Bond University, Bailey Ladders and Our Beaches. We also want to say an unbelievably massive thank you to all the locals here at Snapper Rocks and to the Rainbow Bay Surf Club for getting behind this event and giving us the ultimate stage to watch all the amazing performances we've watched unfold today. Put your hands together for them. Now, I think you'll agree the trophies that have been prepared for our winners today are very special. They've been made to represent the coastline and the waves here in Coolangatta and Snapper Rocks in particular. Now, to help me hand out the amazing trophies, we've got an incredible lineup of fantastic people. First up, we've got Gail O'Neill, representative for the Gold Coast City Council. Thank you, Councillor. Round of applause, please. We've got Bob Kane with us, the WSL Global COO. Great to see you, Bob. Will Hayden Smith, the easiest job in the world from the Tours and Competition Department at WSL. What a joke. Got to wake up every day this week and go, yep, start it, the waves are firing. Good on you, Will. And from Boost Mobile, we've got Jason Haynes. Jace, happy birthday for last week, mate. Definitely appreciate your continued support of professional surfing. Okay, time to hand out some trophies. Now, this guy's had an amazing run through the contest. He put together great performances. He was inspired to do it for his family, for his friends, but in particular, the Snapper Rocks Board Riders Club. You guys cheered him on all the way. Put your hands together for the 2022 Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro runner-up, Sheldon Simkus. Congratulations, mate. What a final performance. Just quickly, Sheldon. An amazing run through the event. Big numbers dropped, but I think he did save his best till last. He gave us an unbelievable showdown with Callum. Mate, let's be honest. You scraped into the Challenger Series events last year. By your standards, you had a shocker, but you've turned it all around here. That must be feeling incredible, sitting at number 2 on the ratings.
Yeah, it's definitely been a big couple of days for me. It's I mean, before this event, going from the regionals, yeah, just scraped in, and this was the big goal for me, was to surf out here. I felt like if I missed this event, I basically missed the whole Challenger Series. So to surf out here in Arashi was a bonus, and then to make it all the way to the final and, you know, have such a good heat with Cal, yeah, it was a great day.
Put your hands together for him. What an amazing performance. Much like the men's final, the women's final went off. Unbelievable performances from these two competitors, and they overcame CT calibre surfers on their road to the trophies. So put your hands together for your 2022 Boost Mobile runner-up in the women's division. It's Molly Picklum. An amazing road. Interesting to note, Caity Simmers last year opted not to take up her spot on the CT. Molly took it. She put in some great showings on the CT. Dropped a big 9-point ride to overcome Tyler Wright over there. Come on over for a sec, Mol. Dropped the big score over there in WA, and that just sort of seemed to change things for you. And it looks like you found your best form with the jersey on now. Is it feeling that way for you?
Yeah, I definitely think the start of this year and Caity giving me the spot on tour was, honestly, I was so honoured and I gave it my all. And yeah, I definitely did gain momentum, and the 9-point ride was a part of that. And yeah, I kind of feel like I'm just getting going and just finding my feet. And yeah, I feel like, I don't know, it's all a part of the journey, but it feels like it's just getting started.
The first step on the pathway to qualification is underway for Molly Picklum, sitting in number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings. Well done. All right. This guy is on a special run at the moment. He finalled down there at Bells Beach. He's been dropping big numbers all year, but he'd yet to have that big breakthrough victory in a major contest. Well, that's over now. Your champion for the 2022 Boost Mobile Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is Callum Robson. Well done, mate. Unbelievable. So solid through the contest. Excellent scores all the way. When he got his back against the wall, he just fought his way out. Clutch performances right through to the final, and what a final it was. Come on over, Callum. Mate, first of all, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how to feel. I feel like it's just such a big day competing, and like you're in your own headspace the whole day, and when you finally do what you set out to do, it's like, I don't know, it doesn't really feel like much at the moment.
I bet you're exhausted. 4 heats today, mate, and man, could tell at the end of some of those rides the legs were feeling it.
Oh yeah, my legs were cooked by the end of a few of those rides at the end. Like one of the waves that counted, I fell at the end. But yeah, it was such a big day, and surfing snapper, and it was just an epic comp. So yeah, thanks to everyone that put on the comp, WSL. Yeah, what an amazing event.
Mate, just quickly, your hometown last year, before you set off on the Challenger Series, got right behind you, raising funds to help fund your campaign. You didn't let them down. You didn't let them down at Bells Beach. How good does it feel to keep returning the love that they've given you with these big results?
Yeah, the community support that I've had is a massive part of who I am and my story. I'm very proud to be from where I am in Evans Head, and they continue to support me, and yeah, I'm stoked that I can keep doing well and putting them on the map, and yeah, I'm stoked.
Hey, congratulations. A well-earned victory and an unbelievable final. The Challenger Series has kicked off with a bang. Speaking of kicking off with a bang, our next surfer has been kicking off her Challenger Series campaigns with a big bang since she won last year at the US Open. Your winner of the 2022 Boost Mobile Pro, presented by Rip Curl, is none other than Caity Simmers. What a performance. Congratulations, Caity. Unbelievable stuff. 16 years of age, and her second Challenger Series win, sitting number 1 on the rankings again after the first stop. And she did make that decision to turn down the CT position last year and work on her surfing, work on some special projects. And I think we can all agree it was a smart decision and a scary decision for all her rivals. Congratulations, Caity. Let's have a quick word. I just mentioned it, the decision not to take up that CT spot last year and work on your surfing some more. Obviously, it felt fantastic to be near home when you were in the States and get cheered up the beach. What did it feel like today to have your friends and family here cheering you up to the podium?
I don't know, I've just been enjoying being in Australia, and it's cool to have my family here. And shout out to my brother, T-Money. He just keeps things less serious and not like, I don't know, just keeps it fun, and it's been a really fun time in Australia.
It absolutely has. Let me ask you this, seeing as you're sitting at number 1, if you do make the CT at the end of this year, I know we've got a long way to go, but a victory is huge. Will you be taking up the position on the CT in 2023 if you do get there?
I don't know, potentially. I guess we'll just see what happens.
Oh, you gotta love it. A cool head and a cool customer. Congratulations on an amazing victory. Let's get our champions together. and thank them again for an unbelievable performance. Get those trophies up in the sky, guys. Thank you so much for entertaining us this week. Well done. And you are the front runners on the Challenger Series rankings. And again, a big thank you to all of you. Thanks for having us, and we'll see you again next year. Back to you guys, Shannon, on the post show.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Ronnie. Great to hear from 4 outstanding competitors this week at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by Rip Curl. It's been an unbelievable journey to see Caity Simmers win again. Started out with that victory at the U.S. Open, backed it up with another one here against those that competed in that rookie class. It was Gabriella Bryan at the U.S. Open. It's now Molly Picklum. It's really exciting, Jess, to see those young names driving the forefront of surfing at the moment.
Yeah, and she's such a character in her own right, you know, such an individual, and I love that approach to the acceptance speech and just playing it really cool and staying in what she knows.
Stays taking a look at that bracket to see Caity's run to the finals, taking down Nikki Van Dyke and Sally Fitzgibbons. It was so similar back in Huntington Beach.
Look, she is still such a grom, and I really, truly love it. In a heat prior to the quarterfinals, she didn't ride the jet ski once, out of almost a mistake, you know, but it was just it was an honest mistake. Then she came into the heat against Nikki and rode the jet ski 6 or 7 times, you know, just to kind of make up for it. And then against Sally, she really didn't want to get in Sally's way on that last wave, but she knew she had to, and all the greats have done that, and that's how you have to compete. So as a cool of a customer as she is, deep down I believe she's going to be a very, very fierce competitor to deal with in the future whenever she chooses to come onto the World Tour.
It's just an amazing road to the finals for this young woman, taking it out against Molly Picklum. As we take a look at the highlights from an epic final, Jess.
Yeah, the standout style for me for the event across the women. She just threw so much variety and she brought so much calmness about her performance, Shannon.
Yeah, it was really insane. Molly Picklum did well. I mean, she dropped one of the biggest scores of the heat, Stace, on those sort of maneuvers, those big one turns.
For sure, and look, the judges took their time on that last score of Caity, and if I'm honest, I think a lot of people on the beach didn't see her turning the result. However, what the judges will do is they'll watch all 4 waves. That was an exceptional first turn. Cut back out here is very hard to do. Straight up into the lip, no downtime. He gets it up for the finish. She didn't need an 8, she only needed a 5.5, and she got the job done. And as far as I'm concerned, I can be a very biased Australian from time to time, but I knew that was going to be close, and I'm stoked to see her get the win. It was a tight heat, and we have those in surfing.
And we had to see Molly help Caity get the trophy above.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, it's just such a story unfolding with these two. And yeah, like you said, Stace, it's what I love about surfing as well. Sometimes it's right on that bubble, and she did get the job done, and she's deservedly so. She needed a little bit of help up with that trophy, but Molly took that spot on the CT. Caity Simmers' future, incredible. Anything she wants it to be. Imagine just making the decision upon your own rights if you want to compete or not.
It's absolutely insane to think of them pushing the level of women's performances here in Australia, but just across the world. They're already 2 of the best in the barrel, 2 of the best on the rail, and 2 of the best in the air. It's going to be insane to see what else comes of them. But in that journey, we've also seen some really impressive surfing on the way here. So impressive, in fact, that we've had a tie for the Boost Mobile Wave of the Day between 2 8.33 rides of Sheldon Simkiss and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson on those ways to the finals. And really incredible, Jess, to see that coming through as the Boost Mobile Wave of the Day from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson at 8.33 in the semifinal.
Oh, just lit this one up. Beautiful combination. I'm surprised she only has 1 Boost Mobile Wave of the day. She was a really standout clutch competitor. She just was aggressive, composed, and sharp. That's all I have to say about that last turn. It's just sharp.
Just right there on rail, and then Sheldon Simkiss answered back, tied her up. Stace through in the semifinals with an 8.33.
It's very, very funny. They're very similar surfers, both very powerful, but I would say they're very dynamic as well, and the curve and the shape of the wave suits them absolutely beautifully. And you know, no real surprise there to see them take that out. That was a pretty cool highlight reel.
Incredible. Sad to see neither of them walk away with victory today, but they're going to be in that top rankings conversation for the rest of the Challenger Series. Really exciting, Jess.
Yeah, what a launch pad for the rest of their season. I mean, to go into the next event with a bit of pressure off your shoulders, you've already got that keeper result. I mean, there's 8 events, you get to keep 5. Like, it's a whole different playing field for those guys and girls going into the next event now.
Insane. Well, stay tuned for more from the WSL Post Show. We'll be here to bring through the top 5 and all those great highlights from competition this week. Welcome back to the WSL Post Show. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside of Jess Grimwood and Stace Galbraith. We've just seen the teamwork of those two fought out in the final. Molly Picklum using the muscles to help Caity Simmers, the Grom, 16 years old, taking out the second trophy for her Challenger Series campaign within her career. So exciting. And now we're going to see the whole Rat Pack, the whole surf gang, head down the coast to your neck of the woods near Sydney, Jess, for the GMW Sydney Surf Pro.
Yeah, that's going to be up next. So it's going to be a really interesting one to split the pack, I think, because the conditions are so different. It's a beachy, it could be pumping perfect. It could be 4 to 6 foot perfect, you know, North Stain or Manly, or it could be onshore 10 foot or 1 foot, anything.
So exciting. There's going to be a lot on offer. Great to know that we're just traveling down the coast here. It's going to be a quick jump for everyone from the Gold Coast. Let's take a look back to the highlights of the Sydney Surf Pro. Back in 2020, it was actually the first Challenger Series campaign event to ever get underway, Stace, and we watched Carissa Moore and Leonardo Fioravanti take out the wins.
Absolutely, and obviously this event counted for the qualifiers that we saw recently make the World Tour, which was a pretty long break, but it made sense. So they let the surfers keep this result, and most certainly this year Manly will play a massive part in who's going to qualify this season. Yeah,
it was a really huge part of the conversation and a great shift in that schedule, going back to that 3-tier system or introducing a 3-tier system from the qualifying series to the Challenger Series, then to the Championship Tour. And we saw some incredible performances there on Finals Day, Jess.
Yeah, and this is pretty much like ideal Manly. This is what they're going to be looking to pack their board bags for. There's lots of little corners and lumps and bumps to find up and down peaks there for the Sydney Surf Pro.
Taking a look at the Challenger Series schedule for this year, 8 events on tour.
So this event that we just had here is a very interesting one. A lot of CT surfers joining it. You know, throughout the year, we most likely won't see as many, and that's where Sheldon's result today, along with Caity and Molly, is massive, and that you'll see that come Haleiwa wherever you can get those big results when the fields are stacked with those CT surfers.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty wild. Some great venues in there. Australia, South Africa, California, Europe between Portugal and France, Rio, and then to Haleiwa. Some really great venues on offer, Jess.
Yeah, it's a really big launching pad now, isn't it? It's just really kind of bridged that gap that we used to see for that QS regional kind of format, and it's just going to help all these surfers, like we've seen Caity Simmers and Cal, just kind of own or hone that CT performance.
Well, talking about the CT, let's take a look at their schedule for the rest of the year. We're going to the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro G-Land. So excited to see G-Land back on the mix for the men's tour, but also for the women now, Stace.
It is going to be phenomenal, and I know a lot of the men are pretty keen to get on a left-hander, but the women, they have a lot of talent there. You know, I'm thinking Joanne DeFay, Tatiana Weston-Webb, they would be just, you know, salivating at the chance to get out there with only one other surfer.
So exciting to see great waves like El Salvador, Rio, J-Bay, and Chopu before the Rip Curl WSL Finals, Jess.
Yeah, important place to return as well for both the women and the men. It's going to be a huge, challenging, whole different kind of field setup, and it's going to be great to watch.
So excited for all of that to unfold. There's going to be so many events for our viewers to be able to tune into to see a great level of performance put down by championship tour surfers, as well as that new pack that want to qualify or those that are looking for requalification to the 2023 schedule. And with all of that said, let's now dive into the top 5 moments. It's been an incredible week, and there are so many that we could have picked from. But for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, the top 5, number 5 coming through, it's the dream run of Nolan Raposa, Jess.
Oh, this guy, I'm going to go Google search the absolute everything out of him. His surfing was standout. His style was so rad, and he just had this next level I think he found for himself that he hadn't found before, and I think there's a lot to come from him. I think he's not middle class surfing, he's that top echelon of performance.
He put down that 8.17 in the semifinals, and it was just insane to see him put together a finish with a section like that on offer and land through nearly covered up. Feeling so stoked as he prepared for the next match. Taking a look at number 4, it was Molly Picklum lighting it up in the semifinals for a heat total Stace of a 16.23.
You know what, I don't want to say this you know, unkindly, but Molly just seemed to get to 16 points so easily out here. She was just making light work of such tricky conditions. And, you know, Molly has confidence like I've never seen before, and in conditions like this is what you need, and we saw it here. This wave was incredible, and particularly this finishing manoeuvre. That had the spectators on the beach light right up.
So exciting to see her find 2 scores like that up against her good friend and fellow rookie to the CT this year, and Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. Incredible performances. And then we saw the best of our men's runner-up in Sheldon Simkis, so local knowledge Stace taking him through with some great performances.
Absolutely, he really hit his stride. He had to surf the first heat of the day, which I think is can be very difficult if you're not from here. And look, I think he threw us all a dummy in that first heat. He was just feeling it out, and then from that round of 16 heat onwards, he just was so on point.
Unbelievable to just see that local knowledge play through to take him all the way to some insane maneuvers. Really throwing all that flair and that variety into the conversation was just exceptional. Taking a look at our number 2 moment, it was Caity Simmers winning the Gold Coast.
Yeah, here she is, a brand new champ for the Goldie, Mrs. Casual, a super grom from California. She's just been the standout. She has style to burn. There were so many times during her performances that you could just mind surf. You could feel the flow she was feeling out there. She's an incredible champion for this event.
We're going to have to see Caity put an edit together after a performance like this. Just some of those great waves running down here at Snapper. Finding a couple of those barrels on offer this week as well. And our number 1 moment, Callum Robson walking away victorious, Stace.
So cool to see. I mentioned it earlier, and Ronnie did as well. Callum gets a lot of support from his hometown, and he is just paying them back in spades. It's so cool to see. He's such a humble young man, really hard worker, and you know what? He deserves all the accolades he can get. And you know what? We were just, like I said earlier, spoilt rotten. What a couple of finals we got here. Callum Robson and Caity Simmers, just well-deserved champions, and we see the support there on the beach for Callum. It's just incredible. Well done, Callum.
The Ring of Fire bringing it home for Callum Robson with a massive victory, the biggest of his career. We're going to see so many more moments like that from him, I'm sure. We've already seen Caity Simmers back up a moment like this herself. It was an exciting week here. I feel like we have a lot to digest and a lot to look forward to heading into the GMW Sydney Surf Pro. Jess, well done in the booth. It's been a pleasure to call so many heats with you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's just been jam-packed. I'm just going to go back and probably rewatch every single wave from day one down to here.
Stace, you did the best job reporting from the sand, giving us all the insights. Thanks so much for joining the action.
It's my absolute pleasure. Super grateful to work at home, and can't believe we've got to wait 12 months to do it all again.
We'll have so many more contests, so many more waves on offer to break down the action with. It's going to be so exciting. Be sure to stay tuned now for the highlights. It's been an amazing week. There's so many to tap into. And tune in next week for the GMW Sydney Surf Pro.
It is finals day here. Got tricky conditions, but it's all going down.
Seeing a lot of movement in the ocean.
Started out with 96 men in the draw. We're down to the top 16.
He parks it in the barrel, comes out through the dolby door.
That is like the gnarliest workout you could ever do.
Looking back,
Super critical from Callum.
looking back on yesterday, the right track.
And Moffat off the top, massive turn.
Wow.
We dream awake as the world spins round. We elevate, we're
Parking it in the tube. Ooh. Sneaking out of that one, Molly Picklin.
Wow, shot it straight up into the lip.
this time, everybody's on the scene.
Chasing down that number. He is so solid.
Written in the magazines.
Big section here. Leo hits it hard.
We turn it up.
It is go big or go home.
I love that turn.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.